Life and Fate by Vasily Grossman, Part 2.
21. Commissar Pivovarov made his way into the narrow bunkers that made up the first aid post. The wounded were lying side by side on the floor. Krymov wasn't there. He had been taken the previous night to the left bank. Strange he should have got wounded so quickly, thought Pivovarov. He must be unlucky, or perhaps very lucky indeed. Pivovarov had also come to the first aid post to see if it was worth transferring Byerozkin there. On his return to regimental HQ, after nearly being killed on the way by a splinter from a German mortar bomb, he told Glushkov, Byerozkin's orderly, that the conditions in the first aid post were appalling. Everywhere you looked, there were heaps of blood-stained gauze, bandages, and cotton wool. It was frightening. "Yes, Comrade Commissar," said Glushkov. "He's certainly better off in his own bunker." "No question," said Pivovarov. "And they don't even discriminate between a regimental commander and an ordinary soldier. They're all lying on the floor together." Glushkov, whose rank only entitled him to a place on the floor, said sympathetically, "No, that's no good at all. Has he said anything?" "No," said Glushkov. "He hasn't even looked at the letter from his wife. It's just lying there beside him." "He won't even look at a letter from his wife?" said Pivovarov. "He really must be in a bad way." He picked up the letter, weighed it in his hand, held it in front of Byerozkin's face and said sternly, "Ivan Leontievich, this is a letter from your spouse." He paused for a moment, then said in a very different tone, "Vanya, look, it's from your wife. Don't you understand? Hey, Vanya." Byerozkin didn't understand. His face was flushed, and his staring eyes were bright and empty. All day long the war knocked obstinately at the door of the bunker. Almost all the telephones had gone dead during the night. Byerozkin's, however, was still working, and people were constantly ringing him. Divisional HQ, Army HQ, his battalion commanders Podchufarov and Dirkin, and his neighbour, the commander of one of Gurov's regiments. People were constantly coming and going. The door squeaked, and the tarpaulin hung over the entrance by Glushkov flapped in the wind. There had been a general sense of anxiety and anticipation since early that morning. In spite of, or perhaps because of, the intermittent artillery fire, the infrequent and carelessly inaccurate air raids, everyone felt certain that the German offensive was about to be unleashed. This certainty was equally tormenting to Chuikov, to Pivovarov, to the men in House 6/1, and to the commander of the infantry platoon who, to celebrate his birthday, had been drinking vodka all day beside the chimney of the Stalingrad tractor factory. Whenever anyone in the bunker said anything interesting or amusing, everyone immediately glanced at Byerozkin. Could he really not hear them? Company Commander Krynov, in a voice hoarse from the cold, was telling Pivovarov about an incident just before dawn. He'd climbed up from the cellar where his command post was situated, sat down on a stone, and listened to see if the Germans were up to any tricks yet. Suddenly he'd heard a harsh, angry voice in the sky. "You sod, why didn't you give us any lights?" Krynov had felt first amazed, then terrified. How could someone up in the sky know his name? Then he had looked up and seen a kukuruznik gliding by with the engine switched off. The pilot was dropping provisions to House 6/1 and was annoyed there hadn't been any markers. Everyone looked round to see if Byerozkin had smiled. Only Glushkov imagined he could see a flicker of life in his glassy eyes. At lunchtime the bunker emptied. Byerozkin still lay there, his long-awaited letter beside him. Glushkov sighed. Pivovarov and the new chief of staff had gone out for lunch. They were tucking into some first-class borscht and drinking their 100 grams of vodka. Glushkov himself had already been offered some of the borscht. But as the boss, the commander of the regiment, wasn't eating, all he had had was a few drops of water. Glushkov tore open the envelope, went up to Byerozkin's bunk and, very slowly, in a quiet, clear voice, began reading, "Hello, my Vanya. Hello, my dearest. Hello, my beloved." Glushkov frowned, but he didn't stop reading. This tender, sad, kind letter from Byerozkin's wife had already been read by the censors. Now it was being read out loud to the unconscious Byerozkin, the only man in the world truly able to read it. Glushkov wasn't so very surprised when Byerozkin turned his head, stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." The lines of handwriting trembled between his large fingers. "Vanya, it's very beautiful here, Vanya. I miss you very much. Lyuba keeps asking where Papa's gone. We're living on the shore of a lake, the house is very warm, the landlady's got a cow, there's lots of milk, and then there's the money you sent us. When I go out in the morning, there are yellow and red maple leaves all over the cold water. There's already snow on the ground, and that makes the water even bluer, and the sky's pure blue, and the yellow and red of the leaves are incredibly bright. And Lyuba keeps asking me, why are you crying? Vanya, Vanya, my darling, thank you for everything, thank you for all your kindness. How can I explain why I'm crying? I'm crying because I'm alive, crying from grief that Slava's dead and I'm still alive, crying from happiness that you're alive. I cry when I think of my mother and sister. I cry because of the morning light. I cry because everything round about is so beautiful, and because there's so much sadness everywhere, in everyone's life and in my own. Vanya, Vanya, my dearest, my beloved. And his head began to spin. Everything became blurred. His fingers trembled. The letter itself trembled. Even the white hot air was trembling. Glushkov, said Berezovsky, you must get me back in shape today. That was a phrase Tamara didn't like. Tell me, is the boiler still working? The boiler's fine, but how do you think you're going to get better in one day? You've got a fever, 40 degrees, just like vodka. You can't expect that to vanish in a moment. An empty petrol drum was rolled into the bunker with a loud rumble. It was then half filled, by means of a teapot and a canvas bucket, with steaming hot river water. Glushkov helped Berezovsky undress and walked him up to the drum. The water's very hot, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, he said, touching the side of the drum very gingerly with his hand. You'll be stewed alive. I called the Comrade Commissar, but he's at a meeting with the divisional commander. We should wait for him to come back. What for? If anything happens to you, I'll shoot myself. And if I don't have the guts, Comrade Pivovarov will do it for me. Give me a hand. Please let me at least call the Chief of Staff. Come on now. Berezovsky's voice was hoarse. He was naked, and he could barely stand upright. Nevertheless, Glushkov immediately stopped arguing. As he got into the water, Berezovsky winced and let out a groan. Glushkov paced round the drum, groaning in sympathetic anxiety. Just like a maternity home, he thought suddenly. Berezovsky lost consciousness for a while. His fever and the general anxiety of war blurred together into a mist. His heart seemed to stop, and he could no longer even feel the scalding hot water. Then he came to and said to Glushkov, "You must mop the floor." Glushkov took no notice of the water spilling over the edge. Berezovsky's crimson face had gone suddenly white. His mouth had fallen open, and huge drops of sweat. To Glushkov they looked almost blue, had appeared on his close-shaven head. He began to lose consciousness again. But when Glushkov tried to drag him out of the water, he said very clearly, "No, I'm not ready yet." He was racked by a fit of coughing. As soon as it was over, without even waiting to get his breath back, he said, "Pour in some more water." At last he got out. Looking at him, Glushkov felt even more despondent. He rubbed Berezovsky dry, helped him back into bed, and covered him over with a blanket and some greatcoats. He then began piling on everything he could find. Jackets, trousers, tarpaulins. By the time Pivovarov returned, everything had been tidied up. Though the bunker still felt hot and damp like a bathhouse, Berezovsky was sleeping peacefully. Pivovarov stood over his bed for a moment and looked at him. He has got a splendid face, he thought. I'm sure he never wrote denunciations. For some reason, he had been troubled all day long by the memory of how 5 years before he had helped unmask Shmelyev, a friend and fellow student of his, as an enemy of the people. All kinds of rubbish came into one's head during this sinister lull in the fighting. He could see Shmelyev's sad, pitiful look as his friend's denunciation was read out at the meeting. About 12 o'clock, Chuikov himself telephoned, passing over the head of the divisional commander. He was very worried about Berezovsky's regiment. According to the latest intelligence reports, the Germans had amassed a particularly heavy concentration of tanks and infantry opposite the tractor factory. "Well, how are things?" he asked impatiently. "And who's in command? Batyuk said the commanding officer had pneumonia or something. He wanted to have him taken across to the left bank." "I'm in command," answered a hoarse voice. "Lieutenant Colonel Berezovsky. I did have something of a cold, but I'm all right now." "Yes, you do sound a bit hoarse," said Chuikov, almost gloatingly. "Well, the Germans will give you some hot milk. They've got it all ready. They won't be long." "Yes, comrade," said Berezovsky. "I understand you." "Very good," said Chuikov. But if you ever think of retreating, remember I can make you an egg flip, at least as good as the Germans' hot milk. 22. Old Polyakov arranged for Klimov, the scout, to take him at night to regimental HQ. He wanted to find out how things were with Seryozha. "That's a splendid idea, old man," said Grekov. "You can have a bit of a rest and then come back and tell us how things are in the rear." "You mean with Katya?" asked Polyakov, guessing why Grekov had been so quick to agree. "They left HQ long ago," said Klimov. "The commander had them both sent to the left bank. By now they've probably already visited the registry office in Aktuba." "Do you want to cancel our trip then?" asked Polyakov pointedly. Grekov looked at him sharply, but all he said was, "Very well then. Be off with you." Very well, thought Polyakov. They set off down the narrow passage about 4 in the morning. Polyakov kept bumping his head against the supports and cursing Seryozha. He felt a little angry and embarrassed at the strength of his affection for the boy. After a while, the passage widened, and they sat down for a rest. Klimov said jokingly, "What, haven't you got a present for them?" "To hell with the damned boy," said Polyakov. "I should have taken a brick so I could give him a good knock on the head." "I see," said Klimov. "That's why you wanted to come with me. That's why you're ready to swim the Volga to see him. Or is it Katya you want to see? Are you dying of jealousy?" "Come on," said Polyakov. "Let's get going." Soon they came up to the surface and had to walk through no man's land. It was utterly silent. Perhaps the war's come to an end, thought Polyakov. He could picture his own home with an extraordinary vividness. There was a plate of borscht on the table, and his wife was gutting a fish he had caught. He even began to feel quite warm. That night, General Paulus gave orders for the attack on the tractor factory. 2 infantry divisions were to advance through the breach opened by bombers and artillery and tanks. Since midnight, cigarettes had been glowing in the soldiers' cupped hands. The first Junkers flew over the factory an hour and a half before dawn. The ensuing bombardment was quite without respite. Any gap in the unbroken wall of noise was immediately filled by the whistle of bombs tearing towards the earth with all their iron strength. The continuous roar was enough to shatter your skull or your backbone. It began to get light, but not over the factory. It was as though the earth itself were belching out black dust, smoke, thunder, lightning. The brunt of the attack was borne by Byroskin's regiment and House 6/1. All over that sector, half-deafened men leapt drunkenly to their feet, dimly realizing that this time the Germans really had gone berserk. Caught in no man's land, Klimov and Polyakov rushed towards some large craters made by 1-ton bombs at the end of September. Some soldiers from Podchufarov's battalion had escaped from their caved-in trenches and were running in the same direction. The Russian and German trenches were so close together that part of the bombardment fell on the German assault troops waiting in the front line. To Polyakov, it was as though a fierce wind from downstream was sweeping up the Volga. Several times he was knocked off his feet. He fell to the ground, no longer knowing what world he lived in, whether he was old or young, what was up and what was down. But Klimov dragged him along, and finally they slid to the bottom of a huge crater. Here the darkness was threefold: the darkness of night, the darkness of dust and smoke, the darkness of a deep pit. They lay there beside one another. The same soft light, the same prayer for life filled both their heads. It was the same light, the same touching hope that glows in all heads and all hearts, in those of birds and animals as well as in those of human beings. Klimov couldn't stop swearing at Seryozha, still somehow thinking this was all his fault. Deep down, though, he felt he was praying. This explosion of violence seemed too extreme to continue for long, but there was no let-up. As time went by, the black cloud only thickened, linking the earth and the sky still more closely. Klimov found the roughened hand of the old man and squeezed it. Its answering warmth gave him a brief moment of comfort. An explosion nearby threw a shower of earth, stone, and brick into the crater. Polyakov was hit in the back by fragments of brick. It was even worse when great chunks of earth began peeling off the walls. There they were, cowering in a pit. They would never again see the light of day. Soon the Germans up above would cover them over with earth, then level the edges of the tomb. Usually Klimov preferred to go on reconnaissance missions alone. He would hurry off into the darkness like an experienced swimmer striking out into the open sea. Now, though, he was glad to have Polyakov beside him. Time no longer flowed evenly. It had gone insane, tearing forward like a shockwave, then suddenly congealing, turning back on itself like the horns of a ram. Finally, though, the men in the pit raised their heads. The dust and smoke had been carried away by the wind, and they could see a dim light. The earth quietened. The continual roar separated out into a series of distinct explosions. They felt a numb exhaustion, as though every feeling except anguish had been crushed out of their souls. As Klimov staggered to his feet, he saw a German soldier lying beside him. Battered, covered in dust, he looked as though he had been chewed up by the war from the peak of his cap to the toes of his boots. Klimov had no fear of Germans. He had an unshakable confidence in his own strength, his own miraculous ability to pull a trigger, throw a grenade, strike a blow with a knife or a rifle butt a second earlier than his opponent. Now, though, he didn't know what to do. He was amazed at the thought that, blinded and deafened as he was, he had been comforted by the presence of this German, had mistaken his hand for Polyakov's. Klimov and the German looked at one another. Each had been crushed by the same terrible force, and each was equally helpless to struggle against it. They looked at one another in silence, two inhabitants of the war, the perfect, faultless automatic reflex they both possessed. The instinct to kill failed to function. Polyakov, a little further away, was also gazing at the stubble-covered face of the German. He didn't say anything either, though he usually found it difficult to keep his mouth shut. Life was terrible. It was as though they could understand, as though they could read in one another's eyes, that the power which had ground them into the mud would continue, even after the war, to oppress both conquered and conquerors. As though coming to an unspoken agreement, they began to climb to the surface, all three of them easy targets, all three of them quite sure they were safe. Polyakov slipped. The German, who was right beside him, didn't give him a hand. The old man tumbled down to the bottom, cursing the light of day, but obstinately crawling back up towards it. Klimov and the German reached the surface. They both looked round, one to the east, one to the west, to see if any of their superiors had noticed them climbing quite peaceably out of the same pit. Then, without looking back, without a word of goodbye, they set off for their respective trenches, making their way through the newly ploughed, still smoking, hills and valleys. "The house is gone. It's been razed to the ground," said Klimov in a frightened voice as Polyakov hurried after him. "My brothers, have you all been killed?" Then the artillery and machine guns opened fire, and the German infantry began to advance. This was to be the hardest day that Stalingrad had known. "It's all because of that damned Seryozha," muttered Polyakov. He was unable to understand what had happened, to grasp that there was now no one left in House 6/1. Klimov's cries and sobs merely irritated him. 23. During the initial air attack, a bomb had fallen on top of the underground pipeline that housed one of Bierozkin's battalion command posts. Bierozkin himself, battalion commander Durkin, and the telephonist had been trapped. Finding himself in complete darkness, deafened and choking with dust, Bierozkin had thought he was no longer in the land of the living. Then, in a brief moment of silence, Durkin had sneezed and asked, "Are you alive, comrade lieutenant colonel?" "Yes," Bierozkin had answered. On hearing his commander's voice, Durkin had recovered his customary good humor. "Well then, everything's fine," he said, hawking and spitting. In fact, things seemed far from fine. Durkin and the telephonist were up to their necks in rubble. It was impossible for them even to check whether they had any broken bones. An iron girder above them prevented them from straightening their backs. It was this girder, however, that had saved their lives. Durkin turned on his torch for a moment. What they saw was quite terrifying. There were large slabs of stone hanging right over their heads, together with twisted pieces of iron. Slabs of buckled concrete covered in oil, and hacked up cables. One more bomb and all this would crash down on top of them. For a while they huddled in silence, listening to the furious force hammering at the workshops above. Even posthumously, these workshops continued to work for the defense, thought Bierozkin. It was difficult to destroy iron and reinforced concrete. Then they examined the walls. There was clearly no way they could get out by themselves. The telephone was intact but silent. The line must have been cut. It was also almost impossible to talk. They were coughing constantly, and their voices were drowned by the roar of explosions. Though it was less than 24 hours since he had been in delirium, Bierozkin now felt full of strength. In battle, his strength imposed itself on all his subordinates. Nevertheless, there was nothing essentially military or warlike about it. It was a simple, reasonable, and very human strength. Few men were able to display strength of this kind in the inferno of battle. They were the true masters of the war. The bombardment died down. It was replaced by an iron rumble. Bierozkin wiped his nose, coughed, and said, "Now the wolves are howling. Their tanks are attacking the tractor factory, and we're right in their path." Perhaps because he couldn't imagine anything worse, Durkin began singing a song from a film. In a loud voice, he half sang, half coughed. "What a beautiful life we lead. What a beautiful life. Things can never go wrong with such a wonderful chief." The telephonist thought Durkin had gone mad. All the same, coughing and spitting, he joined in. "She'll grieve for me. She says she'll grieve for me all her life. But soon another man, will make her his wife." Meanwhile, up in the workshop filled with dust, smoke, and the roar of tanks, Glushkov was tearing the skin off his hands and fingers as he rooted up slabs of stone, iron, and concrete. He was in a state of frenzy. Only this allowed him to clear away heavy girders it would normally have taken 10 men even to shift. The rumble of tanks, the shell bursts, the chatter of machine guns grew still louder, and Bierozkin could see light again. It was a dust-laden, smoky light, but it was the light of day. Looking at it, Bierozkin thought, "See, Tamara, you needn't have worried. I told you it wouldn't be anything terrible." Then Glushkov embraced him with his powerful, muscular arms. Gesturing around him, his voice choked with sobs, Durkin cried out, "Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, I'm in command of a dead battalion, and Vanya's dead. Our Vanya's dead." He pointed to the corpse of the battalion commissar. It was lying on its side in a dark crimson puddle of blood and machine oil. The regimental command post was relatively unscathed. There was just a dusting of earth on the bed and the table. Pivovarov leapt up, swearing happily, as Bierozkin came in. Bierozkin immediately began questioning him. "Are we still in touch with the battalions? What about the encircled house? How's Podchafarov? Durkin and I got caught in a mousetrap. We couldn't see, and we lost touch with everyone. I don't know who's dead and who's alive. Where are the Germans? Where are our men? I'm completely out of touch. We've just been singing songs. Quick, give me a report." Pivovarov began by telling him the number of casualties. Everyone in House 6/1, including the notorious Grekov, had perished. Only the scout and one old militiaman had escaped. But the regiment had withstood the German assault. The men still alive were still alive. The telephone rang. From the signaler's face, they all realized it was Chukov himself. Bierozkin took the receiver. It was a good line. The men in the suddenly quiet bunker recognized Chukov's low, serious voice. "Bierozkin, the divisional commander's wounded. His second-in-command and chief of staff are dead. I order you to take command yourself." Then, more slowly, and with emphasis, "You held their attack. You commanded the regiment through hellish, unheard-of conditions. Thank you, my friend. I embrace you, and I wish you luck." In the workshops of the tractor factory, the battle had only just begun. Those who were alive were still alive. House 6/1 was now silent. Not one shot could be heard from the ruins. It had evidently borne the brunt of the air attack. The remaining walls had now collapsed and the stone mound had been flattened. The German tanks firing at Podchafarov's battalion were screened by the last remains of the building. What had once been a terrible danger to the Germans was now a place of refuge. From a distance, the heaps of red bricks seemed like chunks of raw, steaming flesh. Grey-green German soldiers were buzzing excitedly around the dead building. "You must take command of the regiment," said Bierozkin to Pivovarov. "Until today, my superiors have never been satisfied with me. Then, after sitting around all day singing songs, I get Chuikov's thanks and the command of a division. Well, I won't let you off the hook now." But the Germans were pressing forward. This was no time for pleasantries. 24. It was very cold when Viktor, Lyudmila, and Nadia arrived in Moscow. Snow was falling. Alexandra Vladimirovna was still in Kazan. Viktor had promised to get her a job at the Karpov Institute, but she had wanted to stay on at the factory. These were strange days, days of both joy and anxiety. The Germans still seemed powerful and threatening, as though they were preparing some new offensive. There was no obvious sign that the war had reached a turning point. Nevertheless, everyone wanted to return to Moscow. It seemed right and natural. as did the government's decision to send back various institutions that had been evacuated. People could sense that spring was in the air, that the worst days of the war were over. Nevertheless, the capital seemed sullen and gloomy during this second winter of the war. Heaps of dirty snow covered the pavements. The outskirts of the city were just like the country. There were little paths linking each house with tram stops and food stores. You often saw the iron pipes of makeshift stoves smoking away through a window. The walls of these buildings were covered in a frozen layer of yellow soot. In their short sheepskin coats and scarves, the Muscovites looked very provincial, almost like peasants. On the way from the station, Victor looked round at Nadia's frowning face. They were both perched on top of their baggage in the back of a truck. "So, mademoiselle," he said, "this isn't the Moscow you dreamed of when we were in Kazan?" Annoyed that Victor had guessed her feelings, Nadia didn't answer. Victor began to hold forth. Man never understands that the cities he has built are not an integral part of nature. If he wants to defend his culture from wolves and snowstorms, if he wants to save it from being strangled by weeds, he must keep his broom, spade, and rifle always at hand. If he goes to sleep, if he thinks about something else for a year or two, then everything's lost. The wolves come out of the forest, the thistles spread, and everything is buried under dust and snow. Just think how many great capitals have succumbed to dust, snow, and couch grass. Victor suddenly wanted Lyudmila, who was in the cab with the driver, to have the benefit of his reflections too. He leant over the side of the truck and asked through the half-open window, "Are you comfortable, Lyuda?" "What's all this about the death of cultures?" asked Nadia. "It's just that the janitors haven't been clearing away the snow." "Don't be silly," said Victor. "Just look at that ice." The truck gave a sudden jolt. The bundles and suitcases flew up into the air, together with Nadia and Victor. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. How strange it all was. How could he ever have guessed that he would do his most important work in Kazan during a war, with all the suffering and homelessness that entailed? He had expected them to feel only a solemn excitement as they drew near to Moscow. He had expected their sorrow over Tolia, Marusia, and Anna Semyonovna, their thoughts of the victims claimed from almost every family, to blend with the joy of homecoming and fill their souls. But it hadn't been like that at all. On the train, Victor had been upset by all kinds of trivia. He had even been annoyed with Lyudmila for sleeping so much instead of looking out over the earth that her own son had defended. She had snored very loudly. A wounded soldier passing in the corridor had heard her and exclaimed, "There's a true soldier of the guard!" He had been equally annoyed with Nadia. She had chosen all the most delicious-looking biscuits out of the bag and left her mother to clear up the remains of her meal. She had put on an absurd, mocking tone of voice whenever she spoke to him. He had overheard her in the next compartment saying, "My father's a great admirer of music. Sometimes he even tinkles on the piano himself." The people they had shared the compartment with talked about such matters as central heating and the Moscow sewers. About people who had gaily neglected to pay their rent and so lost their right to live in Moscow. About what were the best foodstuffs to bring with them. Victor didn't like these conversations, but in the end, he too was talking about janitors and water pipes. When he couldn't sleep at night, he wondered if the telephone had been cut off and remembered that he must get ration cards for the academy store. The bad-tempered woman in charge of the coach had found a chicken bone under Victor's seat when she was sweeping out the compartment. "What pigs!" she had muttered. "And they think of themselves as intelligentsia." At Murom, Victor and Nadia had gone for a walk along the platform and run into some young men wearing long coats with astrakhan fur collars. One of them had looked round and said, "Look, old Father Abraham's coming back from evacuation." "Yes," laughed the other. "He wants to get his medal for the defense of Moscow." At Kanash, they had stopped opposite a train full of prisoners. Pressing their pale faces against the tiny barred windows, the prisoners had shouted, "Tobacco!" or "Give us a smoke!" The sentries patrolling up and down the train had cursed at the men as they pushed them away from the windows. In the evening, Victor had gone to the next coach to see the Sokolovs. Maria Ivanovna, a coloured shawl round her head, was getting their bedding ready. She was sleeping in the top bunk, and Pyotr Lavrentievich down below. Worried about whether Pyotr would be comfortable, she answered Victor's questions quite randomly and forgot to ask after Lyudmila. Sokolov himself had just yawned and said how exhausting he found the heat. For some reason, Victor had been offended by this lukewarm welcome. "It's the first time in my life," he said in an irritated tone that surprised even himself, "that I've seen a man sleep below and make his wife climb up on top." "It's what we always do," said Maria Ivanovna, kissing Sokolov on the temple. "Pyotr Lavrentievich gets too hot up on top. But it's all the same to me." "Well," said Victor, "I'm off." The Sokolovs didn't ask him to stay. Once again, he felt offended. It was very hot in the carriage that night. All kinds of memories had come back to him. Kazan, KRYMOV, Alexandra Vladimirovna, his conversations with Madyarov, his tiny office at the university. What a charming, anxious look had come into Maria Ivanovna's eyes when Victor had discussed politics at their evening gatherings. Very, very different from their preoccupied look just now. "Would you believe it?" he said to himself. "Taking the bottom bunk where it's cool and comfortable. What a tyrant." Then he got angry with kind, meek Maria Ivanovna, whom he liked more than any other woman he knew. She's a little red-nosed rabbit. But then Pyotr Lavrentievich is a difficult man. He seems so gentle and measured, but really he's arrogant, secretive, and vindictive. Yes, the poor woman has a lot to put up with. Victor hadn't been able to get to sleep. He had tried to imagine the reactions of Chepizhin and his other friends. Many of them knew about his work already. How would it all go? What would Gurevich and Chepizhin say? He was, after all, a conquering hero. Then he had remembered that Markov wouldn't be in Moscow for another week. He had made detailed arrangements for setting up the laboratory, and it would be impossible to start work without him. It was a pity that he and Sokolov were such theoreticians, that they had such clumsy, insensitive hands. Yes, a conquering hero. But somehow he hadn't been able to hold on to this train of thought. He kept seeing the prisoners begging for tobacco and the young men who had called him Old Father Abraham. And then there was that strange remark of MOSTOVSKOY's. Sokolov had been talking about a young physicist called Landesman, and Postov had said, "Who cares about Landesman now Viktor Pavlovich has astonished the world with his discovery?" Then he had embraced Sokolov and said, "Still, what matters is that we're both Russians. Would the telephone and the gas be working? And had people thought about trivia like this 100 years ago, on their way back to Moscow after the defeat of Napoleon?" The truck came to a stop not far from their house. Once again, the STRUM saw the front door, the 4 windows of their flat, with the blue paper crosses that had been pasted on last summer, the linden trees on the edge of the pavement, the sign saying milk, and the board on the janitor's door. "Well, I don't suppose the lift will be working," said Lyudmila. She turned to the driver. "Can you help take our things up to the 2nd floor?" "Why not? You can pay me in bread." They unloaded the truck. Nadia stayed to watch over their things while Victor and Lyudmila went up to their apartment. They went up the stairs very slowly, somehow surprised that everything had changed so little. The letterboxes were still the same. The door on the 1st floor was still covered with a piece of black oilcloth. How strange that streets, houses, and things you forgot about didn't just disappear. They came back, and there you were in the midst of them again. Once, too impatient to wait for the lift, Tolya had run up to the 2nd floor and shouted down to Victor, "Ha ha, I'm home already!" "Let's stop for a moment on the landing. You're out of breath," said Victor. "My God," said Lyudmila. "Just look at the state of the staircase. I'll have to go down tomorrow and get Vasily Ivanovich to have the place cleaned." There they were, husband and wife, standing once more before the door of their home. "Perhaps you'd like to open the door?" said Victor. "No, you do it. You're the master of the house." They went inside and walked round all the rooms without taking off their coats. Lyudmila took the telephone receiver off the hook, blew into it, and said, "Well, the telephone seems to be working all right." Then she went into the kitchen. "We've even got water. We can use the lavatory." She went over to the stove and tried to turn on the gas. It had been cut off. Lord, Lord, it was over at last. The enemy had been halted. They had returned to their home. That Saturday, June 21st, 1941, seemed only yesterday. How much and how little everything had changed. The people who had just entered the house were different. Their hearts had changed. Their lives had changed. They were living in another epoch. Why was everything so ordinary, and yet such a source of anxiety? Why did their pre-war life, the life they had lost, seem so fine and happy? And why was the thought of tomorrow so oppressive? ration cards, residence permits, the electricity rental, newspaper subscriptions, the state of the lift. And when they were in bed, they would hear that same old clock striking the hour. Following at his wife's heels, Victor suddenly remembered how he and pretty young Nina had had a drink here in the summer. The empty wine bottle was still beside the sink. He remembered the night after he had read the letter from his mother that had been brought by Colonel Novikov. He remembered his own sudden departure to Chelyabinsk. This was where he had kissed Nina, where a pin had fallen out of her hair and they hadn't been able to find it. He felt suddenly anxious. What if the pin suddenly turned up? What if she had forgotten her powder puff or her lipstick? Just then the driver came in. Breathing heavily, he looked round the room and asked, "And all this belongs to you?" "Yes," said Victor guiltily. "We've got 8 square meters for the 6 of us," said the driver. "My old woman sleeps during the day when everyone's out at work. During the night she just sits on a chair." Victor went over to the window. There was Nadia beside their heap of belongings, dancing about and blowing on her fingers. "Dear Nadia, dear helpless daughter, this is the house where you were born." The driver brought up a sack of food and a holdall full of toilet things, sat down and began rolling himself a cigarette. He seemed to be obsessed with the question of living space. He at once began to regale Victor with stories about the official hygiene recommendations and the bribe takers at the local accommodation bureau. There was a clatter of pans from the kitchen. "A true housewife," said the driver, winking at Victor. Victor looked out of the window again. "A pretty kettle of fish," said the driver. "We'll give the Germans a good thrashing at Stalingrad. People will start coming back to Moscow, and it will be even worse. Not long ago, one of our workers came back to the factory after being wounded twice at the front. His home, of course, had been blown up, so he and his wife moved into some awful cellar. And of course his wife was pregnant and his 2 children had TB. And then the cellar got flooded. The water came right up to their knees. They put wooden boards on top of stools and used them as bridges between the stove, the table and the bed. Then he started making applications. He wrote to the party committee, he wrote to the district committee, he even wrote to Stalin himself. In reply, they just made promises. And then one night, together with his family and all his gear, he moved into a room on the 4th floor that was kept for the district Soviet. Then things really did start to happen. He was summoned by the public prosecutor. He was told he must leave the room within 24 hours, or he'd get 5 years in a camp and the kids would be packed off to an orphanage. What do you think he did then? Well, he'd been decorated at the front, so he stuck his medals into his chest, right into the flesh, and tried to hang himself in the lunch break. There, in the workshop. The other lads at work found him, cut the rope, and had him rushed to hospital. He got his flat straight away before he was discharged. Yes, he did well for himself. It's not spacious, but it's got all they need. Nadia came in just as he finished. "What if the baggage gets stolen? Who'll be to blame then?" the driver asked. Nadia shrugged her shoulders and went off on a tour of the rooms, still blowing on her frozen fingers. As soon as Nadia came into the house, Victor felt angry again. "You might at least turn your collar down," he said. Nadia paid no attention and shouted towards the kitchen, "Mama, I'm terribly hungry." Lyudmila was extraordinarily active that day. Victor thought that if she had deployed this energy at the front, the Germans would already have retreated at least 100 kilometers from Moscow. The plumber turned on the heating. The pipes were still working, even if they weren't very hot. Getting hold of the gas man was more difficult. Lyudmila finally got the director of the gas board to send someone from the emergency brigade. She lit all the burners and placed irons on top of them. The gas was very weak, but they could at least take off their coats now. After the labors of the driver, the plumber, and the gas man, the bag of bread had become extremely light. Lyudmila carried on working until late at night. She stuck a rag on the end of a broom and started dusting the walls and ceilings. She cleaned the chandelier, took the dead flowers out to the back staircase, and assembled a huge heap of rags, old papers, and other junk. A grumbling Nadia had to carry 3 bucket loads down to the dustbin. Lyudmila washed all the plates from the kitchen and dining room. She set Victor to dry the knives, forks, and plates, but refused to trust him with the tea service. She started doing the washing in the bathroom, thawed out the butter on top of the stove, and sorted through the potatoes they had brought from Kazan. Victor tried to phone Sokolov. Maria Ivanovna answered. "I've just put Pyotr Lavrentievich to bed. He's worn out from the journey, but I can wake him up if it's urgent." No, I just wanted to chat," said Victor. I'm so happy, said Maria Ivanovna. I keep wanting to cry. Why not come round? Are you doing anything this evening? You must be mad. Surely you realize how much Lyudmila and I have to do. She started to ask how long it had taken to get the electricity and the plumbing sorted out. Viktor cut her short. I'll call Lyudmila. If you want to talk about plumbing, she can continue this discussion. Then he added teasingly, what a pity you can't come round. We could have read Flaubert's poem, Max and Maurice. Ignoring his joke, she said, I'll phone later. If I've got so much work with just the one room, I can't imagine what it's like for Lyudmila. Viktor realized he had offended her. Suddenly he wished he were back in Kazan. How strange people are. Next, Viktor tried to ring Postoev, but his phone seemed to be cut off. He tried Gurevich, but was told by his neighbors that he had gone to his sister in Sokolniki. He rang Chepygin, but no one answered. Suddenly the phone rang. A boyish voice asked for Nadia. She was then on one of her trips to the dustbin. Who is it? Asked Viktor severely. It doesn't matter, just someone she knows. Viktor, called Lyudmila. You've been chatting long enough on the phone. Come and help me with this cupboard. I'm not chatting, said Viktor. No one in Moscow wants to speak to me. And you might at least give me something to eat. Sokolov's already stuffed himself and gone to bed. Lyudmila seemed only to have increased the chaos in the flat. There were heaps of linen everywhere. The crockery had been taken out of the cupboards and was lying all over the floor. You could hardly move in the rooms and the corridor for all the pans, bowls, and sacks. Viktor hadn't expected Lyudmila to go into Tolya's room at first, but he was wrong. Looking flushed and anxious, she said to him, Vitya, put the Chinese vase on Tolya's bookshelf. I've just given the room a good clean. The phone rang again. He heard Nadia answer. Hello? No, I haven't been out. Mama made me take the rubbish down. Give me a hand, Vitya. Lyudmila chivied Viktor. Don't just go to sleep. There's still masses to do. A woman's instinct is so simple and so strong. By evening, the chaos was vanquished. The rooms felt warmer and had begun to take on something of their pre-war appearance. They ate supper in the kitchen. Lyudmila had baked some biscuits and fried up some of the millet she had boiled in the afternoon. Who was that on the phone? Viktor asked Nadia. Just a boy, said Nadia and burst out laughing. He's been ringing for 4 days. What? Have you been writing to him? Asked Lyudmila. Did you tell him we were coming back? Nadia looked irritated and shrugged her shoulders. I'd be happy if even a dog phoned me, said Viktor. During the night, Viktor woke up. Lyudmila was in her nightgown, standing outside Tolya's open door. Can you see, Tolya? She was murmuring. I've managed to clean everything now, little one. To look at your room now, no one would think there'd ever been a war. 25. On their return from evacuation, the university staff met in one of the halls of the Academy of Sciences. All these people, young and old, pale or bald, with large eyes or small piercing eyes, with wide foreheads or narrow foreheads, were conscious, as they came together, of the highest poetry of all, the poetry of prose, damp sheets and the damp pages of books left for too long in unheated rooms, formulae noted down by frozen red fingers, lectures delivered in an overcoat with the collar turned up, salads made from slimy potatoes and a few torn cabbage leaves, the crush to get meal tickets, the tedious thought of having to write your name down for salt fish and an extra ration of oil. All this became suddenly unimportant. As people met, they greeted each other noisily. Viktor saw Chepygin standing next to academician Shishakov. Dmitri Petrovich, Viktor repeated, looking at the face that was so dear to him. Chepygin embraced him. Have you heard from your lads at the front? Asked Viktor. Yes, they're fine. From the way Chepygin frowned as he said this, Viktor realized that he already knew about Tolya's death. Viktor Pavlovich, Chepygin went on, give my regards to your wife. My sincerest regards, mine and Nadezhda Fyodorovna's. Then he added, I've read your work. It's interesting, very important. Even more than it seems. Yes, it's more interesting than we can yet appreciate. He kissed Viktor on the forehead. No, it's nothing, said Viktor, feeling embarrassed and happy. On his way to the meeting, he had been wondering stupidly who would have read his work and what they would say about it. What if no one had read it at all? Now he felt certain that no one would speak of anything else. Shishakov was still standing there. There were lots of things Viktor wanted to say, but not in the presence of a third party, and certainly not in the presence of Shishakov. When he looked at Shishakov, Viktor was always reminded of Gleb Uspensky's phrase, a pyramid-shaped buffalo. His square, fleshy face, his arrogant, equally fleshy lips, his pudgy fingers with their polished nails, his thick, silver-grey crew cut, all somehow oppressed Viktor. Every time he met Shishakov, he caught himself thinking, will he recognize me? Will he say hello? He would then feel angry with himself for feeling glad when Shishakov's fleshy lips slowly pronounced a few words that somehow seemed equally fleshy. The arrogant bull, Viktor once said to Sokolov when Shishakov was mentioned. He makes me feel like a Jew from a shtetl in the presence of a cavalry colonel. Just think, said Sokolov. What he's most famous for is failing to recognize a positron on a photograph. All the research students know the story. They call it academician Shishakov's mistake. Sokolov very rarely spoke ill of people, whether from caution or from some pious principle that forbade him to judge his neighbors. But Shishakov irritated him beyond endurance. Sokolov couldn't help but ridicule and abuse him. They began to talk about the war. The German advance has been halted on the Volga, said Chepygin. There's the power of the Volga for you, living water, living power. Stalingrad, Stalingrad, said Shishakov. The triumph of our strategy and the determination of our people. Alexei Alexeyevich, are you acquainted with Viktor Pavlovich's latest work? Chepygin asked suddenly. I know of it, of course, but I haven't yet read it. It was by no means clear from Shishakov's face whether he really had heard of it. Viktor looked for a long time into Chepygin's eyes. He wanted his old friend and teacher to see all he had been through, all his doubts and losses, but he saw sadness, depression, and the weariness of old age on Chepygin's face too. Sokolov came up. Chepygin shook him by the hand, but Shishakov merely glanced carelessly at his rather old jacket. Then Postoev joined them, and Shishakov's large, fleshy face broke into a smile. Greetings, greetings, my friend. Now you're someone I really am glad to see. They asked after each other's health and after their wives and children. As they talked about their dachas, they sounded like grand lords. How are you getting on? Viktor asked Sokolov quietly. Is it warm in your flat? It's not yet any better than Kazan, answered Sokolov. Masha said I must give you her regards. She'll probably come round and see you tomorrow. Splendid. We miss her. In Kazan, we got used to seeing her every day. Every day. It seemed more like 3 times a day. I even suggested she move in with you. Viktor laughed, but was conscious of something false in his laughter. Then academician Leonriev entered the hall, a mathematician with a big nose, an imposing bald skull, and enormous glasses with yellow frames. Once, when they had both been staying in Gaspre, they had gone on a trip together to Yalta. They had drunk a lot of wine in a shop and staggered back to the canteen in Gaspre, singing a dirty song. This had alarmed the staff and amused the other holiday-makers. Seeing Viktor, Leontiev smiled. Viktor lowered his eyes, expecting Leontiev to say something about his work. Instead, Leontiev seemed to be remembering their adventures at Gaspre. With a wave of the hand, he called out, "Well, Viktor Pavlovich, how about a song?" A young man with dark hair came in. He was wearing a black suit. Viktor noticed that Shishakov greeted him immediately. Suslakov also approached the young man. Suslakov was an important man on the Presidium, though the exact nature of his duties was rather obscure. But if you needed a flat, or if a lecturer needed to get from Alma-Ata to Kazan, then Suslakov could be more useful than the president himself. He had the tired face of a man who works at night, and his cheeks seemed to have been kneaded from grey dough. He was the sort of man who is needed by everyone, all the time. They were all accustomed to the way Suslakov smoked Palmyra at meetings, while the academicians smoked ordinary tobacco or shag. And he didn't get lifts home from some celebrity. No, he would offer the celebrities a ride in his Zeiss. Viktor watched the conversation between Suslakov and the young man with dark hair. He could tell that it wasn't the young man who was asking a favor of Suslakov. However gracefully a man asks for a favor, you can always tell who is asking and who is being asked. On the contrary, the young man seemed quite ready to break off the conversation, and he greeted Chepygin coolly, with studied politeness. "By the way, who is that young grandee?" asked Viktor. In a low voice, Postoev answered, "He's been working for a while in the scientific section of the Central Committee." "Do you know," said Viktor, "I've got an extraordinary feeling, as though our determination at Stalingrad is the determination of Newton, the determination of Einstein, as though our victory on the Volga symbolizes the triumph of Einstein's ideas. Well, you know what I mean." Shishakov gave a perplexed smile and gently shook his head. Don't you understand me, Alexei Alexeyevich, said Viktor. It's as clear as mud, said the young man from the scientific section, who was now standing beside Viktor. But I suppose the so-called theory of relativity can allow one to establish a link between the Russian Volga and Albert Einstein. Why so-called? Asked Viktor in astonishment. He turned to the pyramid-shaped Shishakov for support, but Shishakov's quiet contempt seemed to extend to Einstein as well. Viktor felt a rush of anger. This was the way it sometimes happened. Something would needle him, and he would find it very difficult to restrain himself. At home in the evening, he would finally allow himself to reply. Sometimes he quite forgot himself, shouting and gesticulating, standing up for what he loved and ridiculing his enemies. Papa's making a speech again, Lyudmila would say to Nadia. This time, it wasn't only on Einstein's behalf that he was angry. Everyone he knew should be talking about his work. He himself should be the center of attention. He felt upset and hurt. He knew it was ridiculous to take offense like this, but he did. No one but Shepizhin had spoken to him about his work. He began, rather timidly, to explain. The fascists have exiled the brilliant Einstein, and their physics has become the physics of monkeys. But we, thank God, have halted the advance of fascism. It all goes together. The Volga, Stalingrad, Albert Einstein. The greatest genius of our epoch. The most remote little village, an illiterate old peasant woman, and the freedom we all need. This all goes together. I may sound confused, but perhaps there isn't anything clearer than this confusion. I think, Viktor Pavlovich, that your panegyric to Einstein is a trifle exaggerated, said Shishakov. Yes, said Mostovev lightly. On the whole, I would say the same. The young man from the scientific section just looked at Viktor sadly. Well, Comrade Strum, he began, and Viktor once again felt the malevolence in his voice. To you it may seem natural at a time of such importance for our people to couple Albert Einstein and the Volga. These days, however, have awoken other sentiments in the hearts of those who disagree with you. Still, no one has power over someone else's heart, and there's nothing to argue about there. But there is room for argument as regards your evaluation of Einstein. It does seem inappropriate to regard an idealist theory as the peak of scientific achievement. That's enough, Viktor interrupted. Alexei Alexeyevich, he went on in an arrogant and didactic voice, contemporary physics without Einstein is the physics of monkeys. It's not for us to trifle with the names of Einstein, Galileo, and Newton. He raised a finger to silence Shishakov and saw him blink. A minute later, Viktor was standing by the window and recounting this unexpected incident to Sokolov, partly in a whisper and partly quite loudly. And you were right next to me, and you didn't even hear. Shepizhin suddenly disappeared too. It was almost as though he did so on purpose. He frowned and fell silent. How childishly, how naively he had looked forward to today's triumph. As it turned out, it had been some young bureaucrat who had created the most stir. Do you know the surname of the young grandee? Sokolov asked suddenly, as though reading Viktor's thoughts. Do you realize whose relative he is? I've no idea. Sokolov leant over and whispered in Viktor's ear. You don't say, exclaimed Viktor. He remembered the way both Suslakov and Shishakov had deferred to this youth. Oh, he said, so that's what it's all about. Now I understand, Sokolov laughed. Well, you've already established a cordial relationship with the scientific section and the higher echelons of the academy. You're like the Mark Twain hero who boasts about his income to the tax inspector. Viktor didn't appreciate this witticism. You were standing right beside me, he replied. Did you really not hear our argument? Or did you prefer not to get involved in my conversation with the tax inspector? Sokolov smiled. His small eyes looked suddenly kind and beautiful. Don't be upset, Viktor Pavlovich. Surely you didn't really expect Shishakov to appreciate your work. My God, what a lot of nonsense all this is. But your work's different. That's real. In his eyes and voice, Viktor sensed the warmth and seriousness he had hoped to find that autumn evening in Kazan. The meeting began. The speakers talked about the task of science during this difficult time, about their own readiness to devote their strength to the popular cause and to help the army in its struggle against German fascism. They spoke about the work of the various institutes of the academy, about the assistance that would be given to scientists by the Central Committee of the party, about how Comrade Stalin, the leader of the army and the people, still had time to concern himself with scientific questions about the duty of every scientist to justify the trust placed in him by the party and by Comrade Stalin himself. There was also mention of some organizational changes occasioned by the new setup. The physicists learned with surprise that they themselves were dissatisfied with the projects of their institute. Too much attention, apparently, was being given to purely theoretical matters. Suslukov's words, "The institute is cut off from life," were whispered around the hall. 26. The position of scientific research in the country had been discussed by the Central Committee. Apparently, the party was now principally concerned with the development of physics, mathematics, and chemistry. The Central Committee considered that science must move closer to industry and become more integrated with real life. Stalin himself had attended the meeting. Apparently, he had walked up and down the hall, pipe in hand, stopping now and then with a pensive look on his face, to listen either to the speaker or to his own thoughts. There had been fierce attacks on idealism and on any tendency to underestimate Russian science and philosophy. Stalin had spoken twice. When Sherbakov had proposed a reduction in the Academy's budget, Stalin had shaken his head and said, "No, we're not talking about making soap. We are not going to economize on the Academy." And during a discussion of the danger of idealist theories and the excessive admiration of certain scientists for Western science, Stalin had nodded and said, "Yes, but we must protect our scientists from Arab chiefs." Having first sworn them to secrecy, the scientists present at this meeting talked about it to their friends. Within a few days, the entire scientific community in Moscow, small groups of friends and close family circles, were discussing every detail of it in hushed voices. People whispered that Stalin had grey hair, that some of his teeth were black and decayed, that he had beautiful hands with fine fingers, that his face was pockmarked. Any youngster who happened to be listening was warned, "And you watch it. Keep your mouth shut, or you'll be the ruin of us all." Everyone expected a considerable improvement in the position of scientists. Stalin's words about Arakcheev held out great hopes. A few days later, an important botanist was arrested, Chetverikov, the geneticist. There were various rumors about the reason for his arrest, that he was a spy, that he had associated with Russian émigrés during his journeys abroad, that he had a German wife who had corresponded before the war with her sister in Berlin, that he had tried to instigate a famine by introducing inferior strains of wheat, that it was to do with a remark he had made about the finger of God, that it was on account of a political anecdote he had told to a childhood friend. Since the beginning of the war, there had been relatively little talk of political arrests. Many people, Victor among them, thought that they were a thing of the past. Now everyone remembered 1937, the daily roll call of people arrested during the night, people phoning each other up with the news, "Anna Andreevna's husband has fallen ill tonight," people answering the phone on behalf of a neighbor who had been arrested and saying, "He's gone on a journey, we don't know when he'll be back." And the stories about the circumstances of these arrests. They came for him just as he was giving his little boy a bath. They came for him at work, at the theatre, in the middle of the night. The search lasted 48 hours. They turned everything upside down. They even took up the floorboards. They hardly looked at anything at all. They just leafed through a few books for show. Victor remembered the names of dozens of people who had left and never returned. Academician Vavilov, Vise, Osip Mandelstam, Babel, Boris Pilniak, Meyerhold, the bacteriologists Korshunov and Zlatogorov, Professor Pletnyov, Dr. Levin. It wasn't important that these were famous and outstanding people. What mattered was that all those arrested, however famous or however unknown, were innocent. Was all this going to begin again? Would one's heart sink even after the war when one heard footsteps or a car horn during the night? How difficult it was to reconcile such things with the war for freedom. Yes, they had been fools to talk so much in Kazan. A week after Chetverikov's arrest, Chepizhin announced that he was resigning from the Institute of Physics. The president of the academy had called at Chepizhin's house. Apparently Chepizhin had been summoned by either Beria or Malenkov, but had refused to alter the institute's research program. In view of Chepizhin's services to science, the authorities had been reluctant to resort to extreme measures. Pimenov, the young administrative director who was something of a liberal, was removed from his post at the same time. Shishakov was then appointed both administrative director and scientific director. It was rumored that, as a result of all this, Chepygin had had a heart attack. Viktor rang him immediately to arrange to go and see him. But the phone was answered by the housekeeper, who said that Dmitry Petrovich really had been ill during the last few days. On his doctor's advice, he and Nadezhda Fyodorovna had gone to the country and would not be back for 2 or 3 weeks. "It's like pushing a boy off a tram," Viktor said to Lyudmila, "and they call it defending us from Arachivs. What does it matter to physics whether Chepygin's a Marxist, a Buddhist, or a Lamaist? Chepygin's founded his own school. Chepygin's a friend of Rutherford. Every street sweeper knows Chepygin's equations." "That's putting it a bit strongly," said Nadia. "And you watch it," said Viktor. "Keep your mouth shut, or you'll be the ruin of all of us." "I know," said Nadia. "Your speeches are only for domestic consumption." "Yes, my dear Nadia," said Viktor meekly. "But what can I do to change decisions taken by the Central Committee? Anyway, Dmitry Petrovich himself said he wanted to resign, even though, as we say, it was against the wishes of the people." "You shouldn't get so steamed up about it," said Lyudmila. "Besides, you were always arguing with Dmitry Petrovich yourself. There's no true friendship without discussion." "That's the trouble," said Lyudmila. "You and your discussions. You'll end up having your laboratory taken away from you." "That's not what worries me," said Viktor. "Nadia's right. My speeches are just for domestic consumption. Why don't you phone Chetverikov's wife, or go and see her? You're a friend of hers." "That simply isn't done," said Lyudmila. "Anyway, I don't know her that well. How can I help her? Why should she want to see me? Have you ever phoned anyone in that situation?" "I think one should," said Nadia. Viktor frowned. It was Sokolov, not Lyudmila and Nadia, whom he really wanted to talk to about Chepygin's resignation. But he stopped himself. It really wasn't something to discuss on the phone. It was odd, though. Why Shishakov? It was clear that Viktor's latest work was very important. Chepygin had said at the Council of Scientists that it was the most important development in Soviet theoretical physics for the last decade. And then they'd gone and put Shishakov in charge of the institute. Was it a joke? A man who'd seen hundreds of photographs with the trajectories of electrons going off to the left, and had then been shown photographs with the same trajectories going off to the right. It was as though he'd been presented on a silver plate with the opportunity to discover the positron. Young Sevastyanov would not have missed it, but Shishakov had just pouted and said the photographs must be defective. What was most amazing of all was that no one was in the least surprised by this sort of thing. Somehow it all seemed quite natural. Viktor's wife and friends, even Viktor himself, all considered it the normal state of affairs. Shishakov was a suitable director, and Viktor was not. What was it Postov had said? Still, what matters is that we're both Russians. But then it would be difficult to be more Russian than Chepygin. On his way to the institute the next morning, Viktor imagined that everyone, from doctors to laboratory assistants, would be talking only of Chepygin. By the main entrance to the institute stood a Zeiss limousine. The chauffeur, a middle-aged man in glasses, was reading a newspaper. On the staircase, Viktor met the old caretaker. That summer, they'd had tea together in the laboratory. "The new director's just arrived," the old man announced. Then he asked sadly, "What will become of our Dmitry Petrovich?" The laboratory assistants were discussing how to set up the equipment that had just arrived from Kazan. There were piles of large boxes in the main hall. The new apparatus from the Urals had also arrived. Nozdrin was standing beside a huge crate. Viktor thought he looked very arrogant. Perepolitsyn was hopping around the crate on his one leg, holding his crutch under his armpit. "Look, Viktor Pavlovich," said Anna Stepanovna, pointing at the boxes. "Even a blind man could see all this," said Perepolitsyn. Anna Stepanovna, however, hadn't really been referring to the crates. "I see," said Viktor. "Of course I see." "The workers will be arriving in an hour's time," said Nozdrin. "Professor Markov and I have made the arrangements." He spoke in the calm, slow voice of someone who knows he's the boss. This was his hour of glory. Viktor went into his office. Markov and Sevastyanov were sitting on the sofa. Sokolov was standing by the window, and Svechin, the head of the magnetic laboratory next door, was sitting at the desk and rolling a cigarette. He stood up as Viktor came in. "This is the boss's chair." No, sit down," said Viktor. "What are we discussing at the conference?" "The special stores," said Markov. Apparently, academicians will be allowed to spend 1,500 rubles, while us lesser mortals will only be allowed 500 rubles. The same as people's artists and great poets like Lebedev Kumak. We're beginning to set up the equipment, said Viktor, and Dmitri Petrovich is no longer here. The house is burning, but the clock still keeps time, as the saying goes. No one responded to this change of subject. My cousin passed by yesterday on his way back from hospital to the front, said Savostyanov. We wanted to celebrate, so I bought a half-liter of vodka off a neighbor for 350 rubles. That's amazing, said Svechin. We're not just talking about making soap, said Savostyanov brightly. He saw from his colleagues' faces that his joke had fallen flat. The new boss is here already, said Viktor. A man of great energy, said Svechin. We'll be all right with Alexei Alexeyevich, said Markov. He's had tea in Comrade Zhdanov's own house. Markov really was remarkable. He seemed to have very few friends, and yet he always knew everything. He knew that Gabrichevskaya from the next-door laboratory was pregnant, that the husband of Lida, the cleaning lady, was in hospital again, that Smorodintsev's doctoral thesis had been rejected. That's right, said Savostyanov. We may laugh at Shishakov's notorious mistake, but all in all, he's not such a bad type. By the way, do you know the difference between a good type and a bad type? A good type is someone who behaves swinishly in spite of himself. Mistake or no mistake, said Svechin, they don't make someone an academician for nothing. Svechin was a member of the party bureau of the institute. He had only joined the party in autumn 1941, and like many new members, was unshakably orthodox. He carried out any task entrusted to him by the party with an almost religious earnestness. There's something I want to talk to you about, Viktor Pavlovich, Svechin went on. The party bureau wants you to speak at our next meeting on the subject of our new program. A failure of leadership? The errors of Chepyzhin? Is that what you want me to talk about? Viktor was very annoyed. The conversation hadn't taken the direction he wanted. I don't know if I'm a good type or a bad type myself, he went on, but I'm very reluctant to behave swinishly. Turning to his colleagues, he asked, What about you, comrades? Are you happy about Chepyzhin's resignation? He was counting on his colleagues' support and was quite taken aback when Savostyanov gave a non-committal shrug of the shoulders and said, He's getting old now. All Svechin said was, Chepyzhin refused to undertake any new projects. What else could we do? Anyway, he chose to resign. Everyone wanted him to stay. So an archive has been uncovered at last, said Viktor. Viktor Pavlovich, said Markov in a hushed voice. I've heard that Rutherford once vowed never to work on neutrons. He was afraid it would lead to the development of a colossal explosive force. Very noble, I'm sure. But that kind of squeamishness is plain senseless. Apparently, Dmitri Petrovich was equally holier than thou. Heavens, thought Viktor. How on earth does he know all this? Pyotr Lavrentyevich, he said, it seems we're in a minority. Sokolov shook his head. In my opinion, Viktor Pavlovich, this is no time for individualism and insubordination. We're at war. Chepyzhin was wrong to think only of himself and his personal interests when his superiors asked something of him. You too, Brutus, joked Viktor, trying to mask his confusion. Curiously, however, as well as feeling confused, Viktor was almost pleased. Of course, he thought, just what I expected. But why, of course? He hadn't expected Sokolov to respond like that, and even if he had, why should he be pleased? You really must speak, said Svechin. There's no need whatsoever to criticize Chepyzhin. Just a few words about the potential of your research in the light of the decisions taken by the Central Committee. Before the war, Viktor had met Svechin occasionally at orchestral concerts in the conservatory. He had heard that in Svechin's youth, when he was a student at the Faculty of Maths and Physics, he had written futurist poetry and worn a chrysanthemum in his buttonhole. Now he spoke about the decisions of the party bureau as though they were formulations of universal truths. Sometimes Viktor wanted to dig Svechin in the ribs, wink and say, Come on now, let's be frank. He knew, though, that there was no way of talking frankly with Svechin. Now, however, amazed by Sokolov's speech, Viktor did speak his mind. What about Chetverikov's arrest? He asked. Is that linked with our new tasks, and is that why Vavilov was sent to prison? And if I allow myself to say that I consider Dmitri Petrovich a greater authority on physics than Comrade Zhdanov, the head of the scientific section of the Central Committee, or even than... Everyone's eyes were on Viktor, expecting him to pronounce the name of Stalin. He made a dismissive gesture and said, "All right, enough of that. Let's go through to the lab." The boxes from the Urals had already been opened. The main part of the apparatus, 3/4 of a ton in weight, had been carefully teased out from a mass of wood shavings, paper, and rough pieces of board. Viktor laid his hand on the polished metal surface. A stream of particles would gush forth from this metal belly. Like the Volga by the small chapel on Lake Seliger, there was something good about the look in everyone's eyes. Yes, it was good to know the world had room for such a wonderful machine. What more could one ask for? At the end of the day, Viktor and Sokolov were left alone in the laboratory. "Why strut about like a cock, Viktor Pavlovich?" said Sokolov. "You lack humility. I told Masha about your success at the meeting of the academy. How you managed, in only half an hour, to get off on the wrong foot with both the new director and the young grandee from the scientific section. Masha was terribly upset. She couldn't sleep all night. You know the times we live in. And I saw your eyes as you looked at this. Why sacrifice everything just for a few words?" "Wait a moment," said Viktor. "I need room to breathe." "For heaven's sake," said Sokolov. "No one's going to interfere with your work. You can breathe as much as you like." "Listen, my friend," said Viktor with a sour smile. "You mean well by me, and I thank you with all my heart. But please allow me to be equally frank. Why, for the love of God, did you have to talk like that about Dmitri Petrovitch? After the freedom of thought we enjoyed in Kazan, I found that very upsetting. As for me, I'm afraid I'm not as fearless as all that. I'm no Danton, as we used to say in my student days. Thank God for that. To be quite honest, I've always thought of political speechmakers as people incapable of expressing themselves in anything creative. We ourselves do have that ability." "I don't know," said Viktor. "What about that young Frenchman, Gallois? And what about Kibalchich?" Sokolov pushed his chair back. "Kibalchich, as you know very well, ended up on the scaffold. What I'm talking about is empty blather, like Madyarov's." "So you're calling me a blatherer?" Sokolov shrugged his shoulders and didn't answer. One might have expected this quarrel to be forgotten as easily as their previous quarrels. But for some reason this particular flare-up was not forgotten. If two men's lives are in harmony, they can quarrel, be wildly unjust to one another and then forget it. But if there is some hidden discord, then any thoughtlessness, any careless word, can be a blade that severs their friendship. Such discord often lies so deep that it never reaches the surface, never becomes conscious. One violent, empty quarrel, one unkind word, appears then to be the fateful blow that destroys years of friendship. No, Ivan Ivanovich and Ivan Nikiforovich did not just quarrel over a goose. 27. When people talked about Kasyan Terentievich Kovchenko, the new deputy director of the institute, they always called him one of Shishikov's men. He seemed friendly, he sprinkled his conversation with odd words of Ukrainian, and he managed to obtain both a car and a flat with remarkable speed. Markov, who knew any number of stories about the different academicians and senior members of staff, said that Kovchenko had been awarded a Stalin Prize for a work that he had first read through after its publication. His part had been to obtain materials that were in short supply and to smooth over various bureaucratic obstacles. Shishikov entrusted Kovchenko with the task of filling the various positions that had fallen vacant. Applications were invited for the posts of director of the vacuum laboratory and director of the low-temperature laboratory. There were also vacancies for research directors. The War Department furnished both workers and materials. The mechanical workshop was reorganized and the main building of the institute restored. The central power station agreed to provide an unlimited supply of electricity. Special factories sent in whatever materials were in short supply. All this was arranged by Kovchenko. Usually when a new director takes over, people say respectfully, "He's the first to arrive at work and the last to leave." This was said of Kovchenko, but a new director wins even more respect when people say, "It's 2 weeks since he was appointed, and he's only appeared once for half an hour. He just never comes in." This means that the director is drawing up new canons of law, that he has access to the highest circles of government. And this is what was said of academician Shishikov. As for Chepyshin, he went off to his dacha to work in what he called his laboratory hut. Professor Feinhardt, the famous cardiologist, had advised him not to lift anything heavy and to avoid any sudden movements. Chepyshin, however, chopped wood, dug ditches, and felt fine. He wrote to Professor Feinhardt that a strict regime suited him. In cold, hungry Moscow, the institute seemed an oasis of warmth and luxury. When they came into work, the members of staff took great pleasure warming their hands on the hot radiators. Their flats were freezing and damp. What they liked most of all was the new canteen in the basement. It had a buffet where you could buy yogurt, sweet coffee, and pieces of sausage. And the woman behind the counter didn't tear off the coupons for meat and fat from your ration cards. This was particularly appreciated. The canteen had 6 different menus, one for doctors of science, one for research directors, one for research assistants, one for senior laboratory assistants, one for technicians, and one for service personnel. The fiercest passions were generated by the 2 highest grade menus, which differed only in their desserts, stewed fruit or a jelly made from powder. Emotions also ran high over the food parcels delivered to the houses of doctors and research directors. Savostyanov remarked that, in all probability, these parcels had stirred more passions than the theory of Copernicus. Sometimes it seemed as though higher, more mysterious powers were involved in the arcana of rations allocation, that it did not depend merely on the party committee and the administrators of the institute. "You know, your parcel came today," Lyudmila announced one evening. "What I can't understand is why Svechin, a non-entity in the scientific world, should get 2 dozen eggs, while you, for some reason, only get 15. I checked it on the list. You and Sokolov each get 15. "God knows what it all means," said Viktor. "As you are aware, there are various different classes of scientists, very great, famous, talented, and, finally, very old. Since the very great and the great are no longer with us, they don't need eggs. The others receive varying quantities of eggs, semolina, and cabbage according to rank. But then everything gets confused by other questions. Are you active in society? Do you give seminars in Marxism? Are you close to the directors? And it comes out quite crazy. The man in charge of the academy garage gets the same as Zelinsky. 25 eggs. There's a very charming young lady in Svechin's laboratory who was so upset yesterday that she burst into tears and refused to eat anything at all, like Gandhi." Nadia burst out laughing. "You know, Papa, I'm amazed you're not ashamed to eat your lamb chops with the cleaning ladies right there beside you. Grandmother could never have done that." "Each according to his labor," said Lyudmila. "That's the principle of socialism." "Come on," said Viktor. "There's no trace of socialism in our canteen. Anyway, I don't give a damn. But do you know what Markov told me today?" he added suddenly. "At the Institute. And even at the Institute of Mathematics and Mechanics. People are typing out copies of my work and passing them round." "Like Mandelstam's poems," said Nadia. "Don't make fun of me," said Viktor. "And the final year students are even asking for special lectures on it." "That's nothing," said Nadia. "Alka Postoeva told me your papa's become a genius." "No," said Viktor, "I'm not yet a genius." He went off to his room. A moment later, however, he came back and said, "I just can't get this nonsense out of my head. 2 dozen eggs for Svechin. It's amazing what ways they find to humiliate people." To Viktor's shame, what hurt him most was being put on the same level as Sokolov. "Yes, they should have recognized my merits by allowing me at least 1 extra egg. They could have given Sokolov 14, just as a symbolic distinction." He tried to laugh at himself, but he couldn't get rid of his pathetic sense of irritation. He was more upset at being given the same as Sokolov than at being given less than Svechin. With Svechin, everything was clear enough. He was a member of the party bureau. This was something Viktor could accept. But with Sokolov, it was a matter of relative scientific standing. That was something he couldn't ignore. He felt quite tormented. His indignation sprang from the very depths of his soul. What an absurd way for the authorities to show their appreciation of people. But what could he do? There are times when everyone behaves pathetically. As he was getting into bed, Viktor remembered his conversation with Sokolov about Chepizhin and said in a loud, angry voice, "Homo lacheus." "Who do you mean?" asked Lyudmila, who was already in bed reading a book. "Sokolov. He's a born lackey." Lyudmila put a finger in her book to mark the page and said, without even turning her head, "Soon you'll be thrown out of the institute. And all for a few fine words. You're so irritable, you're always telling everyone what to do. You've already quarrelled with everyone else, and now you want to quarrel with Sokolov. Soon no one will even set foot in our house." "No, Lyuda, darling, that's not it at all. How can I explain? Don't you understand? The same fear as before the war, the The same fear over every word, the same helplessness. Chepizhin, Lyuda, we're talking about a great man. I thought the whole institute would be seething, but the only person who said anything was the old caretaker. And then that strange remark Postov made to Sokolov. What matters is that we're both Russians. Why? Why on earth did he say that? He wanted to have a long talk with Lyudmila. He wanted to share all his thoughts with her. He was ashamed at being so preoccupied with things like rations. He had grown dull. Why? Why had he somehow become older now that they were back in Moscow? Why had these trivialities, these petty bourgeois concerns, suddenly become so important? Why had his spiritual life in Kazan been so much deeper and purer, so much more significant? Why was it that even his scientific work, and his joy in it, was now contaminated with vanity and pettiness? It's all very difficult, Lyuda. I'm not well. Lyuda, why don't you say anything? Lyudmila was asleep. Viktor laughed quietly. It seemed amusing that one woman should lose sleep over his troubles and another fall asleep while he talked about them. He could see Maria Ivanovna's thin face before him. He repeated what he had just said to his wife. Don't you understand, Masha? Goodness, what nonsense gets into my head, he said to himself as he fell asleep. What nonsense indeed. Viktor was very clumsy with his hands. If the electric iron burnt out or the lights fused, it was nearly always Lyudmila who sorted things out. During their first years together, Lyudmila had found this helplessness of Viktor's quite endearing. Now, however, she found it irritating. Once, seeing him putting an empty kettle on the burner, she snapped, "What's the matter with you? Are your hands made of clay or something?" While they were assembling the new apparatus in the laboratory, these words of Lyudmila's came back to him. They had upset him and made him angry. Markov and Nozdrin now ruled the laboratory. Savostyanov was the first to sense this. At one of their meetings, he announced, "There is no God but Professor Markov, and Nozdrin is his prophet." Markov's reticence and arrogance had quite disappeared. Viktor was amazed at his bold thinking, delighted by the ease with which he could solve any problem as it came up. He was like a surgeon applying his scalpel to a network of blood vessels and nerve fibers. It was as though he were bringing some rational being to life, some creature with a quick and penetrating mind of its own. This new metallic organism, the first in the world, seemed endowed with a heart and feelings, seemed able to rejoice and suffer along with the people who had made it. In the past, Viktor had been a little amused by Markov's unshakable conviction that his work, the apparatus he had set up, was of more importance than the works of Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, or the futile occupations of a Buddha or a Muhammad. Tolstoy had doubted the value of his own enormous labors. Tolstoy, a genius, had been unsure whether what he did was of any use to anyone. Not so the physicists, they had no doubts, and Markov least of all. Now, however, this assurance of Markov's no longer made Viktor laugh. Viktor also loved to watch Nozdrin working away with a file, a screwdriver or a pair of pliers, or sorting through skeins of flex as he helped the electricians wire up the apparatus. The floor was covered in bundles of wire and thin leaves of matte, bluish lead. On a cast-iron platform in the middle of the hall stood the main part of the new apparatus, patterned with small circles and rectangles that had been punched out of the metal. There was something heartbreakingly beautiful about the apparatus, this huge slab of metal that would allow them to study the nature of matter with fantastic refinement. In the same way 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, a small group of men had gathered together on the shore of the sea to build a raft, lashing thick logs together with ropes. Their workbenches and winches had been set up on a sandy beach and pots of tar were boiling over fires. Soon they would set sail. In the evening, the builders of the raft had left. They had once again breathed in the scent of their homes, felt the warmth of their hearths, and listened to the laughter and curses of their women. Sometimes they had got drawn into domestic quarrels, shouting, threatening their children and arguing with their neighbors. But in the warm darkness of night, the sound of the sea had come back to them. Their hearts beat faster as they dreamed of traveling into the unknown. Sokolov usually watched the progress of the work in silence. Often Viktor caught his eye and saw the seriousness and intentness of his gaze. It seemed then that nothing had changed and that there was still something good and important between them. He longed to talk to Sokolov. It really was very strange. All these humiliating emotions unleashed by the allocation of rations, all these petty thoughts about the exact measure of the authorities' esteem for you. But there was still room in his soul for what did not depend on the authorities, on some prize or other, on his professional recognition or lack of it. Once again, those evenings in Kazan seemed young and beautiful, almost like pre-revolutionary student gatherings, as long as Madyarov could be trusted. How peculiar, though. Krymov suspected Madyarov and Madyarov Krymov. They were both trustworthy. Viktor was sure of it. Unless, in the words of Heine, they both stank. Sometimes he remembered a strange conversation he had once had with Chepizhin. Why, now he was back in Moscow, were the things he recalled so trivial and insignificant? Why did he think so often of people he had no respect for? And why were the most talented people, the most trustworthy people, unable to help him? It is odd, Viktor said to Sokolov. People come from all the different laboratories to watch the new apparatus being assembled, but Shishakov hasn't once honored us with his presence. He's very busy. Of course, Viktor agreed hurriedly. Now that they were in Moscow, it was impossible to have a sincere, friendly conversation with Sokolov. It was as though they no longer knew each other. Viktor no longer tried to seize every pretext for an argument with Sokolov. On the contrary, he tried to avoid arguments. But this was difficult. Sometimes arguments seemed to flare up of their own accord. Once Viktor ventured, "I've been thinking of our talks in Kazan. By the way, do you know how Madyarov is? Does he write?" Sokolov shook his head. I don't know anything about Madyarov. I told you that we stopped seeing one another. I find it increasingly unpleasant to even think of those conversations. We were so depressed that we tried to lay the blame for temporary military setbacks on entirely imaginary failings in the Soviet state itself. And what we thought of as failings have now shown themselves to be strengths. Like 1937, for example? Viktor Pavlovich, for some time now, you've been trying to turn every conversation of ours into an argument. Viktor wanted to say that it was the other way round, that it was Sokolov who was always irritable, and that this irritation of his made him seek every opportunity for a quarrel. Instead, he just said, "It may well be that the fault lies in my bad character, Pyotr Lavrentievich. It gets worse every day. Lyudmila has noticed it too." At the same time, he thought to himself, "How alone I am. I'm alone at home and alone with my friend." 28. Reichsfuhrer Himmler had arranged a meeting to discuss the special measures being undertaken by the RSHA, the headquarters of the Reich Security Administration. The meeting was an important one. After it, Himmler had to visit the headquarters of the Führer himself. Obersturmbannführer Liss had been instructed by Berlin to report on the progress of the special building being constructed next to the camp administration center. Before inspecting the building itself, Liss was to visit the chemical and engineering firms responsible for fulfilling the administration's orders. He then had to go to Berlin to report to SS Obersturmbannführer Eichmann, the man responsible for organizing the meeting. Liss was delighted to be entrusted with this mission. He was tired of the atmosphere in the camp, of constant dealings with men of a coarse, primitive mentality. As he got into his car, he thought of MOSTOVSKOY. Day and night, the old man must be racking his brains, trying vainly to understand why on earth Liss had summoned him. He was probably waiting anxiously and impatiently for their next meeting, and all Liss had wanted was to check out a few ideas in connection with an article he hoped to write, The Ideology of the Enemy and Their Leaders. What an interesting old man. Yes, once you get inside the nucleus of the atom, the forces of attraction begin to act on you as powerfully as the centrifugal forces. They drove out through the camp gates, and Liss forgot MOSTOVSKOY. Early next morning, he arrived at the Voss engineering works. After breakfast, Liss talked in Voss's office with the designer, Prashka, and then with the engineers in charge of production. The commercial director gave him a cost estimate for the equipment that had been ordered. He spent several hours in the din of the workshops themselves. By the end of the day, he was exhausted. The Voss works had been entrusted with an important part of the order, and Liss was satisfied with their work. The directors had devoted considerable thought to the project and were keeping precisely to the specifications. The mechanical engineers had improved the construction of the conveyors, and the thermal technicians had developed a more economical system for heating the ovens. After his long day at the factory, the evening he spent with the Voss family was particularly agreeable. His visit to the chemical factory, on the other hand, was a disappointment. Production had reached barely 40% of the scheduled quantity. Liss was irritated by the countless complaints of the personnel involved. The production of these chemicals was a complex and uncertain process. The ventilation system had been damaged during an air raid, and a large number of workers had been poisoned. The supplies of infusorial earth, with which the stabilized product had to be treated, were erratic. The hermetic containers had been held up on the railways. The directors, however, seemed to be fully aware of the importance of the order. The chief chemist, Dr. Kirchgarten, assured Liss that the order would be completed on time. It had even been decided to delay orders placed by the Ministry of Munitions, something unprecedented since September 1939. Liss refused an invitation to observe the experiments being conducted in the laboratory. He did, however, look through pages of records signed by various physiologists, chemists, and biochemists. He also met the young researchers responsible for the experiments, a physiologist and a biochemist, both women, a specialist in pathological anatomy, a chemist who specialized in organic compounds with a low boiling point, and Professor Fischer himself, the toxicologist who was in charge of the group. Liss found these people very impressive. Although they were obviously concerned that he should approve of their methods, they nevertheless admitted their doubts and made no attempt to conceal the weak points in their work. On the third day, Liss flew to the site itself, accompanied by an engineer from the Oberstein construction firm. He felt good. The trip was proving entertaining. The best part of it, the visit to Berlin with the technical directors of the construction work, was still to come. The weather was foul. Cold November rain. It was only with some difficulty that they managed to land at the central camp airfield. There was mist on the ground, and the wings had begun to freeze as they reached a low altitude. Snow had fallen at dawn. Here and there, in spite of the rain, grey frozen patches still clung to the clay. Impregnated with the leaden rain, the brims of the engineers' felt hats had begun to droop. A railway track had been laid down, leading directly off the main line to the construction site. The tour of inspection began with the depots alongside the railway line. First, under an awning, was the sorting depot. This was filled with component parts of a variety of machines, tubes, and pipes of every diameter, unassembled conveyor belts, fans and ventilators, ball mills for human bones, gas and electricity meters soon to be mounted on control panels, drums of cable, cement, tip wagons, heaps of rails, and office furniture. Non-commissioned SS officers guarded a special building studded with softly humming ventilators and air extractors. Here were housed the supplies that were beginning to arrive from the chemical factory. Cylinders with red taps and 15-kilogram canisters with red and blue labels that looked from a distance like pots of Bulgarian jam. The last building was partly below ground level. As they emerged, Liss and his companions met Professor Stahlgang, the chief architect of the project, who had just arrived by train from Berlin. He was accompanied by von Reinecker, the chief site engineer, a vast man in a yellow leather jacket. Stahlgang was having difficulty breathing. The damp air had brought on an attack of asthma. The engineers began reproaching him for not taking enough care of himself. They all knew that there was an album of his work in Hitler's personal library. The site itself was no different from that of any other gigantic construction of the mid-20th century. Round the excavations you could hear the whistles of sentries, the grinding of excavators, the creaking of cranes as they maneuvered, and the bird-like hoots of the locomotives. Liss and his companions then went up to a grey rectangular building without windows. The whole group of buildings, the red brick furnaces, the wide-mouthed chimneys, the control towers, the watchtowers with their glass hoods, was centered on this faceless rectangle. The roadmen were just finishing laying asphalt over the paths. Clouds of hot grey steam rose from beneath the rollers to mingle with the cold grey mist. Von Reinecker told Liss that recent tests had revealed that the hermetic qualities of No. 1 complex were still inadequate. Then, forgetting his asthma, Stahlgang began outlining the architectural principles of the building. His voice was hoarse and excited. For all its apparent simplicity and small dimensions, the ordinary industrial hydro turbine is the point of concentration of enormous masses, forces, and speeds. Within its spirals, the geological power of water is transformed into work. No. 1 complex was constructed according to the principle of the turbine. It was capable of transforming life itself, and all forms of energy pertaining to it, into inorganic matter. This new turbine had to overcome and harness the power of psychic, nervous, respiratory, cardiac, muscular, and circulatory energy. And in this building, the principle of the turbine was combined with those of the slaughterhouse and the garbage incineration unit. His task had been to find a way of integrating these various factors in one architectural solution. Even when he's inspecting the most mundane of industrial installations, said Stahlgang, our beloved Hitler, as you know, never forgets questions of architectural form. He lowered his voice so that only Lys could hear him. An excessive mysticism in the architectural realization of the camps near Warsaw, as I'm sure you know, caused our Führer grave annoyance. All these things have to be taken into account. The interior of the building corresponded perfectly to the epoch in which it was built, the epoch of the industry of mass and speed. Once life had entered the supply canals, it was impossible for it to stop or turn back. Its speed of flow down the concrete corridor was determined by formulae analogous to that of Stokes regarding the movement of liquid down a tube, a function of its density, specific gravity, viscosity, and temperature, and of the friction involved. Electric lights, protected by thick, almost opaque glass, were set into the ceiling. The light grew brighter as you walked down the corridor. By the polished steel door that closed off the chamber, it was cold and blinding. Here you could sense the peculiar excitement which always grips builders and fitters when a new installation is about to be tested. Some labourers were washing down the floor with hoses. A middle-aged chemist in a white coat was measuring the pressure. Reinecke gave orders for the door to be opened. As they entered the vast chamber with its low concrete ceiling, several of the engineers took off their hats. The floor consisted of heavy, movable slabs in metal frames. The joints between these frames were close and perfect. A mechanism operated from the control room allowed the slabs to be raised on end in such a way that the contents of the chamber were evacuated into a hall beneath. Here, the organic matter was examined by teams of dentists who extracted any precious metals used in dental work. Next, a conveyor belt leading to the crematoria themselves was set in motion. There, the organic matter, already without thought or feeling, underwent a further process of decomposition under the action of thermal energy and was transformed into phosphate fertilizer, lime, cinders, ammoniac, and sulfurous and carbonic acid gas. A liaison officer came up to Lys and handed him a telegram. They all watched Lys's face darken as he read that Obersturmbannführer Eichmann was to meet him not in Berlin, but at the site that very evening. He had already set out by car down the Munich Autobahn. So much for Lys's trip to Berlin. He had counted on spending the night at his country house together with his sick wife who missed him very badly. He'd have sat for an hour or two in his armchair in warmth and comfort, wearing his fur slippers, and forgotten about the harsh times he lived in. It would have been very pleasant to go to bed in peace, listening to the distant rumble of the anti-aircraft guns in Berlin. And during the quiet period before the air raids, before he left for the country, after the meeting on Prince Albertstrasse, he had meant to visit a young student at the Institute of Philosophy. She was the only person who understood how difficult his life was, what confusion reigned in his soul. At the bottom of his briefcase, ready for this meeting, lay a bottle of cognac and a box of chocolates. Well, so much for that. The engineers, chemists and architects all looked at him, wondering what anxieties could be troubling a man of Lys's importance. There were moments when they felt the chamber might already have broken free of its creators, might already be about to live its own concrete life, feeling its own concrete hunger, secreting toxins, masticating with its steel jaws, beginning the long process of digestion. Stahlgang winked at von Reinecke and whispered, Lys has probably only just been told that the Gruppenführer wishes to hear his report here and not in Berlin, I heard this morning, and he'd hoped to visit his family. And probably some pretty young lady as well. 29. Lys met Eichmann that night. Eichmann was 35 years old. His gloves, cap, and boots, embodiments of the poetry, arrogance, and superiority of the German armed forces, were similar to those worn by Reichsführer Himmler himself. Lys had known the Eichmanns since before the war. They came from the same town. During his years at Berlin University, working at the same time first on a newspaper and then on a philosophical journal, Lys had made occasional visits to his hometown and had heard what had become of his contemporaries at school. Some had been carried up on the wave of success, only to be cast down when fame and fortune smiled unexpectedly on others. The life of the young Eichmann, however, had been monotonously drab and uniform. The guns of Verdun, the seemingly imminent victory, the final defeat and ensuing inflation, the political struggles in the Reichstag, the whirl of leftist and extreme leftist movements in painting, theatre, and music, the dizzying changes of fashion, all these had left him untouched. He worked as an agent for a provincial firm. He behaved with moderate rudeness and moderate attentiveness towards his family and towards people in general. He was cut off from all avenues of advancement by a noisy, gesticulating, hostile crowd. Wherever he went, he saw himself pushed aside by brisk, lively men with dark, shining eyes, men of experience and ability, who looked at him with condescending smiles. After leaving school, he had found it impossible to get work in Berlin. The owners and directors of the different firms and offices informed him that the post had already, unfortunately, been filled. And then Eichmann would hear on the grapevine that the job had been given to some putrid little man of obscure nationality, a Pole perhaps, or an Italian. He had wanted to enter Berlin University, but the same discrimination had prevented his application from being accepted. He had felt the examiners lose interest the moment they set eyes on his full face, his blonde crew cut, his short straight nose, his light-coloured eyes. They seemed interested only in people with long faces, dark eyes, narrow shoulders, and hunched backs, in degenerates. Nor had he been alone in being rejected by the capital. It had been the fate of many. The particular breed that held sway in Berlin could be met with at every level of society, but they were to be found most plentifully among the cosmopolitan intelligentsia, now bereft of any national characteristics and incapable of distinguishing between a German and an Italian, a German and a Pole. They were a strange breed, a strange race. Whoever tried to compete with them in the realms of culture and the intellect was crushed with mocking indifference. The worst thing of all was the feeling one got of their intellectual power, a lively, unaggressive power that showed in their strange tastes, in the way they respected fashion while seeming indifferent or careless towards it, in the way they loved animals yet followed a totally urban lifestyle, in their gift for abstract speculation that was somehow combined with a passion for everything crude and primitive in both life and art. It was these men who were responsible for Germany's advances in dye chemistry and the synthesis of nitrogen, who researched the properties of gamma rays and refined the production process of high-quality steel. It was to see them that foreign scientists, artists, philosophers, and engineers visited Germany. And yet these were the men who were the least German of all. Their home was anywhere in the world. Their friendships were not with Germans, and their German origins were exceedingly doubtful. So how could a mere office worker in a provincial firm hope to make a better life for himself? He could count himself lucky not to be going hungry. And now here he was, leaving his office after locking away papers whose existence was known only to 3 other men in the world: Hitler, Himmler, and Kaltenbrunner. A limousine was waiting for him outside. The sentry saluted, the orderly flung open the door, and Obersturmbannführer Eichmann was on his way. Accelerating quickly, the powerful Gestapo limousine made its way through the streets of Berlin, passing policemen who saluted respectfully as they hurriedly changed the lights to green and sped onto the Autobahn. And then rain, mist, road signs, and the long, smooth curves of the highway. Smolevici is full of quiet little houses with gardens. Grass grows on the pavements. In the slums of Berdichev there are dirty hens running around in the dust, their yellowish legs marked with red and violet ink. In Kiev, on Vasilyevskaya Avenue and in the Podol, there are tall buildings with dirty windows, staircases whose steps have been worn down by millions of children's shoes and old men's slippers. In yards all over Odessa stand tall plane trees with peeling bark. Brightly coloured clothes and linen are drying on the line. Pans of cherry jam are steaming on cookers. Newborn babies with swarthy skin that has yet to see the sun are screaming in cradles. On the 6 floors of a gaunt, narrow-shouldered building in Warsaw live seamstresses, bookbinders, private tutors, cabaret singers, students, and watchmakers. In Stalindorf, people light fires in their huts in the evening. The wind blows from Perekop, smelling of salt and warm dust. Cows shake their heavy heads and moo. In Budapest and Fastov, in Vienna, Melitopol and Amsterdam, in detached houses with sparkling windows, in hovels swathed in factory smoke, lived people belonging to the Jewish nation. The barbed wire of the camps, the clay of the anti-tank ditches, and the walls of the gas ovens brought together millions of people of different ages, professions, and languages, people with different material concerns and different spiritual beliefs, all of them. Fanatical believers and fanatical atheists, workers and scroungers, doctors and tradesmen, sages and idiots, thieves, contemplatives, saints and idealists, were to be exterminated. The Gestapo limousine sped down the autumn autobahn. 30. Eichmann marched into the office, firing off questions before he'd even sat down. "I've got very little time. I have to be in Warsaw by tomorrow at the latest." He had already spoken to the camp commandant and the chief engineer. "How are the factories getting on? What are your impressions of Voss? Do you think the chemists are up to it?" he asked rapidly. His large white fingers, with correspondingly large pink nails, turned over the papers on the desk. From time to time, he made brief notes with a fountain pen. Lys had the feeling that to him this project was no different from any other, though it aroused a secret shiver of horror in even the most hardened hearts. Lys had drunk a lot over these last few days. He was constantly short of breath, and he could feel his heart pounding during the night. In spite of this, he felt that alcohol was less damaging to his health than the constant nervous tension that was the alternative. He dreamed of returning to his research on important figures who had shown hostility towards National Socialism, of studying questions that, for all their complexity and cruelty, could at least be solved without the shedding of blood. Then he would smoke only 2 or 3 cigarettes a day, and he would stop drinking. Not long ago, he had played a game of political chess with an old Russian Bolshevik. He had gone back home afterwards, fallen asleep without having to take any tablets, and not woken up until 9 in the morning. A small surprise had been laid on for Eichmann and Lys during their tour of inspection. In the middle of the gas chamber, the engineers had laid a small table with hors d'oeuvres and wine. Reinecke invited Eichmann and Lys to sit down. Eichmann laughed at this charming idea and said, "With the greatest of pleasure." He gave his cap to his bodyguard and sat down. His large face suddenly took on a look of kindly concentration, the same look that appears on the faces of millions of men as they sit down to a good meal. Reinecke poured out the wine, and they all reached for their glasses, waiting for Eichmann to propose a toast. The tension in this concrete silence, in these full glasses, was so extreme that Lys felt his heart was about to burst. What he wanted was some ringing toast to clear the atmosphere, a toast to the glory of the German ideal. Instead, the tension grew stronger. Eichmann was chewing a sandwich. "Well, gentlemen," said Eichmann, "I call that excellent ham." "We're waiting for the master of ceremonies to propose a toast," said Lys. Eichmann raised his glass. "To the continued success of our work. Yes, that certainly deserves a toast." Eichmann was the only man to eat well and drink very little. The following morning, wearing only a pair of underpants, Eichmann did his exercises in front of an open window. Through the mist, he could make out the orderly rows of barrack huts and hear the whistles of steam engines. Lys wasn't usually envious of Eichmann. He himself enjoyed an important position without excessive responsibilities. He was considered one of the most intelligent men in the Gestapo. Himmler himself liked to chat with him. Important dignitaries usually avoided pulling their rank with him. He was used to being treated with respect. And not only within the Gestapo. The presence of the Gestapo could be felt everywhere. In universities, in the signature of the director of a children's nursing home, in auditions for young opera singers, in the jury's choice of pictures for the spring exhibition, in the list of candidates for elections to the Reichstag. It was the axis around which life turned. It was thanks to the Gestapo that the party was always right, that its philosophy triumphed over any other philosophy, its logic, or lack of logic, over any other logic. Yes, this was the magic wand. If it were dropped, a great orator would be transformed into a mere windbag. A renowned scientist would be exposed as a common plagiarist. The magic wand must never be dropped. As he looked at Eichmann, Lys, for the first time in his life, felt a twinge of envy. A few minutes before his departure, Eichmann said thoughtfully, "We're from the same town, Lys." They started to reel off the names of familiar streets, restaurants, and cinemas. There are, of course, places I never visited, said Eichmann, naming a club that wouldn't have admitted the son of an artisan. Lys changed the subject. Can you give me some idea, just a rough estimate, of the number of Jews we're talking about? He knew this was the million-dollar question, a question that perhaps only 3 men in the world, other than Himmler and the Führer, could answer, but it was the right moment. After Eichmann's reminiscences about his difficult youth during the period of democracy and cosmopolitanism, for Lys to admit his ignorance, to ask about what he didn't know, Eichmann answered his question. What? Lys gasped in astonishment. Millions? Eichmann shrugged his shoulders. They remained silent for some time. I very much regret that we didn't meet during our years as students, said Lys, during our years of apprenticeship, as Goethe put it. You needn't. I studied out in the provinces, said Eichmann, not in Berlin. After a pause, he went on. It's the first time, my friend, that I've pronounced that figure out loud. If we include Berchtesgaden, the Reichskanzler, and the office of our Führer, it may have been pronounced 7 or 8 times. I understand, said Lys. It won't be printed in tomorrow's newspapers. That's precisely what I mean, said Eichmann. He looked at Lys mockingly. Lys suddenly had a disturbing feeling he was talking to someone more intelligent than himself. Apart from the fact that the quiet little town where we were born is so full of greenery, Eichmann continued, I had another reason for naming that figure. I would like it to unite us in our future collaboration. Thank you, said Lys. It's a very serious matter. I need to think about it. Of course, this proposal doesn't come only from me, said Eichmann, pointing towards the ceiling. If you join me in this task and Hitler loses, then we'll hang for it together. A charming prospect, said Lys. I need to give it some thought. Just imagine, in 2 years' time we'll be sitting at a comfortable table in this same office and saying, in 20 months we've solved a problem that humanity failed to solve in the course of 20 centuries. They said their farewells. Lys watched the limousine disappear. He had some ideas of his own about personal relations within the state. Life in a National Socialist state couldn't just be allowed to develop freely. Every step had to be directed, and to control and organize factories and armies, reading circles, people's summer holidays, their maternal feelings, how they breathe and sing. To control all this, you need leaders. Life no longer has the right to grow freely like grass, to rise and fall like the sea. In Lys's view, there were 4 main categories of leaders. The first were the simple, undivided natures, usually people without particular intelligence or finesse. These people were full of slogans and formulae from newspapers and magazines, of quotations from Hitler's speeches, Goebbels' articles, and the books of Frank and Rosenberg. Without solid ground under their feet, they were lost. They seldom reflected on the connections between different phenomena, and they were easily moved to intolerance and cruelty. They took everything seriously. Philosophy, National Socialist science, and its obscure revelations, the new music, the achievements of the new theatre, the campaign for the elections to the Reichstag. Like schoolchildren, they got together in little groups to mug up Mein Kampf and to make précis of pamphlets and articles. They usually lived in relatively modest circumstances, sometimes experiencing actual need. They were more ready than the other categories to volunteer for posts that would take them away from their families. To begin with, Lys had thought that Eichmann belonged to this category. The second category were the intelligent cynics, the people who knew of the existence of the magic wand. In the company of friends they trusted, they were ready to laugh at most things. The ignorance of newly appointed lecturers and professors, the stupidity and the lax morals of Leiters and Gauleiters. The only things they never laughed at were grand ideals and the Führer himself. These men usually drank a lot and lived more expansively. They were to be met with most frequently on the higher rungs of the party hierarchy. The lower rungs were usually occupied by men of the first category. The men of the third category held sway at the very top of the hierarchy. There was only room for 9 or 10 of them, and they admitted perhaps another 15 or 20 to their gatherings. Here were no dogmas. Here everything could be discussed freely. Here were no ideals, nothing but serenity, mathematics, and the pitilessness of these great masters. It sometimes seemed that all the activities of the country were centered around them, around their well-being. Lys had also noticed that the appearance of more limited minds in the higher echelons always heralded some sinister turn of events.
The controllers of the social mechanism elevated the dogmatists only in order to entrust them with especially bloody tasks. These simpletons became temporarily intoxicated with power, but on the completion of their tasks they usually disappeared. Sometimes they shared the fate of their victims. The serene masters then remained in control undisturbed. The simpletons, the men of the first category, were endowed with one exceptionally valuable quality. They came from the people. Not only were they able to cite the classics of National Socialism, but they did so in the language of the people. At workers' meetings, they were able to make people laugh. Their coarseness made them seem like workers or peasants themselves. The fourth category were the executives, people who were indifferent to dogma, ideas, and philosophy, and equally lacking in analytic ability. National Socialism paid them, and they served it. Their only real passion was for dinner services, suits, country houses, jewels, furniture, cars, and refrigerators. They were less fond of money, as they never fully believed in its solidity. Lys was drawn to the true leaders, the men of the third category. He dreamed of their company and their intimacy. It was in that kingdom of elegant logic, of irony and intelligence, that he felt most fully himself. But at some terrifying height, above even these leaders, above the stratosphere, was yet another world, the obscure, incomprehensible, and terrifyingly illogical world of Adolf Hitler himself. What Lys found most terrifying about Adolf Hitler was that he seemed to be made up of an inconceivable fusion of opposites. He was the master of masters, he was the great mechanic, his mathematical cruelty was more refined than that of all his closest lieutenants taken together, and at the same time he was possessed by a dogmatic frenzy, a blindly fanatical faith, a bullish illogicality that Lys had only met with at the very lowest, almost subterranean levels of the party. The high priest, the creator of the magic wand, was also one of the faithful, a mindless, frenzied follower. Watching Eichmann's car disappear, Lys felt at once afraid of him and attracted to him. Until now, such a confusion of feelings had only been evoked in him by the Führer himself. 31. Anti-Semitism can take many forms. From a mocking, contemptuous ill will to murderous pogroms, anti-Semitism can be met with in the market and in the presidium of the Academy of Sciences, in the soul of an old man and in the games children play in the yard. Anti-Semitism has been as strong in the age of atomic reactors and computers as in the age of oil lamps, sailing boats, and spinning wheels. Anti-Semitism is always a means rather than an end. It is a measure of the contradictions yet to be resolved. It is a mirror for the failings of individuals, social structures, and state systems. Tell me what you accuse the Jews of. I'll tell you what you're guilty of. Even Olejniczuk, the peasant fighter for freedom who was imprisoned in Schlüsselburg, somehow expressed his hatred for serfdom as a hatred for Poles and Yids. Even a genius like Dostoevsky saw a Jewish usurer where he should have seen the pitiless eyes of a Russian serf owner, industrialist, or contractor. And in accusing the Jews of racism, a desire for world domination, and a cosmopolitan indifference towards the German fatherland, National Socialism was merely describing its own features. Anti-Semitism is also an expression of a lack of talent, an inability to win a contest on equal terms, in science or in commerce, in craftsmanship or in painting. States look to the imaginary intrigues of world Jewry for explanations of their own failure. At the same time, anti-Semitism is an expression of the lack of consciousness of the masses, of their inability to understand the true reasons for their sufferings. Ignorant people blame the Jews for their troubles when they should blame the social structure or the state itself. Anti-Semitism is also, of course, a measure of the religious prejudices smouldering in the lower levels of a society. An aversion for the physical appearance of a Jew, for his way of speaking and eating, is certainly not a genuine cause of anti-Semitism. The same man who speaks with disgust of a Jew's curly hair, or of the way he waves his arms about, will gaze admiringly at the black curly hair of children in paintings by Murillo, will be quite undisturbed by the gesticulating and the guttural speech of Armenians, and will look without aversion at the thick lips of a Negro. Anti-Semitism has a place to itself in the history of the persecution of national minorities. Anti-Semitism is a unique phenomenon. Just as the history of the Jews is unique, just as a man's shadow can give an idea of his stature, so anti-Semitism can give an idea of the history and destiny of the Jews. One trait that distinguishes the Jews from other national minorities is that their history has been bound up with a large number of religious and political issues of world importance. Another distinguishing trait is the extraordinary degree to which they are dispersed throughout both Eastern and Western hemispheres. There are Jews in nearly every country of the world. It was during the dawn of capitalism that Jewish tradesmen and usurers made their first appearance. During the Industrial Revolution, many Jews made names for themselves in the realms of industry and mechanics. During the Atomic Age, many talented Jews have been nuclear physicists. And during the epoch of revolutionary struggle, many of the most important revolutionary leaders were Jews. Rather than relegating themselves to the periphery, Jews have always chosen to play a role at the center of a society's industrial and ideological development. This constitutes a third distinguishing trait of Jewish minorities. Part of the Jewish minority becomes assimilated into the indigenous population, but the general mass retain their peculiar religion, language, and way of life. Anti-Semitism always accuses the assimilated Jews of secret nationalist and religious aspirations. At the same time, it holds the general mass of non-assimilated Jews, the manual laborers and artisans, responsible for the actions of their fellows who become revolutionary leaders, captains of industry, atomic physicists, and important administrators. This is a fourth distinguishing trait. Each of these traits taken singly may be characteristic of some other minority, but it is only the Jews who are characterized by all of them. Anti-Semitism, as one might expect, reflects these traits. It too has always been bound up with the most important questions of world politics, economics, ideology, and religion. This is its most sinister characteristic. The flame of its bonfires has lit the most terrible periods of history. When the Renaissance broke in upon the Catholic Middle Ages, the forces of darkness lit the bonfires of the Inquisition. These flames, however, not only expressed the power of evil, they also lit up the spectacle of its destruction. In the 20th century, an ill-fated nationalist regime lit the bonfires of Auschwitz, the gas ovens of Lubyanka and Treblinka. These flames not only lit up fascism's brief triumph, but also foretold its doom. Historical epochs, unsuccessful and reactionary governments, and individuals hoping to better their lot all turned to anti-Semitism as a last resort in an attempt to escape an inevitable doom. In the course of 2 millennia, have there ever been occasions when the forces of freedom and humanitarianism made use of anti-Semitism as a tool in their struggles? Possibly, but I do not know of them. There are also different levels of anti-Semitism. Firstly, there is a relatively harmless everyday anti-Semitism. This merely bears witness to the existence of failures and envious fools. Secondly, there is social anti-Semitism. This can only arise in democratic countries. Its manifestations are in those sections of the press that represent different reactionary groups, in the activities of these groups. For example, boycotts of Jewish labor and Jewish goods, and in their ideology and religion. Thirdly, in totalitarian countries where society as such no longer exists, there can arise state anti-Semitism. This is a sign that the state is looking for the support of fools, reactionaries, and failures, that it is seeking to capitalize on the ignorance of the superstitious and the anger of the hungry. The first stage of state anti-Semitism is discrimination. The state limits the areas in which Jews can live, the choice of professions open to them, their right to occupy important positions, their access to higher education, and so on. The second stage is wholesale destruction. At a time when the forces of reaction enter into a fatal struggle against the forces of freedom, then anti-Semitism becomes an ideology of party and state, as happened with fascism. 32. The newly formed units moved up to the front line under cover of darkness. One concentration of forces was along the River Don, to the northwest of Stalingrad. The trains unloaded in the steppe itself along a newly constructed railway line. Just before dawn, these iron rivers suddenly congealed. All you could see then was a light cloud of dust over the steppe. Gun barrels were camouflaged with dry grass and handfuls of straw so that they blended into the autumn steppe. Nothing in the world could have seemed quieter or more peaceful. Aircraft lay on the ground like dried insects, their wings spread, draped in camouflage netting. Every day, the network of figures grew more complex. Every day, the diamonds, circles, and triangles spread more thickly over the secret map. The armies of the newly formed Southwestern Front, to the northwest of Stalingrad itself, were taking up their positions in readiness to advance. Meanwhile, on the left bank of the Volga, avoiding the smoke and thunder of Stalingrad, tank corps and artillery divisions were making their way through the empty steppe towards quiet creeks and backwaters. They then crossed the Volga and took up position in the Kalmyk steppe, in the salt flats between the lakes. These forces were being concentrated on the Germans' right flank. The Soviet High Command was planning the encirclement of Paulus's army. During dark nights, under the autumn clouds and stars, Novikov's tank corps was transferred to the right bank, south of Stalingrad, by barge, steamer, and ferry. Thousands of people saw the names of famous Russian generals, Kutuzov, Suvorov, Alexander Nevsky, painted in white on the armor plating of the tanks, and millions of people had seen the heavy guns, the mortars, and the columns of Lend-Lease Fords and Dodges. Nevertheless, this vast build-up of forces in readiness for the offensive remained secret. How was this possible? The Germans knew about these troop movements. It would have been no more possible to hide them than to hide the wind from a man walking through the steppe. Any German lieutenant, looking at a map with approximate positions for the main concentrations of Russian forces, could have guessed the most important of all Soviet military secrets, a secret known only to Stalin, Zhukov, and Vasilevsky. How was it then that the Germans were taken by surprise, lieutenants and field marshals alike? Stalingrad itself had continued to hold out. For all the vast forces involved, the German attacks had still not led to a decisive victory. Some of the Russian regiments now only numbered a few dozen soldiers. It was these few men, bearing all the weight of the terrible fighting, who confused the calculations of the Germans. The Germans were simply unable to believe that all their attacks were being borne by a handful of men. They thought the Soviet reserves were being brought up in order to reinforce the defense. The true strategists of the Soviet offensive were the soldiers with their backs to the Volga, who fought off Paulus's divisions. The remorseless cunning of history, however, lay still more deeply hidden. Freedom engendered the Russian victory. Freedom was the apparent aim of the war. But the sly fingers of history changed this. Freedom became simply a way of waging the war, a means to an end. 33. A marvelous but somehow exhausting silence lay over the Kalmyk steppe. Did the men hurrying that very morning along Unter den Linden know what was about to happen? Did they know that Russia had now turned her face towards the west? That she was about to strike, about to advance? "Don't forget the coats," Novikov called out from the porch to KRYMOV'S, his driver. "Mine and the Commissar's. We won't be back till late." Getmanov and Neudobnov followed him out. "Mikhail Petrovich," said Novikov, "if anything happens, phone Karpov, or if it's after 3 o'clock, get hold of Byalov and Makarov." "What do you think could happen here?" asked Neudobnov. "Who knows? Maybe a visit from one of the brass hats." Two small points appeared out of the sun and swooped down over the village. The whine of engines grew louder. The still silence of the steppe was shattered. Kharitonov leapt out of the jeep and ran for shelter behind the wall of a barn. "Fool!" shouted Getmanov. "They're our own planes!" At that very moment, one plane released a bomb, and the other let out a burst of machine gun fire. The air howled. There was the sound of shattering glass. A woman let out a piercing scream. A child began to cry, and clods of earth rained down on the ground. A piercing scream. A child began to cry, and clods of earth rained down on the ground. Novikov ducked as he heard the bomb fall. For a moment, everything was drowned in dust and smoke. All he could see was Getmanov standing beside him. Then Neudobnov emerged, standing very upright, shoulders straight and head erect. It was as though he were carved out of wood. A little pale but animated and full of excitement, Getmanov brushed the dust off his trousers. With an endearing boastfulness, he said, "That's a mercy. My trousers are still dry. And as for our general, he didn't even bat an eyelid." Getmanov and Neudobnov went off to look at the bomb crater and to see how far the earth had been thrown. They examined a piece of smashed fencing and were surprised to see that the windows of the more distant houses had been broken, but not those of the nearer ones. Novikov watched the two men with curiosity. It was as though they were surprised that the bomb should have been made in the factory, carried into the sky and dropped to earth with only one aim, that of killing the fathers of the little Getmanovs and Neudobnovs. It was as though they were thinking, So that's what people get up to during a war. Getmanov was still talking about the raid when they set off. Then he cut himself short and said, "You must find it amusing to listen to me, Pyotr Pavlovitch. You've already seen thousands of them, but that was my first time." Then another thought struck him. "Listen, Pyotr Pavlovitch, this Krymov fellow, tell me, was he ever taken prisoner?" "Krymov? Why do you ask?" "It's just that I heard an interesting conversation about him at front headquarters. His unit was once encircled, but no, I don't think he was ever taken prisoner. What was this conversation anyway?" As though he hadn't heard, Getmanov tapped Karitonov on the shoulder and said, "That road there, it goes straight to the HQ of 1st Brigade. And we avoid the ravine. See if I haven't learnt to orient myself." Novikov was already used to the way Getmanov could never follow one train of thought. He would begin telling a story, suddenly ask a question, carry on with the story, then interrupt himself with another question. His thoughts appeared to move in zigzags, with no rhyme or reason. Novikov knew, however, that this was by no means the case. Getmanov often talked about his wife and children. He carried a thick packet of family photographs around with him, and he had twice sent men off to Ufa with parcels of food. But as soon as he'd arrived, he'd begun an affair, and quite a serious one at that, with Tamara Pavlovna, a swarthy, bad-tempered doctor from the first aid post. One morning, Vershkov had announced in a tragic voice, "Comrade Colonel, the doctors spent the night with the commissar. He didn't let her go until dawn." "That's none of your business, Vershkov," Novikov had answered. "And I'd rather you stopped bringing me sweets on the sly." Getmanov made no secret of this affair. There in the jeep he nudged Novikov and whispered, "Pyotr Pavlovitch, I know a lad who's fallen in love with our doctor." "A commissar, I believe," said Novikov, glancing at the driver. "Well, Bolsheviks aren't monks," Getmanov explained in a whisper. "What could the poor fool do? He's fallen in love." They were silent for a few minutes. Then, in a quite different tone of voice, Getmanov said, "And as for you, Pyotr Pavlovitch, you're certainly not getting any thinner. You must be in your element here, the same as I'm in my element working for the party. That's what I was made for. I arrived at my obcom at the most difficult moment. Anyone else would have had a heart attack. The plan for grain deliveries was in tatters. Stalin himself spoke to me twice on the telephone, and I just put on weight for all the world as though I were on holiday. God only knows what I was made for," said Novikov. "Maybe I really was made for war." He laughed. "One thing I've noticed. Whenever anything interesting happens, I immediately think, I must remember to tell Yevgenia Nikolaevna. After that raid, I thought, I mustn't forget to tell her. Getmanov and Udobnov have seen their first bomb." "So you're drawing up political reports, are you?" asked Getmanov. "That's right. I can understand," said Getmanov. "There's no one closer than one's wife." They reached Brigade HQ and got out of the jeep. Novikov's head was always full of names of people and places, of problems, difficulties, questions to be resolved and questions that had just been resolved, orders to be given and orders to be countermanded. Sometimes he would wake up at night and begin wondering anxiously whether or not it was right to open fire at distances exceeding the range of the sighting gear. Was it really worth firing while on the move? And would his officers be able to take stock of a changing situation quickly and accurately? Would they be able to take decisions independently, on the spot? Then he imagined his tanks breaking through the German and Romanian defences. Column after column, they entered the breach and set off in pursuit of the enemy. In liaison with ground support aircraft, self-propelled guns and motorized infantry, they drove further and further towards the west, seizing fords and bridges, avoiding minefields, crushing pockets of resistance. Out of breath with joy and excitement, Novikov would sit up in bed, his bare feet touching the floor. He never felt any desire to tell Getmanov about such moments. Here in the steppe, he felt even more irritated with him and Udobnov than he had in the Urals. "They've arrived just in time for dessert," he would sometimes say to himself. He himself was no longer the man he had been in 1941. He drank more, swore a lot, and had become quick-tempered. Once he had almost hit the officer responsible for fuel supplies. People were afraid of him, and he knew it. "I don't know if I really am made for war," he said to Getmanov. "The best thing in the world would be to live in a hut in the forest, together with the woman you love. You'd go hunting during the day, and come back home in the evening. She'd cook you a meal, and then you'd go to bed. War's no nourishment for a man." Getmanov, his head cocked, watched him attentively. Colonel Karpov, the commander of the 1st Brigade, was a man with puffy cheeks, red hair, and piercingly blue eyes. He met Novikov and Getmanov by the field wireless set. He had seen service on the Northwestern Front. There, he had more than once had to dig in his tanks and use them simply as guns. He accompanied Novikov and Getmanov on their inspection of the 1st Brigade. His movements were as calm and unhurried as if he were himself the senior officer. From his build, you would have expected him to be a good-natured man who drank too much beer and enjoyed a good meal. In fact, he was cold, taciturn, suspicious, and petty-minded. He was a far from generous host and had a reputation for miserliness. Getmanov praised the conscientiousness with which bunkers, artillery emplacements, and tank shelters had been constructed. He had indeed taken everything into consideration: types of terrain over which an enemy attack would be practicable, the possibility of a flanking movement. All he had forgotten was that he would now be required to lead his brigade into the attack, to break through the enemy front, to take up the pursuit. Novikov was annoyed by Getmanov's repeated nods and words of approval. Meanwhile, Karpov, as though intentionally adding fuel to the flames, was saying, "Comrade Colonel, let me tell you how things were in Odessa. Well, we were quite splendidly entrenched. We counterattacked in the evening and dealt the Romanians a good blow. And then that night, the army commander had us all embark on board ship, right down to the last man. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the Romanians finally came to and stormed the empty trenches. By then, we were already on the Black Sea." "Well, I just hope you don't hang around in front of empty Romanian trenches," said Novikov. Would Karpov be capable of pressing on ahead, day and night, leaving pockets of enemy resistance behind him? Would he be able to forge on, exposing his head, his neck, his flanks? Would he be seized by the fury of pursuit? No, that was not his nature. Everything was still parched by the heat of summer. It was strange to find the air so cool. The soldiers were all busy with everyday concerns. One, sitting on top of his tank, was shaving in front of a mirror he had propped against the turret. Another was cleaning his rifle. Another was writing a letter. There was a group playing dominoes on a tarpaulin they had spread out. Another larger group had gathered, yawning, around the nurse. The sky was vast and the earth was vast. This everyday picture was full of the sadness of early evening. Suddenly, a battalion commander rushed up. Putting his tunic straight as he ran, he shouted, "Battalion, attention!" At ease," said Novikov. Getmanov walked about among the men, saying a few words here and there. They all laughed, their faces brightening as they exchanged glances. He asked whether they were missing the girls from the Urals, whether they'd wasted a lot of paper in writing letters, whether their copies of Red Star came regularly. Then he turned on the quartermaster. "What did the soldiers have to eat today, and yesterday, and the day before yesterday? Is that what you've had to eat for the last 3 days? Soup made from green tomatoes and barley? Let me have a word with the cook," he demanded to the accompaniment of general laughter. "I'd like to know what the quartermaster had to eat today." Through these questions about the everyday life of the soldiers and their material welfare, Getmanov seemed almost to be reproaching their commanding officers. It was as though he were saying, "Why do you go on and on all the time about the ordnance? What about the men themselves?" The quartermaster himself, a thin man with the red hands of a washerwoman, just stood there in his old dusty boots. Every now and then he cleared his throat nervously. Novikov felt sorry for him. "Comrade Commissar," he said, "shall we visit Bielov's together?" Getmanov had always, with reason, been considered a man of the masses, a born leader. He only had to open his mouth for people to laugh. His vivid, direct way of talking, his sometimes vulgar language, quickly bridged the distance between the secretary of an obcom and a worker in overalls. He always began by asking about material matters. Did they get their wages on time? Was the shop in the factory or village well supplied, or were some items always unobtainable? Was the workers' hostel well heated? How was the food from the field kitchen? He had a particular gift for talking to middle-aged women in factories and collective farms. They liked the way he showed himself to be a true servant of the people, the way he was ready to attack managers, food suppliers, wardens of hostels, managers of tractor stations and factories, if they failed to take into account the interests of the working man. He was the son of a peasant. He had worked in a factory himself, and the workers could sense this. In his office at the obcom, however, he was a different man. There, his sole concern was his responsibility towards the state. There, his only preoccupations were the preoccupations of Moscow. The factory managers and secretaries of rural raycoms knew this very well. You realize that you're disrupting the state plan, do you? Do you want to surrender your party membership card right now? Are you aware that the party has placed its trust in you? Need I say more? There were no jokes or pleasantries in his office, no talk of providing boiling water in hostels or more greenery in the factories. Instead, people gave their approval to tight production schedules, agreed that the construction of new housing should be postponed, that the workers would have to increase their daily output, and that they would all have to tighten their belts, slash costs, and increase retail prices. It was during the meetings held in his office that GETMANOV's power could be felt most tangibly. Other people seemed to come to these meetings not to express ideas and demands of their own, but simply to help GETMANOV. It was as though the whole course of these meetings had been determined in advance by GETMANOV's will and intelligence. He spoke quietly and unhurriedly, confident of his listeners' agreement. Let's hear about your region then. First, comrades, we'll have a word from the agronomist, and we'd like to hear your point of view, Pyotr Mikhailovich. I think Lazko has something to tell us. He's had certain problems in that area. Yes, Rodionov, I know you've got something on the tip of your tongue, but in my opinion, the matter's quite clear. It's time we began to sum up. I don't think there can be any objections. Perhaps I can call on you, Rodionov, to read out this draft resolution. And Rodionov, who had intended to express certain doubts or even disagreements, would conscientiously read out the resolution, glancing now and again at the chairman to see if he was reading it clearly enough. Well, comrades, it seems we're all in favour. What was most extraordinary of all was that GETMANOV always seemed to be absolutely sincere. He was fully himself when he was commiserating with old women in a village Soviet or expressing regret at the cramped conditions in a workers' hostel. He was equally himself when he insisted to the secretary of a raycom on 100% fulfillment of the plan, when he deprived workers on a collective farm of their entitlement to a few last grains of corn, when he decreased wages, increased retail prices, and demanded lower overheads. All this was far from easy to understand. But is life ever easy to understand? As they made their way back to the jeep, GETMANOV said jokingly to Karpov, "We'll have to have lunch at Bielov's. It's hardly worth waiting for a meal from you and your quartermaster." "Comrade Commissar," replied Karpov, "the quartermaster still hasn't received anything from the HQ stores, and he hardly eats anything at all himself. He's got a bad stomach." "A bad stomach, aye, poor man," yawned GETMANOV as he signed to the driver to start. Bielov's brigade was positioned some distance to the west of Karpov's. He was a thin man with a large nose and the crooked legs of a cavalryman. He spoke rapidly and he had a sharp, intelligent mind. Novikov liked him, and he seemed the ideal man to effect a sudden breakthrough and a swift pursuit. He was thought highly of, despite his relative lack of experience. Last December, near Moscow, he had led a raid on the enemy rear. Now, though, Novikov was anxiously conscious only of Bielov's failings. He was forgetful and frivolous, he drank like a fish, he was too much of a womanizer, and he was disliked by his subordinates. He had prepared no defensive positions whatsoever. He seemed quite uninterested in logistics, with the exception of fuel and ammunition supplies. He hadn't given enough thought to the matter of the evacuation of damaged tanks from the battlefield and their subsequent repair. "We're not in the Urals any longer, Comrade Bielov," said Novikov. "Yes," said GETMANOV, "we're encamped on the steppes like gypsies." "I've taken measures against attack from the air," Bielov pointed out. "But at this distance from the front line, a ground attack seems hardly probable. Anyway, Comrade Colonel," he announced with a loud sigh, "what my soul thirsts for is an offensive." "Very good, Bielov, very good," said GETMANOV. "You're a true commander, a real Soviet Suvorov." Then, addressing him as Tai, he added in a quiet, good-humored tone of voice, "The head of the political section says you're having an affair with a nurse. Is that so?" At first, misled by GETMANOV's friendly tone, Bielov didn't understand the question. "I'm sorry. What did he say?" Then GETMANOV's meaning became clear. With obvious embarrassment, he said, "I'm a man, Comrade Commissar, and we are in the field. You've got a wife and child." "3 children," said Bielov sullenly. "3 children, then. Well, you know what happened to Belanovich in the 1st Brigade. He's a fine officer, but he was relieved of his command because of an affair like this. What kind of an example are you setting your subordinates? A Russian officer and the father of 3 children. Suddenly furious, Byalov protested. Seeing as I didn't use force, it's of no concern to anyone else. And as for setting an example, it's been done before you and me and before your father. Without raising his voice, but now addressing him as Vi, Getmanov said, Remember your party membership card, Comrade Byalov, and you should stand to attention when a superior officer addresses you. Standing rigidly to attention, Byalov said, Excuse me, Comrade Commissar, I understand. I realize my error. The Corps Commander and I are confident of your fighting abilities, but take care not to disgrace yourself in your personal life. Getmanov looked at his watch and turned to Novikov. Pyotr Pavlovich, I haven't got time to go with you to Makarov's. I have to be at headquarters. I'll borrow a jeep from Bielov. They left the bunker. Unable to restrain himself, Novikov asked, Can't you wait to see your Tamara then? 2 frosty eyes looked at him in astonishment. An irritated voice said, I've been called to front headquarters by the member of the military Soviet. Novikov went on by himself to visit Makarov, the commander of the 3rd Brigade and a favourite of his. They walked together towards a lake. One of the battalions was disposed on its shores. Makarov, a man with a pale face and improbably sad eyes for the commander of a brigade of heavy tanks, said, Comrade Colonel, do you remember how the Germans chased us through that bog in Byelorussia? Novikov did indeed remember. He thought for a moment of Karpov and Bielov. It obviously wasn't just a matter of experience, but of a man's nature. You can give a man all the experience in the world, but you can't change his nature. It was no good trying to make a sapper out of a fighter pilot. Not everyone can be like Makarov. Equally competent both in attack and in defense. Getmanov had said he had been made for party work. Well, Makarov was a soldier. And he would always remain a soldier. That was his nature. Novikov didn't need to hear any reports from Makarov. What he wanted was to talk things over with him, to ask for his advice. During the offensive, how could they liaise most effectively with the infantry, the motorized infantry, the sappers, and the self-propelled guns? Did they agree as to the possible actions of the enemy after the beginning of the offensive? Did they have the same opinion of the strength of his anti-tank defenses? Were the lines of deployment correctly drawn? They came to the shallow ravine that housed the battalion command post. Fatov, the battalion commander, was taken aback to see such important visitors. His bunker seemed somehow inadequate. A soldier had just used gunpowder to light the stove, and it smelt vile. Comrades, said Novikov, I want you to remember one thing. This corps will be assigned a crucial role in the coming engagements. I shall assign the most difficult part of this role to you, Makarov, and I have a feeling you will assign the most difficult part of your role to Fatov. You'll have to solve your problems yourselves. I won't go foisting my own ideas on you in battle. He then asked Fatov about his liaison with regimental HQ and with his squadron commanders, about the functioning of the radio, his supplies of ammunition, the quality of the fuel, and the condition of the engines. Before saying goodbye, Novikov asked, Are you ready, Makarov? Not quite, Comrade Colonel. Will 3 days be enough for you? Yes, Comrade Colonel. On the way back, Novikov said to his driver, Well, Kharitonov, Makarov seems to be on top of things, doesn't he? Kharitonov glanced at Novikov. Yes, Comrade Colonel, absolutely on top of things. The brigade quartermaster got dead drunk and went off to bed, leaving everything locked up. Someone came to pick up the rations for his battalion and found no one at home. And a sergeant major told me that his squadron commander got hold of his squadron's vodka ration and had himself a birthday party. He got through the whole lot, and I wanted to repair an inner tube and get a spare wheel off them. They didn't even have any glue. 34. Nudobnov was delighted when, looking out of the window, he saw Novikov's jeep arrive in a cloud of dust. He had felt like this once when he was a child. His parents were going out and he had been full of excitement at the thought of being left alone in the house. And then as soon as the door closed, he had felt terrified. He had seen thieves in every corner. He had been afraid the house would catch fire. He had paced back and forth between the door and the window, listening, wondering if he could smell smoke. Alone in the hut that served as Corps HQ, he had felt helpless. His usual ways of controlling the world had become suddenly ineffectual. What if the enemy appeared? After all, they were only 60 kilometers from the front line. What would he do then? It would be no good threatening to dismiss them from their posts or accusing them of conspiring with enemies of the people. How could he stop their tanks? Neudobnov was struck by something blindingly obvious. Here at the front, the terrible rage of the state, before which millions of people bowed down and trembled, was of no effect. The Germans didn't have to fill in questionnaires. They didn't have to stand up at meetings and relate their biographies. They weren't afraid to admit the nature of their parents' occupations before 1917. His own fate and the fate of his children, everything he loved and would be unable to live without, was no longer under the protection of the great, terrible, and beloved state. For the first time, he thought of Novikov with a mixture of warmth and timidity. "Makarov, comrade general, Makarov's the man," said Novikov as he came in. "He'll be able to make quick decisions in any circumstances. Byelov will just tear on ahead without looking back. That's all he understands. And as for Karpov, he's a real slow coach. He'll need a good kick up the arse." "Yes, cadres decide everything. Comrade Stalin has taught us to study them tirelessly," said Neudobnov. "I keep thinking there must be a German agent in the village," he went on in a more lively tone of voice. "The swine must have given our position away to the German bombers." Neudobnov told Novikov what had happened in his absence. "Our neighbors and the commanders of the reinforcements are coming round to say hello, just to introduce themselves." "A pity Getmanov won't be here," said Novikov. "I wonder why they wanted him at Front HQ." They agreed to have lunch together. Novikov went off to his billet to wash and change his dust-covered tunic. The wide village street was almost completely deserted. There was just one old man, the owner of the hut where Getmanov was billeted, standing by the bomb crater. Holding his hands wide apart, he seemed to be measuring something, as though this crater had been dug for some purpose of his own. As he came up to him, Novikov asked, "What are you doing, father? Casting spells?" The old man saluted. "Comrade Commander, I was taken prisoner by the Germans in 1915. There was one woman I worked for there." He pointed first to the pit, then to the sky, and winked. "And I wondered if it wasn't my son, the little rascal, flying by to pay me a visit." Novikov burst out laughing. "You old devil!" He glanced at Getmanov's shuttered windows, nodded at the sentry by the porch, and suddenly thought anxiously, "What the hell's Getmanov doing at HQ? What fish is he frying now, the hypocrite? He gives Byelov a dressing down for immoral behavior, then freezes up as soon as I even mention his Tamara." But all this was soon forgotten. Novikov's wasn't a suspicious nature. He turned a corner and saw several dozen young lads sitting on a patch of grass. They were obviously new recruits, having a rest by the well on their way to the district military commissariat. The soldier in charge had covered his face with his forage cap and gone to sleep. Beside him lay a heap of packs and bundles. They must have walked quite a distance over the steppe. Some of them had blisters and had taken off their shoes. They hadn't had their hair cut yet, and from a distance they looked like village schoolboys having a rest during the break between lessons. Their thin faces and necks, their long light brown hair, their patched clothes, evidently fashioned from trousers and jackets that had belonged to their fathers before them. All this belonged to the world of childhood. Some of them were playing an old game he himself had once played, throwing 5 kopeck bits into a little hole in the ground, narrowing their eyes as they took aim. The rest were just watching. Everything about them was childish, except for their sad, anxious eyes. They caught sight of Novikov and glanced at the still sleeping soldier. They seemed to want to ask if it was all right to go on playing games while an important officer went by. "It's all right, my warriors. Carry on," said Novikov softly. He walked past with a wave of the hand. He was taken aback by the heart-rending pity they aroused in him. Their thin little faces, their staring eyes, the shabbiness of their clothes had suddenly reminded him that the men under his command were also mere children. Normally in the army, all this was covered over by the shell of discipline, by the squeak of boots, by words and movements that were polished and automatic. Here it was transparent. Novikov arrived at his billet. Strangely, this meeting with the new recruits troubled him more than all the other thoughts, impressions, and anxieties of the day. Men, he kept repeating to himself. Men, men. All his life as a soldier, he had been afraid of having to account for lost ammunition and ordnance, lost fuel, lost time, afraid of having to explain why he had abandoned a summit or crossroads without permission. Not once had he known a superior officer show real anger because an operation had been wasteful in terms of human lives. He had even known officers send their men under fire simply to avoid the anger of their superiors, to be able to throw up their hands and say, What could I do? I lost half my men, but I was unable to reach the objective. Men, men. He had also seen officers send their men under fire out of pure obstinacy and bravado, not even for the sake of covering themselves by formal compliance with an order. That was the mystery and tragedy of war, that one man should have the right to send another to his death. This right rested on the assumption that men were only exposed to fire for the sake of a common cause. Yet one officer Novikov had known, a sober and level-headed man, had been used to having fresh milk for breakfast. He had been posted to an observation post in the front line, and a soldier from a support unit had had to bring him a thermos every morning, exposing himself to enemy fire on the way. There had been days when the soldier had been picked off by the Germans, and the officer had had to do without milk. On the following day, the milk would be brought by another orderly, and the man who drank this milk was both good-natured and fair-minded. He showed great concern for the well-being of his subordinates. His soldiers referred to him as father. How could one ever make sense of all this? Soon Nudobnov arrived. Hurriedly and painstakingly combing his hair, Novikov said, "War's a terrible business, Comrade General. Did you see those new recruits?" "Yes, they're a green lot, second-rate material. I woke that soldier up and promised to send him to a penal battalion. I've never seen such slovenliness. It looked more like a tavern than a military unit." In his novels, Turgenev often describes calls paid by neighbors on a landlord who has just settled down on his estate. That evening, 2 jeeps stopped outside Corps HQ, and the hosts came out into the porch to receive their guests, the commanders of an artillery division, a howitzer regiment, and a rocket launcher brigade. Take my hand, dear reader. Today is the name day of Tatiana Borisovna, and we must go to pay her a visit. Colonel Morozov was the commander of an artillery division. Novikov had heard of him several times. He had had a clear picture of him in his mind, someone red-faced and round-headed. In fact, he was a middle-aged man with a pronounced stoop. His bright eyes seemed to have nothing to do with his sullen face. It was as though they had been placed there by mere chance. Sometimes, however, their quick, laughing intelligence made it seem as though they were the true expression of the colonel's being. Then it was the wrinkles, the despondent stoop that seemed the chance appendage. Lopatin, the commander of the howitzer regiment, could have been Morozov's son, or even his grandson. Magid, the commander of the Katyusha rocket launchers, was very swarthy. He had a high, prematurely balding forehead and a black moustache on his protruding upper lip. He seemed witty and talkative. Novikov invited his guests to come through. The table had already been laid. "Greetings from the Urals," he said, pointing to some plates of pickled and marinated mushrooms. The cook had been standing beside the table in a theatrical pose. He suddenly went bright red, gasped, and left the room. The tension had proved too much for him. Vershkov took Novikov aside, pointed at the table, and whispered something in his ear. "Yes, of course," said Novikov. "Why keep vodka locked up in a cupboard?" Morozov held his fingernail against his glass, a quarter of the way up, and explained, "I can't have any more because of my liver. How about you, Lieutenant Colonel?" "Fill it right up. My liver's doing fine, thank you. Our Majid's a true Cossack. How about you, Major? How's your liver?" Lopatin covered his glass with one hand. "Thank you, but I don't drink." Then he took his hand away and added, "Well, a symbolic drop for the toast. Lopatin's a baby. He just likes sweets." They drank to the success of their common task. Then, as always happens, they discovered they had friends in common from their days at military school or the academy. They went on to talk about their superior officers, about how cold and unpleasant the steppes were in autumn. "Well," said Lopatin, "is the wedding going to be soon?" "It won't be long," said Novikov. "There's sure to be a wedding if there are Katyushas around," said Majid. Majid was convinced that the rocket launchers would play a decisive role. After a glass of vodka, he became condescending, sarcastic, skeptical, and distant. Novikov took a strong dislike to him. Now, whenever he met people, Novikov tried to imagine what Yevgenia Nikolaevna would think of them. He also tried to imagine how they would behave with her, what they would find to talk about. Majid, he decided, would at once start to flirt, putting on airs, boasting and telling tall stories. He suddenly felt anxious and jealous, as though Zhenya really was listening to Magid's witticisms. Wanting to make an impression on her himself, he began to explain how important it is to understand the men you're fighting alongside, to know in advance how they're likely to behave in battle. He talked about Karpov, who would need egging on, about Byalov, who would need holding back, and about Makarov, who was equally at home in attack and in defense. A series of rather empty remarks, as often happens with a group of officers representing different arms of the service, gave rise to a heated but equally empty argument. Yes, said Morozov. Sometimes you need to correct people a little, to give them some kind of orientation, but you should never impose your will on them. People should be led firmly, said Neudobnov. One should never be afraid of taking responsibility on oneself. Lopatin changed the subject. If you haven't fought in Stalingrad, then you haven't seen war. Excuse me, exclaimed Majid, but why Stalingrad? No one could deny the stubbornness and heroism of its defenders. That would be absurd. But I've never been in Stalingrad, and I still have the cheek to say that I've seen war. My element is the offensive. I've taken part in 3 offensives, and let me tell you something. I've been the one who's broken through the enemy line. I've been the one who's entered the breach. Yes, the artillery really showed what it can do. We were ahead of the infantry, ahead of the tanks. We were even ahead of the air force. Come on now, said Novikov fiercely. Everyone knows that the tank is the master of mobile warfare. That's something there can be no 2 opinions about. There's one other possibility, said Lopatin, taking up an earlier thread of the conversation. In the event of success, you can take the credit yourself. But if you fail, you can blame it on your neighbors. Don't talk to me of neighbors, said Morozov. There was this general, the commander of an infantry unit, who asked for a supporting barrage. Go on, old man, just give those heights a little dusting for me. I asked him what calibers I should use. He called me every name in the book and repeated, open fire, and don't waste time about it. I discovered afterwards he couldn't tell one caliber from another, had no idea of the different ranges and could hardly even read a map. Open fire, you motherfucker! And he'd shout out to his subordinates, forward, or I'll smash your teeth in, forward, or I'll put you against the wall and have you shot. And of course he was convinced he was a great strategist. There's a fine neighbor for you, and often you end up being put under someone like that. After all, he was a general. I'm surprised to hear you talking like that, said Neudobnov. There are no officers like that in the Soviet armed forces, and certainly no generals. What do you mean? Asked Morozov. I've met hundreds over the last year. They curse, wave their pistols about, and expose their men to enemy fire just for the fun of it. Why, not long ago I saw a battalion commander burst out crying. How can I lead my men straight into those machine guns, he said. Don't worry, I told him. First, let's neutralize those gun emplacements. The artillery can do that. And what do you think the general in command of the division did? He went for the battalion commander with his fists. Either you attack right now, he shouted, or I'll have you shot like a dog. So he led his men forward to be slaughtered. Yes, said Majid. I'll do as I please and don't you dare contradict me. That's their motto. And these generals don't, incidentally, propagate themselves just by budding. They get their dirty hands on pretty little telephonists. And they can't write 2 words without making 5 mistakes, said Lopatin. That's just it, said Morozov, who hadn't heard this last remark. Try sparing your men with people like that around. They don't care about their men, and that's the only strength they have. Novikov sympathized with everything Morozov had said. He'd seen all too many incidents like that himself, and yet he suddenly blurted out, Spare your men. How do you think you can spare your men? If that's what you want, then you've got no business to be fighting. Those young recruits had upset him. He'd wanted to talk about them, but instead of letting the officers see his true kindness, he burst out with a violence that surprised even himself. Spare your men indeed. You don't spare your men in war any more than you spare yourself. I'll tell you what upsets me. It's when we have to entrust precious equipment to a bunch of greenhorns. And then I wonder, is it really men we need to be so careful of? Neudobnov himself had been responsible for the death of more than one man, similar to those who were now sitting at table. Novikov suddenly thought that this man was no less of a danger than the enemy front line. Neudobnov had been watching Novikov and Morozov as they spoke. Now he said sententiously, That's not what Comrade Stalin says. Comrade Stalin tells us that nothing is more precious than men. Our men, our cadres, are the most precious capital of all. One must watch over them like the apple of one's eye. Sensing that everyone agreed with Neudobnov, Novikov thought, How strange. Now they all think of me as a brute and knew Dobnov as someone who looks after his men. A pity Getmanov isn't here. He's even more of a saint. He broke in on New Dobnov's homily and barked out even more fiercely. We've got more than enough men. What we don't have is equipment. Any idiot can make a man. It's another matter to make a tank or a plane. If you're so sorry for your men, then you've got no business to call yourself an officer. 35. Lieutenant General Yeremenko, the commander-in-chief of the Stalingrad front, had summoned Novikov, Getmanov, and Nudobnov for an interview. He had inspected the individual brigades on the previous day, but hadn't called at Corps HQ. The three of them sat in his bunker, glancing now and again at Yeremenko as they wondered what was in store for them. Yeremenko noticed Getmanov looking at the crumpled pillow on the bunk. Yes, my leg's very sore. They watched Yeremenko in silence while he cursed his bad leg. Your corps seems well prepared. You seem to have made good use of the time. He looked at Novikov as he said this, a little surprised at the corps commander's apparent indifference to the compliment. He knew he was considered grudging in his praise of subordinates. Comrade Lieutenant General, said Novikov, I've already reported to you that our ground support aircraft have twice bombed the 137th Tank Brigade in the area of the ravines. That brigade forms part of my corps. Narrowing his eyes, Yeremenko wondered what Novikov was after. Did he have it in for the officer responsible, or was he just trying to cover himself? Novikov frowned and added, It's a good thing there weren't any direct hits. They haven't yet learnt their trade. Very well, said Yeremenko, but you'll be glad of their support later. You can be sure they'll make up for their error. Of course, Comrade Commander-in-Chief, Getmanov joined in. We've no intention of picking a quarrel with Stalin's Air Force. That's right, Comrade Getmanov, said Yeremenko. Well, have you seen Khrushchev? Nikita Sergeyevich has ordered me to visit him tomorrow. You know each other from Kiev, don't you? Yes, I worked with Nikita Sergeyevich for nearly 2 years. Tell me, Comrade General, said Yeremenko, turning to Nudobnov, did I once see you at Titian Petrovich's? That's right, said Nudobnov. That was when he'd called you up, together with Marshal Voronov. Oh yes, I remember. And I, at Titian Petrovich's request, was temporarily serving in the capacity of People's Commissar. That's why I was there. So, we've met before, said Yeremenko. Well, I hope you're not bored in the steppes, Comrade General. Have you managed to make yourself comfortable? Without waiting for an answer, he gave a satisfied nod of the head. As the three men were going out of the door, Yeremenko called out, One moment, Colonel. Novikov went back into the room. Yeremenko half got up, leaning his stout peasant body over the desk, and said, So there we are. One of them's worked with Khrushchev and the other with Titian Petrovich. But don't you forget, you damn son of a bitch. You're the soldier. You're the one who's going to lead your tank corps into the breach. 36. Krymov was released from hospital on a cold, dark morning. Without even going home, he went straight to General Toshchayev, the head of the political administration of the front, to report on his visit to Stalingrad. Krymov was in luck. Toshchayev had been in his office at a small hut faced with grey planks. Since early morning, he received his visitor without delay. Toshchayev, squinting constantly at his brand-new general's uniform, turned up his nose at the smell of carbolic acid that emanated from his visitor. After being wounded, said Krymov, I was unable to complete my mission to house 6/1. I can go back there straight away. Toshchayev gave him an irritated look. No, just write me a detailed report. Toshchayev didn't ask a single question, nor did he utter one word of approval or disapproval. As always, a general's uniform and medals seemed out of place in a simple village hut. But that wasn't the only thing that was odd. Krymov was unable to understand why the general should seem so sullen and dissatisfied. He went into the administrative section to obtain lunch coupons, to register his ration certificate, and to sort out various formalities to do with his mission and the days he had spent in hospital. While this was being attended to, he sat on a stool and studied the faces of the people in the office. No one showed the least interest in him. His visit to Stalingrad, his wound, all he had seen and done, seemed quite without meaning. The people here had work to get on with. Typewriters clattered, papers rustled. People's eyes slid rapidly over Krymov before returning to the sheaves of paper spread out over their desks. What a lot of furrowed brows, what tension in everyone's eyes. How absorbed they all seemed in their work, how quickly and deftly their fingers leafed through the papers. Only the odd convulsive yawn or furtive glance at the clock, only a bleary, haggard look that appeared fleetingly on one face or another, spoke of the deadly boredom of this stuffy office. Someone Krymov knew, an instructor from the 7th Department, looked in through the door. Krymov went out into the corridor with him for a smoke. "So you're back, are you?" "As you see," said Krymov. As the instructor didn't ask anything about Stalingrad, Krymov asked, "So what's new in the political administration?" The main piece of news was that Brigade Commissar Toshchayev had finally, under the new system to which they were changing over, been given the rank of general. The instructor laughed as he told Krymov how Toshchayev had fallen ill with anxiety. He had had a general's uniform made up for him by the best tailor at the front. And then Moscow had kept delaying the announcement. It hadn't been at all funny. There were dark rumors that under this new system, some of the regimental commissars and senior battalion commissars would only be given the ranks of captain or senior lieutenant. "Just imagine," said the instructor, "after 8 years in the army political organs, to be made a lieutenant." There were other items of news. The deputy head of the information section had been summoned to Moscow. There he had been promoted to deputy head of the political administration of the Kalinin front. The member of the military soviet had decreed that senior instructors were now to eat in the general canteen rather than in the canteen for heads of sections. Instructors sent on missions were to have their meal tickets withdrawn without any compensatory issue of field rations. The poets Katz and Talalaevsky had been put forward for the Red Star Medal. But according to Comrade Sherbakov's new decree, awards to members of the press had to be approved by the central political administration. The poets' dossiers had been sent to Moscow. Meanwhile, Yeremenko had signed the list of soldiers to be decorated. Everyone except the poets was already celebrating. "Have you had lunch yet?" asked the instructor. "Come on then." Krymov said he was waiting for his documents. "Well, I'm off," said the instructor. "There's no time to lose," he added with a trace of irony. "Soon we'll be eating in the canteen for civilian workers and typists." Krymov got his documents back and went outside. He took in a deep breath of the damp autumn air. Why had the head of the political administration received him so coldly? Why did he seem so annoyed? Because Krymov hadn't completed his mission? Did he suspect him of cowardice? Did he doubt that he really had been wounded? Or was Toshchayev annoyed that Krymov had come straight to him, without first seeing his own immediate superior, and at a time when he didn't usually receive visitors? Or was it that Krymov had twice called him Comrade Brigade Commissar instead of Comrade Major General? Or maybe it wasn't anything to do with Krymov. Maybe he'd had a letter saying his wife had fallen ill. Perhaps he'd hoped to be put forward for the Order of Kutuzov. There were, after all, any number of reasons why he might be in a bad mood. During his weeks in Stalingrad, Krymov had forgotten what it was like in Aktuba. He'd forgotten the way your superiors, your colleagues, even the waitresses in the canteen looked at you as if you barely existed. In the evening, he went back to his room. The landlady's dog was very glad to see him. It seemed to be made up of two halves. A shaggy, reddish-brown behind, and a long black and white face. And both halves were equally welcoming. The shaggy brown tail wagged, and the black and white face thrust itself into Krymov's hands, looking at him tenderly with its brown eyes. In the twilight it seemed there were two dogs, both of them making up to Krymov. The dog came with him as far as the door. Then the landlady appeared and shouted, "Get out of it, you filthy creature!" Only then did she greet Krymov. And her welcome was as sullen as Toshchayev's. His quiet little room seemed very lonely after the friendly warmth of the trenches, the grey, smoky, tarpaulin-covered bunkers that were like the lairs of animals. The bed itself, the pillow in its white pillowcase, and the lace curtains all seemed equally unwelcoming. Krymov sat down and started to compile his report. He wrote quickly, glancing only briefly at the notes he had made in Stalingrad. The most difficult part was House 6/1. He got up, walked about the room and sat down. Then he got up again, went out into the corridor, and coughed. Surely that damned woman would offer him some tea. Instead, he ladled out some water from the barrel. It was very pleasant, better than the water in Stalingrad. He went back into his room and sat down for a while to think, pen in hand. Then he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. How had it happened? Grekov had fired at him. In Stalingrad, he had felt a rapport with the men around him. He had been at ease there. People had no longer looked at him with blank indifference. In House 6/1, he had expected to feel the spirit of Lenin still more strongly. Instead, he had immediately encountered mockery and hostility. He had lost his poise and begun lecturing people and making threats. What could have made him talk about Suvorov? And then Grekov had shot at him. Today, his isolation, the condescending arrogance of people whom he thought of as semi-literates, as mere greenhorns in the party, had been more distressing than ever. Why should he have to bow and scrape before a man like Toshchayev? What right did Toshchayev have to look at him with such disdain and ill humor? In terms of the work he'd done for the party, he couldn't hold a candle to Krymov. For all his medals and high rank, what did people like him have to do with the party and the Leninist tradition? Many of them had come to the fore only in 1937, by writing denunciations and unmasking enemies of the people. Then Krymov remembered the wonderful sense of faith, strength, and light-heartedness he had felt as he walked down the underground passage towards that tiny point of daylight. He felt choked with anger. Grekov had exiled him from the life he yearned for. On his way to the building, he had been joyfully conscious of a new turn in his destiny. He had believed that the spirit of Lenin was alive there, and then Grekov had fired at a Leninist, at an old Bolshevik. He had sent Krymov back to the stifling offices of Aktuba. The swine. Krymov sat down. Every word he then wrote was the absolute truth. He read the report over. Toshchayev, of course, would pass it on to the special department. Grekov had subverted and demoralized the military subunit under his command. He had committed an act of terrorism. He had fired at a representative of the party, a military commissar. Krymov would have to give evidence. Probably he would be summoned for a personal confrontation with Grekov, who by then would have been arrested. He imagined Grekov in front of the investigator's desk, unshaven, without his belt, his face pale and yellow. What was it Grekov had said? "But you've suffered a lot." The Secretary-General of the Party of Marx and Lenin had been declared infallible, almost divine, and he certainly hadn't spared the old Bolsheviks in 1937. He had infringed the very spirit of Leninism, that fusion of party democracy and iron discipline. How could Stalin have settled accounts so ruthlessly with members of Lenin's own party? Grekov would be shot in front of the ranks. It was terrible to kill one's own men, but then Grekov was an enemy. Krymov had never doubted the sacred right of the revolution to destroy its enemies. The party had a right to wield the sword of dictatorship. He had never been one to sympathize with the opposition. He had never believed that Bukharin, Rykov, Zinoviev, and Kamenev were true followers of Lenin. And Trotsky, for all his brilliance and revolutionary fervor, had never outlived his Menshevik past. He had never attained the stature of Lenin. Stalin, though, was a man of true strength. It wasn't for nothing he was known as the boss. His hand had never trembled. He had none of Bukharin's flabby intellectuality. Crushing its enemies underfoot, the party of Lenin now followed Stalin. Grekov's military competence was of no significance. There was no point in listening to one's enemies, no point in arguing with them. It was no good. Krymov could no longer bring himself to feel angry with Grekov. Once again, he remembered those words of Grekov's. "But you've suffered a lot." "Have I gone and written a denunciation?" Krymov asked himself. "All right, it may be true, but that doesn't make it any the less a denunciation." "But what can you do about it, comrade? You're a member of the party. You must do your duty." The following morning, Krymov handed in his report. 2 days later, he was summoned by Regimental Commissar Ojibalov, the head of the Agitprop section, who was acting for the head of the political administration. Toshchayev himself was busy with the commissar of a tank corps and was unable to see Krymov. Ojibalov was a slow, methodical man with a pale face and a large nose. "In a few days we're sending you off to the right bank, Comrade Krymov," he said. "This time you'll be going to Shumilov's, the 64th Army. One of our cars will be going to the command post of the Obkom. From there you can get across to Shumilov's yourself. The Obkom secretaries are going to Beketovka to celebrate the anniversary of the revolution." Very slowly, he dictated Krymov's instructions. The tasks he had been assigned were humiliatingly boring and trivial, of no importance except for official records. "What about my lecture?" asked Krymov. "At your request, I prepared a lecture to be read to the different units during the October celebrations." We'll have to leave that for the moment, said Ojibalov, and went on to explain the reasons for this decision. As Krymov was getting up to leave, the commissar said, "As for that report of yours, well, my boss has just put me in the picture." Krymov's heart sank. So the wheels were already turning. "Our brave warrior's been lucky," the commissar went on. "We were informed yesterday by the head of the political section of the 62nd Army that Grekov, together with all his men, was killed during the German assault on the tractor factory." As though to console Krymov, he added, "The army commander nominated him posthumously for the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. We'll certainly squash that." Krymov shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, "So he's had a stroke of luck. Well, that's that." Ogibalov lowered his voice. "The head of the special section thinks he may still be alive. He may have gone over to the enemy." Krymov found a note waiting for him at home. He was to report to the special section, so the Grekov affair wasn't yet over and done with. Krymov decided to postpone what was bound to be a very disagreeable conversation until his return. After all, a posthumous affair could hardly be so very urgent. 37. The Stalingrad Obkom had decided to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the revolution with a special meeting at the Sudover factory. This was situated in the hamlet of Bekitovka to the south of the city. Early on the morning of November 6th, the Obkom officials met in their underground command post in a small oak wood on the left bank of the Volga. After an excellent hot breakfast, the first secretary, the secretaries of the different sections, and the members of the bureau set out by car along the main road leading to the Volga. It was the same road that had been used during the night by tank and artillery units on their way to the Tumansk crossing. Ploughed up by the war, dotted with frozen mounds of brown dirt and puddles that seemed like sheets of tin, the steppe looked painfully sad. As you approached the Volga, you could hear the grating of drift ice. A strong wind was blowing from downstream. Crossing the Volga on an open iron barge would be no joyride. The soldiers waiting to cross had already taken their places in the barge. Their coats whipped by the wind, they huddled together and tried to avoid touching the icy metal. They drew in their legs under the bench and beat out a mournful tap dance with their heels. When the wind got up, they just sat there and froze. They no longer had the strength to wipe their noses, to blow on their fingers, to clap their sides. Wisps of smoke from the tug's funnel spread out across the river. Against the ice, the smoke seemed very black indeed. The ice itself, under the low curtain of smoke, seemed very white. As it drifted across from Stalingrad, the ice seemed to be bringing the war with it. A crow with a large head was sitting thoughtfully on a block of ice. On the neighbouring block lay the tail of a burnt greatcoat. On a third block stood a stone-hard felt boot and a carbine whose twisted barrel had frozen into the ice. The cars from the Obkom drove onto the barge. The secretaries and members of the bureau got out and stood by the railings, listening to the ice as it moved slowly by. The old soldier in charge of the barge came over to the Obkom transport secretary, Laktionov. His lips were quite blue, and he was wearing a black sheepskin coat and an army cap. In a hoarse voice, brought about by the damp of the river on top of many years of vodka and tobacco, he announced, "The first trip we made this morning, Comrade Secretary, there was this soldier lying there on the ice. The boys needed pickaxes to get him out. Some of them almost got drowned themselves. Look, there he is, on the bank, under that tarpaulin." The old man indicated the bank with a dirty mitten. Unable to see the corpse and feeling somewhat ill at ease, Laktionov pointed at the sky and asked abruptly, "So what's he up to these days? Does he have any favourite time?" The old man gave a dismissive wave of the hand. He's not up to real bombing anymore." He began to curse the now feeble Germans, his voice suddenly becoming clear and ringing. Meanwhile, the tug drew slowly closer to the Stalingrad bank. Covered with small booths, huts, and supply dumps, it seemed quite ordinary and peaceful. The Obkom officials soon tired of standing in the wind. They got back into their cars, lit cigarettes, scratched themselves, and started chatting. The soldiers gazed at them through the glass as though they were fish in a warm aquarium. The special meeting took place that evening. The invitations were no different from those sent in peacetime, except for the poor quality of the soft grey paper and the fact that there was no mention of the venue. The Stalingrad party leaders, the guests from the 64th Army, the workers and engineers from nearby factories were all accompanied by guides who had a good knowledge of the way. Left here and again here. Careful now. There's a bomb crater and now some rails. And very careful here, there's a lime pit. The darkness was full of voices and the tramping of boots. Krymov arrived with the representatives of the 64th Army. He had visited their political section immediately after crossing the river. Something about the way all these people were walking through the labyrinth of the factory, in small groups and under cover of night, made Krymov think of clandestine celebrations before 1917. He was almost breathless with excitement. He was an experienced orator, and he knew he could give an impromptu speech there and then. He could share with everyone his excitement and joy at the similarity between the defense of Stalingrad and the revolutionary struggle of the Russian workers. Yes, this war and the patriotic spirit it aroused was indeed a war for the revolution. It had been no betrayal of the revolution to speak of Suvorov in House 6/1. Stalingrad, Sebastopol, the fate of Radyshev, the power of Marx's manifesto, Lenin's appeals from the armoured car near the Finland station. All these were part of one and the same thing. He caught sight of Pryakin, the first secretary of the obkom, and an old friend of his. He seemed as calm and unhurried as ever, but somehow Krymov was unable to find an opportunity to talk to him. There were a lot of things he wanted to talk about. He'd gone to see him as soon as he'd arrived at the command post of the obkom. But the telephone had kept ringing and people had kept dropping in. Pryakin had spoken to him only once, asking suddenly, "Did you ever know someone by the name of GETMANOV?" "Yes, in the Ukraine. He was a member of the Bureau of the Central Committee. Why do you ask?" Pryakin hadn't answered. Then there had been all the bustle of departure. Krymov had been offended that Pryakin hadn't offered him a lift in his own car. Twice they had almost bumped into each other, but Pryakin had looked straight through him. The soldiers were now going down a lighted corridor. Shumilov, the army commander, a flabby man with a large chest and a large stomach. General Abramov, a Siberian with brown, bulging eyes, the member of the military Soviet. In this group of men, in the good-hearted comradeliness between them, in the steam rising from their tunics, padded jackets and coats, Krymov again sensed the spirit of the first years of the revolution, the spirit of Lenin. He had felt it as soon as he returned to the right bank. The members of the Presidium took their places. Piksin, the chairman of the Stalingrad Soviet, leant forward and directed a slow, chairman-like cough towards the noisiest part of the hall. He then announced the opening of this special meeting of the Stalingrad Soviet and party organizations, attended also by representatives of the military units and workers from the local factories, in celebration of the 25th anniversary of the Great October Revolution. You could tell from the sound of the applause that the hands clapping belonged to men, to soldiers and workers. Then Pryakin spoke, as slow and ponderous as ever. Any connection between the present moment and what had happened in the past vanished at once. It was as though Pryakin had entered into a polemic with Krymov, as though he had deliberately adopted these measured tones in order to dash Krymov's excitement. The factories in the oblast were fulfilling the state plan. The agricultural districts on the left bank had satisfactorily, though with slight delays, provided their quota of grain for the state. The factories within the city and to the north of it were situated within the zone of military operations. Their failure to carry out their obligations to the state could therefore be understood. And this was the same man who had once stood beside Krymov during a revolutionary meeting at the front, who had torn off his cap and shouted, "Comrades, soldiers, brothers, to hell with this war and its blood, long live freedom." Now he gazed calmly around the hall and explained that the sudden drop in the quantity of grain supplied to the state was caused by the fact that the Zimovnichesky and Kotelnichesky districts had been unable to furnish supplies because they were part of the arena of military operations, while the Kalach and Kumoyarsk regions were partially or completely occupied by the enemy. He went on to say that the population of the oblast, while continuing to work hard to fulfill their obligations to the state, had at the same time played an important part in military operations against the fascist invaders. He quoted figures. First, the number of workers from the city enrolled in militia units, and second, with the proviso that his data was incomplete, the number who had been decorated for their exemplary courage and valor while carrying out the tasks entrusted to them. As Krymov listened to the calm voice of the first secretary, he thought that the glaring disparity between his words and his real thoughts and feelings was far from senseless. It was the very coldness of his speech that confirmed just how absolute was the state's triumph. The faces of the workers and soldiers were grave and sullen. How strange and painful it was to remember people like Tarasov and Batyuk, to recall his conversations with the soldiers in House 6/1. It was particularly unpleasant to think of Grekov and how he had met his death. But why should Grekov matter to him? Why was that remark of his so troubling? Grekov had fired a shot at him. And why should the words spoken by Pryakin, his old comrade, the first secretary of the Stalingrad obkom, sound cold and alien? How complicated it all was. Pryakin was summing up. And so we are delighted to be able to report to the great Stalin that the workers of the oblast have carried out their obligations to the Soviet state. Krymov looked out for Pryakin as he made his way through the crowd towards the exit. No, that was not the sort of speech to deliver in the middle of this terrible battle. Suddenly Krymov caught sight of him. He had stepped down from the dais and was standing beside Shumilov. He was staring straight at Krymov. When he saw Krymov looking at him, he turned away. What on earth does that mean? Wondered Krymov. 38. After the meeting, Krymov got a lift to the central power station. That night, after a recent raid by German bombers, it looked particularly sinister. The explosions had blasted out huge craters and thrown up great ramparts of earth. Some of the windowless workshops had subsided. The 3-story administrative building was in ruins. The transformers were still smoking. Little fangs of flame were playing lazily about them. A young Georgian sentry took Krymov through the yard, still lit up by the fire. Krymov saw his guide's fingers shake as he lit a cigarette to stone. Buildings weren't the only things to have been devastated by the massive bombs. Krymov had been hoping to see Spiridonov ever since he had received instructions to go to Beketovka. Perhaps Zhenya would be here. Perhaps Spiridonov would know something about her. Perhaps he had had a letter from her, and at the end she had written, "Have you heard anything about Nikolai Grigorovich?" He felt excited and happy. Perhaps Spiridonov would say, "But Yevgenia Nikolaevna seemed very sad." Or perhaps, "She was crying, you know." He had been getting more and more impatient all day. He had wanted to drop in on Spiridonov during the afternoon. Instead, he had gone to the command post of the 64th Army. Despite the fact that a political instructor had whispered to him, "There's no point in hurrying, you know. The member of the military Soviet's been drunk since morning." It had indeed been a mistake to visit the general. As he sat in the waiting room of the underground command post, he had overheard the general, on the other side of the thin plywood partition, dictating a letter of congratulation to his neighbor, Chuikov. "Vasily Ivanovich, soldier and friend," he began solemnly. Then he burst into tears and, sobbing, repeated the words several times. "Soldier and friend, soldier and friend." "What's that you've written down?" he asked the typist, his voice suddenly severe. "Vasily Ivanovich, soldier and friend." Her bored tone must have seemed inappropriate. By way of correcting her, he repeated with still greater exultation, "Vasily Ivanovich, soldier and friend." Once again he was overwhelmed by emotion. Then, with the same severity as before, "What have you written?" "Vasily Ivanovich, soldier and friend," replied the typist. There had indeed been no point in hurrying. The dim flames served more to obscure the way than to illuminate it. They seemed to be coming from the depths of the earth, or perhaps the earth itself had caught fire. The low flames were certainly heavy and damp enough. They reached the director's command post. Bombs had fallen nearby and thrown up great mountains of earth. The path had not yet been properly trodden down and was barely distinguishable. "You've got here just in time for the party," said the guard. Krymov knew he wouldn't be able to speak freely to Spiridonov in the presence of other people. He told the guard to tell the director that a commissar from front headquarters was here to see him. Left on his own, a wave of uncontrollable anguish swept over him. "What is all this?" he said to himself. "I thought I was cured. Can't even the war exorcise her? What can I do?" Drive her away, get out of it or it will be the end of you," he muttered. But he didn't have the strength to leave any more than he had the strength to drive her away. Then Spiridonov appeared. "Yes, comrade, what can I do for you?" he asked impatiently. "Don't you recognize me, Stepan Fyodorovich?" "Who is it?" Spiridonov sounded nervous. He looked Krymov in the face and suddenly cried out, Nikolai Grigorovich!" His arms were trembling as he flung them round Krymov's neck. "My dearest Nikolai," he said with a loud sniff. Krymov felt himself beginning to cry. He was shaken by this strange meeting in the middle of the ruins, and he felt alone, utterly alone. Spiridonov's trust and joy brought home to him how close he was to Yevgenia Nikolaevna's family, and this brought home his pain. Why had she left him? Why had she caused him so much suffering? How could she? "You know what the war's done," said Spiridonov. "It's destroyed my life. My Marusia's dead." He told Krymov about Vera, about how, only a few days before, she had finally crossed to the left bank. "The girl's a fool." "What about her husband?" asked Krymov. "He probably died long ago. He's a fighter pilot." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Krymov asked, "What about Yevgenia Nikolaevna? Is she still alive? Where is she?" "She's alive, all right. She's either in Kuibyshev or Kazan." He looked at Krymov and said, "She's still alive. That's what matters." Yes, of course," said Krymov. He himself no longer knew what really mattered. All he knew was that he was in pain. Everything to do with Yevgenia Nikolaevna brought him pain. It would hurt him to know that some tragedy had happened to her. It would hurt him to be told that she was well and happy. Spiridonov began to talk about Alexandra Vladimirovna, Lyudmila, and Seryozha. Krymov just nodded and muttered, "Yes. "Come on, Nikolai," said Spiridonov. "You must come and visit my home. It's all I have left." The cellar was crammed with pallets, cupboards, equipment, sacks of flour, and huge bottles. The flickering oil lamps lit up only a small part of it. There were people sitting everywhere. On the pallets, on boxes and benches along the walls. The air was stifling and full of the buzz of conversation. Spiridonov started to pour alcohol into glasses, mugs, and the lids of pots. Everyone fell silent, watching him attentively. The look in their eyes was calm and serious, full of faith. As he looked round, Krymov said to himself, "It's a pity Grekov's not here. He deserves a drink." But Grekov had already drunk all he was ever to drink. Glass in hand, Spiridonov got up. Now he'll go and spoil everything, thought Krymov, like Pryakin. But Spiridonov just sketched a figure of 8 in the air with his glass and said, "Well, lads, it's time for a drink. Cheers." There was a clinking of glasses and tin mugs. The drinkers cleared their throats and nodded their heads. There were all sorts of people here. Before the war, the state had somehow kept them apart. They had never sat down at one table, clapped each other on the shoulder and said, "No, you just listen to what I'm saying." Here, though, beneath the remains of the burning power station, they had become brothers. And this simple brotherhood was so important that they would happily have given their lives for it. A grey-haired night watchman began to sing an old song. Before the revolution, when Stalingrad was still called Tsaritsyn, it had been a favourite of the young lads from the French factory. He sang in the thin, high voice of his youth. This voice was unfamiliar to him now, and he listened to himself with the amused astonishment of a man listening to a stranger who's had too much to drink. Another old man with black hair frowned as he listened to this song about love and the pain of love. There was something wonderful about this singing, about this terrible moment that had brought together the director, the orderly from the bakery, the night watchman and the sentry, that had brought together the Kalmyk, the Georgian and the Russians. When the song was over, the old man with black hair frowned still more fiercely, and himself began to sing, very slowly and quite out of tune. "Away with the old world, let's shake its dust from our feet." Spiridonov and Nikolaev, the delegate from the Central Committee, both laughed and shook their heads. Krymov grinned at Spiridonov. "So, the old man was once a Menshevik?" Spiridonov knew all there was to know about Andreev. He would gladly have told Krymov, but he was afraid Nikolaev would overhear. For a moment, the feeling of simplicity and brotherhood disappeared. "Pavel Andreevich, that's the wrong song," he interrupted gently. Andreev fell silent, looked at him and said, "I'd never have thought it. I must have been dreaming." The Georgian sentry was showing Krymov where he had rubbed the skin off his hand. "That's from digging out my friend Seryozha Vorobyov." His black eyes glittered. Then, rather breathlessly, he said, "I loved that Seryozha more than my own brother." The words were almost a scream. Meanwhile, the grey-haired night watchman, covered in sweat and a little the worse for drink, had fastened onto Nikolaev. "No, you listen to me now. Makuladze says he loved Seryozha Vorobyov more than his own brother. I once worked in an anthracite mine. You should have seen the boss we had there. He really did love me. We drank together, and I used to sing. He said straight out, 'You're just like a brother to me, even if you were only a miner.'" We used to talk, we used to eat our lunch together. A Georgian, was he? Asked Nikolaev. What do you mean? He was Mr. Voskresensky, the owner of all the mines. But you'll never understand how much he respected me. A man who had a capital of millions. Is that clear? Nikolaev and Krymov exchanged glances. They both winked and shook their heads. Well, well, said Nikolaev. Now that really is something. You live and learn. That's right, said the old man, apparently unaware that he was being made fun of. It was a strange evening. Late at night, as people were beginning to leave, Spiridonov said to Krymov, Don't start looking for your coat, Nikolai. You're staying here for the night. He started preparing a place for Krymov to sleep. He did this very slowly, thinking carefully what to put where. The blanket, the padded jacket, the ground sheet. Krymov went outside. He stood for a while in the darkness, looking at the dancing flames, then went back down again. Spiridonov was still at it. Krymov finally took off his boots and lay down. Well, are you comfortable? Spiridonov asked. He patted Krymov on the head and smiled a kindly, drunken smile. To Krymov, the fire in the power station was somehow reminiscent of the bonfires in Okhotny Ryad on that night in January 1924 when they had buried Lenin. Everyone else who had stayed behind seemed to be already asleep. It was pitch dark. Krymov lay there with his eyes open, thinking and remembering. There had been a harsh frost for some days, the dark winter sky over the cupolas of Strasny Monastery. Hundreds of men in greatcoats, leather jackets, caps with ear flaps, pointed helmets. At one moment, Strasnaya Square had suddenly turned white. There were leaflets, government proclamations lying all over it. Lenin's body had been taken from Gorky to the railway station on a peasant sledge. The runners had squeaked, the horses snorted. The coffin had been followed by his widow, Krupskaya, wearing a round fur cap held on by a grey headscarf, by his two sisters, Anna and Maria, by his friends, and by some of the village peasants. It might have been the funeral of some agronomist, of a respected village doctor or teacher. Silence had fallen over Gorky. The polished tiles of the Dutch stoves had gleamed. Beside the bed with its white summer bedspread stood a small cupboard full of little bottles with white labels. There was a smell of medicine. A middle-aged woman in a white coat had come into the room. Out of habit, she walked on tiptoe. She had gone past the bed and picked up a ball of twine with a piece of newspaper tied to the end. The kitten asleep in the empty armchair had looked up as it heard the familiar rustle of its toy. It had looked at the empty bed, yawned, and then settled down again. As they followed the coffin, Lenin's relatives and close comrades had begun reminiscing. His sisters remembered a little boy with fair hair and a difficult character. He had teased them a lot and been impossibly demanding. Still, he had been a good boy, and he had loved his mother and his brothers and sisters. His widow remembered him in Zurich, squatting on the floor and talking to the little granddaughter of Tilly the landlady. Tilly had said, in the Swiss accent that Volodya found so amusing, "You should have children yourselves." He had stolen a quick, sly look at Nadyezhda Konstantinovna. Workers from the dynamo factory had come to Gorky. Volodya had forgotten his condition and got up to meet them. He had wanted to say something, but had only managed to give a pitiful moan and a despairing wave of the hand. The workers had stood around in a circle. Watching him cry, they had started to cry themselves. And then that frightened, pitiful look of his at the end, like a little boy turning to his mother. Then the station buildings had come into view. The locomotive, with its tall funnel, had seemed even blacker against the snow. Lenin's comrades, Rykov, Kamenev, and Bukharin, had walked just behind the sledge, their beards white with hoarfrost. From time to time, they had glanced absent-mindedly at a swarthy, pock-marked man wearing a long greatcoat and boots with soft tops. They had always felt a contemptuous scorn for his Caucasian style of dress. And had he been a little more tactful, he wouldn't have come to Gorky at all. This was a gathering for Lenin's very closest friends and relatives. None of them understood that this man was the true heir of Lenin, that he would supplant every one of them, even Krupskaya herself. No, it wasn't Bukharin, Rykov, and Zinoviev who were the heirs of Lenin, nor Trotsky. They were all mistaken. None of them had been chosen to continue Lenin's work. But even Lenin himself had failed to understand this. Nearly 2 decades had passed since that day, since the body of Lenin. The man who had determined the fate of Russia, of Europe, of Asia, of humanity itself, had been drawn through the snow on a creaking sledge. Krymov couldn't stop thinking about those days. He remembered the bonfires blazing in the night, the frost-covered walls of the Kremlin, the hundreds of thousands of weeping people, the heart-rending howl of factory hooters, Yevdokimov's stentorian voice as he stood on a platform and read an appeal to the workers of the world, the small group who had carried the coffin into the hastily built wooden mausoleum. Krymov had climbed the carpeted steps of the House of Unions and walked past the mirrors draped in black and red ribbons. The warm air had been scented with pine needles and full of mournful music. He had gone into the hall and seen the bowed heads of the men he was used to seeing on the tribune at the Smolny or at Staraya Ploshchad. In 1937, he had seen the same bowed heads in the same building. As they listened to the sonorous, inhuman tones of Prosecutor Vyshinsky, the accused had probably remembered how they had walked behind the sledge and stood beside Lenin's coffin, listening to that mournful music. Why, on this anniversary of the revolution, had he suddenly remembered that distant January? Dozens of men who had helped Lenin to create the Bolshevik Party had proved to be foreign spies and provocateurs, and someone who had never occupied a central position in the party, who had never been highly thought of as a theoretician, had proved to be the savior of the party's cause, the bearer of its truth. Why had they all confessed? Questions like these were best forgotten, but tonight Krymov was unable to forget them. Why did they all confess? And why do I keep silent? Why have I never found the strength to say, I really don't believe that Bukharin was a saboteur, provocateur, and assassin? I even raised my hand to vote. I signed. I gave a speech and wrote an article, and I still believe that my zeal was genuine. But where were my doubts then? Where was all my confusion? What is it that I'm trying to say? That I am a man with two consciences, or that I am two men, each with his own conscience? But then that's how it's always been. For all kinds of people, not just for me. Grekov had merely given voice to what many people felt without admitting it. He had put into words the thoughts that most worried Krymov, that sometimes most attracted him. But Krymov had at once been overwhelmed with hatred and anger. He had wanted to make Grekov lick his boots. He had wanted to break him. If it had come to it, he would have shot him without hesitation. Pryakin's words were spoken in the cold language of officialdom. He had talked in the name of the state about grain procurements, workers' obligations, and percentages of the plan. Krymov had always disliked the soulless speeches delivered by soulless bureaucrats. But these soulless bureaucrats were his oldest comrades, the men he had marched in step with. The work of Lenin was the work of Stalin. It had become embodied in these men, in this state. And Krymov wouldn't hesitate to give his life for the glory of this work. What about MOSTOVSKOY? He too was an old Bolshevik. But not once had he spoken out, even in defense of people whose revolutionary honor he had never questioned. He too had kept silent. Why? And Koloskov, that kind, upright young fellow who'd attended Krymov's courses in journalism. Coming from a village in the country, he'd had a lot to say about collectivization. He'd told Krymov about the scoundrels who included someone's name on a list of kulaks simply because they had their eye on his house or garden, or because they were personal enemies. He'd told Krymov about the terrible hunger, about the ruthlessness with which the peasants' last grain of corn had been confiscated. He'd begun to cry as he talked about one wonderful old man who'd given his life to save his wife and granddaughter. Not long afterwards, Krymov had read an article by Koloskov on the Wall newspaper. Apparently the kulaks felt a violent hatred for everything new and were burying their grain in the ground. Why, after crying his heart out, had Koloskov written such things? Why had MOSTOVSKOY never said anything, out of cowardice? Krymov had said things that went against his deepest feelings, but he had always believed what he said in his speeches and articles. He was still convinced that his words were a true reflection of his beliefs, though there had been times when he'd said, "What else can I do? It's for the sake of the revolution." Yes. Krymov had indeed failed to defend friends whose innocence he had felt sure of. Sometimes he had said nothing. Sometimes he had mumbled incoherently. Sometimes he had done still worse. There were occasions when he had been summoned by the party committee, the district committee, the city committee, or the oblast committee, by the security organs themselves. They had asked his opinion about people he knew, people who were members of the party. He had never said anything bad about his friends. He had never slandered them. He had never written denunciations. What about Grekov? But Grekov was an enemy. Where enemies were concerned, Krymov had never felt a trace of pity. He had never worn kid gloves in dealing with them. But why had he had nothing more to do with the families of comrades who had been arrested? He had stopped phoning or visiting them. Of course, if he had met them by chance, he had always said hello. He had never crossed over to the other side of the street. But then there were some people, usually old women, lower middle-class housewives, who would help you send parcels to someone in camp. You could arrange for someone in camp to write to you at their address, and for some reason they were quite unafraid. These same old women, these superstitious domestics and illiterate nannies, would even take in children whose mothers and fathers had been arrested, saving them from orphanages and reception centers. Members of the party, on the other hand, avoided these children like the plague. Were these old women braver and more honorable than old Bolsheviks like MOSTOVSKOY and KRYMOV? People are able to overcome fear. Children pluck up their courage and enter a dark room. Soldiers go into battle. A young man can leap into an abyss with only a parachute to save him. But what about this other fear? This fear that millions of people find insuperable. This fear written up in crimson letters over the leaden sky of Moscow. This terrible fear of the state? No. Fear alone cannot achieve all this. It was the revolutionary cause itself that freed people from morality in the name of morality, that justified today's Pharisees, hypocrites, and writers of denunciations in the name of the future, that explained why it was right to elbow the innocent into the ditch in the name of the happiness of the people. This was what enabled you to turn away from children whose parents had been sent to camps. This was why it was right for a woman, because she had failed to denounce an innocent husband, to be torn away from her children and sent for 10 years to a concentration camp. The magic of the revolution had joined with people's fear of death, their horror of torture, their anguish when the first breath of the camps blew on their faces. Once, if you took up the cause of the revolution, you could expect prison, forced labor, years of homelessness, the scaffold, but now, when this was the most terrible thing of all, the revolution paid those who were still faithful to its great ideal with supplementary rations, with dinners in the Kremlin canteen, with special food parcels, with private cars, trips to holiday resorts, and tickets for first-class coaches. "Are you still awake, Nikolai Grigorovich?" asked Spiridonov out of the darkness. "Just," said Krymov. "I'm just falling asleep. Oh, I'm sorry, I won't disturb you again." 39. It was over a week since the night when MOSTOVSKOY had been summoned by Obersturmbannführer Liss. His feeling of tension, of feverish expectancy, had been replaced by a heavy depression. There were moments when he began to think he had been completely forgotten by both his friends and his enemies, that they looked on him as a weak, half-senile old man, a goner. One clear, still morning he was taken to the bathhouse. This time the SS guard sat down on the steps outside, putting his Tommy gun down beside him, and lit a cigarette. The sky was clear, and the sun was warm. The soldier obviously preferred not to enter the damp building. The prisoner on duty inside came up to MOSTOVSKOY. "Good morning, dear comrade MOSTOVSKOY." MOSTOVSKOY let out a cry of astonishment. In front of him stood Brigade Commissar Osipov. He was wearing a uniform jacket with a band on the sleeve and waving an old rag in his hand. They embraced. "I managed to get myself a job in the bathhouse," Osipov explained hurriedly. "I'm standing in for the usual cleaner. I wanted to see you. Kotikov, the general, and Zlatokrilets all send their greetings, but first, how are they treating you? How are you feeling? What do they want from you? You can talk while you're undressing." MOSTOVSKOY told him about his interrogation. Osipov stared at him with his dark, prominent eyes. "The blockheads think they'll be able to win you over." "But why? Why? What's the point of it all?" "They may be interested in information of a historical nature, in the personalities of the founders and leaders of the party. Or they may be intending to ask you to write letters, statements, and appeals. They're wasting their time. They may torture you, Comrade MOSTOVSKOY." "The fools are wasting their time," repeated MOSTOVSKOY. "But tell me, how are things with you?" "Better than could have been expected," said Osipov in a whisper. "The main thing is that we've made contact with the factory workers. We're stockpiling weapons, machine guns and hand grenades. People bring in the components one by one, and we assemble them in the huts at night. For the time being, of course, the quantities are insignificant." "That's Yershov's doing," said MOSTOVSKOY. "Good for him." Then he shook his head sadly as he took off his shirt and looked at his bare chest. Once again he felt angry with himself for being so old and weak. I have to inform you as a senior comrade that Yershov is no longer with us. What do you mean? How come? He has been transferred to Buchenwald. Why on earth? He was a splendid fellow. In that case, he'll still be a splendid fellow in Buchenwald. But how did this happen, and why? A split appeared in the leadership. Yershov enjoyed a widespread popularity that quite turned his head. Nothing would make him submit to the center. He's a doubtful individual, an alien element. The position became more confused with every step we took. The first rule in any underground work is iron discipline. And there we were with two different centers, one of them outside the party. We discussed the position and came to a decision. A Czech comrade who worked in the office slipped Yershov's card into the pile for Buchenwald. He was put on the list automatically. What could be simpler, said MOSTOVSKOY. It was the unanimous decision of all the communists, said Osipov. He stood in front of MOSTOVSKOY in his miserable clothes, holding a rag in one hand. Stern, unshakable, certain of his rectitude, of his terrible, more than divine, right to make the cause he served into the supreme arbiter of a man's fate. And the naked, skinny old man, one of the founders of a great party, sat there in silence, his shoulders hunched and his head bowed. It was night and he was back in Liss's office. He was overwhelmed by terror. What if Liss hadn't been lying? What if he had had no ulterior motive? If he had simply wanted to talk to another human being? He drew himself up to his full height. Then, just as 10 years before during the period of collectivization, just as during the political trials when the comrades of his youth had been condemned to the scaffold, he said, I submit to this decision. I accept it as a member of the party. He took his jacket from the bench and removed several scraps of paper from the lining. They were texts he had drawn up for leaflets. Suddenly, in his mind's eye, he saw Ikonokov's face and large cow-like eyes. If only he could listen once again to the preacher of senseless kindness. I wanted to ask about Ikonikov, he said. Did the Czech slip his card in too? The holy fool, the man you used to call the blancmange, he was executed. He refused to work on the construction of an extermination camp. Kayes was ordered to shoot him. That night, MOSTOVSKOY's leaflets about Stalingrad were stuck up on the walls of the barrack huts. 40. Soon after the end of the war, a dossier was found in the archives of the Munich Gestapo relating to the investigation into an underground organization in one of the concentration camps of Western Germany. The final document stated that the sentence passed on the members of the organization had been carried out and their bodies burnt in the crematorium. The first name on the list was MOSTOVSKOY's. It was impossible to ascertain the name of the provocateur who had betrayed his comrades. Probably he was executed by the Gestapo together with the men he betrayed. 41. The hostel belonging to the special unit assigned to the gas chambers, crematorium and stores of poisonous substances was both warm and quiet. The prisoners who worked permanently in number 1 complex enjoyed good living conditions. Beside each bed stood a small table with a carafe of boiled water. There was even a strip of carpet down the central passageway. The prisoners here were all trustees. They ate in a special building. The Germans in the special unit were able to choose their own menus as though in a restaurant. They were paid almost 3 times as much as officers and soldiers of corresponding rank on active service. Their families were granted rent reductions, maximum discounts on groceries, and the right to be the first evacuees from areas threatened by air raids. Private Rose's job was to watch through the inspection window. When the process was completed, he gave the order for the gas chamber to be emptied. He was also expected to check that the dentists worked efficiently and honestly. He had written several reports to the director of the complex, Sturmbannführer Kaltluft, about the difficulty of carrying out these 2 tasks at once. While Rose was up above watching the gassing, the workers down below were left unsupervised. The dentists and the men loading bodies onto the conveyor belt could steal and loot to their heart's content. Rose had grown accustomed to his work. Looking through the inspection window no longer disturbed or excited him as it had during the first few days. His predecessor had once been found engaged in a pastime more suitable for a 12-year-old boy than an SS soldier entrusted with a special assignment. At first, Rose hadn't understood why his comrades kept hinting at certain improprieties. Only later had he understood what they were talking about. Rose did not, however, enjoy his work. He was unnerved by the esteem that now surrounded him. The waitresses in the canteen kept asking why he was so pale. As far back as he could remember, Rose's mother had always been in tears, and time and again his father had been fired from work. He seemed to have been sacked from more jobs than he had actually had. It was from his parents that Rose had learned his quiet, sidling walk, intended not to disturb anyone, and the anxious smile with which he greeted his neighbours, his landlord, his landlord's cat, the headmaster and the policeman on the corner of the street. Gentleness and friendliness had seemed the fundamental traits of his character. Even he was surprised how much hatred lay inside him and how long he had kept it hidden. He had been seconded to the special unit. The commander, a man with a fine understanding of people, had at once sensed his gentle, effeminate nature. There was nothing pleasant about watching the convulsions of the Jews in the gas chambers. The soldiers who enjoyed working in the complex filled Rose with disgust. He especially disliked Zhuchenko, the prisoner of war on duty by the door of the gas chambers during the morning shift. He always had a childish and particularly unpleasant smile on his face. Rose didn't like his work, but he was well aware of the many official and unofficial perks it brought him. At the end of each day, one of the dentists would hand Rose a small packet containing several gold crowns. Although this represented only an insignificant fraction of the precious metal taken every day to the camp authorities, Rose had twice handed over almost a kilo of gold to his wife. This was their bright future, their dream of a peaceful old age. As a young man, Rose had been weak and timid, unable to play an active part in life's struggle. He had never doubted that the party had set itself one aim only, the well-being of the small and weak. He had already experienced the benefits of Hitler's policies. Life had improved immeasurably for him and his family. 42. Sometimes, deep in his heart, Anton Khmelkov was appalled by his work. As he lay down in the evening and listened to Trofima Zhuchenko's laughter, he would be overcome by a cold, heavy fear. It was Zhuchenko's job to close the hermetically sealed doors of the gas chamber. His large, strong hands and fingers always looked as though they hadn't been washed. Khmelkov didn't even like to take a piece of bread from the same basket as Zhuchenko. Zhuchenko looked happy and excited as he went out to work in the morning and waited for the column of prisoners from the railway line. But the slow progress of the column seemed to incense him. He would twitch his jaws and make a thin, complaining sound in his throat, like a cat watching sparrows from behind a pane of glass. Khmelkov found Zhuchenko very disturbing. Not that he himself was above having a few drinks and then going off for a bit of fun with one of the women in the queue. There was a little door through which members of the special unit could go into the changing room and pick out a woman. A man's a man, after all. Khmelkov would choose a woman or a girl, take her off to an empty corner, and half an hour later hand her back to the guard. Neither he nor the woman would say anything. Still, he wasn't in this job for the wine or the women, for gabardine riding breeches or box-calf boots. Khmelkov had been taken prisoner in July 1941. He had been beaten over the head and neck with a rifle butt. He had suffered from dysentery. He had been forced to march through the snow in tattered boots. He had drunk yellow water tainted with fuel oil. He had torn off hunks of black, stinking meat from the carcass of a horse. He had eaten potato peelings and rotten swedes. All he had asked for, all he had wanted, was life itself. He had fought off dozens of deaths, from cold, from hunger, from bloody flux. He didn't want to fall to the ground with 9 grams of metal in his skull. He didn't want to swell up till his heart choked in the water rising from his legs. He wasn't a criminal. Just a hairdresser from the town of Kerchy. No one, neither his relatives, his neighbours, his fellow workers, or the friends with whom he drank wine, ate smoked mullet and played dominoes, had ever thought badly of him. There was a time when he thought he had nothing whatever in common with Zhuchenko. Now, though, he sometimes thought that the differences between them were insignificant and trifling. What did it matter what the two of them felt? If the job they did was the same, what did it matter if one felt happy and the other felt sad? What Khmelkov didn't understand was that it wasn't Zhuchenko's greater guilt that made him so disturbing. What was disturbing was that Zhuchenko's behavior could be explained by some terrible, innate depravity, whereas he himself was still a human being, and he was dimly aware that if you wish to remain a human being under fascism, there is an easier option than survival: death. 43. The director of the complex, Sturmbannführer Kaltluft, had arranged for the controller's office to provide him each evening with a schedule of the next day's arrivals. He was able to inform his workers in advance of the number of wagons and the quantity of people expected. Depending what country the train was from, the appropriate auxiliary units would be called up. Barbers, escort guards, porters. Count Luft disliked slovenliness of any kind. He never drank and was furious if he found any of his subordinates the worse for drink. Only once had anyone seen him bright and animated, sitting in his car, about to go and stay with his family over Easter. He had beckoned to Sturmführer Hahn and showed him photographs of his daughter, a little girl with large eyes and a large face like her father's. Kaltluft enjoyed work and disliked wasting his time. He never went to the club after supper, he never played cards, and he never watched films. At Christmas, the special unit had had their own tree and arranged for a performance by an amateur choir. A free bottle of French cognac had been given out to every 2 men. Kaltluft had dropped in for half an hour, and everyone had seen the fresh ink stains on his fingers. He had been working on Christmas Eve. He had grown up in his parents' old home in the country. He wasn't afraid of hard work, and he enjoyed the peace of the village. It had seemed he would live there forever. He had dreamed of increasing the size of the holding, but, no matter what he earned from his wheat, Swedes and pigs, he had expected to stay on in the quiet, comfortable house. His life, however, had followed a different course. At the end of the First World War, he had been sent to the front. It seemed as though nothing less than fate itself had decreed his progression from the village to the army, from the trenches to HQ company, from clerk to adjutant, from the central apparatus of the RSHA to the administration of the camps, and finally to his appointment as commander of a Sonderkommando in an extermination camp. If, on the day of judgment, Kaltluft had been called upon to justify himself, he could have explained quite truthfully how fate had led him to become the executioner of 590,000 people. What else could he have done in the face of such powerful forces? The war, fervent nationalism, the adamancy of the party, the will of the state. How could he have swum against the current? He was a man like any other. All he had wanted was to live peacefully in his father's house. He hadn't walked. He had been pushed. Fate had led him by the hand. And if they had been called upon, Kaltluft's superiors and subordinates would have justified themselves in almost the same words. But Kaltluft was not asked to justify himself before a heavenly court, nor was God asked to reassure him that no one in the world is guilty. There is divine judgment, there is the judgment of a state, and the judgment of society. But there is one supreme judgment, the judgment of one sinner over another. A sinner can measure the power of the totalitarian state and find it limitless. Through propaganda, hunger, loneliness, infamy, obscurity, labor camps, and the threat of death, this terrible power can fetter a man's will. But every step that a man takes under the threat of poverty, hunger, labor camps, and death is at the same time an expression of his own will. Every step Kaltluft had taken, from the village to the trenches, from being a man in the street to being a member of the National Socialist Party, bore the imprint of his will. A man may be led by fate, but he can refuse to follow. He may be a mere tool in the hands of destructive powers, but he knows it is in his interest to assent to this. Fate and the individual may have different ends, but they share the same path. The man who pronounces judgment will be neither a pure and merciful heavenly being, nor a wise justice who watches over the interests of society and the state, neither a saint nor a righteous man, but a miserable, dirty sinner who has been crushed by fascism, who has himself experienced the terrible power of the state, who has himself bowed down, fallen, shrunk into timidity and submissiveness. And this judge will say, guilty. Yes, there are men in this terrible world who are guilty. 44. It was the last day of the journey. There was a grinding of brakes, and the wagons squealed to a halt. A moment of quiet was followed by the rattle of bolts and the order, Allez heraus. They began to make their way out onto the platform. It was still wet from the recent rain. How strange people's faces seemed in the light. Their clothes had changed less than the people themselves. Coats, jackets, and shawls called to mind the houses where they had been put on, the mirrors in front of which they had been measured. The people emerging from the wagons clustered in groups. There was something familiar and reassuring in the closeness of the herd, in the smell and the warmth, in the exhausted eyes and faces. in the solidity of the vast crowd emerging from the 42 goods wagons. 2 SS guards walked slowly up and down the platform, the nails of their boots ringing on the asphalt. They seemed haughty and thoughtful, looking neither at the young Jews carrying out the corpse of an old woman with streaks of white hair over her white face, nor at the curly-headed man on all fours drinking from a puddle, nor at the hunchbacked woman lifting up her skirt to adjust the torn elastic of her knickers. Now and again the SS guards glanced at each other and exchanged a few words. Their passage along the platform was like the sun's through the sky. The sun doesn't need to watch over the wind and clouds, to listen to the sound of leaves or of a storm at sea. It knows as it follows its smooth path that everything in the world depends on it. Men in caps with large peaks and blue overalls with white bands on the sleeves chivied on the new arrivals, shouting at them in a strange mixture of Russian, Yiddish, Polish and Ukrainian. They organized the crowd quickly and efficiently. They weeded out people who could no longer stand up and got the stronger men to load the dying into vans. Then they molded the milling throng into a column, inspired it with the idea of movement, and gave this movement direction and purpose. As they were formed up into ranks of 6, the news ran down the column. "The bathhouse! First we're going to the bathhouse!" No merciful God could have thought of anything kinder. "Very well, Jews, let's be off," shouted the man in the cape, who commanded the unit responsible for unloading the train. The men and women were picking up their bags. The children were clinging to their mothers' skirts and the lapels of their fathers' jackets. "The bathhouse! The bathhouse!" The words were like a hypnotic charm that filled their consciousness. There was something attractive about the tall man in the cape. It was as if he were one of them, closer to their unhappy world than to the men in helmets and grey greatcoats. Carefully, entreatingly, an old woman stroked the sleeves of his overalls with the tips of her fingers and asked, "Ihr sind a Yid a Litvak, mein kind?" "Da, Mamenka, ich bin a Yid, Predko, Panawi." Suddenly, in a hoarse, resonant voice, bringing together words used by the 2 opposing armies, he shouted, "Die Cologne Marsch, Shagom Marsch." The platform emptied. The men in overalls began sweeping up pieces of rag, scraps of bandages, a broken clog, and a child's brick that had been dropped on the ground. They slammed the doors of the wagons. A grinding wave ran down the train as it moved off to the disinfection point. After they had finished work, the unit returned to the camp through the service gates. The trains from the east were the worst. You got covered in lice and there was a foul stench from the corpses and invalids. No, they weren't like the wagons from Hungary, Holland or Belgium, where you sometimes found a bottle of scent, a packet of cocoa or a tin of condensed milk. 45. A great city opened out before the travellers. Its western outskirts were lost in the mist. The dark smoke from the distant factory chimneys blended with the damp to form a low haze over the checkered pattern of the barrack huts. There was something surprising in the contrast between the mist and the angular geometry of the streets of barracks. To the northeast, there was a dark red glow in the sky. It was as though the damp autumn sky had somehow become red hot. Sometimes a slow, creeping flame escaped from this damp glow. The travellers emerged into a spacious square. In the middle of this square were several dozen people on a wooden bandstand, like in a public park. They were the members of a band, each of them as different from one another as their instruments. Some of them looked round at the approaching column. Then a grey-haired man in a colourful cloak called out, and they reached for their instruments. There was a burst of something like cheeky, timid birdsong, and the air that had been torn apart by the barbed wire and the howl of sirens, that stank of oily fumes and garbage, was filled with music. It was like a warm summer cloudburst ignited by the sun, flashing as it crashed down to earth. People in camps, people in prisons, people who have escaped from prison, people going to their death, know the extraordinary power of music. No one else can experience music in quite the same way. What music resurrects in the soul of a man about to die is neither hope nor thought, but simply the blind, heartbreaking miracle of life itself. A sob passed down the column. Everything seemed transformed. Everything had come together. Everything scattered and fragmented. Home, peace, the journey, the rumble of wheels, thirst, terror, the city rising out of the mist, the one red dawn. Fused together, not into a memory or a picture, but into the blind, fierce ache of life itself. Here, in the glow of the gas ovens, people knew that life was more than happiness. It was also grief. And freedom was both painful and difficult. It was life itself. Music had the power to express the last turmoil of a soul in whose blind depths every experience, every moment of joy and grief, had fused with this misty morning, this glow hanging over their heads. Or perhaps it wasn't like that at all. Perhaps music was just the key to a man's feelings, not what filled him at this terrible moment, but the key that unlocked his innermost core. In the same way, a child's song can appear to make an old man cry. But it isn't the song itself he cries over. The song is simply a key to something in his soul. As the column slowly formed into a half circle round the square, a cream-coloured car drove through the camp gates. An SS officer in spectacles and a fur-collared greatcoat got out and made an impatient gesture. The conductor, who had been watching him, let his hands fall with what seemed like a gesture of despair, and the music broke off. A number of voices shouted, "Halt!" The officer walked down the ranks. Sometimes he pointed at people and the guard called them out. He looked them over casually while the guard asked in a quiet voice, so as not to disturb his thoughts, "Age, occupation." 30 people altogether were picked out. Then there was another command. "Doctors, surgeons." No one responded. "Doctors, surgeons, come forward." Again. Silence. The officer walked back to his car. He had lost interest in the thousands of people in the square. The chosen were formed up into ranks of 5 and wheeled round towards the banner on the camp gates. Arbeit macht frei. A child in the main column screamed, then some women. Their cries were wild and shrill. The chosen stood there in silence, hanging their heads. How can one convey the feelings of a man pressing his wife's hand for the last time? How can one describe that last quick look at a beloved face? Yes, and how can a man live with the merciless memory of how, during the silence of parting, he blinked for a moment to hide the crude joy he felt at having managed to save his life? How can he ever bury the memory of his wife handing him a packet containing her wedding ring, a rusk and some sugar lumps? How can he continue to exist, seeing the glow in the sky flaring up with renewed strength? Now the hands he had kissed must be burning, now the eyes that had admired him, now the hair whose smell he could recognize in the darkness, now his children, his wife, his mother. How can he ask for a place in the barracks nearer the stove? How can he hold out his bowl for a litre of grey swill? How can he repair the torn sole of his boot? How can he wield a crowbar? How can he drink? How can he breathe, with the screams of his mother and children in his ears? Those who were to remain alive were taken towards the camp gates. They could hear the other people shouting, and they were shouting themselves, tearing at the shirts on their breasts as they walked towards their new life. Electric fences, reinforced concrete towers with machine guns, barrack huts, pale-faced women and girls looking at them from behind the wire, columns of people marching to work with scraps of red, yellow and blue sewn to their chests. Once again the orchestra struck up. The people chosen to work entered the town built on the marshes. Dark water forced its way sullenly and mutely between heavy blocks of stone and slabs of concrete. It was a rusty black, and it smelt of decay. It was covered in green chemical foam, filthy shreds of rag, blood-stained clothes discarded by the camp operating theatres. It disappeared underground, came back to the surface, disappeared once more. Nevertheless, it forced its way through. The waves of the sea and the morning dew were still present, still alive in the dark water of the camp. Meanwhile, the condemned went to their death. 46. Sophia Levinton was walking with heavy, even steps. The little boy beside her was holding her hand. His other hand was in his pocket, clutching a matchbox containing a dark brown chrysalis, wrapped in cotton wool, that had just emerged from the cocoon. The machinist, Lazar Yankovich, walked beside them. His wife, Deborah Samuilovna, was carrying a child in her arms. Behind him, Rebecca Bookman was muttering, "Oh God, oh God, oh God." The fifth person in the row was the librarian, Musia Borisovna. She had put up her hair and the nape of her neck seemed quite white. Several times during the journey, she had exchanged her ration of bread for half a mess tin of warm water. She never grudged anyone anything. In the wagon, she had been looked on as a saint. The old women, good judges of character, used to kiss her dress. The rank in front consisted of only 4 people. During the selection, the officer had called out 2 men from this rank straight away, a father and son, the Sleepoys. In reply to the question about profession, they had shouted out "Zanutzt." The officer had nodded. The Sleepoys had guessed right. They had won life. 3 of the men left in the rank walked with their arms dangling by their sides. It was as though they no longer needed them. The 4th walked with a carefree gait, the collar of his jacket turned up, his hands in his pockets and his head thrown back. 4 or 5 ranks in front was a huge man in a soldier's winter cap. Just behind Sophia Levinton was Musya Vinukur, who had celebrated her 14th birthday in the goods wagon, Death. It had become sociable, quite at home. It called on people without ceremony, coming into their yards and workshops, meeting a housewife at the market and taking her off together with her sack of potatoes, joining in children's games, peeping into a shop where some tailors were hurrying to finish a coat for the wife of a commissar, waiting in a bread queue, sitting down beside an old woman darning stockings. Death carried on in its own everyday manner, and people in theirs. Sometimes it allowed them to finish a cigarette or eat up a meal. Sometimes it came up on a man with comradely bluffness, slapping him on the back and guffawing stupidly. It was as though people had now understood death, as though it had at last revealed how humdrum it was, how childishly simple. Really, it was an easy crossing, just a shallow stream with planks thrown across from one bank, where there was smoke coming out of the wooden huts, to the other bank and its empty meadows. It was a mere 5 or 6 steps, that was all. What was there to be afraid of? A calf was just going over the bridge. You could hear its hooves. And there were some little boys running across in bare feet. Sophia Levinton listened to the music. She had first heard this piece when she was a child. She had listened to it again as a student, and then as a young doctor. It always filled her with a keen sense of the future. But this time the music was deceptive. Sophia Levinton had no future, only a past. For a moment this sense of her past blotted out everything present, blotted out the abyss. It was the very strangest of feelings, something you could never share with any other person. Not even your wife, your mother, your brother, your son, your friend, or your father. It was the secret of your soul. However passionately it might long to, your soul could never betray this secret. You carry away this sense of your life without having ever shared it with anyone. The miracle of a particular individual whose conscious and unconscious contain everything good and bad, everything funny, sweet, shameful, pitiful, timid, tender, uncertain, that has happened from childhood to old age, fused into the mysterious sense of an individual life. When the music began, David had wanted to take the matchbox out of his pocket, open it just for a moment, so the chrysalis wouldn't catch cold, and let it see the musicians. But after a few steps, he forgot the people on the bandstand. There was nothing left but the music and the glow in the sky. The sad, powerful melody filled his soul with longing for his mother. A mother who was neither strong nor calm. A mother who was ashamed at having been deserted by her husband. She had made David a calico shirt, and the people in the other rooms along the corridor had laughed at him because it had flowers on it and the sleeves weren't straight. She had been everything to him. He had always relied on her without thinking. But now, perhaps because of the music, he no longer relied on her. He loved her, but she was weak and helpless. Just like the people walking beside him now. And the music was quiet and sleepy. It was like the little waves he had seen when he had had a fever, when he had crawled off his burning pillow onto warm, damp sand. The band howled. It was as though some huge, dried-up throat had started to wail. The dark wall, the wall that had risen out of the water when he was ill, was hanging over him now, filling the whole sky. Everything that had ever terrified his little heart now became one. The fear aroused by the picture of a little goat who hadn't noticed the shadow of a wolf between the trunks of the fir trees, the blue eyes of the dead calves at market, his dead grandmother, Rebecca Bookman's suffocated daughter, his first unreasoning terror at night that had made him scream out desperately for his mother. Death was standing there, as huge as the sky, watching while little David walked towards him on his little legs. All around him there was nothing but music, and he couldn't cling to it or even batter his head against it. As for the cocoon, it had no wings, no paws, no antennae, no eyes. It just lay there in its little box, stupidly trustful, waiting. David was a Jew. He was choking and hiccuping. He would have strangled himself if he had been able to. The music stopped. His little feet and dozens of other little feet were hurrying along. He had no thoughts, and he was unable to weep or scream. His fingers were wet with sweat. They were squeezing a little box in his pocket. He no longer even remembered what it was. There was nothing except his little feet, walking, hurrying, running. If the horror that gripped him had lasted only a few more minutes, he would have fallen to the ground, his heart broken. When the music stopped, Sophia Levinton wiped away her tears and said angrily, "Yes, it's just what that poor man said." Then she glanced at the boy's face. Even here, its peculiar expression made it stand out. "What is it? What's the matter with you?" she shouted, gripping his hand. "What is it? What's the matter? We're just going to the bathhouse to wash." When they had called for the doctors and surgeons, she had remained silent, fighting against some powerful force that she found repugnant. The machinist's wife was walking along beside her. In her arms, the pathetic little baby, its head too large for its body, was looking around with a calm, thoughtful expression. It was this woman, Deborah, who one night in the goods wagon had stolen a handful of sugar for her baby. The injured party had been too feeble to do anything, but old Lapidus had stood up for her. No one had wanted to sit near him. He was always urinating on the floor, and now Deborah was walking along beside her, holding her baby in her arms, and the baby, who had cried day and night, was quite silent. The woman's sad, dark eyes stopped one from noticing the hideousness of her dirty face and pale, crumpled lips. A Madonna, thought Sophia Levinton. Once, about 2 years before the war, she had watched the sun as it rose behind the pine trees on Tian Shan, catching the white squirrels in its light. The lake lay there in the dawn, as though it had been chiseled out of some pure blue condensed to the solidity of stone. She had thought then that there was probably no one in the world who wouldn't envy her, and at the same moment, with an intensity that burnt her 50-year-old heart, she had felt ready to give up everything, if only in some shabby, dark, low-ceilinged room she could be hugged by the arms of a child. She had always loved children, but little David evoked some special tenderness in her that she had never felt before. In the goods wagon she had given him some bread, and he had turned his little face towards her in the half-light. She had wanted to weep, to hug him, to smother him with kisses like a mother kissing her child. In a whisper that no one else could hear, she had said, "Eat, my son, eat." She seldom spoke to the boy. Some strange shame made her want to hide the maternal feelings welling up inside her. But she had noticed that he always watched anxiously if she moved to the other side of the wagon, and that he calmed down when she was near him. She didn't want to admit why she hadn't answered when they had called for doctors and surgeons, why she had been seized at that moment by a feeling of exultation. The column moved on beside the barbed wire and the ditches, past the reinforced concrete towers with their machine guns. To these people, who no longer remembered freedom, it seemed that the barbed wire and the machine guns were there not to stop the inmates from escaping, but to stop the condemned from hiding away in the camp. The path turned away from the barbed wire and led towards some low, squat buildings with flat roofs. From a distance, these rectangles with grey, windowless walls looked like the children's bricks David had once glued together to make pictures. As the column turned, a gap appeared in the ranks, and David saw that some of the buildings had their doors flung wide open. Not knowing why, he took the little box out of his pocket and, without saying goodbye to the chrysalis, flung it away. Let it live. "Splendid people, these Germans," said the man in front, as though the guards might hear and appreciate his flattery. The man with the raised collar shrugged his shoulders in a manner that was somehow peculiar, gave a quick glance to either side of him and seemed to grow taller and more imposing. With a sudden nimble jump, as though he had spread his wings, he punched an SS guard in the face and knocked him to the ground. Sophia Levinton leapt after him with an angry shout. She stumbled and fell. Several hands grabbed her and helped her up. The people behind were pressing on. David glanced round, afraid of being knocked over, and caught a glimpse of the man being dragged away by the guards. In the brief instant when Sophia had attempted to attack the guard, she had forgotten about David. Now once more she took him by the hand. David saw how clear, fierce, and splendid human eyes can be when, even for a fraction of a second, they sense freedom. By now, the front ranks had already reached the asphalt square in front of the bathhouse. Their steps sounded different as they marched through the wide-open doors. 47. The warm, damp changing room was quiet and gloomy. The only light came through some small rectangular windows. Benches made from thick, bare planks disappeared into the half-darkness. A low partition ran down the middle of the room to the wall opposite the entrance. The men were undressing on one side, the women and children on the other. This division didn't cause any anxiety. People were still able to see each other and call out, "Manya, Manya, are you there?" "Yes, yes, I can see you," one man shouted out. "Matilda, bring a flannel so you can rub my back for me." Most people felt a sense of relief. Serious-looking men in gowns walked up and down the rows, keeping order and giving out sensible advice. Socks, footcloths, and stockings should be placed inside your shoes, and you mustn't forget the number of your row and place. People's voices sounded quiet and muffled. When a man has no clothes on, he draws closer to himself. "God, the hairs on my chest are thicker and wirier than ever. And what a lot of grey! How ugly my fingernails look. There's only one thing a naked man can say as he looks at himself. Yes, here I am. This is me." He recognizes himself and identifies his eye, an eye that remains always the same. A little boy crosses his skinny arms over his bony chest, looks at his frog-like body and says, "This is me." 50 years later, he looks at a plump, flabby chest, at the blue knotted veins on his legs and says, "This is me." But Sophia Leventon noticed something else. It was as though the body of a whole people, previously covered over by layers of rags, was laid bare in these naked bodies of all ages. The skinny little boy with the big nose, over whom an old woman had shaken her head and said, "Poor little Hasid." The 14-year-old girl who was admired even here by hundreds of eyes. The feeble and deformed old men and women who aroused everyone's pitying respect. Men with strong backs covered in hair. Women with large breasts and prominently veined legs. It was as though she felt not just about herself, but about her whole people. Yes, here I am. This was the naked body of a people, young and old, robust and feeble, with bright curly hair and with pale grey hair. Sophia looked at her own broad white shoulders. No one had ever kissed them. Only her mother, long ago when she was a child. Then, with a feeling of meekness, she looked at David. Had she really, only a few minutes ago, forgotten about him and leapt furiously at an SS guard? A foolish young Jew and an old Russian pupil of his once preached the doctrine of non-violence, she thought, but that was before fascism. No longer ashamed of the maternal feelings that had been aroused in her. Virgin though she was, she bent down and took David's narrow little face in her large hands. It was as though she had taken his warm eyes into her hands and kissed them. "Yes, my child," she said, "we've reached the bathhouse." For a moment, in the gloom of the concrete changing room, she glimpsed the eyes of Alexandra Vladimirovna Shaposhnikova. Was she still alive? They had said goodbye. Sophia had gone on her way, and now reached the end of it. So had Anya STRUM. The machinist's wife wanted to show her little son to her husband, but he was on the other side of the partition. Instead, she held him out, half covered in diapers, to Sophia Leventon, and said proudly, "He's only just been undressed, and he's already stopped crying." Behind the partition, a man with a thick black beard, wearing torn pajama bottoms instead of underpants, called out, his eyes and his false teeth glittering, "Manetka, there's a bathing costume for sale here. Shall we buy it?" Monsieur Borisovna smiled at the joke. Her low-cut shift revealed her breasts, and she was covering them with one hand. Sophia Leventon knew that these witticisms were anything but an expression of strength. It was just that terror became less terrible if you laughed at it. Rebecca Bookman's beautiful face looked thin and exhausted. She turned her huge, feverish eyes aside and ran her fingers through her thick curls, hiding away her rings and earrings. She was in the grip of a cruel, blind life force. Helpless and unhappy though she was, fascism had reduced her to its own level. Nothing could break her determination to survive. Even now she no longer remembered how, with these same hands, she had squeezed her child's throat, afraid that its crying would reveal their hiding place. But as Rebecca Bookman gave a long sigh, like an animal that had finally reached the safety of a thicket, she caught sight of a woman in a gown cutting Musia Borisovna's curls with a pair of scissors. Beside her, someone else was cutting a little girl's hair. A silky black stream fell silently onto the concrete floor. There was hair everywhere. It was as though the women were washing their legs in streams of bright and dark water. The woman in the gown unhurriedly took Rebecca's hand away and seized the hair at the back of her head. The tips of her scissors clinked against the rings. Without stopping work, she deftly ran her fingers through Rebecca's hair, removed the rings and whispered, "Everything will be returned to you." Then, still more quietly, she whispered, "Ganz ruhig, the Germans are listening." Rebecca at once forgot the woman's face. She had no eyes, no lips, just a blue-veined, yellowish hand. A grey-haired man appeared on the other side of the partition. His spectacles sat askew on his crooked nose, and he looked like a sick, unhappy demon. He glanced up and down the benches. Articulating each syllable like someone used to speaking to the deaf, he asked, "Mother, mother, how are you?" A little wrinkled old woman, recognizing her son's voice amid the general hubbub, guessed what he meant and answered, "My pulse is fine, no irregularity at all, don't worry." Someone next to Sophia Levinton said, "That's Hellman, he's a famous doctor." A naked young woman was holding a thick-lipped little girl in white knickers by the hand and screaming, "They're going to kill us, they're going to kill us, quiet, quiet." "Calm her down, she's mad," said the other women. They looked round. There were no guards in sight. Their eyes and ears were able to rest in the quiet semi-darkness. What pleasure there was, a pleasure they hadn't experienced for months on end in taking off their half-rotten socks, stockings and footcloths, in being free of clothes that had become almost wooden with dirt and sweat. The haircutters finished their job and went away. The women breathed still more freely. Some began to doze, others checked the seams on their clothes for lice. Still others started to chat quietly among themselves. "A pity we haven't got a pack of cards," said one voice. "We could play fool." At this moment, Kaltluft, a cigar between his teeth, was picking up the telephone receiver. The storeman was loading a motor cart with jars of Zyklon B that had red labels on them like pots of jam. And the special unit orderly was sitting in the office, waiting for the red indicator lamp on the wall to light up. Suddenly the order, "Stand up," came from each end of the changing room. Germans in black uniforms were standing at the end of the benches. Everyone made their way into a wide corridor, lit by dim ceiling lamps covered by ovals of thick glass. The muscular strength of the smoothly curving concrete sucked in the stream of people. It was quiet. The only sound was the rustle of bare feet. Before the war, Sophia Levinton had once said to Yevgenia Nikolaevna Shaposhnikova, "If one man is fated to be killed by another, it would be interesting to trace the gradual convergence of their paths. At the start, they might be miles away from one another. I might be in Pamir picking alpine roses and clicking my camera, while this other man, my death, might be 8,000 miles away, fishing for ruff in a little stream after school. I might be getting ready to go to a concert, and he might be at the railway station buying a ticket to go and visit his mother-in-law. And yet eventually we are bound to meet. We can't avoid it." Sophia looked up at the ceiling. The thick concrete would never again allow her to listen to a storm, or glimpse the overturned dipper of the Great Bear. She was walking in bare feet towards a bend in the corridor, and the corridor was noiselessly, stealthily floating towards her. The movement went on by itself, without violence. It was as if she were gliding along in a dream, as if everything inside her and round her had been smeared with glycerine. The door to the gas chamber opened gradually and yet suddenly. The stream of people flowed through. An old couple, who had lived together for 50 years and had been separated in the changing room, were again walking side by side. The machinist's wife was carrying her baby, now awake. A mother and son looked over everyone's heads, scrutinizing not space but time. Sophia Levinton caught a glimpse of the doctor's face. Right beside her she saw Musia Borisovna's kind eyes, then the horror-filled gaze of Rebecca Bookman. There was Lucia Sterentel. Nothing could lessen the beauty of her young eyes, her nose, her neck, her half-open mouth, and there was old Lapidus walking beside her with his wrinkled blue lips. Again, Sophia Levinton hugged David's shoulders. Never before had she felt such tenderness for people. Rebecca Bookman, now walking at Sophia's side, gave a sudden scream. The scream of someone who is being turned into ashes. A man with a length of hosepipe was standing beside the entrance to the gas chamber. He wore a brown shirt with a zip fastener and short sleeves. It was seeing his childish, mindless, drunken smile that had caused Rebecca Bookman to let out that terrible scream. His eyes slid over Sophia Levinton's face. There he was. They had met at last. Sophia felt her fingers itching to seize hold of the neck that seemed to creep up from his open collar. The man with the smile raised his club. Through the ringing of bells and the crunch of broken glass in her head, she heard the words, "Easy now, you filthy yid!" She just managed to stay on her feet. With slow, heavy steps, still holding David, she crossed the steel threshold. 48. David passed his hand over the steel frame of the door. It felt cool and slippery. He caught sight of a light grey blur that was the reflection of his own face. The soles of his bare feet told him that the floor here was colder than in the corridor. It must have just been washed. Taking short, slow steps, he walked into a concrete box with a low ceiling. He couldn't see any lamps, but there was a grey light in the chamber, a stone-like light that seemed unfit for living beings. It was as though the sun were shining through a concrete sky. People who had always stayed together now drifted apart, began to lose one another. David glimpsed the face of Lucia Sterenthal. When he had first seen it in the goods wagon, he had felt the sweet sadness of being in love. A moment later, a short woman with no neck was standing where Lucia had been. She was replaced by an old man with blue eyes and white fluff on his neck, then by a young man with a fixed, wide-eyed stare. This wasn't how people moved. It wasn't even how the lowest form of animal life moved. It was a movement without sense or purpose, with no trace of a living will behind it. The stream of people flowed into the chamber. The people going in pushed the people already inside. The latter pushed their neighbors, and all these countless shoves and pushes with elbows, shoulders, and stomachs gave rise to a form of movement identical in every respect to the streaming of molecules. David had the impression that someone was leading him, that he had to move. He reached the wall, first one knee, then his chest, came up against its bare cold. He couldn't go any further. Sophia Leventon was already there, leaning against the wall. For a few moments they watched the people moving away from the door. The door seemed very far away. You could guess its position by the particular density of the white human bodies. They squeezed through the entrance and were then allowed to spread out into the chamber. David saw people's faces. Since the train had been unloaded that morning, he had only seen people's backs. Now it was as though the faces of the whole trainload were moving towards him. Sophia Leventon had suddenly become strange. Her voice sounded different in this flat concrete world. She had changed since entering the gas chamber. When she said, "Hold on to my hand, son," he could feel that she was afraid of letting him go, afraid of being left alone. They didn't manage to stay by the wall. They were pushed away from it and forced to shuffle forward. David felt he was moving faster than Sophia Leventon. Her hand was gripping his, pulling him towards her. But some gentle, imperceptibly growing force was pulling David away. Sophia Leventon's grip began to loosen. The crowd grew steadily denser. People began to move more and more slowly, their steps shorter and shorter. No one was controlling the movement of people in the concrete box. The Germans didn't care whether the people in the chamber stood still or moved in senseless zigzags and half circles. The naked boy went on taking tiny, senseless steps. The curve traced by his slight body no longer coincided with the curve traced by Sophia Leventon's large, heavy body. They were being pulled apart. She shouldn't have held him by the hand. They should have been like those two women, mother and daughter, clasping each other convulsively, with all the melancholy obstinacy of love, cheek to cheek and breast to breast, fusing into one indivisible body. Now there were even more people, packed in so tightly they no longer obeyed the laws of molecular movement. The boy screamed as he lost hold of Sophia Leventon's hand. But immediately Sophia Leventon receded into the past. Nothing existed except the present moment. Beside him, mouths were breathing, bodies were touching each other, people's thoughts and feelings fusing together. David had been caught by a subcurrent which, thrown back by the wall, was now flowing towards the door. He glimpsed three people joined together, 2 men and an old woman. She was defending her children, they were supporting their mother. Suddenly, a new, quite different movement arose beside David. The noise was new too, quite distinct from the general shuffling and muttering. "Let me through!" A man with strong muscular arms, head bent forward over a thick neck, was forcing his way through the solid mass of bodies. He wanted to escape the hypnotic concrete rhythm. His body was rebelling, blindly, thoughtlessly, like the body of a fish on a kitchen table. Soon he became quiet again, choking, taking tiny steps like everyone else. This disruption changed people's trajectories. David found himself beside Sophia Levinton again. She clasped the boy to her with the peculiar strength familiar to the Germans who worked there. When they emptied the chamber, they never attempted to separate bodies locked in a close embrace. There were screams from near the entrance. Seeing the dense human mass inside, people were refusing to go through the door. David watched the door close, gently, smoothly, as though drawn by a magnet. The steel door drew closer to its steel frame. Finally, they became one. High up, behind a rectangular metal grating in the wall, David saw something stir. It looked like a grey rat, but he realized it was a fan beginning to turn. He sensed a faint, rather sweet smell. The shuffling quietened down. All you could hear were occasional screams, groans, and barely audible words. Speech was no longer of any use to people, nor was action. Action is directed towards the future, and there no longer was any future. When David moved his head and neck, it didn't make Sophia Levinton want to turn and see what he was looking at. Her eyes, which had read Homer, Izvestia, Huckleberry Finn, and Mayne Reid, that had looked at good people and bad people, that had seen the geese in the green meadows of Kursk, the stars above the observatory at Pulkovo, the glitter of surgical steel, the Mona Lisa in the Louvre, tomatoes and turnips in the bins at market, the blue water of Issyk-Kul. Her eyes were no longer of any use to her. If someone had blinded her, she would have felt no sense of loss. She was still breathing, but breathing was hard work, and she was running out of strength. The bells ringing in her head became deafening. She wanted to concentrate on one last thought, but was unable to articulate this thought. She stood there, mute, blind, her eyes still open. The boy's movements filled her with pity. Her feelings towards him were so simple that she no longer needed words and eyes. The half-dead boy was still breathing, but the air he took in only drove life away. His head was turning from side to side. He still wanted to see. He could see people settling onto the ground. He could see mouths that were toothless and mouths with white teeth and gold teeth. He could see a thin stream of blood flowing from a nostril. He could see eyes peering through the glass. Rose's inquisitive eyes had momentarily met David's. He still needed his voice. He would have asked Aunt Sonia about those wolf-like eyes. He still even needed thought. He had taken only a few steps in the world. He had seen the prints of children's bare heels on hot, dusty earth. His mother lived in Moscow. The moon looked down and people's eyes looked up at it from below. A teapot was boiling on the gas ring. This world where a chicken could run without its head, where there was milk in the morning, and frogs he could get to dance by holding their front feet. This world still preoccupied him. All this time, David was being clasped by strong, warm hands. He didn't feel his eyes go dark, his heart become empty, his mind grow dull and blind. He had been killed. He no longer existed. Sophia Levinton felt the boy's body subside in her arms. Once again she had fallen behind him. In mineshafts where the air becomes poisoned, it is always the little creatures, the birds and mice, that die first. This boy, with his slight, bird-like body, had left before her. I've become a mother, she thought. That was her last thought. Her heart, however, still had life in it. It contracted, ached, and felt pity for all of you, both living and dead. Sofia Osipovna felt a wave of nausea. She pressed David, now a doll, to herself. She became dead, a doll. 49. When a person dies, they cross over from the realm of freedom to the realm of slavery. Life is freedom, and dying is a gradual denial of freedom. Consciousness first weakens and then disappears. The life processes, respiration, the metabolism, the circulation continue for some time, but an irrevocable move has been made towards slavery. Consciousness, the flame of freedom, has died out. The stars have disappeared from the night sky. The Milky Way has vanished. The sun has gone out. Venus, Mars, and Jupiter have been extinguished. Millions of leaves have died. The wind and the oceans have faded away. Flowers have lost their color and fragrance. Bread has vanished. Water has vanished. Even the air itself, the sometimes cool, sometimes sultry air, has vanished. The universe inside a person has ceased to exist. This universe is astonishingly similar to the universe that exists outside people. It is astonishingly similar to the universes still reflected within the skulls of millions of living people. But still more astonishing is the fact that this universe had something in it that distinguished the sound of its ocean, the smell of its flowers, the rustle of its leaves, the hues of its granite, and the sadness of its autumn fields, both from those of every other universe that exists and ever has existed within people, and from those of the universe that exists eternally outside people. What constitutes the freedom, the soul of an individual life, is its uniqueness. The reflection of the universe in someone's consciousness is the foundation of his or her power, but life only becomes happiness, is only endowed with freedom and meaning when someone exists as a whole world that has never been repeated in all eternity. Only then can they experience the joy of freedom and kindness, finding in others what they have already found in themselves. 50. Semyonov, an army driver, was taken prisoner at the same time as Mostovskoy and Sofia Leventon. After 10 weeks in a camp near the front, he was sent with a large party of captured Red Army soldiers in the direction of the western border. During these 10 weeks, he wasn't beaten or kicked with fists, rifle butts, or boots. All he suffered from was hunger. Like water, hunger is part of life. Like water, it has the power to destroy the body, to cripple the soul, to annihilate millions of lives. Hunger, ice, snowfalls, droughts, floods, and epidemics can decimate flocks of sheep and herds of horses. They can kill wolves, foxes, songbirds, camels, perch, and vipers. During natural disasters, people become like animals in their suffering. The state has the power to dam life up. Like water squeezed between narrow banks, hunger will then cripple, smash to pieces, or exterminate a man, tribe, or people. Molecule by molecule, hunger squeezes out the fats and proteins from each cell. Hunger softens the bones, twists the legs of children with rickets, thins the blood, stiffens the muscles, makes the head spin, gnaws at the nerves. Hunger weighs down the soul, drives away joy and faith, destroys thought and engenders submissiveness, base cruelty, indifference, and despair. All that is human in a man can perish. He can turn into a savage animal that murders, commits acts of cannibalism, and eats corpses. The state can construct a barrier that separates wheat and rye from the people who sowed it. The state has the power to bring about a famine as terrible as those which killed millions of people during the siege of Leningrad and in the cattle pens of Hitler's camps. Food, victuals, grub, nourishment, rations, hardtack, bread, a fry-up, something to eat, a rich diet, a meat diet, an invalid diet, a thin diet, a rich, generous spread, a refined dish, something simple, a peasant dish, a blowout, food, potato peelings, dogs, young frogs, snails, rotten cabbage leaves, stale beet, decayed horse meat, cat meat, the flesh of crows and jackdaws, damp rotting grain, leather from belts and shoes, glue, earth impregnated with slops from the officer's kitchen. All this is food. This is what trickles through the dam. People struggle to obtain all this. They then divide it up, exchange it, and steal it from one another. On the 11th day of the journey at Khutor-Mikhailovsky, the guards dragged the now unconscious Semyonov out of the wagon and handed him over to the station authorities. The commandant, a middle-aged German, glanced at the half-dead soldier lying by the wall and turned to his interpreter. "Let him crawl to the village. He'll be dead by tomorrow. There's no need to shoot him." Semyonov dragged himself to the village. At the first hut, he was refused entrance. "There's nothing here for you. Go away," said an old woman's voice from behind the door. No one answered when he knocked at the second hut. Either it was empty, or the door was bolted on the inside. The door of the third hut was half open. He walked into the porch. No one challenged him. He went inside. He could smell the warmth. He felt dizzy and lay down on the bench by the door. Breathing heavily, he looked round at the white walls, the icons, the table, and the stove. After the cattle pen of the camp, all this seemed very strange. A shadow passed by the window. A woman walked in, caught sight of Semyonov, and screamed. "Who are you?" Semyonov didn't say anything. The answer was obvious enough. That day, his life and fate was decided not by the merciless forces of warring states, but by a human being, old Kristya Chunyak. She gave him a mug of milk. He drank, swallowing it greedily but with difficulty. After he finished the mug, he felt sick. He vomited over and over again. He felt he was being torn apart. He wept, sucking in each breath as though it were his last. He tried to control himself. There was only one thought in his mind. He was unclean, foul. The woman would throw him out. Through his swollen eyes, he saw her fetch a rag and start to wipe the floor. He wanted to say that he'd clear it up himself, that he'd do anything she wanted. If only she didn't throw him out. But he could only mutter incoherently and point with his trembling fingers. Time passed. The old woman went in and out of the hut several times. She still hadn't tried to throw him out. Perhaps she was asking a neighbor to call a German patrol or the Ukrainian police. She put an iron pot on the stove. The room grew hotter. Clouds of steam began to appear. The old woman's face looked hard, hostile. She's going to throw me out and then disinfect the place, he thought to himself. She took some trousers and some underwear out of a trunk. She helped Semyonov undress and made his clothes into a bundle. He could smell his filthy body and the stench of his pants. They were soaked with urine and bloody excrement. She helped him into a bathtub. He felt the strong, rough touch of her palms on his louse-eaten body. Warm, soapy water ran over his chest and shoulders. He suddenly began to choke and tremble. He felt dizzy. Whining, swallowing down snot, he howled, "Mama! Mamanka! Mamanka!" She wiped the tears from his eyes with a thick grey towel and dried his hair and shoulders. She put her hands under his armpits and lifted him onto a bench. She bent down to dry his thin, stick-like legs, slipped a shirt and some drawers over him, and did up the white cloth-covered buttons. She poured the filthy black water into a bucket and carried it away. She spread a sheepskin jacket over the stove, covered it with a piece of striped cloth, and put a large pillow at one end. Then she lifted Semyonov into the air, as easily as if he were a chicken, and laid him out on the stove. He lay there in semi-delirium. His body knew that an unimaginable change had taken place. The merciless world was no longer trying to destroy a tormented beast. But he had never experienced such pain, neither in the camp nor on the journey. His legs ached, his fingers ached, his bones ached. His head kept filling with some damp, black sludge, then suddenly emptying and starting to spin. There were moments when he felt a twinge of pain in his heart, when it seemed to stop beating, when his insides filled with smoke, and he thought death had come for him. 4 days passed. Semyonov climbed down from the stove and began to walk about the room. He was amazed how much food there was in the world. In the camp there had been nothing but rotten beet. He had forgotten that there were other foods than that thin, cloudy, putrid-smelling soup. And now he could see millet, potatoes, cabbage, lard. He could hear a cock crow. He was like a child who thought that the world was ruled by 2 magicians, one good and the other evil. He couldn't rid himself of the fear that the evil magician might once again overpower the good magician, that the kind, warm world would vanish with all its food, that he would again be left to chew at his leather belt. He busied himself with trying to repair the small hand mill. It was appallingly inefficient. His forehead would be dripping with sweat after he had ground a mere handful of damp grey flour. He cleaned the drive with a file and some sandpaper and then tightened the bolt between the mechanism and the grindstones. He did everything that could be expected of an intelligent mechanic from Moscow. At the end of his labours, the mill worked worse than ever. He lay down on the stove, trying to work out how best to grind wheat. In the morning, he took the mill to pieces again and rebuilt it using some cogs from an old grandfather clock. "Look, Aunt Christia," he boasted, showing her the double train of gears he had contrived. They spoke to each other very little. She never mentioned her husband who had died in 1930, her sons who had disappeared without trace, or her daughter who had moved to Preluki and quite forgotten her. Nor did she ask him how he had been taken prisoner or where he was from, the city or the country. He didn't dare go out onto the street. He would always look long and carefully through the window before going out into the yard, and then hurry back inside. If the door slammed or a mug fell to the floor, he took fright. It seemed as though everything good would come to an end, as though the magic of old Christia Chunyak would lose its power. Whenever a neighbour came in, he climbed up onto the stove and tried not to breathe too loudly or sneeze. But the neighbours very seldom called round. As for the Germans, they never stayed long in the village. Their billets were in the settlement by the station. Semyonov didn't feel any guilt at the thought that he was enjoying warmth and peace while the war raged on around him. What he did feel was fear. Fear that he might be dragged back into the world of the camps, the world of hunger. He always hesitated before opening his eyes in the morning. The magic might have run out during the night. He might see camp guards and barbed wire. He might hear the clang of empty tins. He would listen for a while with his eyes closed, checking that Christia was still there. He seldom thought about the recent past, about Commissar Krymov, Stalingrad, the camp, or the train journey. But every night he cried out and shouted in his sleep. Once he even climbed down from the stove, crawled along the floor, squeezed under the bench, and slept there till morning. He was unable to remember what it was he had dreamed. Sometimes he saw trucks drive down the village street with potatoes and sacks of grain. Once he saw a car, an Opel Capitan. It had a powerful engine, and the wheels didn't skid in the mud. His heart missed a beat as he imagined guttural voices in the porch and a German patrol bursting into the hut. When he asked Aunt Christia about the Germans, she answered, "Some of them aren't bad at all. When the front came this way, I had 2 of them in here. One was a student and the other an artist. They used to play with the children. Then there was a driver. He had a cat with him. When he came back, she would run out to meet him. She must have come all the way from the frontier with him. He would sit at the table nursing her and giving her lumps of butter and bacon fat. He was very good to me. He brought me firewood. Once he got me a sack of flour. But there are other Germans who kill children. They killed the old man next door. They don't treat us like human beings. They make a filthy mess in the house and they walk around naked in front of women. And some of our own police from the village are just as bad. There are no beasts like German beasts, said Semyonov. But aren't you afraid to keep me here, Aunt Christia? She shook her head and said there were lots of freed prisoners in the countryside. Though of course they were mostly Ukrainians who'd come back to their own homes. But she could say Semyonov was her nephew, the son of her sister who'd gone to Moscow with her husband. Semyonov knew the neighbors' faces by now. He even knew the old woman who'd refused to let him in on the first day. He knew that in the evening the girls went to the cinema at the station, that every Saturday there was a dance. He wanted to know what films the Germans showed, but only the old people called round, and none of them ever went there. One neighbor showed him a letter from her daughter who'd been deported to Germany. There were several passages he had to have explained to him. In one paragraph the girl had written, "Vanka and Grishka flew in, they mended the windows. Vanya and Grisha were in the Air Force. There must have been Soviet air raids." Later in the same letter she wrote, "It rained just like in Bakhmut." That was another way of saying the same thing. At the beginning of the war, the railway station at Bakhmut had been bombed. That evening, a tall, thin old man came to see Christia. He looked Semyonov up and down and said with no trace of a Ukrainian accent, "Where are you from, young man? I was a prisoner. We're all of us prisoners now." The old man had served in the artillery under Tsar Nikolai, and he could recall the commands with astonishing accuracy. He began to rehearse them in front of Semyonov, giving the commands in Russian, in a hoarse voice, and then reporting their execution in a young, ringing voice with a Ukrainian accent. He had obviously remembered his own voice and that of his commanding officer as they had sounded years ago. Then he began abusing the Germans. He told Semyonov that people had hoped they would do away with the kolkhozes, but they must have realized that the system had its advantages for them too. They had set up 5 hut and 10 hut cooperatives, the same old sections and brigades under another name. "Kolkhozes, kolkhozes," Aunt Christia repeated mournfully. "Why do you say that?" asked Semyonov. "Of course there are kolkhozes. What do you expect?" "You be quiet," said the old woman. "Remember what you were like when you first arrived. Well, in 1930 the whole of the Ukraine was like that. When there were no more nettles, we ate earth. Every last grain of corn was taken away. My man died. As for me, I couldn't walk. My whole body swelled up. I lost my voice." Semyonov was astonished that old Christia could once have starved just like he had. He had imagined hunger and death to be powerless before the mistress of the good hut. "Were you kulaks?" he asked. "What do you mean?" "Everyone was dying. It was worse than the war." "Are you from the country?" asked the old man. "No, I was born in Moscow, and so was my father." "Well," said the old man, "if you'd been here during collectivization, you'd have kicked the bucket in no time. You know why I stayed alive? Because I know plants, and I'm not talking about things like acorns, linden leaves, goosefoot, and nettles. They all went in no time. I know 56 plants a man can eat. That's how I stayed alive. It was barely spring, there wasn't a leaf on the trees. And there was I digging up roots. I know everything, brother. Every root, every grass, every flower, every kind of bark. Cows, sheep, and horses can die of hunger. But not me. I'm more herbivorous than any of them. You're from Moscow, said Christia very slowly. I hadn't realized you were from Moscow. The old man left and Semyonov went to bed. Christia sat there, her head in her hands, gazing into the black night sky. There had been a fine harvest in 1930. The wheat stood like a tall, thick wall. It was taller than she was. It came right up to the shoulders of her Vasily. A low wailing hung over the village. The little children kept up a constant, barely audible whine as they crawled about like living skeletons. The men wandered aimlessly around the yards, exhausted by hunger, barely able to breathe, their feet swollen. The women went on searching for something to eat, but everything had already gone. Nettles, acorns, and linden leaves, uncured sheepskins, old bones, hooves and horns that had been lying around on the ground. Meanwhile, the young men from the city went from house to house, hardly glancing at the dead and the dying, searching cellars, digging holes in barns, prodding the ground with iron bars. They were searching for the grain hidden away by the kulaks. One sultry day, Vasily Chunyak had breathed his last breath. Just then, the young men from the city had come back to the hut. One of them, a man with blue eyes and an accent just like Semyonov's, had walked up to the corpse and said, "They're an obstinate lot, these kulaks. They'd rather die than give in." Christia gave a sigh, crossed herself, and laid out her bedding. 51. Victor had expected his work to be appreciated by only a narrow circle of theoretical physicists. In fact, people were constantly telephoning him. And not only physicists, but also mathematicians and chemists whom he hadn't even met. Often they asked him to clarify certain points. His equations were of some complexity. Delegates from one of the student societies came to the institute to ask him to give a lecture to final-year students of physics and mathematics. He gave 2 lectures at the academy itself. Markov and Savostyanov said that his work was being discussed in most of the institute's laboratories. In the special store, Lyudmila overheard an exchange between the wives of 2 scientists. "Where are you in the queue?" "Behind STRUM's wife." The STRUM? Victor was by no means indifferent to this sudden fame, though he tried not to show it. The Scientific Council of the Institute decided to nominate his work for a Stalin Prize. Victor didn't attend the meeting himself, but that evening he couldn't take his eyes off the phone. He was waiting for Sokolov to say what had happened. The first person to speak to him, however, was Savostyanov. With not even a trace of his usual mockery or cynicism, Savostyanov repeated, "It's a triumph, a real triumph." Academician Prasolov had said that the walls of the institute had seen no work of such importance since the research of his late friend Lebedev on the pressure of light. Professor Svechin had talked about Victor's mathematics, showing that there was an innovative element even in his methods. He had said that it was only the Soviet people who were capable of devoting their energies so selflessly to the service of the people at a time of war. Several other men, Markov among them, had spoken, but the most striking and forceful words of all had been Gurovich's. "He's a good man," said Savostyanov. "He didn't hold back. He said what needed to be said. He called your work a classic, of the same importance as that of the founders of atomic physics, Planck, Bohr, and Fermi." That is saying something, thought Victor. Sokolov phoned immediately afterwards. "It's impossible to get through to you today. The line's been engaged for the last 20 minutes. He too was excited and enthusiastic. "I forgot to ask Savostyanov how the voting went," said Victor. Sokolov explained that Professor Gavronov, a specialist in the history of physics, had voted against Victor. In his view, Victor's work lacked a true scientific foundation, was influenced by the idealist views of Western physicists, and held out no possibilities of practical application. "It might even help to have Gavronov against it," said Victor. "Maybe," agreed Sokolov. "Gavronov was a strange man. He was referred to in jest as the Slav Brotherhood, on account of the fanatical obstinacy with which he tried to link all the great achievements of physics to the work of Russian scientists. He ranked such little-known figures as Petrov, Umov, and Yakovlev higher than Faraday, Maxwell, and Planck." Finally, Sokolov said jokingly, "You see, Viktor Pavlovich, Moscow's recognized the importance of your work, Soon we'll be banqueting in your house. Maria Ivanovna then took the receiver from Sokolov and said, "Congratulations to both you and Lyudmila Nikolaevna. I'm so happy for you." "It's nothing," said Viktor. "Vanity of vanities." Nevertheless, that vanity both excited and moved him. Later, when Lyudmila Nikolaevna was about to go to bed, Markov rang. He was always very au fait with the ins and outs of the official world, and he talked about the council in a different way from Sokolov and Savostyanov. Apparently, after Gurovich's speech, Kovchenko had made everyone laugh by saying, "They're ringing the bells in the Institute of Mathematics to celebrate Viktor Pavlovich's work. The procession round the church hasn't yet begun, but the banner's been raised." The ever-suspicious Markov had sensed a certain hostility behind this joke. As for Shishakov, he hadn't said what he thought of Viktor's work. He had merely nodded his head as he listened to the speakers. Perhaps in approval, perhaps as if to say, so it's your turn now, is it? Indeed, he even appeared to favor the work of young Professor Molokhanov on the radiographic analysis of steel. If nothing else, his research had immediate practical applications in the few factories producing high-quality metals. After the meeting, Shishakov had gone up to Gavronov and had a word with him. When Markov finished, Viktor said to him, "Vyacheslav Ivanovich, you should be in the diplomatic service." "No," replied Markov, who had no sense of humor. "I'm an experimental physicist." Viktor went into Lyudmila's room. "I've been nominated for a Stalin Prize. I've just heard the news." He told her about the various speeches. "Of course, all this official recognition means nothing. Still, I've had enough of my eternal inferiority complex. You know, if I go into the conference hall and see free seats in the front row, I never dare go and sit there. Instead, I hide away in some distant corner. While Shishakov and Postoev go and sit on the platform without the least hesitation. I don't give a damn about the actual chair, but I do wish I could feel the right to sit in it." "How glad Tolya would have been," said Lyudmila. "Yes, and I'll never be able to tell my mother," said Viktor. Lyudmila then said, "Vitya, it's already after 11 and Nadia still isn't home. Yesterday she didn't get back till 11 either. What of it?" "She says she's at a girlfriend's, but it makes me anxious. She says that Micah's father has a permit to use his car at night and that he drives her right to the corner." "Why worry then?" said Viktor. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Good God, we're talking about a real success, about a Stalin Prize, and she has to bring up trivia like this." 2 days after the meeting of the Scientific Council, Viktor phoned Shishakov at home. He wanted to ask him to accept the young physicist Landsman on the staff. The personnel department were dragging their feet. At the same time, he wanted to ask Shishakov to speed up the formalities for Anna Naumovna Weispapia's return from Kazan. Now that the institute was recruiting again, it was ridiculous to leave qualified staff behind in Kazan. All this had been on Viktor's mind for a long time, but he had been afraid that Shishakov was not well disposed towards him and would just say, "Have a word with my deputy." As a result, he had kept postponing the conversation, but today he was riding the wave of his success. 10 days ago, he had felt awkward about visiting Shishakov at work. Now it seemed quite simple and natural to phone him at home. "Who's speaking?" a woman's voice answered. Viktor was pleased by the way he announced his name. He sounded so calm, so unhurried. The woman paused for a moment and then said in a friendly voice, "Just a minute." A minute later, in the same kindly voice, she said, "Please phone him tomorrow morning at the institute at 10 o'clock. "Thank you. I'm sorry for troubling you." Viktor felt a burning embarrassment spread over his skin and through every cell of his body. He thought wearily that this feeling would stay with him even while he slept. When he woke up in the morning, he would think, "Why do I feel so awful?" And then he would remember, "Oh yes, that stupid telephone call." He went into Lyudmila's room and told her about his attempt to speak to Shishakov. "Yes," said Lyudmila, "you certainly have got off on the wrong foot." "As your mother used to say about me." Viktor began to curse the woman who had answered the phone. "To hell with the bitch. I hate that way of asking who's speaking and then saying that the boss is busy." Lyudmila usually shared Viktor's indignation at incidents like this. That was why he had come to talk to her. "Do you remember?" said Viktor. "I had thought that Shishakov was so distant because he couldn't get any credit for himself out of my work. Now he's realized that there is a way. By discrediting me, he knows that Sadko doesn't love me." "God, you are suspicious," said Lyudmila. "What time is it?" 9:15. You see, Nadia's still out. God, you are suspicious, said Viktor. By the way, said Lyudmila, I heard something at the store today. Apparently, Svechin's been nominated for a prize too. Well, I like that. He never said a word about it. What for, anyway? For his theory of diffusion. That's impossible. It was published before the war. You wait. He'll be the one who wins it, and you're doing all you can to help him. Don't be a fool, Lyuda. You need your mother. She'd have said what you wanted to hear. What are you so angry about? I just wish that you'd shown my mother a fraction of the warmth I've always felt for Alexandra Vladimirovna. Anna Semyonovna never loved Tolya, said Lyudmila. That's not true, said Viktor. His wife had become a stranger. He found her obstinacy and her unfairness quite frightening. 52. In the morning, Viktor had news from Sokolov. Shishakov had invited some of the Institute staff round to his home the previous evening. Kovchenko had come to fetch Sokolov in his car. One of the guests had been young Badin, the head of the scientific section of the Central Committee. Viktor felt even more mortified. He must have rung Shishakov when his guests were already there. He gave a little smile and said, So Count Saint-Germain was one of the guests. And what did the gentlemen discuss? He suddenly remembered the velvet tone of voice he had used to give his name. He had been certain that Shishakov would come running delightedly to the phone as soon as he heard the name STRUM. He groaned. He then thought that only a dog could have groaned so pitifully, a dog scratching at a particularly annoying flea. I must say, said Sokolov, you'd never have thought it was wartime. Coffee, dry Georgian wine, and not many people at all. Less than a dozen. How strange, said Viktor. Sokolov understood the meaning of his thoughtful tone of voice. Yes, I don't really understand, he said equally thoughtfully. Or rather, I don't understand at all. Was Gurevich there? No, they phoned him, but he had a session with some of the postgraduates. Yes, said Viktor, drumming one finger on the table. Then, to his surprise, he heard himself asking, Pyotr Lavrentievich, was anything said about my work? Sokolov hesitated for a moment. I get the feeling, Viktor Pavlovich, that the people who sing your praises so unreservedly are doing you a disservice. It upsets the authorities. Yes, said Viktor. Go on, finish what you're saying. Sokolov said that Gavronov had asserted that Viktor's work contradicted the Leninist view of the nature of matter. Well, said Viktor, what of it? Gavronov doesn't matter, you know that. But what does matter is that Badin supported him. His line seemed to be that for all its brilliance, your work contradicts the guidelines laid down at that famous meeting. He glanced at the door, then at the telephone, and said very quietly, You know, I'm afraid our bosses are going to pick you as a scapegoat in a campaign to strengthen party spirit in science. You know what that sort of campaign's like. They choose a victim and then crush him. It would be terrible, and your work's so remarkable, so unique. And so no one stood up for me. I don't think so. And you, Pyotr Lavrentievich? There seemed no point in arguing. One can't refute that kind of demagogy. Viktor sensed his friend's embarrassment and began to feel embarrassed himself. No, of course not. You're quite right. They fell into an uncomfortable silence. Viktor felt a shiver of fear. The fear that was always lurking in his heart, fear of the state's anger, fear of being a victim of this anger that could crush a man and grind him to dust. Yes, he said pensively, it's no good being famous when you're dead. How I wish you understood that, said Sokolov quietly. Pyotr Lavrentievich asked Viktor in the same hushed voice, How's Madyarov? Is he all right? Have you heard from him? Sometimes I get very anxious, I don't know why. His question, unprompted and spoken in a whisper, was a way of saying that some relationships are special and have nothing to do with the state. No, I've had no news from Kazan at all. Sokolov's reply, delivered in a loud, unruffled voice, was a way of saying that such a relationship was no longer appropriate for them. Then Markov and Savastyanov came into the office, and the topic of conversation changed. Markov was citing examples of women who had poisoned their husbands' lives. Everyone gets the wife he deserves, said Sokolov. He looked at his watch and left the room. Savastyanov laughed and called after him. If there's one seat in a trolleybus, then Maria Ivanovna stands and Pyotr Lavrentievich sits. If the doorbell rings during the night, he stays in bed and Mashenka rushes out in her dressing gown to find out who's there. No wonder he thinks a wife is a man's best friend. I wish I was as lucky, said Markov. My wife just says, What's the matter with you? Have you gone deaf or something? Open the door. Feeling suddenly angry, Viktor said, "What are you talking about? Pyotr Lavrentievich is a model husband." "You've no reason to complain, Vyacheslav Ivanovich," said Savostyanov. "You're in your laboratory day and night. You're well out of range." "And do you think I don't have to pay for that?" asked Markov. "I see," said Savostyanov, savoring a new witticism. "Stay at home, as they say. My home is my Peter and Paul fortress." Viktor and Markov burst out laughing. Obviously afraid that there might be more of these jokes, Markov got up and said to himself, "Vyacheslav Ivanovich, it's time you were back at work." When he'd gone, Viktor said, "And he used to be so prim, so controlled in all his movements. Now he's like a drunkard. He really is in his laboratory day and night." "Yes," said Savostyanov. "He's like a bird building a nest. He's totally engrossed." "And he's even stopped gossiping," laughed Viktor. "A bird building a nest. Yes, I like that." Very abruptly, Savostyanov turned to face Viktor. There was a serious look on his young face. "By the way," he said, "there's something I must tell you. Viktor Pavlovich, Shishkov's evening, to which you weren't invited, was absolutely appalling. It quite shocked me." Viktor frowned. He felt humiliated by this expression of sympathy. "All right, leave it at that," he said dryly. "Viktor Pavlovich," Savostyanov went on, "I know you don't care whether you were invited or not, but has Pyotr Lavrentievich told you the filth Gavronov came out with? He said your work stinks of Judaism and that Gurevitch only called it a classic because you are a Jew. And the authorities just gave a quiet smile of approval. That's the Slav Brotherhood for you." Instead of going to the canteen at lunchtime, Viktor paced up and down his office. Who would have thought people could stoop so low? Good for Savostyanov, anyway. And he seemed so empty and frivolous with his endless jokes and his photos of girls in swimming costumes. Anyway, it was all nonsense. Gavronov's blatherings didn't matter. He was just a petty, envious psychopath. And if no one had replied, it was because what he'd said was patently absurd. All the same, he was upset and worried by this nonsense. How could Shishkov not invite him? It was really very rude and stupid of him. What made it worse was that Viktor didn't give a damn for that fool Shishkov in his evenings, and yet he was as upset as if he'd been struck by some irreparable tragedy. He knew he was being foolish, but he couldn't help it, and he'd wanted to be given one more egg than Sokolov. Well, but there was one thing that hurt him deeply. He wanted to say to Sokolov, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, my friend? Why didn't you tell me how Gavronov slandered me? That's twice you've kept silent, once then, and once with me." He was very distressed indeed, but this didn't stop him from saying to himself, "Yes, but who's talking? You didn't tell your friend Sokolov about KRYMOV'S suspicions of Madyarov, a relative of his. You kept your mouth shut too, out of embarrassment, tact, nonsense, out of cowardice, Jewish cowardice." It was obviously one of those days. Next, Anna Stepanovna Loshakova came into his office, looking very upset. "Surely she hasn't heard of my troubles already," thought Viktor. "What's the matter, my dear Anna Stepanovna?" "What is all this, Viktor Pavlovich?" she began, "acting like that behind my back. What have I done to deserve it?" During the lunch break, Anna Stepanovna had been told to go to the personnel department. There, she had been asked to write a letter of resignation. The director had ordered them to dismiss any laboratory assistant without further education. "I've never heard such nonsense," said Viktor. "Don't worry, I'll sort it out for you." Anna Stepanovna had been particularly hurt when Lubyankov had said that the administration had nothing against her personally. "What could they have against me, Viktor Pavlovich? Oh God, forgive me, I'm interrupting your work." Viktor threw a coat over his shoulders and walked across the courtyard to the two-story building that housed the personnel department. "Very well," he said to himself, "very well." He didn't articulate his thoughts any further. This "very well" had many meanings. Lubyankov greeted Viktor and said, "I was just about to phone you." "About Anna Stepanovna? What makes you think that?" "No, what I wanted to say is that in view of various circumstances, senior members of staff are being asked to fill in this questionnaire here." Viktor looked at the sheaf of papers. That looks as though it'll keep me busy for a week." "Nonsense, Viktor Pavlovich. Just one thing, though. In the event of a negative answer, rather than putting a dash, you must write out in full, 'No, I have not. No, I was not. No, I do not,' and so on." "Listen, my friend," said Viktor, "it's quite absurd to be dismissing our senior laboratory assistant, Anna Stepanovna Loshakova. I want that order cancelled. Loshakova, repeated Dubyankov. But Viktor Pavlovich, how can I cancel an order that comes from the director himself? But it's mad, said Viktor. She saved the institute. She looked after everything during the bombing, and now she's being dismissed on purely administrative grounds. Members of staff are never dismissed from the institute without administrative grounds, said Dubyankov pompously. Anna Stepanovna is not only a wonderful person, she's one of the finest workers in our laboratory. If she really is irreplaceable, said Dubyankov, then you must speak to Kasyan Terentьевич. By the way, there are 2 other points concerning your laboratory that have to be settled. Dubyankov held out 2 sheets of paper that had been stapled together. This is about the nomination for the position of research assistant of... He looked down at the paper and read out very slowly. Landsman Emily Pinkusevich. Yes, said Viktor, recognizing the paper in Dubyankov's hands. I wrote that. And this is Kasyan Terentьевич's decision, lacking the necessary qualifications. What on earth do you mean? He's got perfect qualifications. How's Kovchenko to know who I need? Then you'll have to discuss that with Kasyan Terentьевич too, said Dubyankov. And this is a statement made by our members of staff still in Kazan, together with your petition. Yes? Kasyan Terentьевич considers it inappropriate for them to return now, since they are working productively at Kazan University. The matter will be reviewed at the end of the academic year. Dubyankov spoke very quietly and softly, as though he wanted to tone down this bad news. His face, however, expressed only inquisitiveness and ill will. Thank you, Comrade Dubyankov, said Viktor. For a second time, Viktor walked across the yard, repeating to himself, very well, very well. No, he didn't need the authorities' support, his friend's affection, or his wife's understanding. He could fight on alone. He went up to the first floor of the main building. The secretary announced him, and Kovchenko, in a black jacket and an embroidered Ukrainian shirt, came out of his office. Welcome, Viktor Pavlovich. Come through into my hut. Viktor went in. It was furnished with red sofas and armchairs. Kovchenko motioned Viktor towards one of the sofas and sat down beside him. Kovchenko smiled as he listened to Viktor. His apparent friendliness was very like Dubyankov's, and no doubt he had given a similar smile when Gavronov had spoken about Viktor's work. But what can we do? Kovchenko gestured helplessly. We didn't think this up ourselves. She stayed here during the bombing, you say? That can't be considered of a special merit now, Viktor Pavlovich. Every Soviet citizen will put up with bombing if that's what his country orders. He thought for a moment, then said, there is one possibility, however, though it will attract criticism. We can give Loshakova the position of junior assistant, and she can keep her card for the special store, yes. That I can promise you. No, said Viktor, that would be insulting. Viktor Pavlovich, are you saying that the Soviet state should be governed by one set of laws and STRUM's laboratory by another? No, I'm simply asking for Soviet law to be applied. According to Soviet law, Loshakova cannot be dismissed. And while we're on the subject of law, Kasyan Terentьевич, Viktor went on, why did you refuse to confirm the appointment of young Landsman? He's extremely talented. Kovchenko bit his lip. Viktor Pavlovich, he may have the abilities you require, but you must understand that there are other circumstances to be considered by the Institute. Very good, said Viktor. I see. Then he asked in a whisper, the questionnaire, I suppose. Has he got relatives abroad? Kovchenko shrugged his shoulders. Kasyan Terentьевич, said Viktor, let me continue this very pleasant conversation. Why are you delaying the return from Kazan of my colleague Anna Naumovna Weispapier? She has, incidentally, completed a thesis. What contradiction are you going to find now between my laboratory and the state? A martyred expression appeared on Kovchenko's face. Viktor Pavlovich, why this interrogation? Please understand that choice of personnel is my responsibility. Very good, said Viktor. I see. He knew he was about to get extremely rude. With all due respect, Kasyan Terentьевич, he went on, I just can't go on like this. Science isn't at Dubyankov's beck and call, or yours, and I'm here for my work, not just to serve the obscure interests of the personnel department. I shall write to Alexei Alexeyevich Shishakov. He can put Dubyankov in charge of the nuclear laboratory. Calm down, Viktor Pavlovich, please calm down. No, I can't go on like this. Viktor Pavlovich, you've no idea how much the Institute values your work, and no one values it more than I do. What do I care how much you value my work? Viktor looked at Kovchenko's face. Rather than humiliation, however, he saw on it an expression of eager pleasure. "Viktor Pavlovich, there is no question of your being allowed to leave the institute," Kovchenko said sternly. "And that's not because you're indispensable. Do you really think that no one can replace Viktor Pavlovich STRUM?" His final words were spoken almost tenderly. "You can't do without Landsman and Vice-Papier. And you think there's no one in all Russia who can replace you?" He looked at Viktor. Viktor felt that at any moment Kovchenko might come out with the words that had been hovering between them all along, brushing against his eyes, hands, and brain like an invisible mist. He bowed his head. He was no longer a professor, a doctor of science, a famous scientist who had made a remarkable discovery, a man who could be forthright and independent, arrogant and condescending. He was just a man with curly hair and a hooked nose, with a stooped back and narrow shoulders, screwing up his eyes as though he was expecting a blow on the cheek. He looked at the man in the embroidered Ukrainian shirt and waited. Very quietly, Kovchenko said, "Calm down, Viktor Pavlovich, calm down. You really must calm down. Heavens, what a fuss over such a trifle." 53. That night, after Lyudmila and Nadia had gone to bed, Viktor began filling in the questionnaire. Nearly all the questions were the same as before the war. Their very familiarity, however, somehow renewed Viktor's anxiety. The state was not concerned about the adequacy of Viktor's mathematical equipment or the appropriateness of the laboratory apparatus for the complex experiments he was conducting. The state didn't want to know whether the staff were properly protected from neutron radiation, whether Sokolov and STRUM had a good working relationship, whether the junior researchers had received adequate training for their exhausting calculations, whether they realized how much depended on their constant patience, alertness, and concentration. This was the questionnaire royal, the questionnaire of questionnaires. It wanted to know everything about Lyudmila's father and mother and about Viktor's grandfather and grandmother. Where they had been born, where they had died, where they had been buried. In what connection had Viktor Pavlovich's father, Pavel Yosifovich, traveled to Berlin in 1910? There was something sinister about the state's anxious concern. Reading the questionnaire, Viktor began to doubt himself. Was he really someone reliable? 1. Surname, name, and patronymic. Who was he? Who was this man filling in a questionnaire at the dead of night? STRUM? Viktor Pavlovich? His mother and father had never been properly married. They had separated when Viktor was only 2, and on his father's papers he had seen the name Pinkus, not Pavel. So why was he Viktor Pavlovich? Did he know himself? Perhaps he was someone quite different. Goldman or Sagidachny, or was he the Frenchman Desforges, alias Dubrovsky? Filled with doubt, he turned to the second question. 2. Date of birth, year, month, day, to be given according to both old and new styles. What did he know about that dark December day? Could he really claim with any confidence to have been born at that precise moment? To disclaim responsibility, should he not add the words according to? 3. Sex, Viktor boldly wrote, male. Then he thought, but what kind of man am I? A real man would never have kept silent after the dismissal of Chepygin. 4. Place of birth, according to both old and new systems of administration. Province, county, district, village and oblast, region, rural or urban district. Viktor wrote, Kharkov. His mother had told him he had been born in Bakhmut, but she had filled in his birth certificate 2 months later, after moving to Kharkov. Should he be more precise? 5. Nationality, 0.5. This had been so simple and insignificant before the war. Now, however, it was acquiring a particular resonance. Pressing heavily on his pen, Viktor wrote boldly and distinctly, Jew. He wasn't to know what price hundreds of thousands of people would soon have to pay for answering Kalmyk, Balkar, Chechen, Crimean, Tatar, or Jew. He wasn't to know what dark passions would gather year by year around this point. He couldn't foresee what fear, anger, despair, and blood would spill over from the neighbouring 6th point, social origin. He couldn't foresee how in a few years' time many people would answer this 5th point with a sense of fatedness. The same sense of fatedness with which the children of Cossack officers, priests, landlords, and industrial magnates had once answered the 6th point. Nevertheless, Viktor could already sense how the lines of force were shifting, how they were now gathering around this point. The previous evening, Landsman had phoned. Viktor had told him of his failure to secure his nomination. "Just as I expected," Landsman had said angrily and reproachfully. "Is there something awkward in your background?" Viktor had asked. Landsman had snorted and said, "There's something awkward in my surname." And while they were drinking tea that evening, Nadia had said, "Do you know, Papa, Micah's father said that next year they're not going to accept a single Jew in the Institute of International Relations." Well, thought Viktor, if one's a Jew, then one's a Jew. And one must say so. 6. Social origin. This was the trunk of a mighty tree. Its roots went deep into the earth, while its branches spread freely over the spacious pages of the questionnaire. Social origin of mother and father, of mothers and fathers' parents. Social origin of wife and wife's parents. If divorced, social origin of former wife together with her parents' occupation before the revolution. The Great Revolution had been a social revolution, a revolution of the poor. Viktor had always felt that this 6th point was a legitimate expression of the mistrust of the poor for the rich, a mistrust that had arisen over thousands of years of oppression. Viktor wrote, "Petit bourgeois, petit bourgeois." What kind of petit bourgeois was he? Suddenly, probably because of the war, he began to doubt whether there really was such a gulf between the legitimate Soviet question about social origin and the bloody, fateful question of nationality as posed by the Germans. He remembered their evening discussions in Kazan and Madyarov's speech about Chekhov's attitude towards humanity. He thought to himself, "To me, a distinction based on social origin seems legitimate and moral. But the Germans obviously consider a distinction based on nationality to be equally moral. One thing I am certain of, it's terrible to kill someone simply because he's a Jew. They're people like any others. Good, bad, gifted, stupid, stolid, cheerful, kind, sensitive, greedy. Hitler says none of that matters. All that matters is that they're Jewish. And I protest with my whole being. But then we have the same principle. What matters is whether or not you're the son of an aristocrat, the son of a merchant, the son of a kulak, and whether you're good-natured, wicked, gifted, kind, stupid, happy is neither here nor there. And we're not talking about the merchants, priests, and aristocrats themselves, but about their children and grandchildren. Does noble blood run in one's veins like Jewishness? Is one a priest or a merchant by heredity? Nonsense. Sofia Perovskaya was the daughter of a general, the daughter of a provincial governor. Have her banished. And Komisarov, the Tsarist police stooge who grabbed Karakozov, would have answered the 6th point, petit bourgeois. He would have been accepted by the university. Stalin said, "The son isn't responsible for the father." But he also said, "An apple never falls far from the tree." Well, petit bourgeois it is. 7. Social position, white-collar worker. But clerks and civil servants are white-collar workers. A white-collar worker called STRUM had elaborated the mathematics of the disintegration of atomic nuclei. Another white-collar worker called Markov hoped, with the aid of their new apparatus, to confirm the theories of the white-collar worker called STRUM. That's it, he thought, white-collar worker. Viktor shrugged his shoulders and got up. Making a gesture as if to brush someone off, he paced around the room. Then he sat down and went on with the questionnaire. 29. Have you or your closest relative ever been the subject of a judicial inquiry or trial? Have you been arrested? Have you been given a judicial or administrative sentence? When? Where? Precisely what for? If you were reprieved, when? Then the same question regarding Viktor's wife. Viktor felt his heart miss a beat. They showed no mercy. Different names flashed through his mind. I'm certain he's innocent. He's simply not of this world. She was arrested for not denouncing her husband. I think she got 8 years. I'm not sure. I don't write to her. I think she was sent to Temniki. I found out by chance. I met her daughter on the street. I don't remember exactly. I think he was arrested in early 1938. Yes, 10 years without right of correspondence. My wife's brother was a party member. I met him only occasionally. My wife and I don't write to him. I think my wife's mother visited him, yes, long before the war. His second wife was exiled for failing to denounce her husband. She died during the war. Her son volunteered for the front, for the defense of Stalingrad. My wife separated from her first husband. Her son by that marriage, my own stepson, died during the defense of Stalingrad. Her first husband was arrested. My wife has heard nothing of him from the moment of his arrest. I don't know the reason for his arrest. I've heard vague talk of his belonging to the Trotskyist opposition, but I'm not sure. I wasn't in the least interested. He was seized by a feeling of irreparable guilt and impurity. He remembered a meeting at which a party member, confessing his faults, had said, "Comrades, I'm not one of us." Suddenly Victor rebelled. "No, I'm not one of the obedient and submissive. I'm all on my own. My wife is no longer interested in me. But so what? I won't renounce those unfortunates who died for no reason. You should be ashamed of yourselves, comrades. How can you bring up such things? These people are innocent. What can their wives and children be guilty of? It's you who should repent, you who should be begging forgiveness. And you want to prove my inferiority, to destroy my good name simply because I'm related to these innocent victims. All I'm guilty of is failing to help them." At the same time, another, quite opposite train of thought was running through Victor's mind. I didn't keep in touch with them. I never corresponded with enemies of the party. I never received letters from camps. I never gave them material help. I met them only infrequently and by chance. 30. Do any of your relatives live abroad? Where? Since when? Their reasons for emigrating. Do you remain in touch with them? This question increased Victor's depression. Comrades, surely you understand that emigration was the only possible choice under the Tsarist regime. It was the poor, the lovers of freedom, who emigrated. Lenin himself lived in London, Zurich, and Paris. Why are you exchanging winks as you read the list of my uncles and aunts living, together with their sons and daughters, in New York, Paris, and Buenos Aires? A friend of mine once joked, "I've got an aunt in New York. I always knew that hunger's no friendly aunt. Now I know that aunts mean hunger." The list of his relatives abroad turned out to be almost as long as the list of his scientific works, and if one added the list of those who had been arrested, this was how to flatten a man. He's an alien, throw him out. But it was all a lie. Science needed him, not Gavronov or Lubyankov, and he was ready to give his life for his country. And were people with spotless questionnaires incapable of deception or betrayal? And were there no people who had written "Father Swindler" or "Father Landowner," and then given their own lives in battle, joined the partisans, been executed? What was all this? He knew only too well. The statistical method, probability theory. There was a greater probability of finding enemies among people of a non-proletarian background, and it was on these same grounds of probability theory that the German fascists had destroyed whole peoples and nations. The principle was inhuman, blind and inhuman. There was only one acceptable way of relating to people. A human way. If he were choosing staff for his laboratory, he would draw up a very different questionnaire. A human questionnaire. It was all the same to him whether his future colleague was a Russian, a Jew, a Ukrainian, or an Armenian. Whether his grandfather had been a worker, a factory owner, or a kulak. His relationship with him would not depend on whether or not his brother had been arrested by the organs of the NKVD. It didn't matter to him whether his future colleague's sister lived in Geneva or Kostroma. He would ask at what age someone had first become interested in theoretical physics, what he thought of the criticisms Einstein had made of Planck when the latter was an old man, whether he was interested only in mathematical theory or whether he also enjoyed experimental work, what he thought of Heisenberg. Did he believe in the possibility of a unified field theory? What mattered was talent, fire, the divine spark. He would like to know. But only if his future colleague were happy to say whether he enjoyed long walks, whether he drank wine, whether he went to orchestral concerts, whether he liked Seton Thompson's children's books, whether he felt more drawn to Tolstoy or to Dostoevsky, whether he enjoyed gardening, whether he went fishing, what he thought of Picasso, which was his favorite story of Chekhov's. He would also like to know whether this future colleague was taciturn or talkative, whether he was good-natured, witty, resentful, irritable, ambitious, whether he was likely to start an affair with the pretty young Verochka Ponomariova. Madyarov had spoken extraordinarily well about all this. Perhaps he really was a provocateur. Oh my God! Victor took his pen and wrote, Esther Semyonovna Dashevskaya, my aunt on my mother's side, has lived since 1909 in Buenos Aires, working as a teacher of music. 54. Victor entered Shishkov's office determined to remain calm and composed, not to utter a single aggressive word. He knew very well how stupid it was to take offense simply because he and his work were held in such low esteem by a mere bureaucrat. As soon as he saw Shishikov's face, however, he felt a sense of uncontrollable irritation. "Alexei Alexeyevich," he began, "one can't of course go against one's own nature, but you haven't once shown the least interest in the assembly of our new apparatus." In a conciliatory tone, Shishikov answered, "I shall certainly visit you in the immediate future." The boss had graciously promised to honor Viktor with a visit. "I think that in general the administration has been sufficiently attentive to your needs," Shishikov added, "especially the personnel department." "What difficulty has been occasioned you by the personnel department?" asked Shishikov in the same conciliatory tone. "You're the first head of a laboratory to make any complaint." "Alexei Alexeyevich, I've been trying in vain to have Vice Papier recalled from Kazan. In the field of nuclear photography, she's quite irreplaceable. I protest categorically against the dismissal of Loshakova. She's an exceptional worker and an exceptional human being. I can't imagine how you can dismiss Loshakova. It's inhuman. And finally, I wish to have my nomination of Landsman confirmed. He's a very talented young man. You underestimate the importance of our laboratory. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wasting my time on conversations of this nature." "I am wasting my own time too," said Shishikov. Viktor felt glad that Shishikov had abandoned his conciliatory tone. Now he could give free rein to his anger. "What strikes me as particularly unpleasant is that these conflicts have arisen principally around people with Jewish surnames." "Very well, Viktor Pavlovich," said Shishikov, taking the offensive. "The Institute is faced with a number of very important tasks. As you know, we have been entrusted with these tasks at a very difficult time. I consider your laboratory unable at present to assist us with these tasks, and your own work, as disputable as it is interesting, has received far too much attention. This is not merely a personal point of view," he went on, a note of authority appearing in his voice. "There are comrades who consider that the excessive attention paid to your work has disrupted scientific research. All this was discussed in considerable detail only yesterday. The view was put forward that your theories contradict the materialist view of the nature of matter and need to be reconsidered. You are to be asked to give a speech to that effect yourself. Certain people, for reasons that are obscure to me, would like to establish various doubtful theories as central tenets of our science. And at a time when we need to focus all our energies on the tasks imposed on us by the war. All this is extremely serious, and now here you are making terrible insinuations concerning a certain Loshakova. Excuse me, but I was unaware that Loshakova was a Jewish name." At this, Viktor lost his head. No one had ever spoken to him about his work with such undisguised hostility, least of all an academician who was the director of his own institute. No longer afraid of the consequences, Viktor blurted out everything that was on his mind. He said that it was of no concern to physics whether or not it confirmed philosophy, that the logic of mathematical proof was more powerful than that of Engels and Lenin, that it was for Badin of the scientific section of the Central Committee to accommodate Lenin's views to mathematics and physics, not for mathematicians and physicists to accommodate their views to Lenin's. He said that an excessive pragmatism would always be the death of science, though it were commanded by the Lord himself. Only a great theory could give birth to great practical achievements. He was confident that the principal technical problems, and not only technical problems, of the 20th century would be resolved through the theory of nuclear reactions. He was only too willing to give a speech to that effect if this should be considered necessary by the comrades whose names Shishikov preferred not to reveal. As for the matter of people with Jewish surnames, that's not something you can laugh off quite so easily. Not if you consider yourself a member of the intelligentsia. If my requests are denied, I shall be compelled to resign from the Institute immediately. I am unable to work under these conditions." Viktor took a breath, looked at Shishikov, thought for a moment, and said, "It's very difficult for me to work under these conditions. I am a human being as well as a physicist. I feel ashamed before people who expect my help, who count on my protection against injustice." This time, Viktor had only said, "It's very difficult." He no longer had the nerve to repeat his threat of immediate resignation. Shishikov obviously noticed this. Perhaps for this very reason, he insisted, "There's no point in continuing this conversation in the language of ultimata. It is my duty, of course, to take your requests into consideration. Throughout the rest of the day, Victor had a strange feeling of both joy and depression. The laboratory equipment, the new apparatus, already nearly assembled, seemed a part of his life, a part of his brain, a part of his body. How could he exist without them? It was terrifying even to think what heresies he had uttered to the director. At the same time, however, Victor felt strong. His very helplessness was a source of strength. How could he ever have guessed that on his return to Moscow, at the moment of his scientific triumph, he would be having a conversation like this? Although no one could have heard about his confrontation with Shishakov, his colleagues seemed to be treating him with a particular warmth. Anna Stepanovna took his hand, squeezed it, and said, "Viktor Pavlovich, I don't want to appear to be thanking you, but I do know that you've been true to yourself." Victor stood beside her in silence. He felt very moved, almost joyful. Mother, he thought suddenly, can you see? On the way home, Victor decided not to say anything to Lyudmila. However, his habit of sharing everything with her proved too strong. As he came through the door and began taking off his coat, he said, "Well, Lyudmila, it's happened. I'm leaving the institute." Lyudmila was very upset, but she still managed to say something wounding. "You're behaving as though you were Lomonosov or Mendeleev. If you leave, then Sokolov or Markov will just take your place." She looked up from her sewing. "Besides, why can't your Landesman go to the front? Otherwise it really does look to a prejudiced observer as though one Jew's looking after another." All right, said Victor. "That's enough. Do you remember that line of Nekrasov's? He hoped to be admitted to the Temple of Fame, and then was glad to be admitted to hospital. I thought I had earned my daily bread. And now they're asking me to repent my sins and heresies. More than that, they want me to make a public confession. It's madness, and at a time when I've been nominated for a Stalin Prize, when students are seeking me out. It's all Badin's doing. No, it's nothing to do with Badin. Sadko doesn't love me." Lyudmila came up to him, straightened his tie, and turned down the collar of his jacket. "You look pale. Did you have any lunch?" "I don't feel like eating." "Have some bread and butter while I warm up your supper." She poured out a few drops of his heart medicine and said, "I don't like the look of you. Drink this, and let me check your pulse." They went through to the kitchen. As he chewed his bread, Victor kept glancing at the mirror Nadia had hung by the gas meter. "How strange it all is," he said. "How could I ever have guessed that I'd have to answer drawerfuls of questionnaires and hear what I've heard today? What power, the state and the individual. The state raises a man up, then throws him effortlessly into the abyss." "Vitya," said Lyudmila, "I want to talk to you about Nadia. Almost every night she comes home after curfew. You told me about that the other day." "I know I did. Well, yesterday evening I happened to go up to the window and lift up the blackout curtain. What do you think I saw? Nadia and some soldier. They walked down the street, stopped outside the dairy, and began kissing. Well, I never." Victor was so astonished he stopped chewing the food in his mouth. Nadia kissing a soldier. After a few moments' silence, Victor began to laugh. He was quite stunned. Probably nothing else could have distracted him from his own somber preoccupations. For a moment their eyes met. To her surprise, Lyudmila burst out laughing as well. Their empathy was complete, that rare understanding that needs neither thoughts nor words. It was no surprise to Lyudmila when Viktor, apparently apropos of nothing at all, said, "Mila, I was right to have it out with Shishakov, wasn't I?" His train of thought was quite simple, though not so easy for an outsider to follow. Several things had come together: memories of his past, the fate of Tolya and Anna Semyonovna, the war, the fact that, however rich and famous a man may be, he will still grow old, die and yield his place to the young, that perhaps nothing matters except to live one's life honestly. And so he asked, "I was right, wasn't I?" Lyudmila shook her head. Decades of intimacy can also divide people. "Lyuda," said Victor humbly, "people who are in the right often don't know how to behave. They lose their tempers and swear. They act tactlessly and intolerantly. Usually they get blamed for everything that goes wrong at home and at work. While those who are in the wrong, those who hurt others, always know how to behave. They act calmly, logically and tactfully, and appear to be in the right." Nadia came in after 10 o'clock. As she heard the key in the lock, Lyudmila said, "Go on, have a word with her." "It's easier for you," said Victor. But as Nadia came into the room with disheveled hair and a red nose, it was Viktor who said, "Who are you kissing opposite the front door?" Nadia looked round as though about to run away. For a moment she just gaped at Viktor. Then she shrugged her shoulders and said calmly, Andryusha Lomov. He's at military school. He's a lieutenant." "Are you going to marry him then?" asked Viktor, astonished at Nadia's self-possession. He looked round to see Lyudmila's reaction. "Marry him?" Nadia sounded very grown-up, irritated, but basically unconcerned. "Maybe, I'm thinking of it, and then maybe not. I haven't made up my mind yet." At last, Lyudmila said something. "Nadia, why did you tell all those lies about Micah's father and his lessons? I never told lies to my mother." Viktor remembered how, when he was courting Lyudmila, she would come to meet him and say, "I've left Tolya with mother. I told her I was going to the library." All of a sudden, Nadia was a child again. In an angry, whining voice, she shouted, "And do you think it's right to spy on me? Did your mother spy on you?" "Don't you dare be so insolent to your mother, you little fool," roared Viktor. Nadia gave him a look of patient boredom. "So, Nadezhda Viktorovna, it seems you haven't yet decided whether to marry the young colonel or to become his concubine." "No, I haven't. And he's not a colonel. Could some young lad in a military greatcoat really be kissing his daughter? Could he be falling in love with this brat of a girl, this ridiculous, sharp-witted little idiot? Could he be kissing her puppy-like eyes? But then, this was an old story. Lyudmila said nothing more. She knew that Nadia would only get angry and clam up. She also knew that, when they were alone, she would run her fingers through her daughter's hair, and Nadia would sob without knowing why. She herself would feel a sharp pang of pity for Nadia, also without knowing why. After all, there were worse things for a young girl than to be kissing a young man. Then Nadia would tell her all about this Lomov. She would continue to run her fingers through Nadia's hair, all the time remembering her own first kisses and thinking of Tolya. Yes, now she linked everything to Tolya. There was something terribly sad about this girlish love, this love poised over the abyss of war. Tolya, Tolya. Viktor was still ranting away, consumed by fatherly anxiety. "Where's this man serving? I'm going to have a word with his commanding officer, chasing after babes in arms. He'll teach him a lesson." Nadia didn't say anything. As though bewitched by her haughtiness, Viktor fell silent too. Then he asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? You look like some member of a higher race studying an amoeba." Somehow, the way Nadia was looking at him reminded him of Shishakov. He had watched Viktor with the same calm self-confidence, looking down from his position of academic and political grandeur. His clear gaze had at once brought home to Viktor the futility of his indignation, the futility of his protests and ultimatums. The power of the state reared up like a cliff of basalt. Yes, Shishakov could well afford to watch Viktor's struggles with such indifference. In some strange way, this girl in front of him seemed also to understand the senselessness of his anger and indignation. She too seemed to understand that he was trying to achieve the impossible, to halt the flow of life itself. That night, Viktor felt as though he had ruined his whole life. His resignation from the institute would be seen as a political gesture. He would be considered a source of dangerous oppositional tendencies. At a time when Russia was at war, when the institute had been granted Stalin's special favor, and then that terrible questionnaire, and that senseless conversation with Shishakov, and those discussions in Kazan and Magyarov, suddenly he felt so terrified that he wanted to write to Shishakov and beg for forgiveness. He wanted the events of the day to be forgotten, blotted out. 55. Returning from the store in the afternoon, Lyudmila saw a white envelope in the letterbox. Her heart, already fluttering after climbing the stairs, began to beat still faster. Holding the letter in her hand, she went down the corridor, opened Tolya's door and looked in. The room was still empty. He hadn't returned. Lyudmila glanced through pages covered in a handwriting she had known since childhood. Her own mother's. She saw the names Zhenya, Vera, and Stepan Fyodorovich, but the name of her son was not there. Once again, hope ebbed away for the time being. Alexandra Vladimirovna said almost nothing about her own life. Only a few words about her difficulties with the landlady. Apparently, Nina Matveyevna had behaved very unpleasantly since Lyudmila's departure. She wrote that she had heard nothing from Seryozha, Stepan Fyodorovich, or Vera, and she was worried about Zhenya. Something quite serious seemed to have happened to her. She had written a letter hinting at various problems and saying she might have to go to Moscow. Lyudmila didn't know how to feel sad. She only knew how to grieve. Tolya. Stepan Fyodorovich was now a widower. Vera was a homeless orphan. Seryozha might or might not be alive. Perhaps he was crippled. Perhaps he was lying in some military hospital. His father had either died in a camp or been shot. His mother had died in exile. Alexandra Vladimirovna's house had burnt down. She was alone, with no news of either her son or her grandson. Alexandra Vladimirovna didn't say a word about her own health. She didn't say whether her room was heated. She didn't say whether her rations had been increased. Lyudmila understood the reason for this all too well. Lyudmila's home was now cold and empty. The warmth had drained out of it. It was a ruin. It was as though it had been destroyed by terrible, invisible bombs. She thought a lot about Viktor that day. Their relationship had gone sour. Viktor was angry and treated her coldly. The saddest thing of all was that she didn't mind. She knew him too well. From the outside, everything about him seemed exalted and poetic. But she didn't see people that way. Masha saw Viktor as a noble sage, as a martyr. Masha loved music and would go pale when she listened to the piano. Sometimes Viktor played for her. She obviously needed someone to adore. She had created for herself an exalted image, a Viktor who had never existed. But if she were to watch Viktor day in and day out, she'd be disenchanted soon enough. Lyudmila knew that Viktor was moved only by egotism, that he cared for no one, even now. Though his confrontation with Shishakov filled her with fear and anxiety on his behalf, she felt the usual irritation. He was ready to sacrifice both his work and the peace of his family for the selfish pleasure of strutting about and posing as the defender of the weak. Yesterday, in his anxiety about Nadia, he had forgotten his egotism. But was he capable of forgetting his troubles and showing the same anxiety on Tolya's behalf? She herself had been mistaken yesterday. Nadia hadn't been fully open with her. Was it just a childish infatuation? Or was this her destiny? Nadia had spoken quite freely about the circle of friends where she had first met Lomov. She had told Lyudmila how they read futurist and symbolist poetry, how they argued about art, even about their contemptuous mockery for things which, in Lyudmila's eyes, deserved neither contempt nor mockery. Nadia had answered Lyudmila's questions with good grace and seemed to be speaking the truth. No, we don't drink. Apart from one evening when someone was leaving for the front. We talk about politics now and then. No, not in the same language as Pravda, but only occasionally, just once or twice. But as soon as Lyudmila began asking about Lomov himself, Nadia had become edgy. No, he doesn't write poetry. How do you expect me to know about his parents? I've never even met them. What's strange about that? Lomov doesn't know anything about father. He probably thinks he works in a food store. What was all this? Was it Nadia's destiny? Or would it be quite forgotten in a month's time? As she got the supper ready and did the washing, she thought in turn about her mother, Vera, Zhenya, and Seryozha. She rang Maria Ivanovna, but no one answered. She rang the MOSTOVSKOYs. The domestic answered that her employer was out shopping. She rang the janitor about the broken tap, but apparently the plumber hadn't come into work. She sat down to write a long letter to her mother. She meant to say how sad she was that she had failed to make Alexandra Vladimirovna feel at home, how much she regretted her decision to stay on alone in Kazan. Lyudmila's relatives had given up coming to stay with her before the war. Now not even the very closest of them came to visit her in her large Moscow flat. Lyudmila didn't write the letter. All she did was spoil 4 sheets of paper. Towards the end of the afternoon, Viktor phoned to say that he'd be staying late at the institute. The technicians he'd wanted from the military factory were coming that evening. Is there any news? Asked Lyudmila. You mean about all that? No, nothing. In the evening, Lyudmila read through her mother's letter again, and then got up and went over to the window. The moon was shining and the street was quite empty. Once again, she saw Nadia arm in arm with her lieutenant. They were walking down the road towards the flat. Suddenly, Nadia started to run, and the young man in the military greatcoat stood there in the middle of the road, gazing after her. Everything most incompatible suddenly fused together in Lyudmila's heart. Her love for Viktor, her resentment of Viktor, her anxiety on Viktor's behalf, Tolya, who had died without ever kissing a girl's lips, The lieutenant standing there in the road. Vera climbing happily up the staircase of her house in Stalingrad. Poor homeless Alexandra Vladimirovna. Her soul filled with the sense of life that is man's only joy and his most terrible pain. 56. Outside the main door of the institute, Viktor met Shishakov getting out of his car. Shishakov raised his hat and said hello. He clearly didn't want to talk. That's bad, thought Viktor. At lunch, Professor Sveshin was sitting at the next table, but he looked straight past Viktor without saying a word. Stout Dr. Gurevich talked to Viktor with particular warmth on his way out of the canteen. He pressed his hand for a long time, but as the door of the director's reception room opened, he quickly said goodbye and walked off down the corridor. In the laboratory, Markov, who was talking to Viktor about setting up the equipment for photographing atomic particles, suddenly looked up from his notes and said, "Viktor Pavlovich, I've heard that you were the subject of a very harsh discussion during a meeting of the party bureau. Kovchenko really had it in for you. He said, 'STRUM doesn't want to be a part of our collective.'" "Well," said Viktor, "that's that." He felt one of his eyelids beginning to twitch. While they were discussing the photographs, Viktor got the feeling that it was now Markov who was in charge of the laboratory. He had the calm voice of someone who is in control. Nozdrin twice came up to him to ask questions about the equipment. Then Markov's face took on a look of pathetic entreaty. "Viktor Pavlovich, if you say anything about this party meeting, please don't mention my name. I'll be accused of revealing party secrets." "Of course not. It's just a storm in a teacup." "I don't know," said Viktor. "You'll get by without me. And the ambiguities surrounding the operation of Psi are quite impossible." "I think you're wrong," said Markov. "I was talking to Kochkarov yesterday. You know what he's like. He's certainly got his feet on the ground. Well, he said, I know Strum's mathematics have overtaken his physics, but somehow I find his work very illuminating. I don't know why." Viktor understood what Markov was saying. Young Kochkarov was particularly interested in the action of slow neutrons on the nuclei of heavy atoms. In his view, work in this area had great practical possibilities. "It's not the Kochkarovs of this world who decide things," said Viktor. "The people who matter are the Badins. And he wants me to repent of leading physicists into Talmudic abstraction." Everyone in the laboratory seemed to know about yesterday's meeting and Viktor's conflict with the authorities. Anna Stepanovna kept giving Viktor sympathetic looks. Viktor wanted to talk to Sokolov, but he had gone to the academy in the morning and then rung up to say that he'd been delayed and probably wouldn't return that day. Sevastyanov, for some reason, was in an excellent mood. "Viktor Pavlovich," he said, "you have before you the esteemed Gurevich, a brilliant and outstanding scientist." He put his hands on his head and stomach to denote Gurevich's bald head and pot belly. On his way home in the evening, Viktor suddenly met Maria Ivanovna on Kaluga Street. She saw him first and called out his name. She was wearing a coat he hadn't seen before, and he took a moment to recognize her. "How extraordinary," he said. "What's brought you to Kaluga Street?" For a moment, she just looked at him in silence. Then she shook her head and said, "It's not a coincidence. I wanted to see you. That's all." Viktor didn't know what to say. For a moment, his heart seemed to stop beating. He thought she was going to say something terrible, to warn him of some danger. "Viktor Pavlovich, I just wanted a word with you. Pyotr Lavrentievich has told me what happened." "You mean my latest success," said Viktor. They were walking side by side, but in silence, almost as though they didn't know one another. Viktor again felt embarrassed. He looked at Maria Ivanovna out of the corner of one eye and said, "Lyudmila's very angry with me. I suppose you feel the same." "Not at all," she said. "I know what compelled you to act in that way." Viktor gave her a quick look. "You were thinking of your mother." He nodded. "Pyotr Lavrentievich didn't want to tell you. He's heard that the party organization and the institute authorities have really got it in for you. Apparently, Badin said, it's not just a case of hysteria, it's political hysteria, anti-Soviet hysteria. So that's what's the matter with me," said Viktor. "Yes, I thought that Pyotr Lavrentievich was keeping something back. Yes, that upset me very much." "Is he afraid?" "Yes, and he considers you to be in the wrong." "Pyotr Lavrentievich is a good man," she added quietly. "He's suffered a lot." "Yes," said Viktor. "And that's what's upsetting. Such an audacious, brilliant scientist. And such a cowardly soul." "He suffered a lot," repeated Maria Ivanovna. "All the same, he should have told me." He took her arm. Listen, Maria Ivanovna, what is all this about Madyarov? I just don't understand. He was haunted by the thought of their conversations in Kazan. He kept remembering odd words, odd phrases, KRYMOV'S alarming warning and Madyarov's own suspicions. He was afraid that his blatherings in Kazan would soon be added to what was already brewing in Moscow. I don't understand myself, she replied. The registered letter we sent Leonid Sergeyevich was returned to us. Has he changed his address? Has he left Kazan? Has the worst happened? Yes, yes, muttered Viktor. For a moment he felt quite lost. Maria Ivanovna obviously thought that her husband had told Viktor about the letter that had been returned. But Sokolov hadn't said a word. When Viktor had asked that question, he had been thinking of the quarrel between Madyarov and Pyotr Lavrentievich. Let's go into the park, he said. We're going in the wrong direction. There's a way in off Kaluga Street. He wanted to know more about Madyarov, and to tell her of his and KRYMOV'S suspicions of one another. The park would be empty. No one would disturb them there. Maria Ivanovna would understand the import of such a conversation. He would be able to talk freely and openly about everything that troubled him, and she would be equally frank. A thaw had set in. On the slopes you could see damp, rotting leaves peeping out from under the melting snow. In the gullies, however, the snow was still quite thick. The sky above was cloudy and sombre. What a beautiful evening, said Viktor, breathing in the cool, damp air. Yes, and there isn't a soul around. It's like being in the country. They walked down the muddy paths. When they came to a puddle, he held out his hand and helped her across. For a long time they didn't say a word. Viktor didn't want to talk about the war, the institute, Madyarov, or any of his fears and premonitions. All he wanted was to keep on walking, without saying a word, beside this small woman with the light yet awkward step, and to prolong this feeling of lightness and peace that had suddenly come over him. Maria Ivanovna didn't say a word. She just walked on beside him, her head slightly bowed. They came out onto the quay. The river was covered with a layer of dark ice. I like this, said Viktor. Yes, she agreed. It's good. The asphalt path along the quay was quite dry, and they walked more quickly, like travellers on a long journey. A wounded lieutenant and a stocky young girl in a ski suit were coming towards them. They had their arms round one another and were stopping every now and then to kiss. As they passed Viktor and Maria Ivanovna, they kissed again, looked round and burst out laughing. Who knows, thought Viktor. Perhaps Nadia came for a walk here with her lieutenant. Maria Ivanovna looked round at the young couple and said, How sad it all is. She smiled. Lyudmila Nikolaevna told me about Nadia. Yes, yes, said Viktor. It is all very strange. Then he added, I've decided to phone the director of the Electromechanical Institute and offer my services. If they don't accept me, I'll have to go somewhere like Novosibirsk or Krasnoyarsk. Yes, that's the best thing you can do, she said. What can I say? You couldn't have acted any other way. How sad it all is. He wanted to say what a deep love he felt now for his work and his laboratory. He wanted to say that when he looked at the new apparatus, now almost complete, he felt a strange blend of joy and sorrow, that he sometimes felt he would come back to the institute at night and peer through the windows. But he didn't say anything. He was afraid Maria Ivanovna would think he was putting on an act. As they came to the exhibition of war trophies, they slowed down to look at an aeroplane with black swastikas and at the grey German tanks, field guns and mortars. They look terrifying enough even like this, said Maria Ivanovna. They're not so bad, said Viktor. By the time the next war comes, they'll seem as innocent as muskets and halberds. They reached the gate. So our walks come to an end, said Viktor. What a pity this park's so small. You're not tired? Not at all. I do a lot of walking. Either she was pretending not to understand or she really didn't. It's strange, he said. Our meetings always seem to depend on your meetings with Lyudmila or mine with Pyotr Lavrentievich. Yes, she agreed. But how else could it be? They left the park. The noise of the city surrounded them again, destroying the charm of their quiet walk. They came out onto a square not far from where they had first met, looking up at him, as though she were a little girl and he were an adult. She said, Just now you probably feel a special love for your work, for your laboratory and equipment, but you couldn't have acted in any other way. Another man could, but not you. I've brought you bad news, but I always think it's best to know the truth. Thank you, Maria Ivanovna, said Viktor, squeezing her hand. And not only for that. He thought he could feel her fingers trembling in his hand. "How strange," she said. "We're saying goodbye almost exactly where we met." Viktor smiled. "It's not for nothing that the ancients said, 'In my beginning is my end.'" Maria Ivanovna frowned as she puzzled over this. Then she laughed and said, "I don't understand." Viktor watched as she walked down the street, a short, skinny woman, not someone a passerby would turn round to look at. 57. Derensky had seldom been so bored or depressed as during these weeks in the Kalmyk steppe. He had sent a telegram to front headquarters, saying that he had completed his mission and that his continued presence on the extreme left flank, where there was in any case no activity, served no purpose. With an obstinacy he found incomprehensible, his superiors had still not recalled him. It wasn't so bad when he was working. What was most difficult was when he was off duty. There was sand everywhere, dry, rustling, slippery sand. Of course, even this supported life. You could hear the rustle of lizards and tortoises and see the tracks left by the lizards' tails. Here and there you came across small thorn bushes, themselves the color of sand. Kites hovered in the air, searching for refuse or carrion. Spiders ran past on long legs. The stern poverty, the cold monotony of the snowless November desert seemed to have devastated the men who had been posted here. Their way of life, even their thoughts, seemed to have become equally dreary. Little by little, Derensky had submitted to this monotony. He had always been indifferent to food, but now he thought of little else. The endless meals of sour-tasting soup made from pearl barley and marinated tomatoes, followed by pearl barley porridge, had become a nightmare. Sometimes he found it unbearable to sit in the gloom of the small barn, in front of puddles of soup splashed over a table knocked together from a few planks, watching everyone sipping this soup from flat tin bowls. All he wanted was to get out, to escape the rattle of spoons and the nauseating smell. But as soon as he left, he began to count the hours till the next day's meal. The huts were cold at night. Derensky slept badly. His back froze, his ears and legs froze, his fingers froze, his cheeks froze. He went to bed without undressing, with 2 pairs of footcloths round his feet and a towel round his head. At first he had been amazed at the way people he met seemed almost to have forgotten the war. They seemed to have no room in their minds for anything except food, tobacco, and clean laundry. But soon he noticed himself thinking of all kinds of trivia, all kinds of petty hopes and disappointments as he talked to the commanders of divisions and batteries about axle grease, ammunition supplies, and how best to prepare the guns for the winter. Front headquarters now seemed impossibly distant. His dream was to spend a day at army headquarters near Elista. But it wasn't Alla Sergeyevna and her blue eyes that he dreamed of. He dreamed of a bath, clean underwear, and soup with white noodles. Even the night he had spent at Bova's now seemed pleasant and agreeable. It hadn't been such a bad hut after all. And they hadn't talked only about soup and clean laundry. The worst torment of all was the lice. It had taken him some time to realize why he was always itching. He had failed to understand people's knowing smiles when he had furiously begun scratching his thigh or armpit in the middle of a serious discussion. Every day he had scratched with increasing zeal. He had felt a constant burning under his armpits. He had thought he had eczema, that the dust and sand must be irritating his dry skin. Sometimes, on his way somewhere, he would stop and suddenly begin scratching his legs, his stomach, the small of his back. It was worst of all at night. He would wake up and scratch furiously at his chest. Once, when he was lying on his back, he had stuck his legs up in the air and moaned as he scratched at his thighs. His eczema seemed to be aggravated by heat. Under the blankets, it became unbearable. If he went out into the frost, it calmed down. He decided to go to the first aid post and ask for some ointment. One morning, he had turned down his shirt collar and seen a row of sleepy, full-grown lice along the seam. There were dozens of them. He had looked round in embarrassment at the captain who slept in the next bed. He was sitting there with a ferocious expression on his face. He had spread out his pants and was squashing the lice that infested them. He was moving his lips silently, evidently keeping a tally. Derensky took off his shirt and began doing the same. It was a quiet, misty morning. There was no shooting and no planes going by overhead. You could hear distinct cracks as the lice perished, one after another, beneath the fingernails of the 2 officers. The captain glanced at Derensky and muttered, "There's a fine one for you." a real bear of a louse, a breeding sow. His eyes still on his shirt collar, Derensky said, "Don't they issue any powder?" "They do," said the captain. "But it's a waste of time. What we need is a good wash, but there isn't even enough water to drink. They can't even wash the plates properly in the canteen. There's certainly no chance of a bath." "What about the ovens?" "That's no use either. The uniforms come back scorched and the lice just get a suntan. And when I think of the time we were quartered in Penza, I never even went to the canteen. The landlady fed me herself. She was a nice plump woman. And not too old. We had baths twice a week, beer every day." "I know," said Derensky. "But what's to be done? It's a long way to Penza." The captain looked at him seriously and said, as if revealing a secret, "There is one good method, comrade lieutenant colonel. Snuff. You grind up a brick, mix it with snuff, and sprinkle it on your underwear. The lice begin sneezing. That makes them jump. And then they bash their heads in against the brick." The captain kept such a straight face that it took Derensky some time to realize this was a joke. During the next few days, he heard at least a dozen stories in a similar vein. The folklore of lice was evidently a rich field of study. Day and night, his mind was occupied with a host of questions. Food, a change of underwear, clean uniform, louse powder, extermination of lice by ironing them with a heated bottle, by freezing them to death, by burning them to death. He no longer thought of women at all. He remembered a saying the criminals had used in the camps: "You may live, but you won't love." 58. Derensky had spent all day inspecting the guns of the artillery division. He hadn't seen a single plane or heard a single shot. The division's commander, a young Kazakh, said very clearly and without a trace of an accent, "You know what? Next year, I'm going to grow some melons. You must come back and try one." The divisional commander was at home in the desert. He cracked jokes, bared his white teeth in a smile, and moved with quick and effortless steps through the deep sand. He even glanced amiably at the camels standing in harness by the huts with their corrugated iron roofs. Derensky found his cheerfulness irritating. In search of solitude, he decided to return to the emplacements of the first battery. Though he had already been there during the day, an enormous moon had risen. It seemed more black than red. Growing crimson with effort, it climbed up into the transparent black of the sky. The mortars, anti-tank weapons, and the barrels of the guns looked strangely threatening in this angry light. Along the road stretched a caravan of camels. They were harnessed to squeaking village carts loaded with hay and boxes of shells. It was an unlikely scene. Tractors, the lorry with the printing press for the army journal, a thin radio mast, the long necks of the camels, and their undulating walk that made it seem as though their whole body was made out of rubber without a single hard bone. The camels passed by, leaving a smell of hay in the frosty air. The same huge moon, more black than red, had shone over the deserted fields where Prince Igor was to give battle. The same moon had shone when the Persian hosts marched into Greece, when the Roman legions invaded the German forests, when the battalions of the first consul had watched night fall over the pyramids. Derensky, his head sunk into his shoulders, was sitting on a box of shells and listening to two soldiers who lay stretched out under their greatcoats beside the guns. The battery commander and his political instructor had gone to divisional HQ, the lieutenant colonel from front HQ. The soldiers had found out who he was from a signaller who seemed to be fast asleep. The soldiers puffed blissfully at the cigarettes they had rolled, letting out clouds of smoke. They were obviously close friends. You could tell from their certainty that whatever happened to one was of equal interest to the other. "So what happened?" said one of them, feigning mockery and indifference. "You know the bastard as well as I do," said the second soldier with pretended reluctance. "How can he expect a man to walk in boots like these?" "So what happened?" "So here I am in the same old boots. I'm not going to walk barefoot, am I?" "So he wouldn't give you new boots," said the second gunner. His voice was now full of interest. Every trace of mockery and indifference had disappeared. Their talk turned to their homes. "What do you expect a woman to write about? This is out of stock and that's out of stock. If the boy isn't ill, then it's the girl. You know what women are like." "Mine's quite straightforward about it. She says, 'You lot at the front are all right. You've got your rations. As for us, we really are having a hard time.'" That's woman's logic for you, said the first gunner. There she is, sitting in the rear, and she hasn't got a clue what it's like at the front. All she knows about are your rations. That's right, she can't get hold of any kerosene, and she thinks it's the end of the world. Sure, it's 1,000 times more difficult to wait in a queue than to sit here in the desert and fight off enemy tanks with empty bottles. They were both well aware that there had been no tank attacks anywhere near them. Interrupting the eternal discussion, who has the hardest role in life, man or woman? One of them said hesitantly, Mine's fallen ill, though. She's got something wrong with her back. She only has to lift something heavy and she's in bed for a week. Once again, the conversation seemed to take a different direction. They began to talk about the accursed, waterless desert around them. The second gunner, the one lying closest to Durensky, said, She didn't write that to upset me. She just doesn't understand. Wanting to take back, but not completely take back his harsh words about soldiers' wives, the first gunner said, I know, I was just being stupid. They smoked for a while in silence, then started discussing the respective merits of safety razors and cutthroats, the battery commander's new jacket, and how you still want to go on living, no matter how hard things may be. Just look at the night. You know, I once saw a picture like this when I was at school. A full moon over a field and dead warriors lying on the ground. That doesn't sound much like us, said the other with a laugh. We're not warriors, we're more like sparrows. 59. The silence was suddenly broken by an explosion to Durensky's right. 103 millimeters, he said to himself at once. All the usual thoughts immediately went through his mind. Was that a stray shot? Are they registering? I hope they haven't already bracketed us. Is it going to be a full-scale barrage? Are they preparing the ground for a tank attack? Every experienced soldier was asking the same questions. An experienced soldier can distinguish one genuinely alarming sound from among 100 others. Whatever he's doing, eating, cleaning his rifle, writing a letter, scratching his nose, reading a newspaper, even if his mind is as empty as only that of an off-duty soldier can be. He cocks his head and listens intently and avidly. The answer came straight away. There were explosions to the right of them, then to the left of them, and suddenly everything began shaking, smoking, and thundering. A full-scale barrage. The flames of the explosions pierced the clouds of smoke, dust, and sand. At the same time, smoke poured out of the flames. Everywhere people were running for cover, dropping to the ground. The desert was filled by a terrible howl. Mortar bombs had begun falling near the camels. They were running wild, upsetting their carts and dragging their broken harnesses along the ground. Durensky just stood there, forgetting the whistling shells, gazing in horror at the appalling spectacle. He couldn't rid himself of the thought that these were the last days of his motherland. He felt a sense of doom, the terrible howl of maddened camels, the anxious Russian voices, the men running for shelter. Russia was dying. Here she was, driven into the cold sands of Asia, dying under a sullen, indifferent moon. The Russian language he so cherished had become mingled with the terrified screams of wounded camels. What he felt at this bitter moment was not anger or hatred, but a feeling of brotherhood towards everything poor and weak. For some reason, he glimpsed the dark face of the old Kalmyk he had met in the steppe. He seemed very close, as though they had known one another for a long time. We're in the hands of fate, he thought, realizing that he'd rather not stay alive if Russia was defeated. He looked round at the soldiers. They were lying prone in whatever hollows they had been able to find. He drew himself up to his full height, ready to take command of the battery, and called out, "Where's the telephonist? Quick, I want you right here." At that very moment, the thunder of explosions ceased. That night, on Stalin's orders, the commanders of 3 fronts, Vatutin, Rokossovsky, and Yeremenko, launched the offensive that, within 100 hours, was to decide the Battle of Stalingrad and the fate of Paulus's 330,000-strong army. The offensive that was to mark a turning point in the war. A telegram was waiting for Durensky at headquarters. He was to attach himself to Colonel Novikov's tank corps and keep the general staff informed of its operations. 60. Soon after the anniversary of the revolution, there had been another massive air raid on the central power station. 18 bombers took part. Clouds of smoke covered the ruins. The power station had finally been brought to a standstill. After the raid, Spiridonov's hands had begun to tremble convulsively. He splashed tea everywhere if he tried to lift a mug to his lips. Sometimes he had to put it straight back on the table, knowing he couldn't hold it any longer. His hands only stopped trembling when he drank vodka. He and Kamyshov began allowing the workers to leave. They crossed the Volga and made their way through the steppe to Aktubka and Leninsk. At the same time, they themselves asked Moscow for permission to leave. There was little sense in their remaining in the front line among these ruins. Moscow was slow to reply, and Spiridonov became increasingly nervous. Nikolaev, the party organizer, had already been summoned by the Central Committee. He had left for Moscow in a Douglas. Spiridonov and Kamyshov spent their time wandering through the ruins, telling one another that there was nothing left for them to do and that they had better get the hell out of it. But Moscow still didn't reply. Spiridonov was particularly worried about Vera. She had begun to feel ill after crossing to the left bank and had been unable to make the journey to Leninsk. She was in the last stages of pregnancy, and there was no question of her traveling nearly 100 kilometers in the back of a truck along frozen, potholed roads. Some workers she knew took her to a barge that had been converted into a hostel. It was moored close to the bank, fast in the ice. Soon after the bombing of the power station, Vera had sent her father a note by a mechanic on one of the launches. She told him that he wasn't to worry and that she'd been given a comfortable little corner in the hold behind a partition. Among the other evacuees on the barge were a nurse from the Beketovka clinic and an old midwife. If there were any complications, they could call a doctor from the field hospital 4 kilometers away. They had hot water on the barge and a stove. The obcom supplied them with food, and they all ate together. Although she told him not to worry, every word of her note filled Spiridonov with anxiety. The only crumb of comfort was that as yet the barge hadn't been bombed. If he could only get across to the left bank himself, he could get hold of a car or ambulance and take her at least as far as Aktubka. But there was no word from Moscow. They still hadn't authorized the departure of the director and chief engineer, though there was no longer any need for anyone at the power station except a small armed guard. The workers and engineers had had no wish to hang around there with nothing to do. They had all crossed to the left bank as soon as Spiridonov gave his permission. Only old Andreev refused to accept the official permit bearing the director's round stamp. When Spiridonov suggested he join his daughter-in-law and grandson in Leninsk, he just said, "No, I'm staying here." He felt that as long as he stayed on the Stalingrad bank, he still had some link with his former life. Maybe in a little while he'd be able to get to the tractor factory. He'd make his way through the houses that had been burnt down or blown apart and come to the garden laid out by his wife. He'd straighten the young, injured trees, check whether the things they had buried were still in their hiding place, and sit down on a stone by the broken fence. "Well, Varvara, the sewing machine's still in its place and it hasn't even got rusty. But I'm afraid the apple tree by the fence has had its day. It must have been caught by a splinter. As for the sauerkraut in the cellar, that's fine, it's just got a tiny bit of mold on top." Spiridonov very much wanted to talk things over with Krymov, but Krymov hadn't once looked in since the anniversary of the revolution. Spiridonov and Kamyshov agreed to wait until November 17th and then leave. There really was nothing whatever for them to do. The Germans were still shelling the power station now and again. Kamyshov, who had lost his nerve after the last air raid, said, "Stepan Fyodorovich, if they're still shelling us, then their intelligence service is a dead loss. They may bomb us again any moment. You know the Germans. They're like bulls. They'll just carry on pounding away." On November 18th, without waiting for permission from Moscow, Spiridonov said goodbye to the guard, embraced Andreev, looked for a last time at the ruins, and left. He had worked hard and honorably. His achievement was all the more worthy of respect in that he was afraid of war, was unaccustomed to conditions at the front, had lived in constant fear of air raids, and gone completely to pieces during the bombardments themselves. He had a suitcase in one hand and a bundle over his shoulder. He waved to Andreev, who was standing by the ruined gates, then looked round at the engineers' building with its broken windows, at the gloomy walls of the turbine workshop, and at the smoke from the still burning insulators. He left the power station when there was nothing more that he could do there, only 24 hours before the beginning of the Soviet offensive. But in the eyes of many people, those 24 hours outweighed all he had done before. Ready to greet him as a hero, they branded him a coward and a deserter. Long afterwards, he was to be tormented by the memory of how he had turned round and waved, of how he had seen a solitary old man standing by the gate, watching him. 61. Vera gave birth to a son. She lay in the hold on a plank bed. The other women had thrown a heap of rags on top so she wouldn't be quite so cold. Beside her, wrapped in a sheet, lay her baby. When someone came in and parted the curtains, she saw the other men and women and the rags hanging down from the upper bunks. She heard the cries of children, the continual commotion and the buzz of voices. She felt as though her head was as full of fog and confusion as the fetid air. The hold was both stuffy and extremely cold. Here and there you could see patches of frost on the plank walls. People slept in their felt boots and padded jackets. All day long the women sat huddled up in shawls and strips of blanket, blowing on their freezing fingers. The tiny window, almost on a level with the ice, hardly let in any light. It was dark, even in the daytime. At night they lit oil lamps, but the glass covers were missing and their faces were covered in soot. Clouds of steam came in when they opened the trapdoor from the bridge. It was like a shell burst. Old women combed their long grey hair. Old men sat on the floor, holding mugs of hot water to warm their hands. Children wrapped up in shawls crawled about among the jumble of pillows, bundles, and plywood suitcases. Vera felt that her body, her thoughts, and her attitude towards other people had all been changed by the baby at her breast. She thought about her friend Zina Melnikova, about Sergeyevna, the old woman who looked after her here, about spring, about her mother, about the hole in her shirt, about the quilted blanket, about Seryozha and Tolya, about washing powder, about German planes, about the bunker at the power station, and her own unwashed hair. All these thoughts were somehow infused with her feelings for her baby. It was only in relation to him that they had meaning. She looked at her hands, her legs, her breasts, her fingers. They were no longer the same hands that had played volleyball, written essays, and turned the pages of books. They were no longer the same legs that had run up the school steps, that had been stung by nettles, that had kicked against the warm water of the river that passers-by had turned to stare at. When she thought about her son, she thought simultaneously of Viktorov. There were airfields not far away. He was probably very close. The Volga no longer separated them. Any moment, some pilots might come into the hold. "Do you know Lieutenant Viktorov?" "Yes, we certainly do." "Tell him that his son's here." And his wife. The other women came to visit her in her little corner. They shook their heads, smiled and sighed. Some of them cried as they bent over the baby. It was themselves they were crying over, and the baby they were smiling at. This went without saying. The questions people asked Vera all centered around one thing: how she could best serve her child. Did she have enough milk? Was she getting mastitis? Was she suffering from the damp? Her father appeared 2 days after the baby's birth. Unshaven, his nose and cheeks burnt by the icy wind, his collar turned up, his coat fastened at the waist by a tie, carrying a small suitcase and a bundle. No one would have taken him for the director of the central power station. She noticed that when he came up to her bunk, his trembling face turned first of all to the creature beside her. Then he turned away. She could tell from his back and shoulders that he was crying. She realized that he was crying because his wife would never know about their grandson, would never bend over him as he himself had just done. Only then, angry and ashamed that dozens of people had seen him crying, did he say in a hoarse voice, "So, you've made me a grandfather." He bent down, kissed her on the forehead, and patted her shoulder with a cold, dirty hand. Then he said, "Krymov came round on the anniversary of the revolution. He didn't know your mother had died, and he kept asking about Zhenya." An old man wearing a torn jacket that was losing its padding came up and wheezed, "Comrade Spiridonov, people are awarded the Order of Kutuzov, the Order of Lenin, the Red Star. And all for killing as many men as they can. Just think how many men have died on both sides. Well, I think your daughter deserves a medal that weighs a good 2 kilos for giving birth to new life in a hellhole like this." It was the first time since the baby's birth that anyone had said anything about Vera herself. Spiridonov decided to stay on the barge till Vera was stronger. Then they could go to Leninsk together. It was on the way to Kibyshev. He'd have to go there for a new appointment. The food on the barge was obviously quite appalling. Once he'd warmed up a bit, he set off into the forest to find the command post of the obkom. He knew it was somewhere nearby. He hoped he'd be able to get hold of some fat and some sugar through his friends there. 62. It had been a difficult day on the barge. The clouds lay heavily on the Volga. There were no children playing outside, no women washing clothes in the holes in the ice. The icy Astrakhan wind tore at the frozen rags and bits of rubbish, forcing its way through crevices in the walls of the barge, whistling and howling through the hold. Everyone sat there without moving, numb, wrapped up in shawls and blankets. Even the most talkative of the women had fallen silent, listening to the howl of the wind and the creaking boards. When night came, it was as though the darkness had sprung from the unbearable sadness, from the terrible cold and hunger, from the filth, from the endless torments of the war. Vera lay with a blanket up to her chin. On her cheeks she could feel the draught that whistled into the hold with each gust of wind. Everything seemed hopeless. Her father would never be able to get her out of here. The war would never come to an end. Next spring the Germans would spread right over the Urals and into Siberia. There would always be the whine of planes in the sky and the thunder of bombs on the earth. She began to doubt for the first time whether Viktorov really was nearby. After all, there were airfields in every sector of the front, and he might no longer even be at the front, or even in the rear. She moved the sheet aside and looked at her baby's face. Why was he crying? She must be passing her sadness to him, just as she passed on her milk and her warmth. That day, everyone felt crushed by the mercilessness of the cold and wind, by the vastness of the war that had stretched out over the Russian steppes. How long can one bear a life of continual cold and hunger? Old Sergeyevna, the midwife, came over to Vera. I don't like the look of you today. You looked better on the first day. It doesn't matter, said Vera. Papa will be back tomorrow. He'll bring some food with him. Even though Sergeyevna wanted the nursing mother to have some fats and sugar, she replied sourly, Yes, it's all right for you lot, you leaders and directors. You always get enough to eat. All we ever get is half-frozen potatoes. Quiet there, someone shouted. Quiet! All they could hear was an indistinct voice at the other end of the hold. Then the voice rang out loud and clear, drowning every other sound. Someone was reading a news bulletin by the light of the oil lamp. A successful offensive in the Stalingrad area. Several days ago, our forces on the outskirts of Stalingrad launched an offensive against the German fascists. Our forces are advancing along two axes, to the northwest and to the south of Stalingrad. Everyone stood there and cried. A miraculous link joined them both to the men marching through the snow, shielding their faces from the wind, and to the men who now lay on the snow, spattered with blood, their eyes growing dim as their lives ran out. Everyone was crying, workers, old men, women, even the children, whose faces had become suddenly adult and attentive. Our forces have taken the town of Kalach on the east bank of the Don, KRYMOV'S railway station, the town and station of Abgasarovo. Vera was crying with everyone else. She too could feel the link between the exhausted listeners in the barge and the men marching through the darkness of the winter night, falling and standing up again, falling and never standing up again. It was for her and her son, for these women with chapped hands, for these old men, for these children wrapped in their mothers' torn shawls, that the men were going to their death. She thought with ecstasy how her husband might suddenly come in. Everyone would gather round him and call him my son. The man came to the end of the bulletin. The offensive launched by our troops is still continuing. 63. The duty officer had just given a report to the general in command of the 8th Air Army on the sorties made by their fighter squadrons during the day. The general looked through the papers spread out in front of him. Zakabluka's having a hard time. Yesterday he lost his commissar and today he's lost 2 pilots. I've just phoned his HQ, Comrade General, said the duty officer. Comrade Berman's going to be buried tomorrow. The member of the military soviet has promised to fly in and give a speech. He does like giving speeches, said the general with a smile. As for the pilots, Comrade General, Lieutenant Karol was shot down over the area held by the 38th Division, and Senior Lieutenant Viktorov was set on fire over a German airfield. He couldn't get back to our lines. He came down on a hill in no man's land. The infantry tried to get him out, but the Germans stopped them. Yes, said the general, scratching his nose with a pencil. I know what. You phone front headquarters and remind them that Zakharov promised us a new jeep. Soon we won't be able to get about at all. The dead pilot lay there all night on a hill covered with snow. It was a cold night and the stars were quite brilliant. At dawn the hill turned pink. The pilot now lay on a pink hill. Then the wind got up and the snow covered his body. Part 3. 1. A few days before the beginning of the Stalingrad offensive, Krymov arrived at the underground command post of the 64th Army. Abramov's aide was eating a pie and some chicken soup. He put down his spoon. You could tell from his sigh that it was good soup. Krymov's eyes went moist. He desperately wanted a bite of cabbage pie. Behind the partition, the aide announced his arrival. After a moment's silence, Krymov heard a familiar voice. It was too quiet for him to make out the words. The aide came out and announced, "The member of the military soviet is unable to receive you." Krymov was taken aback. "But I never asked to see him. Comrade Abramov summoned me himself." The aide just looked at his soup. "So it's been cancelled, has it? I can't make head or tail of all this," said Krymov. He went back up to the surface and plodded along the gully towards the bank of the Volga. He had to call at the editorial office of the army newspaper. He felt annoyed by the senseless summons and by his sudden greed for someone else's pie. At the same time, he listened attentively to the intermittent gunfire coming from the Kuporosnaya ravine. A girl walked past on her way to the operations section. She was wearing a forage cap and a greatcoat. Krymov looked her up and down and said to himself, "She's not bad at all." The memory of Yevgenia came back to him, and as always, his heart sank. As always, he immediately reproved himself. Forget her, forget her. He tried to call to mind a young Cossack girl he had spent the night with in a village they had passed through. Then he thought of Spiridonov. He's a fine fellow, even if he isn't a Spinoza. For a long time afterwards, Krymov was to remember these thoughts with piercing clarity, together with the gunfire, the autumn sky, and his irritation with Abramov. A staff officer with a captain's green stripes on his greatcoat called out his name. He had followed him from the command post. Krymov gave him a puzzled look. "This way, please," the captain said quietly, pointing towards the door of a hut. Krymov walked past the sentry and through the doorway. They entered a room with a large desk and a portrait of Stalin on the plank wall. Krymov expected the captain to say something like this: "Excuse me, Comrade Battalion Commissar, but would you mind taking this report to Comrade Toshchev on the left bank?" Instead, he said, "Hand over your weapon and your personal documents." Krymov's reply was confused and meaningless. "But what right? Show me your own documents first." There could be no doubt about what had happened, absurd and senseless though it might be. Krymov came out with the words that had been muttered before by many thousands of people in similar circumstances. "It's crazy. I don't understand. It must be a misunderstanding." These words were no longer those of a free man. 2. You're playing the fool. I want to know who recruited you when your unit was surrounded. He was now on the left bank, being interrogated in the special section at Front HQ. The painted floor, the pots of flowers by the window, the pendulum clock on the wall, all seemed calm and provincial. The rattling of the window panes and the rumble of bombs from Stalingrad seemed pleasantly humdrum. How little this lieutenant colonel behind the wooden kitchen table corresponded to the pale-lipped interrogator of his imagination. But the lieutenant colonel, one of his shoulders smudged with whitewash from the stove, walked up to the man sitting on the wooden stool. An expert on the workers' movement in the colonies of the Far East, a man with a commissar's star on the sleeves of his uniform, a man who had been brought up by a sweet, good-natured mother, and punched him in the face. Krymov ran his hand over his lips and nose, looked at his palm, and saw a mixture of blood and spittle. He tried to move his jaw. His lips had gone numb, and his tongue was like stone. He looked at the painted floor. Yes, it had just been washed, and swallowed his blood. Only during the night did he begin to feel hatred for his interrogator. At first he had felt neither hatred nor physical pain. The blow on the face was the outward sign of a moral catastrophe. He could respond only with dumbfounded amazement. The lieutenant colonel looked at the clock. It was time for lunch in the canteen for heads of departments. Krymov was taken across the dirty, frozen snow that covered the yard towards a rough log building that served as a lockup. The sound of the bombs falling on Stalingrad was very clear. His first thought as he came to his senses was that the lockup might be destroyed by a German bomb. He felt disgusted with himself. In the stifling log-walled cell, he was overwhelmed by despair and fury. He was losing himself. He was the man who had shouted hoarsely as he ran to the aeroplane to meet his friend Georgy Dimitrov. He was the man who had borne Clara Zetkin's coffin. And just now he had given a furtive glance to see whether or not a security officer would hit him a second time. He had led his men out of encirclement. They had called him Comrade Commissar, and now a peasant with a Tommy gun had looked at him. A communist being beaten up and interrogated by another communist with squeamish contempt. He had not yet taken in the full meaning of the words loss of freedom. He had become another being. Everything in him had to change. He had lost his freedom. He felt giddy. He would appeal to Sherbakov, to the Central Committee. He would appeal to Molotov. He wouldn't rest until that scoundrel of a lieutenant colonel had been shot. Yes. Pick up that phone. Ring up Krasin. Stalin has heard my name. He knows who I am. Comrade Stalin once asked Comrade Zhdanov, "Is that the same Krymov who used to work in the Comintern?" Then Krymov felt the quagmire beneath his feet. A dark, gluey, bottomless swamp was sucking him in. He had come up against something insuperable, something more powerful than the German panzer divisions. He had lost his freedom. Zhenya, can you see me? Zhenya, look at me. I'm in trouble, terrible trouble. I'm alone and abandoned. You too have abandoned me. A degenerate had been beating him. His head span, his fingers were almost in spasm. He wanted to throw himself at the security officer. Never had he felt such hatred towards the Tsarist police, the Mensheviks, or even towards the SS officer he had once interrogated. No, the man now trampling over him was not someone alien. Krymov could see himself in this officer, could recognize in him the same Krymov who as a boy had wept with happiness over those astonishing words of the Communist Manifesto. Workers of the world unite. And this feeling of recognition was appalling. 3. Darkness fell. Intermittently, the rumble of Stalingrad boomed through the close, evil air of the prison. Perhaps the Germans were going for Batyuk and Rodimtsev. From time to time, there were movements out in the corridor. The doors of the general's cell, for deserters, traitors to the motherland, looters and rapists, opened and closed. When the prisoners asked to go to the lavatory, the sentry would argue for a long time before opening the door. Krymov himself had been put in the general cell after being brought over from Stalingrad. No one had paid any attention to the commissar with the red star still sewn on his sleeve. All the men cared about was whether he had any paper for rolling their dusty tobacco. All they wanted was to be able to eat, smoke, and carry out their natural functions. Who had denounced him? What a torment it was, to know that he was innocent and yet to suffer from this chilling sense of irreparable guilt. Rodimtsev's conduit, the ruins of House 6/1, the White Russian bogs, the Voronezh winter, the rivers they'd had to ford. Everything light and joyful was lost forever. How he wanted simply to go out onto the street, stroll around, crane his neck and look up at the sky, and then buy a newspaper, have a shave, write a letter to his brother. He wanted a cup of tea. He had to return a book he'd borrowed for the evening. He wanted to look at his watch, go to the bathhouse, take a handkerchief out of his suitcase. But he couldn't do anything. He had lost his freedom. Then he had been taken out into the corridor. The commandant had shouted at the guard, "I told you in plain Russian. Why the hell did you go and put him in the general cell? And don't just stand there gaping. Do you want to be sent to the front line?" When the commandant had gone, the guard had complained, "It's always the same. The solitary cell's occupied. He told us to keep it for people sentenced to death. If I put you there, what can I do with the fellow who's already there?" Soon Krymov saw the firing squad taking the man out to be executed. His fair hair clung to the narrow, scrawny nape of his neck. He could have been anything from 20 years old to 35. Krymov was then transferred to the solitary cell. In the semi-darkness, he made out a pot on the table. Next to it, he could feel a hair moulded from the soft inside of a loaf of bread. The condemned man must have just put it down. It was still soft. Only the hare's ears had had time to grow stale. Krymov, his mouth hanging open, sat down on the plank bed. He had too much on his mind to be able to sleep. Nor could he think. His temples were throbbing. He felt deafened. Everything was whirling around in his head. There was nothing he could catch hold of. No firm point from which to begin a line of thought. During the night there was a commotion in the corridor. The guards called the corporal. There was a tramping of boots. The commandant, Krymov recognized his voice, said, "To hell with that battalion commissar. Put him in the guardroom." Then he added, "What a story. I bet it'll get to the CO." The door of his cell opened and a soldier shouted, "Out!" Krymov went out. In the corridor stood a barefooted man in his underwear. Krymov had seen many terrible things in his life, but nothing so terrible as this small, dirty, yellow face. Its lips, wrinkles, and trembling cheeks were all crying. Everything was crying except for the eyes, and so terrible was the expression in those eyes, it would have been better never even to have glimpsed them. Come on," said the guard. When Krymov was in the guardroom, he learned what had happened. "They keep threatening to send me to the front, but this place is 1,000 times worse. Your nerves get worn to a frazzle. A soldier's to be executed for self-mutilation. He'd shot himself in the left hand through a loaf of bread. They shoot him, cover him over with earth. And during the night he comes to life again and finds his way back." The guard avoided addressing Krymov directly, so as not to have to choose between the polite and impolite forms of the second person. They make a hash of everything they set their hands to. It wears your nerves to a frazzle. Even a pig gets slaughtered better than that. What a mess. The ground's frozen. So they rake up some weeds, sprinkle them over him, and off they go. And then he gets up. What do you expect? He couldn't have done that if he'd been buried according to the rulebook. Krymov, who had always answered questions, given explanations, set people back on the true path, was bewildered. "But why did he come back here?" The guard laughed. "And now the sergeant major wants him to be given some bread and tea while they sort out his papers. The head of the catering section's raising hell. How can they give him tea when they've already written him off? And why should the sergeant major be allowed to bungle everything and then expect the catering department to bail him out?" "What did you do before the war?" Krymov asked suddenly. "I was a beekeeper on a state farm." "I see," said Krymov. At that moment, everything, both inside him and outside him, was equally incomprehensible. At dawn, Krymov was taken back to the solitary cell. The hare was still standing beside the pot. Its skin was now hard and rough. Krymov could hear a wheedling voice in the general cell. "Come on, comrade guard, take me along for a piss." A reddish-brown sun was rising over the steppe. It was like a frozen beetroot with lumps of earth still clinging to it. Soon afterwards, Krymov was taken out and put in the back of a truck. A young lieutenant sat down beside him. The sergeant major handed over his suitcase, and the truck set off for the airfield, grinding and jolting over the frozen mud. Krymov took a deep breath of cool, damp air. His heart filled with faith and light. The nightmare seemed to be over. 4. Krymov got out of the car and looked round at the narrow grey passage leading into the Lubyanka. His head was buzzing, full of the roar of aeroplane engines, of glimpses of streams, forests and fields, of moments of despair, doubt and self-assurance. The door opened. He entered an X-ray world of stifling official air and glaring official light. It was a world that existed quite independently of the war, outside it and above it. He was taken to an empty, stifling room and ordered to strip. The light was as dazzling as a searchlight. A man in a doctor's smock ran his fingers thoughtfully over Krymov's body. Krymov twitched. It was clear that the war and all its thunder could never disturb the methodical work of these shameless fingers. A dead soldier. A note in his gas mask that he'd written before the attack. "I died for the Soviet way of life, leaving behind a wife and 6 children." A member of a tank crew who had burned to death. Reality and delirium, past and future, were wrestling with each other. He had lost his sense of identity. Did I ever have a mother? Maybe not. Maybe I never had one. Zhenya no longer mattered. Stars caught in the tops of pine trees, the ford over the Don, a green German flare, workers of the world unite. There must be people behind each door. I'll remain a communist to my death. My head's buzzing. Did Grekov really fire at me? Grigory Yevseevich Zinoviev, the president of the Comintern, walked down this same corridor. What close, suffocating air. Damn this blinding light. Grekov fired at me. The man from the special section punched me in the jaw. The Germans fired at me. What will happen tomorrow? I swear I'm not guilty. I need a piss. The old men singing songs at Spiridonov's were quite splendid. The Checker, the Checker, the Checker. Dzerzhinsky had been the first master of this house, then Heinrich Jagoda, then Menjinsky, then that little proletarian from Petersburg, Nikolai Ivanovich Yezhov with the green eyes. And now kind, intelligent Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria. Yes, we've already met. Greetings to you. What was it we sang? Stand up, proletarian, and fight for your cause. But I'm not guilty. I need a piss. They're not really going to shoot me, are they? How strange it was to walk down this long, straight corridor. Life itself was so confusing. With all its winding paths, its bogs, streams, and ravines, its dust-covered steps, its unharvested corn, you squeezed your way through or made long detours, but fate ran straight as an arrow. Just corridors and corridors and doors in corridors. Krymov walked at an even pace, neither quick nor slow, as though the guard was walking in front of him, not behind him. Something had happened. Something had changed the moment he set foot in this building. A geometrical arrangement of points, he had said to himself as he had his fingerprints taken. He hadn't understood these words, but they expressed what had happened. He was losing himself. If he had asked for water, he would have been given something to drink. If he had collapsed with a heart attack, a doctor would have given him the appropriate injection. But he was no longer Krymov. He didn't understand this yet, but he could feel it. He was no longer the comrade Krymov who could dress, eat lunch, buy a cinema ticket, think, go to bed, and remain the same person. What distinguished him from everyone else was his soul, his mind, his articles in the Communist International, the fact that he had joined the party before the revolution, his various personal habits, the different tones of voice he adopted when he talked to Komsomol members, secretaries of Moscow raycoms, workers, old party members, friends of his and petitioners. His body was still like any other body. His thoughts and movements were still like anyone else's thoughts and movements. But his essence, his freedom and dignity had disappeared. He was taken into a cell, a rectangle with a clean parquet floor and 4 bunks. The blankets on the bunks had been pulled tight and there were no creases. He at once felt that 3 human beings were looking with human interest at a 4th human being. They were people. He didn't know whether they were good or bad, whether they would be hostile, indifferent, or welcoming. All he knew was that their feelings were human feelings. He sat down on the empty bunk. The 3 men watched him in silence. They were sitting on their bunks with open books on their knees. Everything he had lost came back to him. One of the men was quite massive. He had a craggy face and a mass of Beethoven-like curls, some of them quite grey, that swept down over his low, bulging forehead. The second was an old man. His hands were as white as paper, his skull was bald and gaunt, and his face was like a metal bas-relief. What flowed in his veins and arteries might have been snow rather than blood. The third, KRYMOV'S neighbour, had just taken off his spectacles and had a red mark on the bridge of his nose. He looked kind, friendly, and unhappy. He pointed at the door, gave a faint smile and shook his head. Krymov understood. The guard was still looking through the spy hole and they should keep quiet. The man with the dishevelled hair spoke first. "Well," he said in a good-natured drawl, "on behalf of our community, let me welcome the armed forces. Where have you just come from, comrade?" "Stalingrad," said Krymov with an embarrassed smile. "Oh, I'm glad to meet someone who's taken part in our heroic resistance. Welcome to our hut." "Do you smoke?" the white-faced old man asked hurriedly. "Yes." The old man nodded and stared at his book. "It's because I let the 2 of them down," Krymov's kindly neighbour explained. "I said I didn't smoke, otherwise they could have had my ration themselves. But tell me, how long is it since you left Stalingrad?" "I was there this morning." "I see," said the giant. "You were brought here by Douglas. That's right. Tell us about Stalingrad. We haven't managed to get any papers yet." "You must be hungry," said Krymov's neighbour. "We've already had supper here." "I don't want anything to eat," replied Krymov. "And the Germans aren't going to take Stalingrad. That's quite clear." "That always was clear," said the giant. "The synagogue stands and will continue to stand." The old man closed his book with a bang. "You must be a member of the Communist Party." "Yes, I am a communist." "Shh, shh. You must always whisper," said Krymov's neighbour. Even about being a party member, added the giant. The giant's face seemed familiar. Finally, Krymov remembered him. He was a famous Moscow compere. He and Zhenya had once seen him on stage during a concert in the Hall of Columns. The door opened. A guard looked in. "Anyone whose name begins with K?" "Yes," answered the giant. "Katzenellenbogen." He got up, brushed back his disheveled hair with one hand, and walked unhurriedly to the door. "He's being interrogated," whispered Krymov's neighbor. "Why, anyone whose name begins with K. It's a rule of theirs. Yesterday the guard called out, 'Any Katzenellenbogen whose name begins with K.' It was quite funny. He's a bit cracked." "Yes, we had a good laugh," said the old man. "I wonder what they put you inside for," thought Krymov. And then, "My name begins with K too." The prisoners got ready to go to sleep. The light continued to glare down. Krymov could feel someone watching through the spy hole as he unwound his footcloths, pulled up his pants and scratched his chest. It was a very special light. It was there not so that they could see, but so that they could be seen. If it had been found more convenient to observe them in darkness, they would have been kept in darkness. The old man, Krymov imagined him to be an accountant, was lying with his face to the wall. Krymov and his neighbor were talking in whispers. They didn't look at one another, and they kept their hands over their mouths. Now and again they glanced at the empty bunk. Was the compere still cracking jokes? "We've all become as timid as hares," whispered Krymov's neighbor. "It's like in a fairy tale. A sorcerer touches someone, and suddenly he grows the ears of a hare." He told Krymov about the other two men in the cell. The old man, Dreling, turned out to be either a social revolutionary, a social democrat, or a Menshevik. Krymov had come across his name before. He had spent over 20 years in prisons and camps. Soon he'd have done longer than the prisoners in the Schlüsselburg in the last century. He was back in Moscow because of a new charge that had been brought against him. He'd taken it into his head to give lectures on the agrarian question to the kulaks in his camp. The compere's experience of the Lubyanka was equally impressive. Over 20 years before, he'd begun working in Dzerzhinsky's Cheka. He had then worked under Yagoda in the OGPU, under Yezhov in the NKVD, and under Beria in the MGB. Part of the time he had worked in the central apparatus, part of the time he had been at the camps, in charge of huge construction projects. Krymov's neighbor was called Bogolev. Krymov had imagined him to be a minor official. In fact, he was an art historian who worked in the reserve collection of a museum. He also wrote poetry that was considered out of key with the times and had never been published. "But that's all finished with," whispered Bogolev. "Now I'm just a timid little hare." How strange it all was. Once there had been nothing except the crossing of the Bug and the Dnieper, the encirclement of Piryatinsk, the Ovruch marshes, Mamayev Kurgan, house number 6/1, political reports, shortages of ammunition, wounded political instructors, night attacks, political work on the march and in battle, the registration of guns, tank raids, mortars, general staffs, heavy machine guns. And at the same time, there had been nothing but night interrogations, inspections, reveilles, visits to the lavatory under escort, carefully rationed cigarettes, searches, personal confrontations with witnesses, investigators, sentences decreed by a special commission. These two realities had coexisted. But why did it seem natural, even inevitable, that his neighbors should be confined within a cell in the Lubyanka? And why did it seem senseless, quite inconceivable, that he should be confined in the same cell, that he should now be sitting on this bunk? Krymov wanted desperately to talk about himself. In the end, he gave in and said, "My wife's left me. No one's going to send me any parcels." The bunk belonging to the enormous Chekist remained empty till morning. 5. One night before the war, Krymov had walked past the Lubyanka and tried to guess what was going on inside that sleepless building. After being arrested, people would be kept there for 8 months, a year and a half, until the investigation had been completed. Their relatives would then receive letters from camps and see the words Komi, Salakard, Norilsk, Kotlas, Magadan, Vorkuta, Kolyma, Kuznetsk, Krasnoyarsk, Karaganda, Bukhta Nagaevo, but many thousands would disappear forever after their spell in the Lubyanka. The public prosecutor's office would inform their relatives that they had been sentenced to 10 years without right of correspondence, but no one in the camps ever met anyone who had received this sentence. What it meant was shot. When a man wrote to his relatives from a camp, he would say that he was feeling well, that it was nice and warm, and could they, if possible, send him some garlic and onions. His relatives would understand that this was in order to prevent scurvy. Never did anyone write so much as a word about his time in the Lubyanka. It had been especially terrible to walk down Komsomolsky Alley and Lubyanka Street during the summer nights of 1937. The dark, stifling streets were deserted. For all the thousands of people inside, the buildings seemed quite dead. They were dark and the windows were wide open. The silence was anything but peaceful. A few windows were lit up. You could glimpse faint shadows through the white curtains. From the main entrance came the glare of headlights and the sound of car doors being slammed. The whole city seemed to be pinned down, fascinated by the glassy stare of the Lubyanka. Krymov had thought about various people he knew. Their distance from him was something that couldn't even be measured in space. They existed in another dimension. No power on earth or in heaven could bridge this abyss, an abyss as profound as death itself. But these people weren't yet lying under a nailed-down coffin lid. They were here beside him, alive and breathing, thinking, weeping. The cars continued to bring in more prisoners. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of prisoners disappeared into the inner prisons, behind the doors of the Lubyanka, the Butyrka, and the Lefortovo. New people came forward to replace those who had been arrested. In raycoms, people's commissariats, war departments, the office of the public prosecutor, industrial enterprises, surgeries, trade union committees, land departments, bacteriological laboratories, theatre managements, aircraft design offices, institutes designing vast chemical and metallurgical factories. Sometimes the people who had replaced the arrested terrorists, saboteurs, and enemies of the people were arrested as enemies of the people themselves. Sometimes the third wave of appointments was arrested in its turn. A party member from Leningrad had told Krymov in a whisper how he had once shared a cell with 3 ex-secretaries of the same Leningrad raycom. Each had unmasked his predecessor as a terrorist and enemy of the people. They had lain side by side, apparently without the least ill feeling. Dmitry Shaposhnikov, Yevgenia Nikolaevna's brother, had once entered this building. He had carried under his arm a small white bundle put together for him by his wife, a towel, some soap, 2 changes of underwear, a toothbrush, socks, and 3 handkerchiefs. He had walked through these doors, remembering the 5-figure number of his party card, his writing desk at the trade delegation in Paris, and the first-class coach bound for the Crimea where he had had things out with his wife, drunk a bottle of mineral water and yawned as he flipped through the pages of The Golden Ass. Mitya certainly hadn't been guilty of anything. Still, it wasn't as though Krymov had been put in prison himself. Abarchuk, Lyudmila Nikolaevna's first husband, had once walked down the brightly lit corridor leading from freedom to confinement. He had gone to be interrogated, anxious to clear up an absurd misunderstanding. 5 months had passed, 7 months, 8 months. And then he had written, "The idea of assassinating Comrade Stalin was first suggested to me by a member of the German military intelligence service, a man I was first put in touch with by one of the underground leaders." The conversation took place after the May Day demonstration on Yausky Boulevard. I promised to give a final answer within 5 days, and we agreed on a further meeting. The work carried out behind these windows was truly fantastic. During the Civil War, Abarchuk hadn't so much as flinched when one of Kolchak's officers had fired at him. Of course Abarchuk had been coerced into making a false confession. Of course he was a true communist, a communist whose strength had been tested under Lenin. Of course he hadn't been guilty of anything. But still, he had been arrested and he had confessed. And Krymov had not been arrested and had not confessed. Krymov had heard 1 or 2 things about how these cases were fabricated. He had learned a few things from people who had told him in a whisper, but remember, if you pass this on to anyone, even your wife or your mother, then I'm done for. He had learned a little from people who had had too much to drink. Infuriated by someone's glib stupidity, they had let slip a few careless words and suddenly fallen silent. The following day they had yawned and said in the most casual of tones, "By the way, I seem to remember coming out with all kinds of nonsense yesterday. You don't remember? Well, so much the better." He had learned a little from wives of friends who had travelled to camps in order to visit their husbands. But all this had been gossip, mere tittle-tattle. Nothing like this had ever happened to Krymov. and now it had. He was in prison. It was absurd, crazy, unbelievable. But it was true. When Mensheviks, social revolutionaries, officers in the White Guard, priests and kulak agitators had been arrested, he had never for one moment wondered what it must be like to be awaiting sentence. Nor had he thought about the families of these men. Of course, he had felt less indifferent when the shells had begun to fall closer, when people like himself, true Soviet citizens and members of the party, had been arrested, and he had been very shaken when several close friends, people of his own generation, whom he looked on as true Leninists, had been arrested. He had been unable to sleep. He had questioned Stalin's right to deprive people of freedom, to torment them and shoot them. He had thought deeply about the sufferings of these men and their families. After all, they weren't just kulaks or white officers. They were old Bolsheviks. But he had managed to reassure himself. It wasn't as though he had been imprisoned or exiled. He hadn't signed anything. He hadn't pleaded guilty to false charges. But now, it had happened. He, an old Bolshevik, was in prison. And he had no explanation for it, no interpretation, no way of reassuring himself. He was learning already. The principal focus of a search was a naked man's teeth, ears, nostrils, and groin. A pitiful, ridiculous figure. He would have to hold up his now buttonless trousers and underpants as he walked down the corridor. If he wore spectacles, they would be taken away from him. He would be anxiously screwing up his eyes and rubbing them. He then entered a cell where he was transformed into a laboratory rat. New reflexes were conditioned into him. He spoke only in a whisper. He got up from his bunk, lay down on his bunk, relieved himself, slept and dreamed under incessant observation. It was all monstrously cruel. It was absurd and inhuman. Now he realized what terrible things were done in the Lubyanka. They were tormenting an old Bolshevik, a Leninist. They were tormenting Comrade KRYMOV. 6. The days passed. KRYMOV still hadn't been called for interrogation. He already knew what they were fed and when, what time they had their walk, what days they were taken to the bathhouse. He knew the times of inspections, the smell of prison tobacco, and the titles of the books in the library. He would wait anxiously for his cellmates to return from interrogations. It was Katzenellenbogen who was called most often, and Bogolev was always summoned in the afternoon. Life without freedom. It was an illness. Losing one's freedom was like losing one's health. There was still light. Water still flowed from the tap. You still got a bowl of soup. But all these things were different. They were merely something allocated to you. Sometimes, in the interests of the investigation, it was necessary to deprive a prisoner of light, food, and sleep. And if you were allowed them, that was also in the interests of the investigation. Once, as he returned from an interrogation, the bony old man announced haughtily, "After 3 hours of silence, the investigator finally accepted that my surname was Dreeling." Bogolev was very friendly and gentle. He always spoke respectfully to his cellmates, asking how they were feeling and whether they had slept well. Once he began reading some poems to KRYMOV, but then broke off and said, "I'm sorry, you're probably not in the least interested." KRYMOV grinned. "To be quite honest, I couldn't understand a word of it. But I read all of Hegel once, and I could understand that." Bogolev was very frightened of interrogations. He got quite flustered when the guard came in and asked, "Anyone whose name begins with B?" When he came back, he looked smaller, thinner, and older. His accounts of his interrogations were always very confused. It was impossible to make out whether he was being charged with an attempt on Stalin's life or a dislike of socialist realist literature. Once the giant Chekist advised him, "You should help the man formulate the charge. How about this?" Feeling a wild hatred for everything new, I groundlessly criticized works of art that had been awarded a Stalin Prize. "You'll get 10 years for that. And don't denounce too many people you know. That doesn't help at all. On the contrary, you'll be charged with conspiracy and sent to a strict regime camp." "What do you mean?" asked Bogolev. "They know everything. How can I help?" He often extemporized in whispers on his favorite theme, that they were all of them characters in a fairy tale. "Whoever we are, fierce divisional commanders, parachutists, admirers of Matisse and Pissarro, party members, pilots, designers of vast factories, creators of 5-year plans, and however self-assured, however arrogant we may seem, We only have to cross the threshold of an enchanted house to be touched by a magic wand. And we're transformed into piglets and squirrels, into little dicky birds. We should be fed on midges and ants' eggs. Bogolev's mind was unusual, clearly capable of profound thoughts, but he was obsessed with petty, everyday matters. He was always worrying that he'd been given less to eat than other people, that what he had been given wasn't as good, that his walk had been cut short, that someone had eaten his rusks while he was out. Their life in the cells seemed to be full of events, and at the same time, an empty sham. They were living in a dried-up riverbed. The investigator studied the pebbles, the clefts, the unevenness of the bank, but the water that had once shaped the bed was no longer there. Drelling rarely spoke. If he did, it was usually to Bogolev. Obviously because he wasn't a member of the party, but he often got irritated even with him. "You're an odd one," he said once. "First of all, you're friendly and respectful towards people you despise. Secondly, you ask after my health every day, though it's a matter of complete indifference to you whether I live or die." Bogolev looked up at the ceiling and gave a helpless shrug of the shoulders. He then recited in a sing-song voice, "What's your shell made out of, Mr. Tortoise?" I said, and looked him in the eye. "Just from the lessons fear has taught us," were the words of his reply. "Did you make up that doggerel yourself?" asked Dreeling. Bogolev just gave another shrug of the shoulders. "The man's afraid. He's learnt his lessons well," said Katzenellenbogen. After breakfast, Dreeling showed Bogolev the cover of a book. "Do you like it?" "To be quite honest, no. I'm no admirer of the work myself," said Dreeling with a nod of the head. Georgy Valentinovich Plekhanov once said, "The image of mother created by Gorky is an icon. The working class doesn't need icons." "What's all this about icons?" said Krymov. "Generation after generation reads mother." Sounding like a schoolmistress, Drelling replied, "You only need icons if you wish to enslave the working class. In your communist icon case, you have icons of Lenin and icons of the revered Stalin. Nekrasov didn't need icons. Not only his forehead, but his whole skull, his nose, his hands looked as if they had been carved from white bone. Even his words had a bony ring to them." Bogolev suddenly flared up. Krymov had never seen this meek, gentle, depressed man in such a state, and said, "You've still only got as far as Nekrasov in your understanding of poetry. Since then, we've had Bloch, we've had Mandelstam, we've had Klebnikov." "I've never read Mandelstam," said Dreeling, "but as for Klebnikov, that's just decadence." "To hell with you," said Bogolev, raising his voice for the first time. "I've had enough of you and your maxims from Plekhanov. Everyone in this cell's a Marxist of one persuasion or another. What you all have in common is that you're deaf to poetry. You don't know a thing about it." It was a strange business. It especially upset Krymov to think that, as far as the sentries and duty officers were concerned, there was no difference between a sick old man like Dreeling and a Bolshevik, a commissar like himself. At this moment, though, he had always loved Nekrasov and hated the symbolists and the decadents. He was ready to side with Bogolev, and if the bony old man had said a word against Yezhov, he would without hesitation have defended everything. The execution of Bukharin, the banishment of wives who had failed to denounce their husbands, the terrible sentences, the terrible interrogations. Dreeling didn't say anything. Just then, a guard appeared to take him to the lavatory. Katzenellenbogen turned to Krymov and said, "For 10 whole days there were just the two of us in here. He was as silent as the grave. Once I said, 'It's enough to make a cat laugh.' 2 middle-aged Jews in the Lubyanka whiling away their evenings without exchanging a single word." And he didn't say a word. No, not one word. Why? Why is he so scornful? Why won't he speak to me? Is it some way of getting his revenge? "He's an enemy," said Krymov. Dreeling really seemed to have got under the Chekist's skin. "It's quite unbelievable," he went on. "It's certainly not for nothing that he's inside. He's got the camp behind him, the grave ahead, and he's as firm as a rock. I envy him." The guard calls out, "Anyone whose name begins with D?" And what do you think he does? He just sits there. He doesn't say a word. Now he's got them to call him by name. And even if they had him shot then and there, he still wouldn't stand up when the authorities come into the cell. After Dreeling had come back, Krymov said to Katzenellenbogen, "You know, all this will seem insignificant before the judgment of history. Here in prison, both you and I continue to hate the enemies of communism." Dreeling glanced at Krymov with amused curiosity. The judgment of history, he said to no one in particular. You mean its summary proceedings? Katzenelnbogen was wrong to envy Drilling his strength. It was no longer a human strength. What warmed his empty, desolate heart was the chemical warmth of a blind, inhuman fanaticism. He seemed uninterested in the war or anything to do with it. He never asked about the situation in Stalingrad or on any of the other fronts. He knew nothing of the new cities and the power of the new heavy industry. He no longer lived a human life. He was merely playing an abstract, never-ending game of prison drafts, a game that concerned no one but himself. Krymov was intrigued by Katzenelnbogen. He joked and chattered away, but his eyes, for all their intelligence, were tired and lazy. They were the eyes of someone who knows too much, who is tired of life and unafraid of death. Once, when he was talking about the construction of the railway line along the shores of the Arctic, he said, "A strikingly beautiful project. True, it did cost 10,000 lives." "Isn't that rather terrible?" said Krymov. Katzenelnbogen shrugged his shoulders. "You should have seen the columns of Zeks marching to work, in dead silence. The blue and green of the northern lights above them, ice and snow all around them, and the roar of the dark ocean. There's power for you." Sometimes he gave Krymov advice. "You should help your interrogator. He's a recent appointment. It's hard work for him too, and if you just prompt him a little, you'll be helping yourself. At least you'll avoid the conveyor belts, the 5-day interrogations, and it will all be the same in the end. The special commission will just give you the usual." Krymov tried to argue, but Katzenelnbogen answered, "The concept of personal innocence is a hangover from the Middle Ages. Pure superstition. Tolstoy declared that no one in the world is guilty. We Chekists have put forward a more advanced thesis. No one in the world is innocent. Everyone is subject to our jurisdiction. If a warrant has been issued for your arrest, you are guilty. And a warrant can be issued for everyone. Yes, everyone has the right to a warrant, even if he has spent his whole life issuing warrants for others. The Moor has ta'en his pay and may depart." He had met a number of Krymov's friends, several of them when they were being interrogated in 1937. He had a strange way of talking about the people whose cases he had supervised. Without the least hint of emotion, he would say, he was a nice guy, an interesting fellow, a real eccentric. He often alluded to Anatole France and Shevchenko's Ballad of Apanis. He loved quoting Babel's Benya Krik, and he referred to the singers and ballerinas of the Bolshoi theatre by first name and patronymic. He was a collector of rare books. He told Krymov about a precious volume of Radishchev he had acquired not long before he was arrested. "I'd like my collection to be donated to the Lenin Library," he once said. "Otherwise it will just be split up by fools who've got no idea what it's worth." He was married to a ballerina, but he seemed less concerned about her than about the fate of his volume of Radishchev. When Krymov said as much, he replied, "My Angelina's no fool. She knows how to look after herself." He seemed to understand everything but feel nothing. Simple things like parting, suffering, freedom, love, grief, the fidelity of a woman were mysteries to him. It was only when he spoke about his early years in the Cheka that you could sense any emotion in his voice. What a time that was! What people! He dismissed Krymov's own beliefs as mere propaganda. He once said about Stalin, "I admire him even more than I admire Lenin. He's the one man I truly love." But how could this man, someone who had taken part in the preparations for the trial of the leaders of the opposition, someone whom Beria had put in charge of a colossal camp construction project inside the Arctic Circle, feel so unperturbed about having to hold up his buttonless trousers as he was taken along at night to be interrogated in his own home? And why, on the other hand, was he so upset by the punishment of silence inflicted on him by the old Menshevik? Sometimes Krymov himself began to doubt. Why did he turn hot and cold? Why did he break out in sweat as he composed a letter to Stalin? "The Moor has ta'en his pay and may depart." All this had happened to tens of thousands of party members in 1937, men as good as him or better than him. The Moor has ta'en his pay and may depart. Why was he so appalled now by the word denunciation? Just because he himself was in prison as a result of a denunciation. He himself had received political reports from his informers in the ranks. The usual thing, the usual denunciations. Soldier Ryabostan wears a cross next to the skin and refers to communists as atheists. Did he survive long after being transferred to a penal battalion? Soldier Gordev doesn't believe in the strength of the Soviet armed forces and considers Hitler's final victory to be inevitable. Did he survive long in a penal company? Soldier Markovich said, "The communists are just thieves. One day we'll prong the whole lot of them on our bayonets and the people will be free." He had been sent to a firing squad by a military tribunal, and he had denounced people himself. He had denounced Grekov to the political administration of the front. If it hadn't been for the German bombs, Grekov would have been shot in front of the other officers. What had all these people felt? What had they thought when they had been transferred to penal companies, sentenced by military tribunals, interrogated in special departments? And how many times before the war had he done exactly the same? How many times had he listened calmly while a friend said, "I informed the party committee about my conversation with Peter." Like an honest man, he summarized the content of Ivan's letter to the party meeting. He was sent for. As a communist, he had to tell all. He said how the lads felt, and he mentioned Volodya's letters. Yes, yes, yes. And had any of his written or oral explanations ever got anyone out of prison? Their only purpose had been to help him keep his distance, to save him from the quagmire. Yes, Krymov had been a poor defender of his friends. Even if he had hated these affairs, even if he had been afraid of them, even if he had done all he could not to get entangled in them. What was he getting so worked up about now? What did he want? Did he want the duty officers in the Lubyanka to know about his loneliness? Did he want his investigators to commiserate with him about being abandoned by the woman he loved? Did he expect them to take into consideration that he called out for her at night, that he had bitten his hand, that his mother had called him Nikolenka? Krymov woke up during the night, opened his eyes and saw Dreeling standing beside Katzenellenbogen's bunk. The glaring electric light shone down on the old jailbird's back. Bogolev had woken up too. He was sitting on his bunk with a blanket round his legs. Dreeling rushed to the door and banged on it with his bony fists. He shouted in his bony voice, "Quick, send us a doctor. One of the prisoners has had a heart attack." "Quiet there. Cut it out at once," shouted the duty officer who had come running to the spy hole. "What do you mean?" yelled Krymov. "There's a man dying." He jumped up from his bunk, ran to the door and banged at it with his fists. He noticed that Bogolev was now lying down again under the blankets, evidently afraid of playing an active role in this sudden emergency. Soon the door was flung open and several men came in. Katzenellenbogen was unconscious. It took the men a long time to lift his vast body onto the stretcher. In the morning, Dreeling suddenly asked Krymov, "Tell me, did you, as a communist commissar, often hear expressions of discontent at the front?" "What do you mean?" demanded Krymov. "Discontent with what?" "With the collectivization policy of the Bolsheviks, with the military leadership." "Any expression of political discontent?" "Not once. I never came across the least hint of any such attitude." Yes, I see, just as I thought," said Dreeling with a satisfied nod of the head. 7. 2 hammers, one to the north and one to the south, each composed of millions of tons of metal and flesh, awaited the signal to advance. It was the forces to the northwest of Stalingrad that launched the attack. On November 19, 1942, at 7:30 a.m., a massive artillery bombardment began along the entire length of the southwestern and Don fronts. It lasted for 80 minutes. A wall of fire came down over the positions held by the 3rd Romanian Army. The tanks and infantry went into the attack at 8:50 a.m. The morale of the Soviet troops was exceptionally high. The 76th Division went into the attack to the strains of a march played by its brass band. By the afternoon, they had broken through the enemy front line. Fighting was taking place over an enormous area. The 4th Romanian Army Corps had been smashed. The 1st Romanian Cavalry Division near Krynyaia had been isolated from the remaining units of the army. The 5th Tank Army advanced from the heights 30 kilometers to the southwest of Serafimovich and broke through the positions held by the 2nd Romanian Army Corps. Moving quickly towards the south, it had taken the heights north of Perelosovskaya by midday. The Soviet Tank and Cavalry Corps then turned to the southwest. By evening they had reached Gusinka and Kalmykov, 60 kilometers to the rear of the 3rd Romanian Army. The forces concentrated to the south of Stalingrad, in the Kalmyk steppes, went into the attack 24 hours later at dawn on November 20th. 8. Novikov woke up long before dawn. His excitement was so great he was no longer aware of it. "Do you want some tea, Comrade Colonel?" asked Vershkov solemnly. Yes, said Novikov, and you can tell the cook to do me some eggs. How would you like them, Comrade Colonel? Novikov didn't answer for a moment. Vershkov imagined he was lost in thought and hadn't even heard the question. Fried, said Novikov. He looked at his watch and added, Go and see if GETMANOV's up yet. We'll be starting in half an hour. He wasn't thinking, or so at least it seemed to him, about the artillery barrage that would be starting in an hour and a half, about the bombers and ground support aircraft that would be filling the sky with the roar of their engines, about the sappers who would creep forward to clear the barbed wire and the minefields, about the infantry who would soon be dragging their machine guns up the misty hills he had looked at so often through his binoculars. He was no longer conscious of any link with Bielov, Makarov, and Karpov. He seemed to have forgotten the tanks to the northwest of Stalingrad that had already penetrated the breach in the enemy front, opened up by the infantry and artillery, that were already advancing rapidly towards Kalash. He seemed to have forgotten that soon his own tanks would advance from the south to meet them and surround Paulus's army. He wasn't thinking about Yeremenko, about the fact that Stalin might cite his name in tomorrow's order of the day. He seemed to have forgotten Yevgenia Nikolaevna, to have forgotten that dawn in Brest-Litovsk when he had run towards the airfield and seen the first flames of war in the sky. He wasn't thinking about any of these things, but they were all of them inside him. He was thinking simply about whether he should wear his old boots or his new ones, that he mustn't forget his cigarette case, that his swine of an orderly had yet again given him cold tea. He sat there, eating his fried eggs and mopping up the butter still left in the pan with a piece of bread. Your orders have been carried out, reported Vershkov. He went on in confiding disapproval. I asked the soldier if the commissar was there and he said, Where do you think he is? He's with that woman of his. The soldier had used a more expressive word than woman, but Vershkov preferred not to repeat this to the corps commander's face. Novikov didn't say anything. He went on gathering up the crumbs of bread on the table, squeezing them together with one finger. Soon GETMANOV arrived. Tea? Asked Novikov. It's time we were off, Pyotr Pavlovich, said GETMANOV abruptly. We've had enough tea and enough sugar. Now it's time to deal with the Germans. Oh, Vershkov said to himself, we are tough today. Novikov went into the part of the house that served as their headquarters, glanced at the map and had a word with Neudobnov about various matters of liaison. The deceptive silence and darkness reminded Novikov of his childhood in the Donbass. Everything had seemed just as calm, just as sleepy, only a few minutes before the whistles and hooters started up and the men went out to the mines and factories. But Petya Novikov had known that hundreds of hands were already groping for footcloths and boots, that women were already walking about in bare feet, rattling pokers and crockery. Vershkov, he said, you can take my tank to the observation post. I'll be needing it today. Yes, Comrade Colonel, said Vershkov, and I'll put your gear in. And the commissars. Don't forget the cocoa, said GETMANOV. Neudobnov came out onto the porch, his greatcoat thrown over his shoulders. Lieutenant General Tolbukin just phoned. He wanted to know whether the corps commander had set off for the observation post yet. Novikov nodded, tapped his driver on the shoulder, and said, Let's be off, Karitonov. The road left the last house behind, turned sharply to the right, to the left, and then ran due west between patches of snow and dry grass. They passed the dip in the ground where the 1st Brigade was waiting. Novikov suddenly told Karitonov to stop, jumped out, and walked towards the tanks. They showed up as black shapes surrounded by semi-darkness. Novikov looked at the men's faces as he passed by, but he didn't say a word to anyone. He remembered the young recruits he had seen the other day on the village square. They really were just children, and the whole world had conspired to expose these children to enemy fire. The plans of the general staff, the orders given by Yeremenko, the order he himself would give to his brigade commanders in an hour's time, what they heard from their political instructors, what they read in poems and articles in the newspapers. Into battle, and to the west men were waiting to blow them up, to cut them apart, to crush them under the treads of their tanks. Yes, there is going to be a wedding, he thought, but with no harmonicas, no sweet port wine. Novikov would shout, bitter, bitter, and the 19-year-old bridegrooms would dutifully kiss their brides. Novikov felt as though he were walking among his own brothers and nephews, among the sons of his own neighbours, and that thousands of invisible girls and women were watching him. Mothers contest a man's right to send another man to his death. But even in war, you find men who join the mother's clandestine resistance. Men who say, "Stay here a moment. Can't you hear the firing outside? They can wait for my report. You just put the kettle on." Men who say on the telephone to their superior officer, "Yes, Colonel, we're to advance the machine gun," but then hang up and say, "There's no point in moving it forward, and it will just mean the death of a good soldier." Novikov strode back to his jeep. His face looked harsh and grim, as though it had absorbed some of the raw darkness of this November dawn. The jeep started up again. Getmanov looked sympathetically at Novikov. "You know what I want to say to you right now, Pyotr Pavlovich. I love you, yes, and I believe in you." 9. The silence was dense and unbroken. It was as though there were no step, no mist, no Volga, nothing in the world but silence. And then the clouds grew lighter. The grey mist began to turn crimson. And the earth and sky suddenly filled with thunder. The nearby guns joined those in the distance. The echoes reinforced this link, and the whole battlefield was covered by a dense pattern of sound. In the steppe villages, the mud walls of the houses began to shake. Pieces of clay fell silently to the floor, and doors started to open and close of their own accord. The thin ice on the lakes began to crack. A fox took flight, waving its thick silky tail in the air. A hare for once ran after it rather than away from it. Birds of prey of both day and night flew heavily up into the sky, brought together for the first time. A few field mice leapt sleepily out of their holes, like startled, dishevelled old men running out of a hut that had just caught fire. The damp morning air over the artillery batteries probably grew a degree or two warmer from the hundreds of burning hot gun barrels. You could see the shell bursts very clearly from the observation post, together with the oily black and yellow smoke twisting into the air, the fountains of earth and muddy snow, and the milky whiteness of steely fire. The artillery fell silent. The clouds of hot smoke slowly mingled with the cold, clammy mist. Then the sky filled with another sound, a broad, rumbling sound. Soviet planes were flying towards the west. The hum and roar of the planes made tangible the true height of the sky. The fighters and ground support aircraft flew beneath the low clouds, almost at ground level, while in and above the clouds you could hear the bass note of the invisible bombers. The Germans in the sky over Brest-Litovsk, the Russians over the steppe. Novikov didn't make this comparison. What he felt then went deeper than any thoughts, memories, or comparisons. The silence returned. The silence was quite suffocating, both for the men who had been waiting to launch the attack on the Romanian lines, and for the men who were to make that attack. This silence was like the mute, turbid, primeval sea. How joyful, how splendid, to fight in a battle that would decide the fate of your motherland. How appalling, how terrifying to stand up and face death, to run towards death rather than away from it. How terrible to die young. You want to stay alive. There is nothing stronger in the world than the desire to preserve a young life, a life that has lived so little. This desire is stronger than any thought. It lies in the breath, in the nostrils, in the eyes, in the muscles, in the hemoglobin and its greed for oxygen. This desire is so vast that nothing can be compared to it. It cannot be measured. It's terrible. The moment before an attack is terrible. Getmanov gave a loud, deep sigh. He looked in turn at Novikov, at the telephone, and at the radio. He was surprised at the expression on Novikov's face. During the last months, he had seen it take on many different expressions. Anger, worry, anxiety, gaiety, sullenness. But it had never looked anything like this. One by one, the Romanian batteries that hadn't yet been neutralized returned to life. From their emplacements in the rear, they were firing on the Russian front line. The powerful anti-aircraft guns were now being used against targets on the ground. "Pyotr Pavlovich," said Getmanov anxiously, "it's time. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs." To him, the necessity of sacrificing men to the cause had always seemed natural and incontestable, in peace as well as in war. But Novikov held back. He ordered his telephonist to get Lopatin, the commander of the heavy artillery regiment that had been clearing the path for his tanks. "Take care, Pyotr Pavlovich," said Getmanov, looking at his watch. "Tolbukin will eat you alive." Novikov was reluctant to admit his deepest feelings even to himself, let alone to Getmanov. They were ridiculous, almost shameful. "I'm worried about the tanks," he said. We could lose a large number of them. It's only a matter of a few minutes, and the T-34s are such splendid machines. We've got those anti-tank and anti-aircraft batteries in the palm of our hand." The steppe was still smoking. The men beside him in the observation post were staring at him, wide-eyed. The brigade commanders were waiting for their orders over the radio. He was a colonel and a true craftsman. He was in the grip of his passion for war, but GETMANOV was pushing him on. He was afraid of his superiors, and his pride and ambition were at stake. He knew very well that the words he had said to Lopatin would never be studied by the general staff or enter the history books. No, they wouldn't win him any words of praise from Zhukov or Stalin. They wouldn't bring any nearer the order of Suvorov he coveted. There is one right even more important than the right to send men to their death without thinking, the right to think twice before you send men to their death. Novikov carried out this responsibility to the full. 10. In the Kremlin, Stalin was waiting for a report from Yeremenko. He looked at his watch. The artillery barrage had just finished, the infantry had gone forward, and the mobile units were about to enter the breach cleared by the artillery. The aeroplanes would now be bombing the German rear, the roads and airfields. 10 minutes before, he had spoken to Vatutin. The tank and cavalry units to the north of Stalingrad were advancing even more rapidly than planned. He picked up his pencil and glanced at the silent telephone. He wanted very much to mark the movement of the southern claw of the pincer on his map, but a superstitious anxiety made him put down the pencil. At that moment he could feel very clearly that Hitler, conscious of Stalin's thoughts, was thinking about him. Churchill and Roosevelt trusted him, but he knew that their trust was by no means unconditional. What annoyed him most was the way, although they were only too willing to confer with him, they always first discussed everything between themselves. They knew very well that wars came and went, but politics remained politics. They admired his logic, his knowledge, the clarity of his reasoning, but he knew they saw him as an Asiatic potentate, not as a European leader. He suddenly remembered Trotsky's piercing eyes, their merciless intelligence, the contempt in the narrowed lids. For the first time he regretted that Trotsky was no longer alive. He would have liked him to know of this day. Stalin felt happy, full of strength. He no longer had that taste of lead in his mouth, that ache in his heart. To him, the sense of life itself was inseparable from a sense of strength. Since the first days of the war, he had felt a constant weariness. It hadn't left him even when he'd seen his marshals freeze with fear at his anger, even when thousands of people stood up to greet him as he entered the Bolshoi theatre. He always had the impression that people were laughing at him behind his back, that they remembered his confusion during the summer of 1941. Once, in Molotov's presence, he had seized his head in his hands and muttered, "What can we do? What can we do?" And during a meeting of the State Defense Committee, his voice had suddenly broken. Everyone had looked the other way. He had several times given absurd orders and realized that everyone was aware of their absurdity. On July 3rd, he had nervously sipped mineral water as he gave his speech on the radio. His nervousness had gone out over the waves. Once, at the end of June, Zhukov had contradicted him to his face. He had felt quite taken aback. All he had been able to say was, "All right, do as you think best." Sometimes he wished he could yield his responsibilities to the men he had shot in 1937, that Rykov, Kamenev and Bukharin could take over the running of the army and the country. Sometimes a strange and terrifying feeling came over him, that it wasn't only his current enemy who had defeated him on the battlefield. Behind Hitler's tanks, in a cloud of dust and smoke, he could see all those he thought he had brought low, chastised and destroyed. They were climbing out of the tundra, breaking through the layer of permafrost that had closed over them, forcing their way through the entanglements of barbed wire. Trainloads of the condemned, newly returned to life, were on their way from Kolyma and the Komi Republic. Old peasant women and children were crawling out of the earth with terrifying, emaciated, sorrowful faces. They were coming towards him, looking for him. There was no anger in their eyes, only sadness. Yes, Stalin knew better than anyone that not only history condemns the defeated. Beria's presence was sometimes quite unbearable. He seemed to understand what Stalin was going through. This weakness didn't last long. Just a few days, to return only at odd moments. But his feeling of depression was constant. He was troubled by indigestion. He had an aching feeling at the back of his neck, and there were moments when he felt dizzy. He looked at the telephone again. By now, Yeremenko should have reported that the tanks had gone into the attack. This was his hour of strength. What was being decided now, what was at stake, was the fate of the state Lenin had founded. Now the rational, centralized force of the party would be able to realize itself in the construction of huge factories, atomic power stations, jet planes, intercontinental missiles, space rockets, immense buildings and palaces of culture, new canals and seas, new roads and cities north of the Arctic Circle. What was at stake was the fate of France, Belgium, Italy, and the countries Hitler had occupied in Scandinavia and the Balkans. It was now that the death sentence was passed on Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and the 900 other German labor camps and concentration camps. What was at stake was the fate of the German prisoners of war who were to be sent to Siberia. What was at stake was the fate of the Soviet prisoners of war in Hitler's camps who were also to be sent to Siberia. What was at stake was the fate of the Kalmyks and Crimean Tatars, the Balkars and Chechens who were to be deported to Siberia and Kazakhstan, who were to lose the right to remember their history or teach their own children to speak their mother tongue. What was at stake was the fate of the actors MOSTOVSKOY and Zuskin, the writers Bergelson, Markish, Pfeffer, Kvitko, and Nusinov, whose execution was to precede the sinister trial of Professor Vovsi and the Jewish doctors. What was at stake was the fate of the Jews saved by the Red Army. On the 10th anniversary of this victory, Stalin was to raise over their heads the very sword of annihilation he had wrested from the hands of Hitler. What was at stake was the fate of Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Romania. What was at stake was the fate of the Russian peasants and workers, the freedom of Russian thought, literature, and science. Stalin was moved. At this moment, the future power of the state had merged with his will. His greatness and genius did not exist independently of the greatness of the state and the armed forces. Only if the state was victorious would his scientific and philosophical works remain an object of study and admiration for millions of people. He was connected to Yeremenko. "What's up then?" said Stalin abruptly. "Have the tanks gone in yet?" Sensing the irritation in Stalin's voice, Yeremenko quickly put out his cigarette. "No, Comrade Stalin. Tolbukin's just finishing the softening up barrage. The infantry have cleaned up the front line, but the tanks haven't yet entered the breach." Stalin cursed loudly and put down the receiver. Yeremenko relit his cigarette and telephoned the commander of the 51st Army. "Why haven't the tanks gone in yet?" Holding the receiver in one hand, Tolbukin was mopping the sweat from his chest with the other. His jacket was unbuttoned. Under the open collar of his immaculately white shirt, you could see the heavy folds of fat at the base of his neck. A little short of breath, he answered with the unhurried calm of an overweight man who understands in every cell of his body that too much exertion is bad for him. "The commander of the tank corps has just reported to me there are enemy batteries on his path that are still operational. He asked for a few minutes' delay to neutralize them with artillery fire." "Send the tanks in at once," said Yeremenko curtly, "and report back in 3 minutes." "Yes, Comrade Colonel General." Yeremenko wanted to curse Tolbukin. Instead, he asked suddenly, "How come you're breathing so heavily? Is something the matter with you?" No, I'm fine, Andrei Ivanovich. I've only just had breakfast." "Get on with it then," said Yeremenko, and put down the receiver. "He's just had breakfast. He's out of breath. I ask you." He launched into a volley of expressive and imaginative curses. The phone rang at the observation post. You could barely hear it over the artillery fire. Novikov knew it was the army commander, and that he would order him to send in his tanks at once. He heard Tolbukin through, thought, "Just as I guessed," and said, "Yes, Comrade Lieutenant General, immediately." Then he smiled in the direction of GETMANOV. "All the same, we do just need another 4 minutes." 3 minutes later, Tolbukin phoned again. Now he was no longer gasping for breath. "Is this a joke, Comrade Colonel? Why is it I can still hear artillery fire? Carry out my orders at once." Novikov ordered his telephonist to connect him to Lopatin, the commander of the artillery regiment. He heard Lopatin's voice, but remained silent himself. Watching the second hand of his watch, he waited for the 4 minutes to elapse. "What a man!" exclaimed Getmanov with unfeigned admiration. A minute later, when the artillery fire had died down, Novikov put on his headphones and called the commander of the leading brigade. Byelov? Yes, Comrade Corps Commander. Twisting his mouth into a furious, drunken cry, Novikov screamed, Byelov, attack! The mist thickened with blue smoke. The air was alive with the rumble of motors as the tank corps entered the breach in the enemy front. 11. The aims of the Russian offensive became evident to the German commanders when, at dawn on November 20th, the artillery opened fire in the Kalmyk steppe, and the shock units disposed to the south of Stalingrad attacked the 4th Romanian Army on Paulus's right flank. The tank corps on the extreme left of the Soviet grouping entered the breach in the front between Lakes Satsa and Barmantsak, turned to the northwest, and advanced towards Kalach, where it was to link up with the tank and cavalry corps from the Don and southwestern fronts. On the afternoon of November 20th, the Soviet units advancing from Serafimovich reached a point slightly to the north of Surovikino, threatening Paulus's lines of communication. Paulus's 6th Army was, however, still unaware that it was threatened with encirclement. At 6 o'clock that evening, Paulus's headquarters informed Baron von Weichs, the commanding officer of Army Group B, that they were intending to continue reconnaissance activities in Stalingrad on the following day. Later that evening, Paulus received an order from von Weichs to break off offensive operations in Stalingrad. He was to concentrate tank units, infantry units, and anti-tank weapons along his left flank, disposing them in depth in order to withstand an attack from the northwest. This order, received by Paulus at 9 p.m., marked the end of the German offensive in Stalingrad. It was, however, rendered meaningless by the speed of events. On November 21st, the Soviet units advancing from Serafimovich and Kletskaya effected a 90-degree turn, joined together, and moved towards the Don to the north of Kalach, directly in Paulus's rear. That same day, 40 Soviet tanks appeared on the high west bank of the Don, only a few kilometers from Paulus's command post at Golubinskaya. Another group of tanks seized a bridge over the Don without firing a shot. The German defenders mistook them for a training detachment equipped with captured Soviet tanks that often used this bridge. Soviet tanks then entered Kalach itself, and so the first lines of the encirclement of the two German armies in Stalingrad, Paulus's 6th Army and Hoth's 4th Tank Army, were sketched in. One of Paulus's finest units, the 384th Infantry Division, was disposed to the northwest to defend Paulus's rear. Meanwhile, Yeremenko's forces were advancing from the south. They had crushed the 29th German Motorized Division, smashed the 6th Romanian Army Corps, and were now advancing between the Chervlenaya and Donskaya Tsaritsa rivers on the Stalingrad-Kalach railway line. At dusk, Novikov's tanks reached a strongly fortified Romanian outpost. This time, Novikov did not delay. He chose not to make use of the darkness in order to concentrate his forces before attacking. At Novikov's orders, the tanks, self-propelled guns, armoured transports and troop carriers all simultaneously switched on their headlights. Hundreds of dazzling lights tore through the darkness. A vast mass of vehicles appeared out of the steppes, deafening the Romanian defences with the rumble of engines, the chatter of machine gun fire, and the roar of guns, blinding them with stabbing light, paralysing them with panic. After a few brief skirmishes, the tanks continued their advance. On the morning of November 22nd, they reached Buzinovka. That same evening, east of Kalach, in the rear of the two German armies, the vanguard linked up with the tanks that had broken through from the north. By November 23rd, Soviet infantry units had taken up position on the rivers Shir and Aksai, securing the flanks of the shock units. The objective defined by the Supreme Command had been attained. The German armies had been encircled within 100 hours. What then determined the final outcome of these maneuvers? What human will became the instrument of destiny? At 6 p.m. on November 22nd, Paulus radioed the following message to the headquarters of Army Group B. The army has been encircled. Despite heroic resistance, the whole Tsaritsa Valley, the railway line from Sovietskaya to Kalach, the bridge across the Don, and the high ground on the west bank are now in Russian hands. The ammunition situation is acute. We have 6 days' rations. I request a free hand in case we should fail to establish a perimeter defense. The situation may compel me to abandon Stalingrad itself, together with the northern sector of the front. On the night of November 22nd to 23rd, Paulus received orders from Hitler to name the zone occupied by his troops Fortress Stalingrad. The preceding order had read, The army commander will transfer his headquarters to Stalingrad itself. The Sixth Army will establish a perimeter defense and await further orders. After a conference between Paulus and his corps commanders, Baron von Weichs telegraphed the Supreme Command. In spite of the terrible weight of responsibility I feel in taking this decision, I have to inform you that I fully support General Paulus's request to withdraw the Sixth Army. General Zeitzler, the chief of the General Staff of the German Land Forces, who had been in constant liaison with von Weichs, fully shared the views of Paulus and von Weichs. He considered it quite impossible to supply such vast numbers of troops by air. At 2 a.m. on November 24th, Zeitzler informed von Weichs that he had finally succeeded in persuading Hitler to abandon Stalingrad. The order for the Sixth Army to break out would be given by Hitler later that morning. The only telephone link between Army Group B and the Sixth Army was cut soon after 10 a.m. They were expecting to receive Hitler's order to withdraw at any minute. As it was essential to act quickly, von Weichs decided to take the responsibility upon himself. As the radio message was being prepared, the director of the signals center heard the following message addressed to Paulus by the Führer himself. The Sixth Army has been temporarily encircled by Russian troops. I have decided to concentrate the army in the following zone: North Stalingrad, Kotlüben, heights 137 and 135, Marinovka, Tsibenko, South Stalingrad. The army can be assured that I shall do everything in my power, both to keep it supplied and to break the encirclement. I know the bravery of the Sixth Army and its commanding officer, and I am confident that it will do its duty. The will of Hitler was the instrument of destiny for both Paulus's army and the Third Reich itself. At his command, a new page of German military history was written by Paulus, von Weichs, and Zeitzler, by the commanding officers of corps and battalions, by the German soldiers themselves, by all those who, albeit reluctantly, executed his orders. 12. After 100 hours of combat, units from the Southwestern Front, the Don Front and the Stalingrad Front had linked up. The Soviet tanks met under a dark winter sky on the outskirts of Kalach. The snow-covered steppes were scorched by shell bursts and ploughed up by the treads of hundreds of vehicles. The heavy machines tore on through clouds of snow, sending up a white veil into the air. Where they turned particularly sharply, the veil was dotted with fragments of frozen dirt. The fighters and ground support aircraft from the other side of the Volga flew low over the steppe. You could hear the thunder of heavy artillery from the northeast. The dark, cloudy sky was lit by flashes of dim lightning. 2 T-34s stopped next to one another beside a small wooden house. Excited by their success and the nearness of death, the dirty soldiers greedily gulped in the frosty air. After the stench of oil and fumes in their tanks, this was a great joy. Pushing back their black leather helmets, they entered the house. The commander of the tank that had come from Lake Satsa took a half-liter bottle of vodka out of his pocket. A woman in huge felt boots and a padded jacket put some glasses on the table. Her hands were trembling. "Oi, oi, we never thought we'd come out alive," she sobbed. "How the guns fired and fired. I spent 2 days and 1 night in the cellar." 2 more soldiers came into the room. They were squat and broad-shouldered, like peg-tops. "Valera, see what they've brought." "Well, I think we've got something to go with it," said the commander of the tank that had come from the north. Valera plunged his hand into a deep pocket in his overalls and pulled out a piece of smoked sausage wrapped up in a dirty page from an army newspaper. He began to divide it up, carefully picking up the pieces of white fat that fell out and pressing them back into place with his dirty fingers. The soldiers happily began drinking. One of them, his mouth full of sausage, smiled and said, "Your vodka and our sausage. We've linked up." This joke went down well. Full of warmth and comradeliness, the soldiers repeated it to one another and laughed. 13. The commander of the tank from the south reported by radio to his squadron commander that the link-up had been effected near Kalach. He added that the crew of the other tank were splendid fellows and that they'd drunk a bottle of vodka together. This report was rapidly passed back. 3 minutes later, Karpov repeated it to Novikov. Novikov could sense the love and admiration that now surrounded him at headquarters. They had carried out their task according to schedule, and they had sustained almost no casualties. After reporting to Yeremenko, Nudobnov gave Novikov a long squeeze of the hand. His usually bilious and irritable eyes looked bright and gentle. You see what miracles our lads can accomplish when we've eliminated the hidden enemies and saboteurs, he said. Getmanov embraced Novikov. He looked round at all the officers, orderlies, drivers, radio operators, and cipher clerks, gave a sob, and said in a loud voice, "Thank you, Pyotr Pavlovich. A Russian thank you, a Soviet thank you. I thank you as a communist. I take off my hat to you." Once again he embraced and kissed a deeply moved Novikov. "You prepared everything, you foresaw everything, you studied your men, and this is the fruit of your labor." Novikov felt both overjoyed and embarrassed. He waved a file of reports at Getmanov. "I'll tell you what I foresaw. The man I counted on was Makarov. But Makarov dawdled, deviated from his assigned route, and wasted an hour and a half in an unnecessary skirmish on his flank. As for Bielov, I was quite certain that he would just forge straight ahead without paying the least attention to his flanks and rear. And what did he do? On the second day, instead of outflanking a center of enemy resistance, he got bogged down in an operation he undertook against some artillery and infantry units, and even went over to the defensive. He wasted 11 hours. It was Karpov who was the first to arrive in Kalach. He went flat out. He didn't once look back. He didn't give a damn what was happening on his flanks. He was the one who broke through the Germans' lines of communication. So much for my study of men. So much for what I foresaw. I thought he'd be so busy securing his flanks that I'd have to drive him on with a cudgel. Getmanov smiled. All right. We all know the value of modesty. That's something Stalin's taught us." Novikov was happy. He thought he really must love Yevgenia Nikolaevna if he thought of her so much on a day like this. He kept looking round as if she might appear any moment. "And what I'll never forget, Pyotr Pavlovich," Getmanov went on, his voice lowered to a whisper, "is the way you hung fire for 8 minutes at the beginning. The army commander was waiting. Yeremenko was waiting. I've heard that Stalin himself phoned to ask why the tanks hadn't gone in yet. You made Stalin wait. And then you breached the enemy front without losing one tank, without losing one man. That's something I'll never forget." That night, when Novikov was in his tank on the way to Kalach, Getmanov called to see Nudobnov. "Comrade General, I've written a letter about the way the Corps commander delayed for 8 minutes at the start of a crucial operation, the operation to decide the outcome of the Great Patriotic War. I'd like you to take a look at this document." 14. Stalin's secretary, Poskrebyshev, was present when Vasilevsky reported by radio that the encirclement of the German armies had been completed. For a few moments, Stalin just sat there, his eyes half closed as though he were going to sleep. Poskrebyshev held his breath and tried not to move. This was his hour of triumph. He had not only defeated his current enemy, he had defeated the past. In the village, the grass would grow thicker over the tombs of 1930. The snow and ice of the Arctic Circle would remain dumb and silent. He knew better than anyone that no one condemns a victor. He wished he had his children beside him. He wished he could see his little granddaughter, the daughter of the wretched Yakov. He would have just stroked her quietly on the head, not so much as glancing at the world that stretched out beyond the threshold of the hut. His beloved daughter, his quiet, sickly granddaughter, memories of childhood, the cool of a garden, the distant sound of a river. What did anything else matter? His strength existed independently of the Soviet state, independently of his great divisions. Very slowly and gently, his eyes still closed, he repeated the words of a song. "You're caught in the net, my pretty little bird. I won't let you go for anything in the world." Poskrebyshev looked at Stalin, at his grey, thinning hair, his pock-marked face, his closed eyes. Suddenly he felt the ends of his fingers grow cold. 15. The success of the Stalingrad offensive filled in a number of gaps in the Soviet line of defense, between the Stalingrad front and the Don front, between Chuikov's army and the divisions disposed to the north of it, between the companies and platoons ensconced in the buildings of Stalingrad and the forces in the rear from which they had been cut off. At the same time, this success altered people's consciousness. A feeling of being cut off, of being wholly or partially surrounded, was replaced by a feeling of wholeness, of unity. It is precisely this sense of fusion between the individual and the mass which engenders the morale that leads to victory. The exact opposite, of course, took place in the hearts and minds of the encircled German soldiers. A huge piece of flesh, composed of hundreds of thousands of sensitive, intelligent cells, had been torn from the main body of the German armed forces. Tolstoy claimed that it was impossible fully to encircle an army. This claim was borne out by the experience of his time. The years 1941 to 1945 proved that it is indeed possible to encircle an entire army, to nail it to the ground, to fetter it in a hoop of iron. A large number of armies, Soviet and German alike, were encircled during these years. Tolstoy's claim was indisputably true for his time, but like most of the thoughts of great men about war and politics, it was by no means an eternal truth. What made encirclements possible was the combination of the extraordinary mobility of shock troops and the vast, unwieldy rears on which they depended. The encircling forces have all the advantages of mobility on their side. The encircled forces entirely lose this mobility. It is impossible for an encircled army to organize its vast, complex, and factory-like rear. The encircled forces are paralyzed. The encircling forces have motors and wings. An encircled army loses more than just mobility and technical resources. Its soldiers and officers are somehow excluded from the contemporary world, thrust back into the past. They begin to reappraise not only the strength of the enemy and the likely development of the war, they also begin to reappraise the politics of their own country, the appeal of their political leaders, their laws and constitution, their characteristics as a nation, their past and their future. The encircling forces go through a similar reappraisal. But inversely, the victory of Stalingrad determined the outcome of the war, but the silent quarrel between the victorious people and the victorious state was not yet over. On the outcome of this quarrel depended the destiny, the freedom of man. 16. A gentle drizzle was falling in the forest of Gorlitz, on the frontier between Eastern Prussia and Lithuania. A man of average height, wearing a grey raincoat, was walking down a path between the tall trees. As the sentries caught sight of him, they held their breath, freezing into perfect immobility, allowing the raindrops to run down their cheeks. Hitler had wanted to be alone for a moment, to have a breath of fresh air. The fine, gentle drizzle was very pleasant. He loved the silent trees, and he enjoyed walking over the soft carpet of fallen leaves. All day he had found the staff of his field headquarters quite unbearable. He had never felt any respect for Stalin. His actions before the war had always seemed crude and stupid. There was a peasant simplicity even in his cunning and treachery. His Soviet state was absurd. One day Churchill would understand the tragic role played by the Reich. With its own body, it had defended Europe from Stalin's Asiatic Bolshevism. He thought of the men on his staff who had insisted on the withdrawal of the Sixth Army from Stalingrad. They would now be particularly reserved and respectful. He was equally irritated by those whose faith in him was unconditional. They would use eloquent words to assure him of their fidelity. He kept trying to think scornfully of Stalin. He wanted somehow to despise him, and he knew this was because he no longer had a sense of his own superiority over him, that cruel, vengeful little shopkeeper from the Caucasus. Anyway, this one success of his changed very little. Had he sensed a veiled mockery today in the eyes of that old gelding Zeitzler? He was annoyed at the thought that Goebbels would probably report the witticisms of the English Prime Minister about his gifts as a military leader. You've got to admit it. He is quite witty, Goebbels would laugh. At the bottom of his intelligent, handsome eyes he would glimpse the envious light of a triumphant rival. Something he had thought extinguished forever. This trouble over the Sixth Army somehow prevented him from feeling fully himself. What mattered was not the loss of Stalingrad or the encirclement of the army. What mattered was that Stalin had gained the upper hand. Well, he would soon see to that. Hitler had always had ordinary thoughts and ordinary endearing weaknesses, but while he had seemed great and omnipotent, they had evoked only love and admiration. He had embodied the national élan of the German people. But if the power of the armed forces and the Reich wavered for even a moment, then his wisdom began to seem tarnished, his genius vanished. He had never envied Napoleon. He couldn't bear people whose greatness endured even in solitude, poverty, and impotence, people who were able to remain strong even in a dark cellar or attic. He had found it impossible during this solitary walk in the forest to rise above everyday trivia and find the true, just solution that was beyond the plodders of the general staff and the party leadership. He found it unbearably depressing to be reduced again to the level of ordinary men. It had been beyond the capacities of a mere man to found the new Germany. to kindle the war and the ovens of Auschwitz, to create the Gestapo. To be the founder of the new Germany and its Führer, one had to be a Superman. His thoughts and feelings, his everyday life, had to exist outside and above those of ordinary men. The Russian tanks had brought him back to his starting point. His thoughts, decisions, and passions were no longer directed towards God and the destiny of the world. The Russian tanks had brought him back among men. At first, he had found it soothing to be alone in the forest, but now he began to feel frightened. Without his bodyguards and aides, he felt like a little boy in a fairy tale lost in a dark, enchanted forest. Yes, he was like Tom Thumb. He was like the goat who had wandered into the forest, unaware that the wolf had stolen up on him through a thicket. His childhood fears had re-emerged through the thick darkness of decades. He could see the picture in his old book of fairy tales. A goat in the middle of a glade, and, between the damp, dark trees, the red eyes and white teeth of the wolf. He wanted to scream, to call for his mother, to close his eyes, to run. This forest, however, hid only the regiment of his personal guard, thousands of strong, highly trained men whose reflexes were instantaneous. Their sole aim in life was to stop the least breath disturbing a single hair on his head. The telephones buzzed discreetly, passing on from zone to zone, from sector to sector, each movement of the Führer who had decided to go for a walk on his own in the woods. He turned round. Restraining his desire to run, he began to walk back towards the dark green buildings of his field headquarters. The guards noticed he was hurrying and thought he must have urgent matters to attend to. How could they have imagined that the gathering twilight had reminded the Führer of a wolf in a fairy tale? Through the trees he could see the lights of the buildings. For the first time, he felt a sense of horror, human horror, at the thought of the crematoria in the camps. 17. The men in the bunkers and command posts of the 62nd Army felt very strange indeed. They wanted to touch their faces, feel their clothes, wiggle their toes in their boots. The Germans weren't shooting. It was quiet. The silence made their heads whirl. They felt as though they had grown empty, as though their hearts had gone numb, as though their arms and legs moved in a different way from usual. It felt very odd, even inconceivable, to eat kasha in silence, to write a letter in silence, to wake up at night and hear silence. This silence then gave birth to many different sounds that seemed new and strange. The clink of a knife, the rustle of a page being turned in a book, the creak of a floorboard, the sound of bare feet, the scratching of a pen, the click of a safety catch on a pistol, the ticking of the clock on the wall of the bunker. Krylov, the chief of staff, entered Chuikov's bunker. Chuikov himself was sitting on a bed, and Gurov was sitting opposite him at the table. He had hurried in to tell them the latest news. The Stalingrad front had gone over to the offensive, and it would be only a matter of hours before Paulus was surrounded. Instead, he looked at Chuikov and Gurov, and then sat down without saying a word. What he had seen on his comrades' faces must have been very special. His news was far from unimportant. The three men sat there in silence. The silence had already given birth to sounds that had seemed erased forever. Soon it would give birth to new thoughts, new anxieties and passions that had been uncalled for during the fighting itself. But they were not yet aware of these new thoughts. Their anxieties, ambitions, resentments, and jealousies had yet to emerge from under the crushing weight of the fighting. They were still unaware that their names would be forever linked with a glorious page of Russian military history. These minutes of silence were the finest of their lives. During these minutes they felt only human feelings. None of them could understand afterwards why it was they had known such happiness and such sorrow, such love and such humility. Is there any need to continue this story? Is there any need to describe the pitiful spectacle many of these generals then made of themselves? The constant drunkenness, the bitter disputes over the sharing out of the glory? How a drunken Chuikov leapt on Rodimtsev and tried to strangle him at a victory celebration, merely because Nikita Khrushchev had thrown his arms round Rodimtsev and kissed him without so much as a glance at Chuikov? Is there any need to say that Chuikov and his staff first left the right bank in order to attend the celebrations of the 25th anniversary of the Cheka, and that the following morning, blind drunk, he and his comrades nearly drowned in the Volga and had to be fished out by soldiers from a hole in the ice? Is there any need to describe the subsequent curses, reproaches, and suspicions? There is only one truth. There cannot be two truths. It's hard to live with no truth, with scraps of truth, with a half-truth. A partial truth is no truth at all. Let the wonderful silence of this night be the truth, the whole truth. Let us remember the good in these men. Let us remember their great achievements. Chuikov left the bunker and climbed slowly up to the top of the slope. The wooden steps creaked under his boots. It was dark. Both the east and the west were quiet. The silhouettes of factories, the ruined buildings, the trenches and dugouts, all merged into the calm, silent darkness of the earth, the sky, and the Volga. This was the true expression of the people's victory, not the ceremonial marches and orchestras, not the fireworks and artillery salutes, but this quietness, the quietness of a damp night in the country. Chuikov was very moved. He could hear his heart thumping in his breast. Then he realized the silence was not total. From Bany Ovrag and the Red October factory came the sound of men singing. Below, on the banks of the Volga, he could hear quiet voices and the sound of a guitar. He went back to the bunker. Gurov was waiting for him so they could have supper. "What silence, Nikolai Ivanovich," said Gurov. "I can't believe it." Chuikov sniffed and didn't answer. They sat down at table. Gurov said, "Well, comrade, you must have had a hard time if a happy song makes you cry." Chuikov looked at him in astonishment. 18. In a dugout on the slope leading down to the Volga, a few soldiers were sitting around a table fashioned from a few planks. The sergeant major was pouring out mugs of vodka by the light of an oil lamp. The soldiers watched as the precious liquid slowly mounted to the level indicated by his horny fingernail. They drank and then reached out for some bread. One of the soldiers finished chewing his piece of bread and said, "Yes, he gave us a hard time, but we were too much for him in the end. He's certainly quietened down now. You can't hear a sound. He's had enough. The epic of Stalingrad is over. He's done a lot of damage, though. He set half of Russia on fire." They chewed their bread very slowly. It was as though they were breaking off for a meal after a long and difficult job of work. Their heads grew hazy, but somehow this haziness left them clear-headed. The taste of bread, the crunch of onion, the weapons piled beside the mud wall, the Volga, this victory over a powerful enemy, a victory won by the same hands that had stroked the hair of their children, fondled their women, broken bread and rolled tobacco in scraps of newspaper. They experienced all this with extraordinary clarity. 19. The Muscovites who were now preparing to return home were probably rejoicing more at the thought of escaping their life as evacuees than at the thought of seeing Moscow again. Everything in Sverdlovsk, Omsk, Tashkent, and Krasnoyarsk had become unbearable. The streets and houses, the stars in the autumn sky, even the taste of bread. If there was a hopeful Soviet Information Bureau bulletin, they said, "Well, it won't be much longer now." If the news was bad, they said, "Oh, that means they'll interrupt the re-evacuation of families." Countless stories sprang up about people who'd managed to get back to Moscow without a pass. You had to change trains several times, using local and suburban trains where there were no inspectors. People had forgotten that only a year before, in October 1941, every extra day spent in Moscow had seemed a torment. How enviously they had looked at their fellow citizens who were about to exchange the dangerous skies of their birthplace for the peace and safety of Tartary and Uzbekistan. They had forgotten how some of the men and women not included on the lists of evacuees had abandoned their bundles and suitcases and walked to Zagorsk on foot. Anything to get out of Moscow. Now people were ready to abandon their work and belongings, abandon their ordered lives, and walk back to Moscow. In the second half of November, the Soviet Information Bureau announced first that a blow had been struck against the German fascist forces in the region of Vladikavkaz, and then that a successful offensive had been launched in the Stalingrad area. There were 9 announcements in the course of 2 weeks. The offensive continues. A new blow struck against the enemy. Our forces near Stalingrad, overcoming enemy resistance, have broken through his new line of defense on the east bank of the Don. Our forces, continuing their offensive, have advanced another 20 kilometers. Our troops in the central Don region have now taken the offensive against the German fascist forces. The offensive launched by our forces in the central Don region continues. The offensive launched by our forces in the northern Caucasus. A new blow struck by our forces to the southwest of Stalingrad. The offensive launched by our forces to the south of Stalingrad. On New Year's Eve, the Soviet Information Bureau published a report entitled A Summary of the Past 6 Weeks of the Stalingrad Offensive. This finally announced the encirclement of the German armies in Stalingrad. A change in popular consciousness was about to become manifest. The first stirrings of this had taken place subconsciously, as secretly as the preparations for the offensive itself. For all the apparent similarities, this change in consciousness was to prove very different indeed from that which had followed the earlier victories near Moscow. The Moscow victory had served chiefly to change people's attitudes towards the Germans. After December 1941, the mystical fear aroused by the German army disappeared. The Stalingrad victory, on the other hand, served mainly to change people's attitudes towards themselves, to develop a new form of self-consciousness in the army and in the population as a whole. Soviet Russians began to think of themselves differently, to adopt a different manner towards other nationalities. The history of Russia was no longer the history of the sufferings and humiliations undergone by the workers and peasantry. It was the history of Russian national glory. People's way of thinking at the time of the Moscow victory was still fundamentally the same as it had been before the war. The reinterpretation of the events of the war, the new consciousness of the power of the Russian armed forces, of the power of the Russian state, was part of a long and complex process. This process had begun long before the war, but only on an unconscious level. 3 major events formed the basis for this new vision of human relationships and of life itself: collectivization, industrialization, and the year 1937. These events, like the October Revolution itself, involved the displacement of vast sections of the population, displacements accompanied by the physical extermination of numbers of people far greater than had accompanied the liquidation of the Russian aristocracy and the industrial and commercial bourgeoisie. These events, presided over by Stalin himself, marked the economic triumph of the builders of the new Soviet state, the builders of socialism in one country. At the same time, these events were the logical result of the October Revolution itself. This new social order, this order which had triumphed during the period of collectivization, industrialization, and the year 1937, with its almost complete change of leading cadres, had preferred not to renounce the old ideological concepts and formulae. The fundamental characteristic of the new order was state nationalism, but it still made use of a phraseology that went back to the beginning of the 20th century and the formation of the Bolshevik wing of the Social Democratic Party. The war accelerated a previously unconscious process, allowing the birth of an overtly national consciousness. The word Russian once again had meaning. To begin with, during the retreat, the connotations of this word were mainly negative: the hopelessness of Russian roads, Russian backwardness, Russian confusion, Russian fatalism. But a national self-consciousness had been born. It was waiting only for a military victory. National consciousness is a powerful and splendid force at a time of disaster. It is splendid, not because it is nationalist, but because it is human. It is a manifestation of human dignity, human love of freedom, human faith in what is good. But this consciousness can develop in a variety of ways. No one can deny that the head of a personnel department protecting his institute from cosmopolitans and bourgeois nationalists is expressing his national consciousness in a different manner to a Red Army soldier defending Stalingrad. This awakening of national consciousness can be related to the tasks facing the state during the war and the years after the war, the struggle for national sovereignty, and the affirmation of what is truly Russian, truly Soviet in every area of life. These tasks, however, were not suddenly imposed on the state. They appeared when the events in the countryside, the creation of a national heavy industry, and the complete change in the ruling cadres marked the triumph of a social order defined by Stalin as socialism in one country. The birthmarks of Russian social democracy were finally erased, and this process finally became manifest at a time when Stalingrad was the only beacon of freedom in the kingdom of darkness. A people's war reached its greatest pathos at the time of the defense of Stalingrad. The logic of events was such that Stalin chose this moment to proclaim openly his ideology of state nationalism. 20. A new article, Always with the People, appeared on the wall newspaper in the hall of the Physics Institute. This article said that the Soviet Union, under the leadership of the great Stalin, who was guiding the country through the tempest of war, attached immense significance to science, that the party and government honored and respected scientists as nowhere else in the world, and that even during the current difficult times, the Soviet state was providing scientists with all the conditions necessary for normal, productive work. It went on to list the great tasks now facing the institute, the new building work, the expansion of the old laboratories, the bringing together of theory and practice, and the importance of scientific research for the armaments industry. Mention was made of the patriotic elan that had seized the collective of scientists. The collective was determined to justify the concern and trust of the party and of Comrade Stalin himself, determined not to disappoint the hope with which the people looked on this glorious vanguard of the Soviet intelligentsia. The final part of the article was about the unfortunate fact that there were certain individuals in this healthy and fraternal collective who lacked a sense of responsibility to the people and the party. Individuals who were isolated from the great Soviet family. These individuals were opposed to the collective and considered their personal interests of greater importance than the tasks entrusted to them by the party. They tended to exaggerate their own scientific achievements, real or imaginary. Deliberately or not, some of these individuals became mouthpieces for alien, anti-Soviet views and attitudes. The ideas they spread were politically dangerous. These individuals often called for an objective attitude towards the idealist, reactionary, and obscurantist theories of foreign idealists. They even boasted of their links with these idealists, thus belittling the achievements of Soviet science and offending the patriotic pride of Russian scientists. Sometimes these individuals posed as defenders of a supposedly flouted justice, trying to win a cheap popularity among the short-sighted, the gullible, and the naive. In fact, they were sowing seeds of discord, seeds of a lack of faith in Russian science, of a lack of respect for its splendid past and great names. The article called on scientists to liquidate every sign of decadence, everything alien and hostile, everything that might hinder the fulfillment of the tasks with which, during the Great Patriotic War, they had been entrusted by the party and the people. The article ended, "Forward towards new peaks of science, following the splendid path lit by the searchlight of Marxist philosophy, the path we have been shown by the great party of Lenin and Stalin." No names were mentioned, but the article was obviously about Viktor. It was Sevastyanov who first told him about it. At that moment, Viktor was with a group of colleagues putting the last touches to the new apparatus. Instead of going to read it immediately, he threw his arms round Nozdrin's shoulders and said, "Come what may, this giant will do its work." Nozdrin responded with a volley of curses. For a moment, Viktor wasn't sure who they were aimed at. Towards the end of the afternoon, Sokolov came up to Viktor. "Viktor Pavlovich, I admire you. You've been working all day as though nothing had happened. You're a real Socrates. If a man's born blonde, his hair won't turn brown just because he's been abused on a wall newspaper," said Viktor. He was by now so accustomed to his feeling of resentment towards Sokolov as to be almost unconscious of it. He no longer reproached him for his excessive caution. Sometimes, he said to himself, he does have many good qualities. And besides, we all have our failings. "Yes," said Sokolov, "but there are articles and articles." Anna Stepanovna felt quite ill after reading it. First she went to the first aid post, and then she was sent home. What on earth have they written? Thought Viktor. He preferred not to ask Sokolov, and no one else mentioned it to him. He might just as well have had terminal cancer. That evening, Viktor was the last to leave the laboratory. Alexei Mikhailovich, the old caretaker, now working as a cloakroom attendant, said, "That's how it is, Viktor Pavlovich. There's no peace in this world for an honest man." Viktor put on his coat, went back up the stairs, and stopped in front of the board. When he had read the article, he looked round in confusion. For a moment he thought he was going to be arrested then and there. But the hall was quiet and empty. He could feel quite tangibly the difference in weight between the fragile human body and the colossus of the state. He could feel the state's bright eyes gazing into his face. Any moment now the state would crash down on him. There would be a crack, a squeal, and he would be gone. The street was full of people, but there seemed to be a strip of no man's land between them and Viktor. In the trolleybus, a man in a soldier's winter cap turned excitedly to his companion. Have you heard the latest news? Stalingrad! Someone else shouted from one of the front seats. The enemy's been crushed! A middle-aged woman stared at Viktor. She seemed to be reproaching him for his silence. Viktor thought about Sokolov almost tenderly now. Yes, we all of us have our failings, but no one ever sincerely believes his own failings to be equal to those of other people. Soon Viktor was thinking, yes, but his views depend on his success, on the love shown him by the state. Now the tide's turning, now it looks like victory. He won't utter a word of criticism. But I'm not like that. Whether the state's strong or weak, whether it beats me or caresses me, my convictions remain the same. When he got home, he would tell Lyudmila all about the article. Yes, they really did have it in for him now. So much for the Stalin Prize, Lyudochka, he would say. An article like that means you're going to be arrested. We share one destiny, he thought. She'd accompany me if I was invited to lecture at the Sorbonne, and she'll accompany me to a camp in Kolyma. Well, you can't say you haven't brought it on yourself, Lyudmila would say. He would reply coolly, I don't need criticism. I've had enough of that at the Institute. I need understanding and affection. Nadia opened the door. She flung her arms round him and buried her face in his breast. What's the matter? Let me take my coat off. I'm cold and wet. Haven't you heard yet? Stalingrad, there's been a tremendous victory. The Germans have been surrounded. Come on, come on. She helped him off with his coat, took him by the hand, and dragged him down the corridor. This way. Mama's in Tolya's room. She opened the door. Lyudmila was sitting at Tolya's desk. Slowly she turned her head and gave Viktor a sad, solemn smile. He couldn't bring himself to talk about what had happened at the Institute. Instead, they all sat down at Tolya's desk. Lyudmila drew a diagram showing how the Germans had been encircled and explained her plan of operations to Nadia. That night, when Viktor was alone in his room, he thought, oh God, why don't I write a letter of repentance? That's what everyone else does in a situation like this. 21. It was several days since the article had first appeared. Work in the laboratory was going on as usual. Sometimes Viktor sank into depression. Sometimes his spirits revived, and he paced animatedly up and down the laboratory, tapping out his favorite tunes on the windowsill and the metal pipes. He said jokingly that an epidemic of short-sightedness had broken out in the Institute. People he knew looked straight through him and passed by without so much as a word. Once on the street, Gurevich caught sight of Viktor in the distance. He looked thoughtful, crossed to the other side and started reading a notice. Viktor had seen all this. He and Gurevich then looked round at the same moment and their eyes met. Gurevich waved at him, pretending to look pleased and surprised. All this was far from amusing. Svechin said hello when they met. He even made an effort to walk more slowly, but from the look on his face, he might have been greeting the ambassador of a hostile power. Viktor kept count of who turned away, who just nodded, and who shook hands with him. As soon as he got home, he would ask his wife, has anyone rung? And Lyudmila would nearly always answer, only Maria Ivanovna. Knowing what he usually asked next, she would add, and there's still no letter from Magyarov. Do you see, said Viktor, the people who used to ring up every day now only ring occasionally. And the people who used to ring occasionally have stopped altogether. He even thought he was being treated differently at home. On one occasion he was drinking tea, and Nadia walked past without saying anything. You might say hello, he called out. Do you think I'm an inanimate object? He looked quite pathetic. Instead of coming out with some harsh retort, Nadia said hurriedly, Dear Papa, I'm very sorry. That same day he asked, Listen, Nadia, are you still seeing your great strategist? She simply shrugged her shoulders. I just wanted to warn you, please don't talk politics with him. All I need is to be criticized on that count too. Again, instead of replying sarcastically, Nadia said, You don't need to worry, Papa. On his way to the Institute in the morning, Viktor tried to avoid meeting people. He would look round to assess the situation, then walk either more quickly or more slowly. When he arrived, he would make sure the corridor was empty, and then rush down it as quickly as he could, his head bowed. If one of the doors opened, his heart almost stopped beating. As he reached the laboratory, he would heave a sigh of relief, like a soldier regaining his trench under enemy fire. One day, Sevastyanov came into Viktor's office and pleaded with him. Viktor Pavlovich, I entreat you, we all of us entreat you, write a letter, say you repent. I can assure you that will help. Just think, you're throwing away everything. And at a time when an important, no, a truly great work lies before you, a time when all that is genuine in our science looks to you with hope. Write a letter, admit your errors. What errors? What do you want me to repent of? Who cares? It's what everyone does. Writers, scientists, political leaders, even your beloved Shostakovich, he admits his errors, writes letters of repentance, and then returns to work. It's like water off a duck's back. But what do you want me to repent of? And who to? The director, the central committee, it doesn't matter. As long as you repent. Something like this. I have committed errors and I admit my guilt. I am now conscious of this and I promise to mend my ways. That sort of thing. You know what's expected. That's bound to help. It always helps. Savostyanov's bright, laughing eyes were for once quite serious. They even seemed to be a different color. Thank you, my friend, said Viktor. I'm grateful to you for your concern. An hour later, Sokolov said, Viktor Pavlovich, there's going to be an open meeting of the Scientific Council next week. I think you should say something. What about? I think you need to make some explanations. To be more precise, you must make a confession of error. Viktor paced up and down the room. Suddenly, he stopped by the window, his eyes on the door. What if I write a letter, Pyotr Lavrentievich? That would be easier than spitting at myself in public. No, I think you need to make a speech. I spoke to Svechin yesterday. He led me to understand that they— Sokolov made a vague gesture in the direction of the cornice above the door. Require a speech rather than a letter. Viktor turned round to face Sokolov. No, I'm not going to make a speech, and I'm not going to write a letter. In the patient voice of a psychiatrist talking to someone mentally ill, Sokolov said, Viktor Pavlovich, for you to remain silent is the equivalent of suicide. There are political accusations hanging over your head. You know what torments me most of all, said Viktor. Why does all this have to happen at a moment of victory, a moment of general rejoicing? Now any son of a bitch can say that I openly attacked the foundations of Leninism at a time when I imagined the Soviet regime was about to collapse, as though I attacked people when they were down. I have heard that opinion expressed. No, said Viktor. To hell with it. I'm not going to repent. That night he locked himself in his room and began to write the letter. Suddenly overwhelmed with shame, he tore it up and began writing the text of his speech to the Scientific Council. He then read it over, thumped his elbow on the table, and tore that up too. Well, that's it, he said out loud. If they want to arrest me, they can. He sat there for a while without moving, mulling over the import of this decision. Then he had the idea of writing a rough draft of the letter he would have sent if he had repented. There was nothing humiliating about that. No one would ever see it. No one. He was alone, the door was locked, everyone in the house was asleep, and it was quiet outside. There was no traffic, no car horns, but an invisible force was crushing him. He could feel its weight, its hypnotic power. It was forcing him to think as it wanted, to write as it dictated. This force was inside him. It could dissolve his will and cause his heart to stop beating. It came between him and his family. It insinuated itself into his past, into his childhood memories. He began to feel that he really was untalented and boring, someone who wore out the people around him with dull chatter. Even his work seemed to have grown dull, to be covered with a layer of dust. The thought of it no longer filled him with light and joy. Only people who have never felt such a force themselves can be surprised that others submit to it. Those who have felt it, on the other hand, feel astonished that a man can rebel against it even for a moment with one sudden word of anger, one timid gesture of protest. It was for himself that Viktor wrote this letter. He intended to hide it away and never show it to anyone. Deep down, though, he knew that it might come in useful. He would hang on to it. Next morning, as he drank his tea, he kept looking at the clock. It was time to go to the laboratory. He felt a chilling sense of isolation. It was as though no one would ever come round to see him again. And it wasn't simply fear that stopped people from ringing him up. It was the fact that he was so dull, so boring and talentless. I don't suppose anyone asked for me yesterday, he said to Lyudmila. Then he quoted the lines. I'm alone at the window. I don't expect guests or friends. Oh yes, I forgot to say. Chepyzhin's back. He phoned and said he wants to see you. How could you forget to tell me? He began to tap out a solemn tune on the tabletop. Lyudmila went over to the window. Viktor was walking unhurriedly down the road, tall, bent forward, giving his briefcase an occasional swing. She could tell that he was thinking about his coming meeting with Chepyzhin. In his imagination, they had already exchanged greetings and were now deep in conversation. She felt very sorry for Viktor, very anxious about him, but she couldn't forget his faults, least of all his egotism. How could he declaim, "I'm alone at the window," and then go off to a laboratory where he had real work to do, where he was surrounded by people? In the evening he'd go and see Chepyzhin. He probably wouldn't be back before midnight. And would he give her a moment's thought? Would it occur to him that she would be alone all day, that she would be standing by the window in an empty flat, that she was the one who wasn't expecting friends or guests? She went into the kitchen to do the washing up. She felt more depressed than ever. Maria Ivanovna wouldn't be phoning. She had gone to see her elder sister in Shabalovka. How anxious she felt about Nadia. She still went out every evening, even though it had been forbidden. And of course she didn't say a word about it. As for Viktor, he was wrapped up in his own troubles. He didn't have time to think of Nadia. Suddenly the bell rang. It must be the carpenter she had spoken to yesterday. He was coming to repair the door of Tolya's room. Human company. How wonderful. Lyudmila opened the door. A woman in a grey fur hat was standing in the half-lit corridor, suitcase in hand. "Genya!" she cried. Her voice was so loud and so tragic that it took even her aback. She kissed her sister, flinging her arms round her shoulders and sobbing, "He's dead! He's dead! My Tolya's dead!" 22. A thin stream of hot water dribbled into the bath. If you turned the tap any further, the water became cold. The bath was filling very slowly, but the two sisters felt as though they'd hardly had time to exchange a word. While Yevgenia was in the bath, Lyudmila kept coming to the door and asking, "Are you all right in there? Do you want me to rub your back for you? Keep an eye on the gas. It might go out." A few minutes later, she'd be back, banging on the door and asking impatiently, "What's going on in there? Have you gone to sleep or something?" Yevgenia came out of the bathroom in her sister's toweling dressing gown. "You look like a witch," said Lyudmila. Yevgenia remembered how Sofya Osipovna had once called her a witch on the night of Novikov's visit to Stalingrad. "It's strange," she said. "After 2 days in a crowded train, I've at last had a bath. I feel as though I should be in ecstasy, and yet—" "What's brought you here so suddenly? Is something wrong?" "I'll tell you in a moment," said Yevgenia with a wave of the hand. Lyudmila told her sister about Viktor's troubles and about Nadia's unexpected and amusing romance. She told her about their friends who no longer rang up and pretended not to recognize Viktor on the street. Yevgenia in turn told Lyudmila about Spiridonov. He was now in Kuybyshev and he wouldn't be offered a new job until the commission had completed its report. Somehow he seemed both noble and pathetic. Vera and her son were in Leninsk. Spiridonov couldn't so much as mention his little grandson without crying. Yevgenia went on to tell how Jenny Gerikovna had been exiled, how Limonov had helped her to get a residence permit, and what a sweet old man Shargorodsky was. Her head was still full of tobacco smoke, conversations from the journey, and the rumble of wheels. It was strange to be looking into her sister's face, to feel the soft dressing gown against her newly washed body, to be in a room with a carpet and a piano. In every word the two sisters said, in all the sad, joyful, absurd or touching events they related, they could sense the presence of friends and family who had died, but who would always be bound to them. Whatever they said about Viktor evoked the shade of his mother, Anna Semyonovna. Dmitri and his wife, who had both died in camps, loomed behind any mention of their son, Seryozha, and Lyudmila herself was always accompanied by the steps of a shy young man with broad shoulders and full lips. But neither of them mentioned any of this out loud. "I haven't heard any news of Sofya Osipovna. She seems to have vanished into thin air," said Yevgenia. "The Levinton woman." "Yes, of course. I never did like her. Are you doing any drawing?" "I did in Stalingrad, but not since I moved to Kuybyshev. Viktor took 2 of your pictures when we were evacuated. You should be flattered." "I am," said Yevgenia with a smile. "Well, Madam General, you haven't said a word about what matters most of all. Are you happy? Do you love him?" Fingering her dressing gown, Yevgenia replied, "Yes, I am happy. I'm fine. We love each other." She glanced quickly at Lyudmila. "Shall I tell you why I came to Moscow? Nikolai Grigorovich has been arrested. He's in the Lubyanka." "Good Lord! What on earth for? He's such 100% communist." "What about our Dmitri? Or your Abachuk? He was a 200% communist. But your Nikolai was so harsh. He was quite ruthless at the time of general collectivization. I remember asking what on earth was happening, and he just said, 'The kulaks can go to the devil for all I care.' He had a lot of influence on Viktor." "Lyuda," said Yevgenia, a reproachful note in her voice, "you remember only the worst about people, and you always bring it up at the wrong moment. What do you expect of me? I've always been one to call a spade a spade." "Fine," said Yevgenia, "but don't imagine that's always a virtue." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "Lyuda, I was summoned for interrogation." She took her sister's scarf and draped it over the telephone. "Apparently the mouthpieces can be bugged. Yes, I've had to make a statement." "You and Nikolai were never officially married, were you?" "No, but what of it? They interrogated me as though I were his wife." "Let me start from the beginning. I was sent a summons to appear at the office and to bring my passport. I went through hundreds of names. Dmitri, Ida, Abachuk, everyone I knew who'd ever been arrested. But I can tell you I didn't once think of Nikolai. I was told to come at 5 o'clock. It was just an ordinary office with huge portraits of Stalin and Beria on the wall. The investigator was a very ordinary-looking young man, but he looked straight through me as if he knew everything and said, 'Are you aware of the counter-revolutionary activities of Nikolai Grigorovich KRYMOV?' Several times I thought I'd never be allowed out of the building. Once, can you imagine it? He even hinted that I had become involved with Novikov in order to elicit information from him and report it to KRYMOV. I felt quite paralyzed. I said, 'But KRYMOV's such a fanatical communist. Just to be in his company was like attending a party meeting.' The investigator replied, 'If I understand you correctly, you're implying that Novikov himself isn't a true Soviet citizen.' I said, 'You are strange. At the front, people are fighting the fascists, while you, young man, sit in the rear and sling mud at them.' I thought I'd get a slap in the face, but he actually blushed and looked embarrassed. 'So, Nikolai's been arrested. The accusations are quite crazy. Trotskyism and links with the Gestapo.' 'How appalling,' said Lyudmila, thinking to herself, 'what if Tolya's unit had got surrounded? Then he'd have had the same accusations leveled against him.' 'Vitya will take this very badly,' she said. 'He's incredibly nervous at present. He thinks he's about to be arrested. He keeps going back over everything he's ever said, who he said it to and when, especially during that unfortunate time in Kazan.' Yevgenia stared at her sister for a while. Finally she said, 'Shall I tell you the most terrible thing of all? This investigator said to me, "How can you claim to be ignorant of your husband's Trotskyism when he himself told you Trotsky's verdict on one of his articles? Splendid, that's pure marble." On my way home, I remembered Nikolai saying to me, "You're the only person who knows those words." That night it suddenly hit me and I told that story to Novikov when he came to Kuybyshev in the autumn. I was horrified. I thought I was going out of my mind. You poor woman. But then that's the sort of thing that would happen to you. "What do you mean?" asked Yevgenia. "It could just as well have happened to you." "No, you left one man for another. Then you told the second man about the first. What do you expect? You've probably done the same. You left Tolya's father. I'm sure you've talked about him to Viktor Pavlovich." "You're wrong," said Lyudmila emphatically. "Anyway, that's different." "Why is it different?" asked Yevgenia, feeling suddenly irritated. "What you're saying now is just plain stupid." "Maybe it is," answered Lyudmila calmly. "Have you got the time?" asked Yevgenia. "I've got to go to 24 Kuznetsky Most." Giving vent to her anger, she went on, "You've got a difficult character, Lyuda. I can understand why Mama lives like a gypsy in Kazan instead of staying with you in your 4-room flat." Yevgenia immediately regretted these harsh words. Wanting Lyudmila to understand that the trust between them was stronger than any chance misunderstanding, she said, "I do want to trust Novikov, but still, who else could have told the security organs? It's terrible. It's like being lost in a fog." Yevgenia would have given so much to have her mother beside her. She would have leant her head on her shoulder and said, "Dearest, I'm so tired." "You know what might have happened," said Lyudmila. Your general might have mentioned this conversation to someone else who then reported it. Yes, said Yevgenia, of course. How strange, I never thought of something as simple as that. In the quiet calm of Lyudmila's home, Yevgenia felt even more conscious of the confusion inside her. The thoughts and feelings she had repressed, the secret pain and anxiety from the time she and Krymov had separated, the tenderness she still felt for him, the way she still felt somehow accustomed to him. Everything had flared up with renewed intensity during these last weeks. She thought of Krymov when she was at work, when she was in a tram, when she was queuing for food. She dreamed of him almost every night, moaning, crying out in her sleep, waking up repeatedly. She had terrible nightmares, full of fires and scenes of war. There was always some danger threatening Nikolai Grigorovich, and she was always powerless to protect him. And when she got washed and dressed in the morning, afraid of being late for work, she would still be thinking of him. She didn't think she loved him. But is it possible to think so incessantly of someone you don't love? And if she didn't love him, how could she feel such distress over the tragedy that had overtaken him? And why? When Limonov and Shargorodsky made fun of the supposed non-entities who were his favorite artists and poets, did she always want to see Nikolai, to run her fingers through his hair, to comfort and fondle him? She no longer remembered his fanaticism, his lack of concern over people who had been arrested, the anger and hatred in his voice when he had talked about the kulaks. Now she only remembered his good side. She only remembered what was sad, touching, and romantic about him. It was his weakness that gave him power over her. There had always been something helpless in the way he smiled. His movements were awkward, and his eyes were those of a child. She saw him sitting there with his shoulder tabs torn off and his face covered in grey stubble. She saw him lying on a plank bed at night. She saw his back as he walked up and down the prison yard. He must be thinking she had had a premonition of his fate, and that was why she had left him. All night he was thinking about her. Madam General. She had no idea whether these thoughts sprang from love, pity, a guilty conscience, or a sense of duty. Novikov had sent her a pass and arranged by radio for a pilot he knew to take her by Douglas to Front HQ. Her superiors had given her 3 weeks' leave to visit him. She tried to reassure herself, telling herself over and over again, he'll understand, he's sure to understand. There just wasn't anything else I could do. She knew very well how badly she had behaved towards Novikov. There he was, still waiting for her. She had written him a mercilessly truthful letter. After sending it off, she had realized that the letter would be read by the military censors. All this could make terrible problems for him. No, no, he'll understand, she repeated to herself. Yes, of course he would understand. And leave her forever. Did she really love him, or was it just his love for her that she loved? When she thought about the inevitable break with him, she was overwhelmed by fear, melancholy, and a sense of horror at the thought of being left on her own. It was unbearable to think that she had destroyed her happiness with her own hands. It was equally unbearable, on the other hand, to think that there was nothing she could do about it, that it was now up to Novikov whether or not they finally separated. When the thought of Novikov became unbearable, she tried to imagine Nikolai Grigorovich. Perhaps she would be summoned for a confrontation. Hello, my poor darling. Novikov was tall, strong, broad-shouldered, and in a position of power. He didn't need her support, he could take care of himself. She thought of him sometimes as her knight in armor. She would never forget his handsome, charming face. She would always grieve for him, always grieve for the happiness she had destroyed. But what of it? She wasn't sorry for herself. She wasn't afraid of suffering. But then she knew that Novikov wasn't really so very strong. Sometimes she had glimpsed a timid, almost helpless look on his face. Nor was she really so pitiless towards herself, so indifferent to her own sufferings. As though she had just read her sister's thoughts, Lyudmila asked, "So what's going to happen about this general of yours? I can't bear to think. What you need is a good hiding." "But there just wasn't anything else I could do," pleaded Yevgenia. "I don't like your continual wavering. If you leave someone, you should make a clean break of it." "Oh yes," said Yevgenia. "Take good care of yourself and keep out of trouble. I'm afraid I can't live like that." "That's not what I mean. I don't like Krymov, but I respect him. And I haven't even set eyes on your general. But now you've decided to be his wife, you do have a certain responsibility towards him. And you're not behaving responsibly at all. An important officer with a wife sending parcels to someone in camp. You know how that could end. I do. Do you love him or not? Leave me alone, said Yevgenia, sounding as though she were about to cry. At the same time, she asked herself, but which of them do I love? No, I want you to answer. There was nothing else I could do. People don't cross the threshold of the Lubyanka just for the fun of it. You shouldn't think only of yourself. I'm not thinking only of myself. Victor agrees with me. Really, it's just pure egotism. You do have the most extraordinary sense of logic. It's amazed me ever since I was a child. Is this what you call egotism? But what can you do to help? You can't change his sentence. If you ever get arrested, then you'll learn what someone who loves you can do to help. To change the subject, Lyudmila asked, have you got any photographs of Marussia? Just one. Do you remember? It was taken when we were in Sokolniki. Yevgenia put her head on Lyudmila's shoulder. I'm so tired, she said plaintively. Go and lie down for a while. You need a rest. You shouldn't go anywhere today. I've made up the bed. Yevgenia shook her head. Her eyes were still half closed. No, there's no point. I'm just tired of living. Lyudmila went to fetch a large envelope and emptied a heap of photographs onto her sister's lap. Yevgenia went through them, exclaiming, my God, yes, I remember that. It was when we were at the dacha. How funny little Nadia looks. That was after Papa had come back from exile. There's Dmitri as a schoolboy. Seryozha looks so like him, especially the upper part of his face. And there's Mama, with Marussia in her arms. That was before I was even born. She noticed that there weren't any photographs of Tolya, but didn't say anything. Well, madam, said Lyudmila, I must give you something to eat. Yes, I've got a good appetite. Nothing affects that. It was the same when I was a child. I'm glad to hear it, said Lyudmila, giving her sister a kiss. 23. Yevgenia got off the trolleybus by the Bolshoi Theatre, now covered in camouflage, and walked up Kuznetsky Most. Without even noticing them, she went past the exhibition rooms of the Artists' Foundation. Friends of hers had exhibited there before the war, and her own paintings had once been shown there. It was very strange. Her life was like a pack of cards shuffled by a gypsy. Now she had drawn Moscow. She was still a long way away when she recognized the towering granite wall of the Lubyanka. Hello, Kolya, she thought. Perhaps Nikolai Grigorovich would sense her presence. Without knowing why, he would feel disturbed and excited. Her old fate was now her new fate. What had seemed lost forever had become her future. The spacious new reception room, whose polished windows looked out onto the street, had been closed. Visitors now had to go to the old room. She walked into a dirty courtyard, past a dilapidated wall, and came to a half-open door. Everything inside looked surprisingly normal. Tables covered in ink stains, wooden benches along the walls, little information windows with wooden sills. There seemed to be no connection between this ordinary waiting room and the vast, many-storied stone building that looked out over Lubyanka Square, Stratenka, Fokosovsky Lane, and Malaya Lubyanka Street. There were lots of people there. The visitors, mostly women, were standing in line in front of the windows. A few were sitting on the benches, and there was one old man wearing glasses with thick lenses who was filling in a form at a table. Looking at these faces, young and old, male and female, Yevgenia noticed that the expression in their eyes and the set of their mouths all spoke of one thing. If she had met any of these people on the street or in a tram, she could have guessed that they frequented 24 Kuznetsky Most. She turned to the young man by the door. He was dressed in an army greatcoat, but for some reason he looked very unlike a soldier. Your first time? He asked, and pointed to one of the windows. Yevgenia took her place in the queue, passport in hand, her fingers and palms damp with sweat. A woman in a beret who was standing in front of her said quietly, "If he's not here in the inner prison, you must go to Matrosskaya Tishina and then to the Butyrka. But that's only open on certain days, and they see people in alphabetical order. If he's not there, you must go to the Lefotova military prison and then back here again. I've been looking for my son for 6 weeks now. Have you been to the military prosecutor yet?" The queue was moving very quickly. That seemed a bad sign. The answers people were getting must be vague and laconic. Then it was the turn of a smart, middle-aged woman, and there was a delay. The word went round that the man on duty had gone to check something in person. A mere telephone call hadn't been enough. The woman had turned round and was half facing the queue. Her slightly narrowed eyes seemed to be saying that she had no intention of letting herself be treated in the same manner as this miserable crowd of relatives of the repressed. Soon the queue began to move again. A young woman who had just left the window said quietly, "Everyone's getting the same answer, parcel not accepted." "That means the investigation's still not completed," explained the woman in front of Yevgenia. "What about visits?" "Visits?" The woman smiled at Yevgenia's naivety. Yevgenia had never realized that the human back could be so expressive, could so vividly reflect a person's state of mind. People had a particular way of craning their necks as they came up to the window. Their backs, with their raised, tensed shoulders, seemed to be crying, to be sobbing and screaming. When Yevgenia was seventh in the queue, the window slammed shut and a 20-minute break was announced. Everyone sat down on the chairs and benches. There were wives and mothers. There was a middle-aged engineer whose wife, an interpreter in the All-Union Society for Cultural Relations, had been arrested. There was a girl in her last year at school whose mother had been arrested and whose father had been sentenced in 1937 to 10 years without right of correspondence. There was an old blind woman who had been brought here by a neighbor to inquire after her son. There was a foreigner, the wife of a German communist, who spoke very poor Russian. She wore a foreign-looking checked coat and carried a brightly colored cloth handbag, but her eyes were the eyes of an old Russian woman. There were Russian women, Armenian women, Ukrainian women, and Jewish women. There was a woman who worked on a kolkhoz near Moscow. The old man who had been filling in the form turned out to be a lecturer at the TOTALITARIAN Academy. His grandson, a schoolboy, had been arrested, apparently for talking too much at a party. Yevgenia learnt a great deal during those 20 minutes. The man on duty today was one of the good ones. "They don't accept tinned food in the Butyrka. You really must bring onion and garlic. They're good for scurvy." There was a man here last Wednesday who'd come to pick up his documents. He'd been 3 years in the Butyrka without once being interrogated and had then been released. Usually people are sent to a camp about a year after they've been arrested. You mustn't bring anything too good. At the transit prison in Krasnaya Presnaya, the politicals are put together with the common criminals and everything gets stolen. There was a woman here the other day whose elderly husband, an important engineer and designer, had been arrested. Apparently, he'd had a brief affair in his youth and gone on sending the woman alimony for a son he'd never even set eyes on. The son, now adult, had deserted to the Germans, and the old man had got 10 years for fathering a traitor to the motherland. Most people were sentenced under Article 58-10, counter-revolutionary agitation, or not keeping their mouths shut. There had been arrests just before the 1st of May. There were always a lot just before public holidays. There was one woman who'd been phoned at home by the investigator and had suddenly heard her husband's voice. How strange it all was. Here, in the waiting room of the NKVD, Yevgenia somehow felt calmer, less depressed, than after her bath in Lyudmila's house. What wonderful good fortune to have a parcel accepted. One of the people near her said in a stifled whisper, "When it comes to people who were arrested in 1937, they just say whatever comes into their head." One woman was told, "He's alive and working." She came back a second time, and the same person gave her a certificate saying that her husband had died in 1939. Now it was Yevgenia's turn. The man behind the window looked up at her. His face was like that of any other clerk. Yesterday he might have been working on the desk at a fire station, and tomorrow, if he was ordered to, he might be filling in forms for military decorations. "I want to inquire about someone who's been arrested." "Krymov, Nikolai Grigorovich," said Yevgenia. She had the feeling that even people who didn't know her would be able to tell that she wasn't speaking in her normal voice. "When was he arrested?" "November." The man took out a form. "Fill this in. You don't need to queue again. Just hand it straight in and come back tomorrow for the answer." As he handed her the form, the man looked at her again. This time his rapid glance was not that of an ordinary clerk at all. It was the glance of a Chekist, an intelligent glance that remembers everything. She filled in the form with trembling fingers, just like the old man from the TOTALITARIAN Academy, who not long before had been sitting on the same chair. When she came to the question about her relationship to the person arrested, she wrote "wife," underlining the word heavily. She handed the form in, sat down on the bench, and put her passport back in her bag. She kept moving it from one part of the bag to another. Finally, she realized this was because she didn't want to leave the people in the queue. At that moment, she wanted only one thing: to let Krymov know that she was here, that she had given up everything for him, that she had come to him. If only he could find out that she was here, so near him. She walked down the street. It was already evening. Most of her life had been spent in this city. But that life, with its theatres, art exhibitions, orchestral concerts, dinners in restaurants, and visits to dachas, was now so distant as to be no longer her own. Stalingrad and Kuibyshev had disappeared, as had the handsome, sometimes divinely handsome face of Novikov himself. All that was left was 24 Kuznetsky Most. It was as though she was walking down the unfamiliar streets of a city she had never seen before. 24. Viktor took off his galoshes in the hall and said hello to the old housekeeper. At the same time, he glanced at the half-open door of Chepyzhin's study. "Go on then," said old Natalia Ivanovna, helping him off with his coat. "He's waiting for you." "Is Nadezhda Fyodorovna at home?" "No, she went to the dacha yesterday with her nieces. Viktor Pavlovitch, do you know if the war will soon be over?" "There's a story going round," Viktor answered, "that some people told Zhukov's driver to ask him when the war would be over. And then Zhukov got into his car and said, 'Can you tell me when the war will be over?' What are you doing, taking my guests away from me like that?" Chepyzhin came out to meet Viktor. "Invite your own friends, my dear." Viktor nearly always felt happier when he saw Chepyzhin. Now he felt a lightness of heart he had quite forgotten. And when he saw the rows of books in Chepyzhin's study, he did as he had always done and quoted a line from War and Peace. Yes, they didn't just waste their time, they wrote. The apparent chaos of the bookshelves was similar to that of the workshops in the factory at Chelyabinsk. "Have you heard from your sons?" he asked Chepyzhin. "I had a letter from the older one, but the young one's in the Far East." He took Viktor's hand and pressed it silently, saying what could never be said in words. Old Natalia Ivanovna came over to Viktor and kissed him on the shoulder. "What news have you got, Viktor Pavlovitch?" asked Chepyzhin. "The same as everyone. Stalingrad. There's no doubt about it now. Hitler's kaput. But as for my own life, well, that's a mess." He began to tell Chepyzhin about his troubles. "My friends and my wife are all telling me to repent my rightness." Viktor talked about himself greedily and at length. He was like an invalid who thinks of his illness day and night. Then he grimaced and shrugged his shoulders. "I keep remembering that conversation of ours about a mixing tub and all the scum that comes up to the surface. Never in my life have I been surrounded by so much filth. And what's particularly painful, almost unbearable, is that for some reason all this has to coincide with the Russian victories." He looked Chepyzhin in the eye. "What do you think? Is that just coincidence?" Chepyzhin had an extraordinary face. It was simple, coarse, with high cheekbones and a snub nose, the face of a peasant, yet at the same time so fine and intelligent as to be the envy of any Englishman, even Lord Kelvin. "Wait till the war's over," he answered gloomily. "Then we'll know what's coincidence and what isn't. The swine may have finished me off by then. Tomorrow my fate's being decided by the Scientific Council. That is, it's already been decided by the Institute authorities and the party committee. The Scientific Council's just a formality. You know, the voice of the people, the demands of the community." It was strange talking to Chepyzhin. The things they were discussing were very painful, but somehow it wasn't in the least depressing. "And I thought they'd be offering you everything you wanted on a silver platter. On a golden platter," said Chepyzhin. "Why? I've been dragging science into the swamp of Talmudic abstraction, cutting it off from reality." "Yes, I know," said Chepyzhin. "It's amazing. You know, sometimes a man loves a woman. She's what gives his life meaning. She's his happiness, his joy, his passion. But for some reason, all this is considered almost indecent. He has to pretend he sleeps with her simply because she prepares his meals, darns his socks, and washes his clothes. He held up his hands, the fingers spread in front of his face. They too were extraordinary. Powerful workers' hands, like claws, and yet somehow aristocratic. "But I don't feel ashamed," he cried angrily. "And it isn't just so I can have my meals prepared that I need her. The value of science lies in the happiness it brings to people. Our fine academicians think that science is the domestic servant of practice, that it can be put to work according to Shkedrin's principle. Your wish is my command. That's the only reason why science is tolerated at all. No, scientific discoveries have an intrinsic value. They do more for the perfection of man than steam engines, turbines, aeroplanes, or the whole of metallurgy from Noah to the present day. They perfect the soul, the human soul." "I quite agree with you, Dmitry Petrovich, but I'm afraid Comrade Stalin thinks differently." "Yes, but he's wrong. Besides, there's another side to all this. Maxwell's abstract idea can be tomorrow's military radio signal. Einstein's theory of gravitational fields, Schrödinger's quantum mechanics, and the conceptions of Bohr can all yield very concrete applications. That is what these people don't realize. And yet it's so simple you'd think even a goose could understand." "Yes," said Victor, "of course today's theory is tomorrow's practice, but I don't need to tell you how reluctant our authorities are to accept that." "No," said Chepygin, "it was the other way round for me. It was because I know that today's theories are tomorrow's practice that I didn't want to be director of the institute. But there's one thing I don't understand. I was quite sure that Shishakov had been appointed to carry out research into nuclear reactions, and in that field they can't get by without you. In fact, I still do feel sure of that." "I don't understand your reasons for leaving the institute," said Victor. "I can't make out what you're saying. I understand that the authorities set the institute various tasks which you find disturbing. That's clear enough. But the authorities have made mistakes in less esoteric realms than ours. Look at the way the boss was always strengthening our ties of friendship with the Germans. Only a few days before the outbreak of war, he was sending Hitler whole trainloads of rubber and other raw materials of strategic importance. And in our field, well, even a great politician can be pardoned for failing to understand what's going on there. As for my life, everything's been back to front. My work before the war was closely linked to practice. In Chelyabinsk, I used to go to the factory and help set up the electronic apparatus. But since the war began, he waved his hand in mock despair. I'm lost in a labyrinth. Sometimes I feel awkward, sometimes I feel quite terrified. Heavens! All I wanted was to establish the physics of nuclear reactions. What's happened is that time, mass, and gravity have collapsed, and space has become two different things. It no longer really exists and has no meaning except in terms of magnetism. There's a clever young man in my laboratory called Savostianov. Well, once I got talking to him about my work, he asked lots of questions. I replied that all this wasn't yet a theory, just a few ideas and a general direction of research. Parallel space is merely an exponent in an equation, not a physical reality. The only symmetry so far is in a mathematical equation. I don't yet know if there's a corresponding symmetry of particles. Mathematics has left physics behind. I don't know whether or not the physics of particles will ever fit into my equations." Savostianov listened for a long time and then said, "All this reminds me of a fellow student of mine. He got hopelessly muddled with some equation and said, 'You know, this isn't science. It's a blind couple trying to screw in a patch of nettles.'" Chepygin burst out laughing. "It's odd that even you can't see the significance to physics of your own mathematics," he said. "It's like the cat in Alice in Wonderland. First you see the smile, then the cat itself. Dear God," said Victor. "But deep down I know that this is the central axis of human life. No, I'm not going to give in. I'm not going to betray the faith. I can appreciate what a sacrifice it must be to part with the laboratory at the very moment when the link between physics and your mathematics is about to emerge," said Chepygin. "It must be hard for you, but I'm very glad. Honesty is never just wiped off the slate and forgotten." "I just hope I'm not wiped off the slate myself," said Victor. Natalia Ivanovna brought in the tea and shifted the books to make room on the table. "Ah, lemon," said Victor. "You're an honored guest," said Natalia Ivanovna. "A non-entity," said Victor. "Come on," protested Chepygin. "What do you mean by that?" "Dmitry Petrovich, tomorrow my fate's being decided. I'm sure of it. Where will I be the day after tomorrow?" He moved his glass of tea closer. Beating out the rhythm of his despair with a teaspoon, he said absent-mindedly, "Ah, lemon," then felt embarrassed at having repeated the same words in exactly the same intonation. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then Shaposhnikov said, "I've got some thoughts I'd like to share with you." "Of course," said Viktor, as absent-mindedly as before. "Nothing special," said Shaposhnikov, "just a few whimsical notions. As you know, the idea of an infinite universe is already a truism. A metagalaxy will one day seem like a sugar lump that some thrifty Lilliputian takes with his tea, while an electron or a neutron will seem like a whole world populated by Gullivers. Even schoolboys understand this." Viktor nodded and thought to himself, "Yes, this isn't anything special. The old man's not on form today." His thoughts turned to Shishakov and tomorrow's meeting. "No, I'm not going. If I do go, then I have to either repent or argue about politics. And that's the equivalent of suicide." He gave a slight yawn and thought, "A weak heart. That's what makes people yawn." "One might think that only God was able to limit infinity," Shaposhnikov went on. "Beyond a cosmic boundary, we have to admit the presence of a divine power, right?" "Of course," said Viktor, thinking to himself, "I may be arrested any day, Dmitri Petrovich. I'm not in the mood for philosophy. Yes, I'm probably done for. I talked too much when I was in Kazan. I said things I shouldn't have said to a fellow called Magyarov. Either he's an informer, or else he's been arrested and they've made him talk. It's a mess, a terrible mess." He looked at Shaposhnikov. Aware that Viktor was only pretending to pay attention, Shaposhnikov continued, "I think there is a boundary limiting the infinity of the universe. Life itself. This boundary's nothing to do with Einstein's curvature of space. It lies in the opposition between life and inanimate matter. In my opinion, life can be defined as freedom. Life is freedom. Freedom is the fundamental principle of life. That is the boundary. Between freedom and slavery, between inanimate matter and life. Now, as soon as freedom first appeared, it began to evolve. It evolved along two lines. First, man has more freedom than protozoa. The whole evolution of the living world has been a movement from a lesser to a greater degree of freedom. This is the very essence of evolution. The highest being is the one which has the most freedom." Viktor was now watching Shaposhnikov thoughtfully. Shaposhnikov nodded as though approving of his attentiveness. "And then there's a second, quantitative line of evolution. If we assume the weight of an average man to be 50 kilos, then humanity now weighs 100 million tons. That's a great deal more than, say, 1,000 years ago. The mass of animate matter will constantly increase at the expense of that of inanimate matter. The terrestrial globe will gradually come to life. After settling the Arctic and the deserts, man will burrow under the earth, continually pushing back the horizons of his underworld cities and fields. Eventually there will be a predominance of animate matter on Earth. Then the other planets will come to life. If we try to imagine the evolution of life over infinity, then the animation of inanimate matter will take place on a galactic scale. Inanimate matter will be transformed into free, living matter. The universe will come to life. Everything in the world will become alive and thus free. Freedom, life itself, will overcome slavery." "Yes," said Viktor with a smile. "You can even take the integral." "Listen now," said Shaposhnikov. "I used to study the evolution of stars, but now I've come to understand the importance of the slightest movement of a spot of living mucus. Take the first line of evolution, from the lowest to the highest form of life. One day man will be endowed with all the attributes of the deity: omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience. The coming century will bring a solution to the problem of the transformation of matter into energy and the creation of life itself. There will be a parallel development towards the attainment of extreme speeds and the conquest of space. More distant millennia will see progress towards the harnessing of the very highest form of energy: psychic energy." Suddenly, Viktor realized that this wasn't just idle chatter, and that he strongly disagreed with it. Man will learn to materialize in his laboratory the content and rhythm of the psychic activity of rational beings throughout the metagalaxy. Psychic energy will cross millions of light years of space instantaneously. Omnipresence, formerly an attribute of God, will have become one more conquest of reason. But man won't just stop there. After attaining equality with God, he will begin to solve the problems that were beyond God. He will establish communication with rational beings from the highest level of evolution, beings from another space and another time to whom the whole history of humanity seems merely a dim flicker. He will establish communication with the life of the microcosm whose whole evolution occurs within the twinkling of a man's eye. The abyss of time and space will be overcome. Man will finally be able to look down on God. Viktor shook his head. Dmitri Petrovich, he said, when you began, I was thinking that I might be arrested any day and that I wasn't in the mood for philosophy. Suddenly I quite forgot about Kravchenko, Shishakov, and Comrade Beria. I forgot that I might be thrown out of my laboratory tomorrow and into prison on the following day. But what I felt as I listened to you was not joy, but utter despair. We think we're so wise. To us, Hercules seems like a child with rickets, and yet on this very day the Germans are slaughtering Jewish children and old women as though they were mad dogs. And we ourselves have endured 1937 and the horrors of collectivization, famine, cannibalism, and the deportation of millions of unfortunate peasants. Once, everything seemed simple and clear. But these terrible losses and tragedies have confused everything. You say man will be able to look down on God. But what if he also becomes able to look down on the devil? What if he eventually surpasses him? You say life is freedom. Is that what people in the camps think? What if the life expanding through the universe should use its power to create a slavery still more terrible than your slavery of inanimate matter? Do you think this man of the future will surpass Christ in his goodness? That's the real question. How will the power of this omnipresent and omniscient being benefit the world if he is still endowed with our own fatuous self-assurance and animal egotism? Our class egotism, our race egotism, our state egotism, and our personal egotism. What if he transforms the whole world into a galactic concentration camp? What I want to know is, do you believe in the evolution of kindness, morality, mercy? Is man capable of evolving in that way? He gave Chepygin a rueful look. Forgive me for throwing a question like that at you. It seems even more abstract than the equations we were just talking about. No, said Chepygin, it's not so very abstract. It's a question that's had a very real effect on my life. I took a decision not to take part in any research relating to nuclear fission. You said yourself that man isn't yet kind enough or wise enough to lead a rational life. Just think what would happen now if he was presented with the power within the atom. Man's spiritual energy is still at a lamentable level. But I do believe in the future. I believe that it is not only man's power that will evolve, but also his soul, his capacity for love. Chepygin fell silent, troubled by the expression on Viktor's face. I have thought about all this, said Viktor, and I ended up feeling quite appalled. You and I are concerned about the imperfection of man, but take my laboratory. Who else there has ever thought about these questions? Sokolov? He's very clever, but very timid. He prostrates himself before the state and believes that there is no power except that of God. Markov? Markov hasn't the slightest inkling of questions of good and evil, of love and morality. His is a strictly practical talent. His attitude to scientific problems is that of a chess player, Savostyanov. The man I was just talking about, he's charming and witty and a splendid physicist, but at the same time he's just a gay young fellow without a thought in his head. When we were evacuated, he took with him a whole pile of photos of young women in bathing costumes. He likes playing the dandy, he likes dancing and getting drunk. He sees science as another kind of sport. Understanding some particular phenomenon, solving a particular problem, is the same as setting a new athletic record. All he cares about is getting there first, and I'm no better. I've never thought seriously about these matters myself. Science today should be entrusted to men of spiritual understanding, to prophets and saints. But instead it's been left to chess players and scientists. They don't know what they're doing. You do. But there's only one of you. If there's a Chepygin in Berlin, he won't refuse to do research on neutrons. What then? And what about me? What's going to happen to me? Once everything seemed quite simple, but now, you know that Tolstoy considered his works of genius to be just a trivial game. Well, we physicists are no geniuses, but we aren't half pleased with ourselves. Viktor's eyelids had started to twitch. Where can I find faith, strength, determination? He was speaking very quickly and with a strong Jewish accent. What can I say? You know what's happened. And now I'm being persecuted just because... He jumped up without finishing the sentence. His teaspoon fell to the floor. His hands were trembling. His whole body was trembling. "Calm down, Viktor Pavlovich. Please calm down," said Chepygin. "Let's talk about something else." No, I must go now. I'm sorry. Something's the matter with my head. Forgive me." He thanked Chepygin and took his leave. Afraid he could no longer control himself, he avoided looking him in the face. There were tears on his cheeks as he went down the stairs. 25. The others were already asleep when Viktor got back. He had the feeling he'd be sitting at his desk until morning, rewriting his letter of repentance and reading it over yet again, trying for the 100th time to decide whether or not to go into the institute. He hadn't been able to think during the long walk home. Not even about his tears on the staircase, or his abruptly terminated conversation with Chepygin. Not even about what might happen on the following day, or about the letter from his mother in the side pocket of his jacket. He was under the spell of the silent darkness of the streets. His mind was as vacant and windswept as the deserted alleys of Moscow at night. He felt no emotion, neither shame at his tears, nor dread of what was to come, nor even hope that everything would come right in the end. In the morning, when he wanted to go to the bathroom, he found the door locked from the inside. "Is that you, Lyudmila?" he called. He was astonished to hear Yevgenia's voice. "Heavens! Zhenechka, what's brought you here?" He was so taken aback that he asked stupidly, "Does Lyuda know that you're here?" Yevgenia came out. They kissed each other. "You don't look well," said Viktor. "That's what's called a Jewish compliment." There and then she told him about KRYMOV'S arrest and the reason for her visit. Viktor was shocked, but after news like that, her visit seemed all the more precious. A bright, happy Yevgenia, full of thoughts of her new life, would have seemed less close to him, less dear. Viktor talked away, asking lots of questions, but continually looking at his watch. "How senseless and absurd it all is," he said. "Just think of all the times I've argued with Nikolai, all the times he's tried to put me right. Now he's in prison, and I'm still at large." "Viktor," interrupted Lyudmila, "don't forget the clock in the dining room's 10 minutes slow." Viktor muttered something and went off to his room. He looked at his watch twice as he walked down the corridor. The meeting of the Scientific Council was due to begin at 11 o'clock. Surrounded by his books and other belongings, Viktor had an intensified, almost hallucinatory awareness of the bustle and tension there must be in the institute. It was 10:30. Sokolov was taking off his jacket. Savostyanov was whispering to Markov, "Well, it seems our madman's decided not to show up." Gurevich was scratching his stout behind and looking out of the window. A limousine was drawing up outside. Shishakov, wearing a hat and a long fur coat, was just getting out. Another car drew up and Badin got out. Kovchenko was going down the corridor. There were already about 15 people in the hall, all of them looking through newspapers. They'd known it would be crowded and had come early to get a good place. Svechin and Ramskov, the secretary of the Institute Party Committee, with the stamp of secrecy on his brow, were standing by the door of the committee office. Old academician Prasilov was gazing into the air as he floated down the corridor. He always made unbelievably vile speeches at meetings like this. The junior research assistants had formed a large, noisy group of their own. Viktor looked at his watch, took his statement out of the drawer, stuffed it into his pocket, and looked at his watch again. He could go to the meeting and not say anything. No, if he did go, it would be wrong not to speak, and if he did speak, he would have to repent. But if he didn't go at all, if he just burnt his boats... Yes, he knew what people would say. He didn't have the courage, openly defying the collective, a political challenge. After this, we must adopt a different language in dealing with him. Once again, Viktor took his statement out of his pocket and put it back without reading it. He had read these lines dozens of times. "I have realized that in expressing a lack of confidence in the party leadership, I have behaved in a manner incompatible with what is expected of a Soviet citizen, and therefore, also without realizing it, I have deviated in my researches from the central tenets of Soviet science and involuntarily opposed myself." Viktor kept wanting to reread his statement, but as soon as he picked it up, every letter of it seemed hatefully familiar. Krymov was in the Lubyanka, and he was a communist. As for Viktor, with his doubts, with his horror of Stalin's cruelty, with all he had said about freedom and bureaucracy, with his lurid political history, he should have been packed off to Kolyma long ago. These last few days, Victor had felt more and more frightened. He was sure they were coming to arrest him. There was usually more to an affair like this than just being fired from one's job. First you're taught a lesson, then you're fired, and then you're arrested. Victor looked at his watch again. The hall was already full. People were sitting there, looking at the door and whispering, "Still no STRUM." One person said, "It's already midday, and Victor's still not here." Shishakov sat down in the chairman's place and put his briefcase on the table. A secretary was standing beside Kovchenko. She had brought him some urgent papers to sign. Victor felt crushed by the impatience and irritation of the dozens of people waiting in the hall. There was probably someone waiting in the LUBYANKA too. The man in charge of his case was saying to himself, "Is he really not going to come?" Victor could see the grim figure from the Central Committee saying, "So he's chosen not to show up, has he?" He could see people he knew talking to their wives and calling him a lunatic. He knew that Lyudmila resented what he had done. The state that Victor had challenged was the one that Tolya had given his life for. Previously, when he had counted the number of his and Lyudmila's relatives who had been arrested and deported, he had reassured himself with the thought, "At least I can tell them not all my friends are like that. Look at Krymov. He's a close friend and he's an old Bolshevik who worked in the underground." So much for Krymov. Maybe they'd interrogate him in the Lubyanka and he'd tell them all Victor's heresies. But then Krymov wasn't that close to him. Zhenya and he had divorced, and his conversations with Krymov hadn't been that dangerous. It was only since the beginning of the war that Victor's doubts had been so pressing. If they spoke to Magyarov, though, the cumulative force of dozens of pushes and blows, dozens of fierce struggles, seemed to have bent his ribs, to be unstitching the bones of his skull. As for those senseless words of Dr. Stockman's, "He who is alone is strong." Was he strong? Looking furtively over his shoulder with the pathetic grimaces of someone from a shtetl, Victor hurriedly put on his tie, transferred his papers to the pockets of his new jacket, and put on his new yellow shoes. Just then, as he was standing fully dressed by the table, Lyudmila looked into the room. She walked up to him silently, kissed him, and went out again. No, he wasn't going to recite these stereotyped formulae. He would tell the truth. He would say what came from his heart. "My friends, my comrades, I have listened to you with pain. I have asked myself with pain how it is that at this joyful time, the time of this great and hard-won breakthrough at Stalingrad, I find myself alone, listening to the angry reproaches of my comrades, my brothers, my friends. I swear to you, with my blood, with my brain, with all my strength." Yes, yes. Now he knew what he would say. Quick, quick, there was still time. "Comrades, Comrade Stalin, I have lived falsely. I have had to reach the edge of the abyss to see my mistakes in their full horror." Yes, what he said would come from the depths of his soul. "Comrades, my own son died at Stalingrad." He went to the door. Everything had been resolved. All that remained was to get to the institute as quickly as possible, leave his coat in the cloakroom, enter the hall, hear the excited whispering of dozens of people, look round the familiar faces and say, "A word, if you please. Comrades, I wish to share with you my thoughts and feelings of the last few days." But at the same moment, Victor slowly took off his jacket and hung it on the back of a chair. He took off his tie, folded it and placed it on the edge of the table. He then sat down and began unlacing his shoes. He felt a sense of lightness and purity. He felt calm and thoughtful. He didn't believe in God, but somehow it was as though God were looking at him. Never in his life had he felt such happiness, such humility. Nothing on earth could take away his sense of rightness now. He thought of his mother. Perhaps she had been standing beside him when he had so unaccountably changed his mind. Only a minute before, he had sincerely wanted to make a hysterical confession. Neither God nor his mother had been in his mind when he had come to that last unshakable decision. Nevertheless, they had been there beside him. "How good, how happy I feel," he thought. Once again he imagined the meeting, the faces, the speakers' voices. "How good, how light everything is," he said to himself once again. He seemed never to have thought so deeply about life, about his family, about himself and his fate. Lyudmila and Yevgenia came into the room. Seeing him there without his shoes and his jacket, with an open collar, Lyudmila said, "Good God, you're still here. What will become of us now?" She sounded like an old woman. "I've no idea. Maybe it's still not too late." She looked at him again and added, I don't know. You're a grown man. But when it comes to matters like this, there are other things to think about than your principles. Viktor just sighed. Lyudmila, said Yevgenia. All right, said Lyudmila. Whatever will be, will be. Yes, Lyudochka, said Viktor. One way or another, we'll get by. He put his hand to his neck and smiled. Forgive me, Zhenya, I haven't got a tie on. Viktor looked at Lyudmila and Yevgenia. It was as though he had only now, for the first time, fully understood the difficulty and seriousness of life on Earth, the true importance of close relationships. At the same time, he knew that life would go on in its usual way, that he would still get upset over trifles, that he would still be infuriated by his wife and daughter. That's enough about me, he said. Let's have a game of chess, Zhenya. Remember how you checkmated me twice running? They set out the pieces. Viktor was white. He opened with the king's pawn. Yevgenia said, Nikolai always opened with the king's pawn when he was white. What do you think they'll say to me today at Kuznetsky Most? Lyudmila bent down and put Viktor's slippers beside his feet. He tried to slip his feet into them without looking. Lyudmila gave a querulous sigh, knelt down on the floor, and put them on for him. Viktor kissed her on the head and said absent-mindedly, Thank you, Lyudochka. Thank you. Yevgenia still hadn't made her first move. She shook her head and said, No, I just don't understand. Trotskyism's old hat. Something must have happened. But what? Lyudmila straightened the white pawns. I hardly slept last night. Such a right-thinking, devoted communist. You slept very well last night, said Yevgenia. I woke up several times and you were always snoring. That's not true, said Lyudmila angrily. I literally didn't close my eyes. Then, answering the question that was troubling her, she said to her husband, As long as they don't arrest you, I'm not afraid of anything else. We can sell our possessions. We can move to the dacha. I can teach chemistry in a school. You won't be able to keep your dacha, said Yevgenia. But don't you understand that Nikolai's quite innocent, said Viktor. It's a different way of thinking, another generation. They sat there talking over the chessboard, glancing now and again at the pieces and the solitary pawn that had made one move. Zhenya, my dear, said Viktor, you've acted according to your conscience, believe me. That's the highest thing a man can do. I don't know what life has in store for you, but I'm sure of one thing, you listen to your conscience. And the greatest tragedy of our age is that we don't listen to our consciences. We don't say what we think. We feel one thing and do another. Remember Tolstoy's words about capital punishment? I can't remain silent. But we remained silent in 1937 when thousands of innocent people were executed, or rather some of us, the best of us, remained silent. Others applauded noisily. And we remained silent during the horrors of general collectivization. Yes, we spoke too soon about socialism. It's not just a matter of heavy industry. Socialism, first of all, is the right to a conscience. To deprive a man of his conscience is a terrible crime. And if a man has the strength to listen to his conscience and then act on it, he feels a surge of happiness. I'm glad for you. You've acted according to your conscience. That's enough sermonizing, Vitya, said Lyudmila. Stop confusing the poor girl. You're not the Buddha. What's conscience got to do with it anyway? She's ruining her life, tormenting a good man. And what good will it do Krymov? He won't be happy even if they do set him free. And he was doing fine when they separated. She's got nothing to feel guilty about. Yevgenia picked up one of the kings, twirled it around, examined the felt on its base, then put it back again. Who's talking of happiness, Lyuda? She asked. I'm not thinking of happiness. Viktor looked at the clock. The dial now looked peaceful, the hands calm and sleepy. The discussion must be in full swing now. They're abusing me for all they're worth. But I'm not in the least upset or angry. I'd punch the whole lot of them in the snout, said Lyudmila. They're quite shameless. First you're the bright hope of Soviet science, then they're spitting in your face. Zhenya, when are you going to Kuznetsky Most? About 4 o'clock. Well, you must have something to eat first. What's for lunch today? Asked Viktor. He smiled. Ladies, you know what I'd like to ask you. I know. You want to go and work, said Lyudmila as she got up. Anyone else would be banging his head against the wall on a day like this, said Yevgenia. It's not a strength, but a weakness, said Viktor. Yesterday I had a long talk about science with Chepizhin, but I don't agree with him. Tolstoy was the same. He was tormented by doubts. He didn't know whether people needed literature. He didn't know whether people needed the books he wrote. "You know something," said Lyudmila. "Before talking like that, you should write The War and Peace of Physics." Victor felt horribly embarrassed. "Yes, Lyuda, yes, you're quite right. I let my tongue run away with me," he muttered. At the same time, he gave his wife a look of reproach. "Even at a time like this, she has to pounce on every slip I make." Once again, Victor was left alone. He reread the notes he had made yesterday. At the same time, he pondered what had just happened. Why did he feel more comfortable now that Yevgenia and Lyudmila had left the room? Somehow he had been behaving unnaturally. There had been something false in the way he'd asked Yevgenia for a game of chess, in the way he'd said he wanted to do some work, and Lyudmila must have sensed it. That was the reason for her remark about the Buddha. He himself had been conscious of something wooden in his voice as he made his speech about conscience. He had tried to talk about everyday matters so as not to be thought smug, but that had seemed equally forced and unnatural. He felt a vague sense of anxiety. Something was missing, but he didn't know what. He kept getting up and walking over to the door to eavesdrop on Lyudmila and Yevgenia. He hadn't the slightest wish to know what had been said at the meeting, who had made the most vicious or intolerant speech, what resolution had finally been passed. He would just write a short note to Shishakov, saying that he was ill and wouldn't be able to come to the institute for the next few days. After that, things would sort themselves out. He was always ready to be of service in any way that was required. Why recently had he felt so afraid of being arrested? He hadn't done anything that awful. He had talked too much, but not so very much. Victor still felt anxious. He kept looking impatiently at the door. Was it that he wanted something to eat? Yes, he'd have to say goodbye to the special store, and to the famous canteen. There was a quiet ring at the door. Victor rushed out into the corridor, shouting in the direction of the kitchen. "I'll go, Lyudmila." He flung open the door. Maria Ivanovna peered anxiously at him through the gloom. "So you're still here," she said quietly. "I knew you wouldn't go." Victor began helping her off with her coat. As his fingers touched the collar, as he felt the warmth from the back of her head and neck, he suddenly realized that he had been waiting for her. That was why he had been watching the door and listening so anxiously. He knew this from the sense of joy and ease he had felt as soon as he saw her. It must have been her he wanted to meet all the times he had walked back gloomily from the institute, staring anxiously at the passers-by, studying women's faces behind the windows of trams and trolleybuses. And when he had got back and asked Lyudmila, "Has anyone been round?" what he had really wanted to know was whether she had been round. Yes, it had been like this for a long time. She had come round, they had talked and joked, she had gone away, and he seemed to have forgotten her. She had only come to mind when he was talking to Sokolov or when Lyudmila had passed on her greetings. She seemed to have existed only when he was with her or when he was talking about how charming she was. Sometimes when he was teasing Lyudmila, he had said that she hadn't even read Pushkin and Turgenev. He had been for a walk with her in the park. He had enjoyed looking at her and had liked the way she understood him so quickly and so perfectly. He had been very touched by her childlike attentiveness. Then they had said goodbye, and he had stopped thinking about her. He had thought of her again on his way back, only to forget her once more. Now Victor felt that she had been with him all the time, that she had only appeared to be absent. She had been with him even when he wasn't thinking of her. Even when he hadn't seen her or thought of her, she had still been with him. He had been aware of her absence without realizing it. He hadn't known that he had constantly and unwittingly been upset by it. Today he understood himself and the people close to him very deeply. Now he understood his feelings towards her. He had been glad to see her because this had brought to an end the constant ache of her absence. Now that she was with him, he felt at ease. He had felt lonely talking to his daughter, talking to his friends, to Chepizhin, to his wife. Seeing Maria Ivanovna had been enough to bring this sense of loneliness to an end. There was nothing surprising about this discovery. It seemed natural and self-evident. How was it he had failed to understand this a month ago, 2 months ago, while they were still in Kazan? And of course, today, when he had felt her absence particularly strongly, this feeling had broken through to the surface and become conscious. As it was impossible to hide anything from her, he frowned and said to her there and then, "I thought I must be as hungry as a wolf. I kept looking at the door to see if they'd call me for lunch. But what I was really waiting for was Maria Ivanovna. Maria Ivanovna didn't say anything. She just walked straight through as though she hadn't heard what he said. They introduced her to Yevgenia, and she sat down next to her on the sofa. Viktor looked from Yevgenia to Maria Ivanovna, and then at Lyudmila. How beautiful the two sisters were. There was something particularly attractive about Lyudmila today. Her face had none of the harshness that often disfigured it. Her large bright eyes looked sad and gentle. Sensing that Maria Ivanovna was looking at her, Yevgenia straightened her hair. Forgive me saying this, Yevgenia Nikolaevna, but I never imagined that a woman could be so beautiful. I've never seen a face like yours. Maria Ivanovna blushed as she said this. But look at her hands, Mashenka, said Lyudmila, and her neck and her hair. And her nostrils, said Viktor. Her nostrils. Do you think I'm a horse or something, said Yevgenia, as if all that mattered to me. The horse is off its food, said Viktor. It was far from clear what this meant, but they all laughed. Do you want to eat, Vitya? Asked Lyudmila. No, no, he answered. He saw Maria Ivanovna blush, so she had heard what he'd said to her in the hall. Maria Ivanovna sat there, as thin and grey as a little sparrow. Her forehead was slightly protuberant, she had a hairdo like a village schoolteacher's, and she wore a woolen dress patched at the elbows. To Viktor, every word she spoke seemed full of intelligence, kindness, and sensitivity. Every movement she made was an embodiment of sweetness and grace. Instead of talking about the meeting of the scientific council, she asked after Nadia. She asked Lyudmila if she could borrow the magic mountain. She asked Yevgenia about Vera and her little boy, and what news she'd heard from Alexandra Vladimirovna in Kazan. It took a while for Viktor to realize how unerringly Maria Ivanovna had chosen the right subjects to talk about. It was as though she were affirming that no power in the world could stop people from being people, that even the most powerful state was unable to intrude on a circle of parents, sisters, and children, and that her admiration for the people she was sitting with gave her the right to talk not about what had been imposed on them from outside, but about their own inner concerns. Maria Ivanovna had indeed chosen correctly. The women talked about Nadia and Vera's little boy, and Viktor sat there in silence. He could sense the light inside him burning warmly and evenly, never flickering or growing dim. Viktor thought Yevgenia had been conquered by Maria Ivanovna's charm. When Lyudmila and Maria Ivanovna went off to the kitchen, he said thoughtfully, "What a charming woman." "Vitka, Vitka," said Yevgenia teasingly. He was quite taken aback. It was over 12 years since anyone had called him that. "The young lady's head over heels in love with you." "Don't be stupid," he said. "And what do you mean, the young lady? That's the last thing one can say of her. And she's Lyudmila's only friend. She and Maria Ivanovna are very close." "What about you and Maria Ivanovna?" inquired Yevgenia, her eyes twinkling. "I'm being serious," said Viktor. Realizing that he was angry, she looked straight at him, her eyes still full of laughter. "You know what, Janechka," said Viktor, "you can go to hell." Just then, Nadia came in. Still in the hall, she asked quickly, "Has Papa gone off to repent?" She came into the room. Viktor hugged her and gave her a kiss. Yevgenia looked her up and down. Her eyes were quite moist. "Well," she said, "there isn't a single drop of Slav blood in you. You're a true Hebrew maiden." "Papa's genes," said Nadia. "You know, Nadia, I've a weakness for you," said Yevgenia, "like Grandmama has for Seryozha." "Don't worry, Papa, we won't let you die of hunger," said Nadia. "What do you mean, we? You and your lieutenant," said Viktor. "And don't forget to wash your hands when you come back from school." "Who's Mama talking to?" "Maria Ivanovna." "Do you like Maria Ivanovna?" asked Yevgenia. "I think she's the best person in the whole world," said Nadia. "I'd like to marry her." "Very kind, quite angelic?" asked Yevgenia in the same mocking tone. "Don't you like her, Aunt Genya?" "I don't like saints. There's usually some kind of hysteria underneath," said Yevgenia. "I'd rather have an outright bitch." "Hysteria?" repeated Viktor. "I was just talking in general, Viktor. I don't mean her in particular." Nadia went out to the kitchen. Yevgenia said to Viktor, "Vera had a lieutenant when I was in Stalingrad, and now Nadia's got one too. Here today and gone tomorrow. They die so easily, Viktor. It's so sad." "Janechka, Genevieva, do you really not like Maria Ivanovna?" I don't know, she said hurriedly. Some women seem so accommodating, so ready to sacrifice themselves. They never say, I'm going to bed with this man because I want to. Instead, they say, it's my duty, I pity him, and I'm sacrificing myself for him. It's of her own free will that a woman like that goes to bed with a man, lives with him, or decides to leave him. But the way she explains it is very different. I had to. It was my duty. I acted according to my conscience. I made a sacrifice. I renounced him. And she hasn't made any sacrifice at all. She's done just as she pleased. The worst of it is that she sincerely believes in this willingness of hers to make sacrifices. I can't stand women like that. And do you know why? Because I sometimes think I'm like that myself. While they were eating, Maria Ivanovna said to Yevgenia, "Let me go with you, Yevgenia Nikolaevna. I have, sadly, got some experience of these matters, and it's always easier with someone else." Yevgenia looked very embarrassed. "No, no," she said, "but thank you very much. There are things one has to do on one's own, burdens one can never share." Lyudmila looked at her sister out of the corner of her eye. As though to prove that she and Maria Ivanovna had no secrets from one another, she said, "Mashenka's got it into her head that you don't like her." Yevgenia didn't answer. "Yes," said Maria Ivanovna, "I can feel it. But you must forgive me for saying that. It's stupid of me. What does it matter to you anyway?" Lyudmila should have kept quiet. "Now it looks as though I'm forcing myself on you, trying to make you change your mind. Really, I just said it without thinking. And anyway..." To her surprise, Yevgenia found herself saying quite sincerely, "No, my dear, no. It's just that I'm very upset. Please forgive me. You're very kind." Then she got up and said, "Now, my children, as Mama used to say, it's time." 26. There were a lot of people on the street. "Are you in a hurry?" Viktor asked Maria Ivanovna. "We could go to the park again." "But people are already coming home from work. I must be back before Pyotr Lavrentievitch." Viktor was expecting her to ask him round. Then Sokolov could tell him about the meeting. But she didn't say anything. He began to wonder if Sokolov was afraid to meet him. He felt hurt that Maria Ivanovna was in such a hurry. But of course it was only natural. They passed a little square not far from the road leading to the Donskoy monastery. Suddenly Maria Ivanovna stopped and said, "Let's sit down for a minute, then I can get the trolleybus." They sat there in silence. Viktor could sense that she was very troubled. Her head slightly bent, she looked straight into his eyes. They remained silent. Her lips were tightly closed, but he seemed able to hear her voice. Everything was quite clear, as though it had already been said. What difference could words make? Viktor knew that something very serious was happening, that a new imprint lay on his life, that he was entering a time of deep and painful confusion. He didn't want to make anyone suffer. It would be better if no one knew of their love. Perhaps they shouldn't talk of it even to one another. Or perhaps... But they couldn't conceal what was happening now. They couldn't hide their present joy and sorrow. And this alone would have deep and inevitable consequences. What was happening depended only on them, but it seemed like a fate they were powerless to oppose. What lay between them was true and natural. They were no more responsible for it than a man is responsible for the light of day. And yet this truth inevitably engendered insincerity, deceit, and cruelty towards those dearest to them. It was in their power to avoid deceit and cruelty. All they had to do was renounce this clear and natural light. One thing was plain: he had lost his peace of mind forever. Whatever happened, he would never know peace. Whether he hid his love for the woman beside him, or whether it became his destiny, he would not know peace. Whether he was with her, feeling guilty, or whether he was apart from her, aching for her, he would have no peace. She was still staring at him. Viktor found her look of mingled happiness and despair almost unbearable. He hadn't given in. He had stood firm against a vast and merciless force. But how weak, how helpless he felt now. "Viktor Pavlovitch," she said, "it's time for me to go. Pyotr Lavrentievitch will be waiting." She took him by the hand. "We won't be able to see each other anymore. I gave Pyotr Lavrentievitch my word not to see you." Viktor felt like someone dying of a heart attack. His heart, whose beating had never depended on his will, was stopping. The universe was swaying, turning upside down. The air and the earth were disappearing. "But why, Maria Ivanovna? Pyotr Lavrentievitch made me promise to stop seeing you. I gave him my word. I know that's terrible, but he's in such a state. He's quite ill. I'm afraid he might die." "Masha," said Viktor. There was an invincible power in her voice and her face, the same power that he had been struggling against everywhere. Masha, he repeated, dear God, you can see everything, you understand all too well, I'm not hiding anything. But why talk about it all? I just can't. Pyotr Lavrentievich has been through so much, you know that yourself, and think of Lyudmila's sufferings, it's impossible. Yes, we have no right, said Viktor. My dearest, my unhappy friend, my light, said Maria Ivanovna. Viktor's hat fell to the ground. People were probably looking at them. Yes, we have no right, he repeated. He kissed her hands. As he held her small, cold fingers, he felt that the unshakable strength of her resolve went hand in hand with weakness, submissiveness, helplessness. She got up from the bench and walked away without looking back. He sat there, thinking that for the first time in his life he had seen happiness, light. And now it had left him. This woman whose fingers he had just kissed could have replaced everything he had ever wanted, everything he had dreamed of. Science, fame, the joy of recognition. The following day, Savostyanov phoned Viktor and asked after his and Lyudmila's health. When Viktor asked about the meeting, Savostyanov answered, I don't want to upset you, Viktor Pavlovich, but there are more non-entities around than even I ever imagined. Surely Sokolov can't have spoken, thought Viktor. Was a resolution passed? He asked. Yes, a harsh one, that certain things were considered incompatible, that the directors should be asked to reassess. I see, said Viktor. He had known very well that such a resolution would be adopted, but now it seemed somehow unexpected. He felt quite taken aback. I'm innocent, he thought, but still I'm sure to be arrested. They knew very well that KRYMOV was innocent, and he was arrested. Did anyone vote against? He asked. In reply, he heard an embarrassed silence. No, Viktor Pavlovich, I think it was unanimous. You did yourself a lot of harm by not attending. Savostyanov's voice was barely audible. He must have rung from a call box. The same day, Anna Stepanovna telephoned. She had already been dismissed and no longer went into the institute. She didn't know about the meeting. She said she was going to stay with her sister in Murom for 2 months and invited him to join them. Viktor felt touched. Thank you, he said, but if I go to Murom, it won't be for a rest. It will be to teach physics in a technical college. Heavens, Viktor Pavlovich, said Anna Stepanovna, what made you do all that just for me? You make me despair. I'm not worth it. She had obviously taken what he had said about the technical college as a reproach. Her voice was also very faint. She too must be ringing from a call box. Did Sokolov really speak? Viktor asked himself. Late that night, Chepizhin rang. All day, Viktor had been like an invalid who came to life only when people spoke about his disease. Chepizhin obviously sensed this. Did Sokolov speak? Can he really have done so? Viktor asked Lyudmila, but she, of course, knew no more than he did. A veil seemed to have fallen between him and everyone close to him. Savostyanov had been afraid to talk about what most concerned Viktor. He hadn't wanted to be the one who told him. He was probably worried that Viktor would meet people from the institute and say, I know everything already. Savostyanov's given me a detailed report. Anna Stepanovna had been very affectionate, but she should have done more than just phone him. At a time like this, she should have called at his home. And as for Chepizhin, he should have offered Viktor a job at the Astrophysics Institute, or at least mentioned it as a possibility. They all upset me, and I upset them, thought Viktor. It would be better if they didn't phone at all. He felt still more offended, however, with the people who hadn't phoned. He waited all day long for calls from Gurevich, Markov, and Pimenov. He even felt a sudden burst of anger at the electricians and technicians who were setting up the new apparatus. The swine, he said to himself. They've got nothing to fear. The workers are all right. As for Sokolov, Viktor couldn't bear even to think about him. He had told Maria Ivanovna never to phone. Viktor could pardon everyone else. Colleagues, old acquaintances, relatives, but his friend. He felt so angry when he thought about Sokolov, so deeply and painfully upset that he could hardly breathe. Without realizing it, however, he was pleased to find in Sokolov's betrayal a justification for his own betrayal of Sokolov. Viktor was so nervous that he wrote a quite unnecessary letter to Shishakov, asking to be informed of the decision taken by the directors of the institute. He himself was ill and would be unable to come to work for several days. The phone didn't ring once during the whole of the following day. What does it matter? I'm going to be arrested anyway. By now, this thought was more of a consolation than a torment. Invalids console themselves in the same way, saying, illness or no illness, we all die in the end. The only person we hear any news from is Zhenya, Viktor said to Lyudmila. But then that's from the NKVD, straight from the horse's mouth. I'm sure of it now, said Lyudmila. Sokolov must have spoken at the scientific council. That's the only way I can explain Maria Ivanovna's silence. She feels ashamed. In that case, I'll phone her myself. While he's out at work. No, shouted Viktor. You mustn't do that. You absolutely mustn't. Your relations with Sokolov have nothing to do with me, said Lyudmila. I'm friends with Masha. Viktor couldn't explain why she must not phone Maria Ivanovna, but he felt ashamed at the idea of Lyudmila unwittingly becoming a link between them. Lyuda, from now on our contact with people has to be one-sided. If a man's been arrested, his wife can only visit people who've invited her. She doesn't have the right to say, I want to come round. That would be humiliating for both her and her husband. You and I have entered a new epoch. We can no longer write to anyone ourselves. We can only reply to letters. We can no longer phone anyone. We can only pick up the receiver when it rings. We don't even have the right to greet acquaintances. They may prefer not to notice us. And if someone does greet me, I don't have the right to speak first. He might consider it possible to give me a nod of the head, but not to talk to me. I can only answer if he speaks first. You and I are pariahs. He paused for a moment. Fortunately for the pariahs, however, there are exceptions. There are one or two people, I'm not talking about family, about Zhenya or your mother, whom a pariah can trust. He can contact these people without first waiting for a sign. People like Chepizhin. Yes, Vitya, answered Lyudmila. You're absolutely right. Viktor was amazed. It was a long time since Lyudmila had agreed with anything he said. And I have a friend like that myself. Maria Ivanovna, she went on. Lyuda, said Viktor. Do you realize that Maria Ivanovna's given her word to Sokolov not to go on seeing us? Now phone her. Go on. Phone her after that. He snatched up the receiver and held it out to Lyudmila. As he did so, a small part of him was hoping, perhaps she will phone, then at least one of us will hear Maria Ivanovna's voice. So it's like that, is it? Said Lyudmila, putting down the receiver. What can have happened to Genevieva? Said Viktor. Our troubles have brought us together. I've never felt such tenderness towards her as I do now. When his daughter came in, Viktor said, Nadia, I've had a talk with Mama. She'll tell you about it in detail herself. Now I'm a pariah, you must stop going to the MOSTOVSKOYs. 28. Derensky felt a strange mixture of feelings as he looked at the German tanks and lorries that had been abandoned in the snow, at the frozen corpses, at the column of men being marched under escort to the east. This was retribution indeed. He remembered stories about how the Germans had made fun of the poverty of the peasant huts, how they had gazed in surprise and disgust at the simple cradles, the crude stoves, the earthenware pots, the pictures on the walls, the wooden tubs, the painted clay cocks, at the beloved and wonderful world in which the boys then fleeing from their tanks had been born and brought up. Look, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, said his driver. 4 Germans were carrying one of their comrades on a greatcoat. You could tell from their faces, from their straining necks, that soon they too would fall to the ground. They swayed from side to side. They tripped over the tangled rags wound round their feet. The dry snow lashed their mindless eyes. Their frozen fingers gripped the corners of the greatcoat like hooks. So much for the Fritzes, said the driver. We never asked them to come here, said Derensky. Suddenly he felt a wave of happiness. Straight through the steppe, in a cloud of mist and snow, Soviet tanks were making their way to the west. They looked quick and fierce, strong and muscular. Soldiers were standing up in the hatches. He could see their faces and shoulders, their black helmets and their black sheepskins. There they were, tearing through the ocean-like steppe, leaving behind them a foaming wake of dirty snow. Derensky caught his breath in pride and happiness. Terrible and somber, a steel-clad Russia had turned her face to the west. There was a hold-up as they came to a village. Derensky got out of his jeep and walked past 2 rows of trucks and some tarpaulin-covered Katyushas. A group of prisoners was being herded across the road. A full colonel who had just got out of his car was watching. He was wearing a cap made from silver astrakhan fur, the kind you can only obtain if you are in command of an army or if you have a quartermaster as a close friend. The guards waved their machine guns at the prisoners and shouted, come on, look lively there." An invisible wall separated these prisoners from the soldiers and lorry drivers. A cold still more extreme than the cold of the steppes prevented their eyes from meeting. "Look at that," said a laughing voice. "One of them's got a tail." A German soldier was crawling across the road on all fours. A scrap of torn quilt trailed along behind him. The soldier was crawling as quickly as he could, moving his arms and legs like a dog, his head to the ground as though he were following a scent. He was making straight for the colonel. The driver standing beside the colonel said, "Watch out, comrade colonel, he's going to bite you." The colonel stepped to one side. As the German came up to him, he gave him a push with his boot. The feeble blow was enough to break him. He collapsed on the ground, his arms and legs splayed out on either side. The German looked up at the man who had just kicked him. His eyes were like those of a dying sheep. There was no reproach or suffering in them, nothing at all except humility. "A fine warrior that ship makes," said the colonel, wiping the sole of his boot on the snow. There was a ripple of laughter among the onlookers. Everything went dark. Derensky was no longer his own master. Another man, someone who was at once very familiar to him and yet utterly alien, someone who never hesitated, was directing his actions. "Comrade Colonel," he said, "Russians don't kick a man when he's down." "What do you think I am, then?" asked the colonel. "Do you think I'm not a Russian?" "You're a scoundrel," said Derensky. He saw the colonel take a step towards him. Forestalling the man's angry threats, he shouted, "My surname's Derensky, Lieutenant Colonel Derensky, Inspector of the Operations Section of Stalingrad Front Headquarters. I'm ready to repeat what I said to you before the commander of the front and before a military tribunal." In a voice full of hatred, the colonel said, "Very well, Lieutenant Colonel Derensky, you will be hearing from me." He stalked away. Some prisoners came up and dragged their comrade to one side. After that, wherever Derensky turned, he kept meeting the eyes of the prisoners. It was as though something attracted them to him. As he walked slowly back to his jeep, he heard a mocking voice say, "So the Fritzes have found a defender." Soon Derensky was on his way again, but they were held up by another column of prisoners being marched towards them. The Germans in grey uniforms, the Romanians in green. Derensky's fingers were trembling as he lit a cigarette. The driver noticed this out of the corner of his eye and said, "I don't feel any pity for them. I could shoot any one of them just like that." "Fine," said Derensky, "but you should have shot them in 1941 instead of taking to your heels like I did." He said nothing more for the rest of the journey. This incident, however, didn't open his heart. On the contrary, it was as though he'd quite exhausted his store of kindness. What an abyss lay between the road he was following today and the road he had taken to Yashkul through the Kalmyk steppe. Was he really the same man who, beneath an enormous moon, had stood on what seemed to be the last corner of Russian earth? Who had watched the fleeing soldiers and the snake-like necks of the camels, tenderly making room in his heart for the poor, for the weak, for everyone whom he loved? 29. The command post of the tank corps lay on the outskirts of the village. Derensky drove up to the hut. It was already dark. They'd obviously only recently moved in. Soldiers were unloading suitcases and mattresses from a truck, and signalers were installing telephones. The soldier on sentry duty reluctantly went inside and called for the duty officer. He came reluctantly out onto the porch. Like all duty officers, he looked at the new arrival's epaulets rather than his face. "Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, the corps commander's only just got back from visiting one of the brigades. He's having a rest. He can see you later. Report to the corps commander that Lieutenant Colonel Derensky has arrived. Is that clear?" The officer sighed and went back into the hut. A minute later, he came out again and called, "This way, please, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel." Derensky climbed the steps up onto the porch and saw Novikov coming to meet him. For a few moments, they just looked at one another, laughing. "So we meet again," said Novikov. It was a good meeting. Two intelligent heads bent over the map, just as they had in the old days. "I'm advancing as fast as I once retreated," said Novikov. "Even faster on this bit of the course." "And this is winter," said Derensky. "Just wait till the summer." "I know." It was wonderful to study the map with Derensky. He grasped things immediately, and he was interested in details that no one except Novikov ever seemed to notice. Lowering his voice, as though he were about to come out with some personal confidence, Novikov said, "Of course we have scouts in the zone of operations. Of course we have a coordinated system of reference points for the terrain. Of course we liaise with other arms of the service, but the operations of every other arm are subordinated to one god. The T-34. She's the queen." Derensky was familiar with the maps of the other military operations then in progress. He told Novikov about the campaign in the Caucasus, the contents of the intercepted conversations between Hitler and Paulus, and about the movement of General Freta Pico's artillery units. "You can already see the Ukraine through the window," said Novikov. He pointed to the map. "I think I'm nearer than anyone else, but Rodin's corps is right on my heels." Then he pushed the map aside and said, "Well, that's enough tactics and strategy for one day. How's everything else?" asked Derensky. "Still the same?" "No," said Novikov. "Very different indeed. You haven't got married, have you?" "I'm expecting to any day. She should be here soon." "Well, well," said Derensky. "Another good man gone. But I congratulate you with all my heart. As for me, I'm still single." "How's Bykov?" asked Novikov abruptly. "Bykov? He's surfaced with Vatutin, doing the same job. He's a tough bastard, isn't he? A rock." "To hell with him," said Novikov. He shouted in the direction of the other room. "What's up, Vershkov? Have you decided to starve us to death? And you can call the commissar. We'll all eat together." There was no need to call Getmanov. He opened the door, looked sadly at Novikov and said, "What's all this, Pyotr Pavlovitch? Rodin seems to have overtaken us. You watch it. He'll beat us to the Ukraine yet." He turned to Derensky. "See what a pass things have come to, Lieutenant Colonel? Now we're more afraid of our neighbors than of the enemy." "You're not a neighbor, are you?" "No, I can see. You're an old comrade." "You seem to be obsessed with the Ukrainian question," said Novikov. Getmanov reached out for a tin of food and said in a tone of mock threat, "Very well, Pyotr Pavlovitch, but remember this. I won't marry you and your Yevgenia Nikolaevna till we're on Ukrainian soil. The lieutenant colonel's my witness." He held out his glass towards Novikov. "Anyway, let's drink to his Russian heart." "That's a good toast," said Derensky in all sincerity. Remembering Derensky's dislike of commissars, Novikov said, "Yes, comrade lieutenant colonel, it's a long time since we last met." Getmanov glanced at the table. "We've got nothing to offer our guest. Only a few tins. The cook barely has time to light the stove before we move our command post. We're on the go day and night. You should have come round before the offensive began. Now we only stop for 1 hour in every 24. We'll soon be overtaking ourselves." "You might at least give us a fork," said Novikov to his orderly. "You told us not to unload all that," he replied. Getmanov began giving his impressions of the newly liberated territory. "The Russians and the Kalmyks are like day and night," he began. "The Kalmyks danced to the Germans' tune. They even got issued with green uniforms. They roamed over the steppes, rounding up our men. And just think of what they've been given by Soviet power. They were just a crowd of ragged, illiterate, syphilitic nomads, but it's no good. You can't change a leopard's spots. Even during the Civil War, the vast majority were on the side of the whites. And just think how much money we spent on all those weeks dedicated to the friendship of nations. We'd have done better to spend it on building another tank factory in Siberia." I met one young woman, a Don Cossack, who told me what she went through during these months. No, there's no doubt about it. The Kalmyks have betrayed the confidence of the Russians. That's what I'm going to say in my report to the military Soviet. He turned to Novikov. "Do you remember what I said about Bazangov? My intuition as a communist didn't let me down. But don't you be offended, Pyotr Pavlovitch. That's not meant as a reproach. Do you think I've never made mistakes in my life? But you can't overestimate the importance of nationality. That's what we've been taught by the experience of the war. And you know the name of a Bolshevik's best teacher? Experience." "As for what you say about the Kalmyks," said Derensky, "I couldn't agree more. I've just been in the Kalmyk steppe myself. I can tell you. I've had enough of driving through all these Shebanas and Kitcheners." What made him say that? He had spent a long time in the steppes and never once felt the least antipathy toward the Kalmyks. On the contrary, he had felt a genuine interest in their customs and way of life. It was as if the commissar was endowed with some magnetic power. Derensky felt a need to agree with everything he said. Novikov looked at him with a mocking smile. He knew Getmanov's power only too well. I know you've suffered injustice in your time, said Getmanov to Derensky unexpectedly. But don't you go nursing a grudge against us Bolsheviks. What we want is the good of the people. Derensky, who had always thought that military commissars did nothing but spread confusion, said, But of course, how could I fail to understand that? Certainly there have been times when we've gone too far, Getmanov continued. But the people will pardon us. They will. We're good fellows, and we mean well. Isn't that so? Novikov gave the two men a friendly look and said, Don't you think we've got a fine commissar? You have indeed, said Derensky. That's right, said Getmanov. They all three began to laugh. As though reading the thoughts of the two officers, Getmanov looked at his watch and said, Well, I'm going to go and lie down. I should be able to get a decent night's sleep for once. We're like gypsies, always on the road. It's 10 days since I've taken off my boots. Where's the chief of staff? Is he asleep? Asleep, said Novikov. He's already taking a look at our new quarters. We'll be off again in the morning. Novikov and Derensky were left on their own. You know, said Derensky, there's one thing I've never quite managed to understand. Not long ago I was in the sands near the Caspian. I felt very depressed. I felt it was the end of everything. And then what? I find we've achieved this. What power? What does anything else matter beside this? As for me, said Novikov, I'm really beginning to understand what we Russians can do. We're a fierce breed. We're real wolves. What power? Repeated Derensky. And the important thing is this. Under the leadership of the Bolsheviks, we Russians are the vanguard of humanity. Everything else is just an insignificant detail. I'll tell you what, said Novikov. Would you like me to ask again to have you transferred here? You could be the deputy chief of staff. We'd be fighting shoulder to shoulder again. How about it? Thank you, said Derensky. Who would I be deputy to? General Neudobnov. That's as it should be. A lieutenant colonel as deputy to a general. Neudobnov, the one who was abroad just before the war, in Italy? That's right. He's no Suvorov, but it's possible to work with him. Derensky didn't say anything. Novikov looked at him. Well? Derensky put his hand up to his mouth and pulled up his upper lip. See these crowns, he said. That's Neudobnov's work. He knocked out 2 teeth of mine when he was interrogating me in 1937. They looked at each other, didn't say anything, and looked at each other again. A very competent man, said Derensky. Certainly. Of course, said Novikov with an ironic smile. After all, he's not one of those Kalmyks. He's a Russian. And now let's have a real drink, he bellowed. Let's drink like Russians. Derensky had never drunk so much in his life. Nevertheless, but for the 2 empty bottles on the table, no one would have guessed quite how much the 2 men had accounted for. They were now addressing each other as Tai. As he refilled the glasses for the 100th time, Novikov said, Come on, don't hold back now. For once, Derensky didn't hold back. They talked about the first days of the war and the retreat, about Blucher and Tukhachevsky, about Zhukov. Derensky spoke about his interrogation. Novikov told Derensky how he'd delayed for a few minutes at the very beginning of the offensive. He didn't tell him how very mistaken he'd been concerning his brigade commanders. Their talk turned to the Germans. Novikov said how he'd thought the summer of 1941 would have hardened him forever. But as soon as he'd seen the first columns of prisoners, he'd given orders to improve their rations and to have anyone wounded or frostbitten taken to the rear by truck. Just now, your commissar and I were abusing the Kalmyks, said Derensky, and we were quite right, but it's a pity your Neudobnov isn't here. I'd like to have a few words with him. Yes, I certainly would. And were there no collaborators among the Russians in Kursk and Orel? Asked Novikov. What about General Vlasov? He's hardly a Kalmyk. As for my Basangov, he's a fine soldier. And Neudobnov's a Chekist. He's not a soldier at all. My commissar told me that, but we Russians are going to conquer. Yes, I'll get to Berlin myself. The Germans will never be able to stop us now. I know about Neudobnov and Yezhov and all that, said Derensky. But there's only one Russia now. Soviet Russia. And even if they knock out every one of my teeth, that won't change my love for Russia. I'll love Russia till my dying day. But I won't be deputy to a prostitute like that. No, comrade, you must be joking. Novikov poured out some more vodka. Come on, don't hold back. Then he said, but who knows what else will happen. One day, I'll be in disgrace myself. Changing the subject again, he said, "A horrible thing happened the other day. A driver had his head blown off, but he still had his foot on the accelerator. The tank drove on. Forward. Forward." "Your commissar and I were abusing the Kalmyks," said Derensky, "but there's one old Kalmyk I just can't get out of my head. How old's that new Dubnov? How about driving to your new quarters and paying him a visit?" "I've been granted a great happiness," said Novikov in a thick, drawling voice. "The greatest of all happinesses." He took a photograph out of his pocket and passed it to Derensky. Derensky looked at it for a long time. "Yes, she's a real beauty." "Beauty?" said Novikov. "Who cares about beauty? No one could love a woman like I do just for her beauty." Vershkov appeared in the doorway. He looked at Novikov questioningly. "Get the hell out of here," said Novikov very slowly. "Why treat him like that?" said Derensky. "He just wanted to know if you needed him for anything." All right, but I can be a swine too, and I don't need you to tell me how to behave. And why are you calling me Tai anyway? You're just a lieutenant colonel. So it's like that, is it?" "Don't you know how to take a joke?" said Novikov, thinking to himself that it was a good thing Zhenya hadn't yet seen him drunk. "I don't know how to take stupid jokes," said Derensky. They went on wrangling for a long time. They only made peace when Novikov suggested driving to their new quarters and giving new Dobnov a good whipping. Needless to say, they didn't drive anywhere at all but just went on drinking. 30. Alexandra Vladimirovna received 3 letters all on the same day, one from each of her 2 daughters and one from her granddaughter Vera. She guessed by the handwriting who these letters were from and sensed immediately that they contained bad news. Many years of experience had taught her that children don't write to their mothers just to share their joys. Each letter contained an invitation to come and stay, with Lyudmila in Moscow, with Zhenya in Kuibyshev, with Vera in Leninsk. This made Alexandra Vladimirovna still more certain that the 3 women were in trouble. Vera wrote mostly about her father. His difficulties with the party had brought him to the end of his tether. He had been summoned to Kuibyshev by the People's Commissariat and had only returned a few days ago. This journey had exhausted him more than all the months in Stalingrad. His case still awaited a decision. He had been ordered to return to Stalingrad and make a start on rebuilding the power station. It was uncertain, however, whether he would be allowed to remain in the employ of the commissariat. Vera herself had decided to go back to Stalingrad with her father. The center of the city hadn't yet been liberated, but the Germans were no longer shooting. Apparently the house where Alexandra Vladimirovna had lived was just an empty shell with a caved-in roof. Stepan Fyodorovich's flat was still there, undamaged, save that the windows were broken and the plaster had come off the walls. He and Vera were intending to move back in, together with her son. Alexandra Vladimirovna found it very strange that her little granddaughter Vera should now sound so adult, so like a woman. The letter was full of information about the baby's rashes, about his stomach upsets and disturbed nights. These were all things she should have been writing about to her husband or her mother, but she no longer had either. She also wrote about old Andreev and his daughter-in-law Natalia, and about Aunt Zhenya, whom Stepan Fyodorovich had seen in Kuibyshev. She said almost nothing about herself, as though her own life were of no interest to Alexandra Vladimirovna. In the margin of the last page, however, was a note saying, "Grandmama, we've got a large flat in Stalingrad, and there's plenty of room. Please, I beg you to come." This sudden appeal expressed everything Vera hadn't written in the rest of the letter. Lyudmila's letter was very brief indeed. At one point she said, "My life seems quite meaningless. Tolya's dead, and as for Viktor and Nadia, they don't need me at all. They can get on fine without me." Lyudmila had never written her mother a letter like this before. Alexandra Vladimirovna realized she must be getting on very badly indeed with her husband. After inviting her to stay, Lyudmila went on, "Vitya's in trouble, and he always talks more readily to you about his troubles than he does to me." A little further on she wrote, "Nadia's become very secretive. She doesn't tell me anything at all. That seems to be the norm in this family." The last letter from Zhenya was quite incomprehensible. It was full of vague hints at various difficulties and tragedies. She invited her mother to Kuibyshev, and then said she would have to go to Moscow almost immediately. She wrote about Limonov, and how highly he always spoke of Alexandra Vladimirovna. He was an interesting and intelligent man, and Alexandra Vladimirovna would enjoy meeting him. She then wrote that he had gone to Samarkand. Alexandra Vladimirovna found it hard to understand how she was to meet him in Kuibyshev. There was one thing she could understand. As she came to the end of the letter, she said to herself, "My poor little girl." Alexandra Vladimirovna was very upset by these letters. All three women had asked after her own health and whether her room wasn't too cold. She was touched by their concern, but realized that none of them had wondered whether she herself might not be in need of them. They needed her, but it could very well have been the other way round. Why wasn't she asking for her daughter's help? Why was it her daughters who were asking her for help? After all, she was alone. She had no real home. She was an old woman. She had lost her son and daughter. She didn't know anything about Seryozha. And she was finding her work increasingly difficult. She had a constant pain around her heart, and she always felt dizzy. She had even asked the technical director to have her transferred from the shop floor to the laboratory. She found it very difficult to spend the whole day taking control samples from one machine after another. In the evening, she stood in the food queues, went home, lit the stove, and prepared something to eat. Life was so bare, so harsh. It wasn't standing in a queue that was difficult. It was worse when the shop was empty and there was no queue. It was worse when she went home and lay down in her cold, damp bed without lighting the stove, without preparing anything to eat. Everyone around her was suffering. A woman doctor from Leningrad told her how she'd spent the winter with 2 children in a village 100 kilometers from Ufa. They'd lived in a hut that had once belonged to a kulak. There were no windows and the roof had been partly dismantled. To get to work, she had had to walk 6 kilometers through the forest. At dawn, she had sometimes glimpsed the green eyes of wolves through the trees. It had been a very poor village. The kolkhoz had failed to fulfill the plan. The peasants said that however hard they worked, they'd still have their grain taken away from them. Her neighbor's husband had gone to the war, leaving her alone with her hungry children. She had 1 pair of torn felt boots for all 6 of them. The doctor told Alexandra Vladimirovna how she'd bought a goat. Late at night, she used to walk through the deep snow to a distant field. There she would steal buckwheat and dig up the rotten hay that had never been gathered in. Listening to the villagers, her children had learnt to swear. The teacher in Kazan had said to her, "It's the first time I've heard 7-year-olds swearing like drunks. And you say you're from Leningrad." Alexandra Vladimirovna lived in the small room that had once been Viktor Pavlovich's. The official tenants, who had moved to an annex while the STRUMs had been there, now lived in the main room. They were tense, irritable people, always quarrelling over trivia. What Alexandra Vladimirovna resented was not the noise or the quarrels, but the fact that they should demand 200 rubles a month, more than 1/3 of her salary, from a woman whose own home had been burnt down by the Germans. And the room was minute. Sometimes she thought their hearts must be made out of tin and plywood. All day long they talked about potatoes, salt beef, what you could buy and sell at the flea market. During the night they talked in whispers. The landlady would tell her husband that honey had been very cheap that day in the market, or that their neighbor, a foreman in a factory, had been to a village and brought back a whole sack of sunflower seeds and half a sack of hulled maize. The landlady, Nina Matvievna, was very good-looking. Tall and slim, with grey eyes. Before getting married, she had worked in a factory, sung in a choir and taken part in amateur theatricals. Her husband, Semyon Ivanovich, worked as a blacksmith striker in a military factory. In his youth, he had served on a destroyer and been the middleweight boxing champion of the Pacific Fleet. The distant past of this couple now seemed very improbable. Before going to work in the morning, Semyon Ivanovich fed the ducks and prepared some swill for the piglet. When he came back in the evening, he pottered about the kitchen, cleaning millet, repairing shoes, sharpening knives, washing out bottles, and talking about drivers at work who had managed to get hold of flour, eggs, and goat meat from distant kolkhozes. Nina Matveevna would interrupt him with stories of her countless illnesses and visits to famous doctors. Then she would talk about lard and margarine, about how she had exchanged a towel for some beans, how a neighbor had bought a pony skin jacket and 5 china saucers from an evacuee. They weren't bad people, but they never said one word to Alexandra Vladimirovna about the war, about Stalingrad, or about the bulletins of the Soviet Information Bureau. They both pitied and despised Alexandra Vladimirovna for living in such penury. Since the STRUMs had left, she had no sugar or butter. She drank hot water instead of tea. and ate the soup in the public canteen that even the piglet had refused. She had no money for firewood and no personal belongings to sell. Her poverty was a nuisance to them. Once she heard Nina Matveyevna say to her husband, "Yesterday I had to give the old woman a biscuit. I don't like eating when she's sitting there watching me with her hungry eyes." Alexandra Vladimirovna no longer slept well. Why was there still no news from Seryozha? She slept on the iron bed that had once been Lyudmila's. It was as though her daughter's anxieties had now been transferred to her. How easily death annihilated people. How hard it was to go on living. She thought of Vera. Her child's father had either forgotten her or been killed. Stepan Fyodorovitch was constantly depressed and anxious. As for Lyudmila and Viktor, all their griefs and losses had done nothing to bring them together. Alexandra Vladimirovna wrote to Zhenya that evening. "My dearest daughter." She kept thinking of her during the night. What sort of mess was she in? What lay in store for her? Anya Strum, Sonia Levinton, Seryozha. What had become of them all? Next door she could hear two hushed voices. "We should kill the duck for the October anniversary," said Semyon Ivanovitch. "Do you think I've been feeding it on potatoes just to have it killed?" snapped Nina Matveyevna. "Oh yes, once the old woman's out of the way, I'd like to paint the floors, otherwise the boards will start rotting." All they ever spoke of was food and material things. The world they lived in had room only for objects. There were no human feelings in this world. Nothing but boards, paint, millet, buckwheat, 30-ruble notes. They were hard-working, honest people. The neighbors all said that neither of them would ever take a penny that didn't belong to them. But somehow they were quite untouched by the wounded in hospital, by blind veterans, by homeless children on the streets, by the Volga famine of 1921. In this they were quite the opposite of Alexandra Vladimirovna. She herself could get upset, overjoyed or angry over matters that had nothing to do with her or anyone close to her. The period of general collectivization, the events of 1937, the fate of women who had been sent to camps because of their husbands, the children who had been put in orphanages after their parents had been sent to camps, the summary execution of Russian prisoners of war, the many tragedies of the war. All these troubled her as deeply as the sufferings of her own family. This wasn't something she had learnt from books, from the populist and revolutionary traditions of her family, from her friends, from her husband, or even from life itself. It was something she couldn't help. It was just the way she was. She always ran out of money 6 days before payday. She was always hungry. Everything she owned could be wrapped up in a handkerchief. But not once in Kazan had she thought of her belongings that had been burnt in Stalingrad. Her furniture, her piano, her tea service, her spoons and forks. She didn't even think about her books. It was very strange that she should now be so far from the people who needed her, living under one roof with people who were so alien to her. 2 days after she had received the letters, KRYMOV came round. Alexandra Vladimirovna was glad to see him and offered him some rose-hip tea. "How long since you last heard from Moscow?" he asked. 2 days. "Really?" said KRYMOV with a smile. "Tell me, how long does a letter take?" "Have a look at the postmark," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. KRYMOV examined the envelope for some time. 9 days, he said in a preoccupied tone of voice. He sat there thoughtfully, as though the slowness of the postal service was a matter of great importance to him. "They say it's the censors," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "They're quite snowed under." KRYMOV looked at her with his beautiful dark eyes. "So they're all right, are they? They're not having any problems?" "You don't look at all well," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "Are you ill?" "What do you mean? I'm fine," he replied hurriedly, as though denying some accusation. They began to talk about the war. "We've come to a real turning point now," said KRYMOV. "Even a child can see that." "Yes, and last summer it was just as obvious that the Germans were going to win," said Alexandra Vladimirovna sarcastically. "Is it very difficult for you on your own?" KRYMOV asked abruptly. "I see you have to light the stove yourself." Alexandra Vladimirovna frowned, as though this were a question she could only answer after deep thought. Finally she said, "Akhmet Usmanovich, have you really called on me just to ask if I find it difficult to light the stove?" KRYMOV looked down at his hands. He waited for a long time before replying. "The other day I was summoned to you know where. I was questioned about the meetings and conversations we had." Why didn't you tell me that at the beginning? Asked Alexandra Vladimirovna. Why did you have to start asking about the stove? Trying to catch her eye, Karimov went on. Naturally, I was unable to deny that we had talked about politics and the war. It would have been absurd to try and make out that 4 adults had spoken exclusively about the cinema. Naturally, I said that we had always talked like true Soviet patriots. I said we were all of us certain that under the leadership of Comrade Stalin and the party, the Soviet people would be victorious. In general, the questions weren't particularly hostile. But after a few days, I began to worry. I couldn't sleep at all. I began thinking that something must have happened to Viktor Pavlovich. And then there's this strange business with Madyarov. He went off for 10 days to the Pedagogical Institute in Kazan, and he still hasn't come back. His students are waiting for him. The dean sent him a telegram and not a word. Well, you can imagine what goes through my head at night. Alexandra Vladimirovna said nothing. Just think, he went on in a quiet voice. You only have to get talking over a glass of tea and everyone's full of suspicion. You get summoned, you know where. Alexandra Vladimirovna said nothing. Karimov looked at her questioningly, as though inviting her to speak. He realized that she was waiting for him to tell her the rest. So, there we are, he said. Alexandra Vladimirovna still didn't say anything. Oh yes, he said. There's one thing I forgot. This comrade asked if we'd ever talked about the freedom of the press. We had indeed. Yes, and then they asked if I knew Lyudmila Nikolaevna's younger sister and her ex-husband. Krymov or something? I've never set eyes on them in my life, and Viktor Pavlovich has never so much as mentioned them to me. And that's what I told them. Yes, and then they asked if Viktor Pavlovich had ever talked to me personally about the situation of the Jews. I asked why he should have talked about that to me. They answered, you understand, you're a Tatar and he's a Jew. Later, after Karimov had put on his hat and coat and was standing in the doorway, tapping the letterbox where Lyudmila had once found the letter telling her that Tolya had been wounded, Alexandra Vladimirovna said, it's strange. Why should they ask about Zhenya? But neither she nor Karimov had any idea why a Chekist in Kazan should suddenly take an interest in Zhenya, who lived in Kuibyshev, or in her ex-husband, who was now at the front. People trusted Alexandra Vladimirovna, and she had heard many similar stories and confessions. She had grown all too used to feeling that something important had been left unsaid. She didn't see any point in warning Viktor. It would merely cause him fruitless anxiety. Nor was there any point in trying to guess which of the group had talked carelessly or had informed. In situations like this, it nearly always turned out to be the person you least suspected. And very often the matter had come to the attention of the NKVD in some quite unexpected manner, through a veiled hint in a letter, a joke, a few careless words in the communal kitchen. But why should the investigator have asked Karimov about Zhenya and Nikolai Grigorovich? That night she was unable to sleep. She wanted something to eat. She could smell food in the kitchen. They must be frying potato cakes. She could hear the clatter of tin plates and the calm voice of Semyon Ivanovitch. God, how hungry she felt. What awful soup they'd served for lunch in the canteen. Now, though, she very much regretted not having finished it. She couldn't even think clearly. Her desire for food kept interrupting her train of thought. On her way into work next morning, she met the director's secretary, a middle-aged woman with an unpleasantly masculine face. Comrade Shaposhnikova, she said, come round to my office during the lunch break. Alexandra Vladimirovna felt surprised. Surely the director couldn't already have answered her request for a transfer. She walked through the yard. Suddenly she said out loud, I've had enough of Kazan. It's time to go home to Stalingrad. 31. Chalb, the head of the military police, had called Company Commander Leonard to the headquarters of the 6th Army. Leonard arrived late. A new order of policies had forbidden the use of petrol for personal transport. All their supplies of fuel were now at the disposition of General Schmidt, the Chief of Staff, and he'd rather see you die 10 deaths than sign you an order for 5 litres of petrol. There wasn't enough fuel for the officers' cars, let alone for the soldiers' cigarette lighters. Leonard had to wait till evening, when he could get a lift with the courier. The small car drove slowly over the frost-covered asphalt. The air was still and frosty. Thin wisps of almost transparent smoke rose from the dugouts and trenches of the front line. There were wounded soldiers walking along the road with towels and bandages round their heads. And then there were other soldiers, also with bandages round their heads and rags round their feet, who were being transferred to the area round the factories. The driver stopped the car near the corpse of a dead horse and began digging about inside the engine. Leonard watched the anxious, unshaven men hewing off slabs of frozen horse meat with hatchets. One soldier, standing between the horse's exposed ribs, looked like a carpenter up in the rafters of an unfinished roof. A few yards away, in the middle of a ruined building, was a fire with a black cauldron hanging down from a tripod. Round it stood a group of soldiers wrapped up in shawls and blankets, helmets and forage caps on their heads, Tommy guns and hand grenades hanging from their shoulders and belts. The cook prodded with his bayonet at the pieces of meat that came to the surface. A soldier sitting on the roof of a dugout was gnawing at a large bone. It looked for all the world like an improbably vast harmonica. Suddenly the road and the ruined house were caught in the rays of the setting sun. The empty eye sockets of the burnt-out building seemed to fill with frozen blood. The ploughed-up, soot-covered snow turned golden. The dark red cave of the horse's innards was lit up. The snow eddying across the road turned into a whirl of bronze. The light of evening can reveal the essence of a moment. It can bring out its emotional and historical significance, transforming a mere impression into a powerful image. The evening sun can endow patches of soot and mud with thousands of voices. With aching hearts we sense past joys, the irrevocability of loss, the bitterness of mistakes, and the eternal appeal of hope. It was like a scene from the Stone Age. The grenadiers, the glory of the nation, the builders of the new Germany, were no longer travelling the road to victory. Leonard looked at these men bandaged up in rags. With a poetic intuition, he understood that this twilight was the end of a dream. Life must indeed conceal some strangely obtuse inertial force. How was it that the dazzling energy of Hitler and the terrible power of a people moved by the most progressive of philosophies had led to the quiet banks of a frozen Volga, to these ruins, to this dirty snow, to these windows filled with the blood of the setting sun, to the quiet humility of these creatures watching over a steaming cauldron of horse meat? 32. Paulus's headquarters were now in the cellar of a burnt-out department store. The established routine continued as usual. Superior officers came and went. Orderlies prepared reports of any change in the situation or any action undertaken by the enemy. Telephones rang and typewriters clattered. Behind the partition you could hear the deep laughter of General Schenk, the head of the second section. The boots of the staff officers still squeaked on the stone floors. As he walked down the corridor to his office, the monocled commanding officer of the tank unit still left behind him a smell of French perfume. A smell that blended with the more usual smells of tobacco, shoe polish, and damp, and yet somehow remained distinct from them. Voices and typewriters still suddenly fell silent as Paulus walked down the narrow corridor in his long, fur-collared greatcoat. Dozens of eyes still stared at his thoughtful face and aquiline nose. Paulus himself still kept to the same habits, still allowed the same amount of time after meals for a cigar and a talk with his chief of staff. The junior radio officer still burst into Paulus's office with the same plebeian insolence, walking straight past Colonel Adam with a radio message from Hitler marked, "To be delivered personally." This continuity, of course, was illusory. A vast number of changes had imposed themselves since the beginning of the encirclement. You could see these changes in the colour of the coffee, in the lines of communication stretching out to new sectors of the front, in the new instructions regarding the expenditure of ammunition, in the cruel, now daily spectacle of burning cargo planes that had been shot down as they tried to break the blockade. And a new name was now on everyone's lips. The name of Manstein. There is no need to list all these changes. They are obvious enough. Those who had previously had plenty to eat now went hungry. As for those who had previously gone hungry, their faces were now ashen, and there were changes in attitude. Pride and arrogance softened. There was less boasting. Even the most determined optimists had now started to curse the Führer and question his policies. But there were also the beginnings of other, deeper changes in the hearts and minds of the soldiers who until now had been spellbound by the inhuman power of the nation-state. These changes took place in the subsoil of human life and mostly went unnoticed. This process was as difficult to pin down as the work of time itself. The torments of fear and hunger, the awareness of impending disaster slowly and gradually humanized men, liberating their core of freedom. The December days grew still shorter, the icy 17-hour nights still longer. The encircling forces pressed still closer. The fire of their guns and machine guns grew still fiercer. And then there was the pitiless cold. A cold that was unbearable even for those who were used to it, even for the Russians in their felt boots and sheepskins. Over their heads hung a terrible frozen abyss. Frosted tin stars stood out against a frost-bound sky. Who among these doomed men could have understood that for millions of Germans these were the first hours, after 10 years of complete inhumanity, of a slow return to human life? 33. Leonard approached army headquarters. He felt his heart beat faster as he saw the ashen face of the sentry standing beside the grey wall. And as he made his way down the underground corridor, everything he saw filled him with tenderness and sorrow. He read the Gothic script on the door plates. Second section, a DC's office, General Koch, Major Traurig. He heard voices and the clatter of typewriters. All this brought home to him the strength of his filial, fraternal bond with his brothers in arms, his party comrades, his colleagues in the SS. But it was twilight and their life was fading away. He had no idea what Charles wanted to talk about, whether or not he would wish to confide his personal anxieties. As was often the case with people who had been brought together by their work in the party before the war, they paid little attention to their difference in rank and talked with comradely straightforwardness. Their meetings were usually a mixture of serious discussion and friendly chat. Leonard had a gift for laying bare the essence of a complicated matter with the utmost concision. His words were sometimes relayed from one report to another, right up to the most important offices in Berlin. He entered Chalb's office. It took him a moment to recognize him, and he had to look hard at his still, plump face before he realized that all that had changed was the look in his dark, intelligent eyes. A map of Stalingrad hung on the wall. The Sixth Army was encircled by a merciless band of flaming crimson. "We're on an island, Leonard," said Chalb, "surrounded not by water, but by the hatred of brutes." They talked about the Russian frost, about Russian felt boots, about Russian bacon fat, and the treacherous nature of Russian vodka. How it first warmed you up, only to freeze you later. Chalb asked if there had been any changes in the relations between officers and soldiers in the front line. "When it comes down to it," said Leonard, "I can't really see much difference between the thoughts of a colonel and the thoughts of the privates. There's precious little optimism in either." "It's the same story at HQ," said Chalb. He paused to give his words greater effect, and then added, "And the commander-in-chief's the worst of all." "Nevertheless," said Leonard, "there have been no deserters." "I've got a question for you," said Chalb. "It has a bearing on something very important. Hitler wants the Sixth Army to stand firm, while Paulus, Weichs, and Zeitzler are in favor of capitulating in order to save the lives of the soldiers and officers. My task is to make discreet soundings as to the possibility of disobedience on the part of the encircled troops." Aware of the gravity of this question, Leonard thought for a moment in silence. He then said he'd like to begin with a particular example and said a few words about a certain Lieutenant Bach. "There's one rather doubtful character in Bach's company. He used to be a general laughingstock, but now everyone's trying to get in with him. That made me start thinking about the company and its commanding officer. When things were going well, this Lieutenant Bach was wholeheartedly in agreement with the policies of the party. But I've got a feeling he's begun to think differently, and I've been wondering what it is that draws the soldiers in his company to someone they used to look on as a cross between a clown and a madman. How would that character behave at a critical moment? What would he say to the other soldiers? How would their commanding officer react? There are no easy answers to these questions, but there's one thing I can say: the soldiers won't mutiny." "Now we can see the wisdom of the party more clearly than ever," said Chalb. "We never hesitated not only to cut out infected tissue from the body of the people, but also to cut out apparently healthy tissue that might become infected at a critical moment. Rebellious spirits and hostile ideologues were purged from the army, from the church, from the cities, from the villages. There may be any amount of grumbling and anonymous letters, but there will never be a rebellion. Not even if the enemy encircles us in Berlin itself. For that we can thank Hitler. We should give thanks to heaven for sending us such a man at this time." He stopped for a moment and listened to the slow rumbling over their heads. In the deep cellar, it was impossible to tell whether this was the German artillery or the explosion of Soviet bombs. After the rumbling had gradually subsided, Chalb said. It's quite unthinkable that you should merely be receiving the rations of an ordinary officer. I've entered you on a list of security officers and especially valued friends of the party. You will receive regular parcels by courier at your divisional headquarters. Thank you, said Leonard. But I'd prefer to eat what everyone else does. Chalb spread his hands in helpless surprise. What about Manstein? Asked Leonard. I've heard he's received some new weapons. I don't believe in Manstein, said Chalb. On that subject I share the views of our commander-in-chief. In the hushed voice of a man who for years on end has dealt mainly with classified information, he went on, there's another list, also in my keeping, of security officers and valued friends who will be allowed a place on a plane in the event of a catastrophe. I've included your name. In the event of my absence, Colonel Austin will be in possession of the instructions. Noticing the questioning look in Leonard's eyes, he explained, I may have to fly to Germany in connection with a matter too confidential to be entrusted either to paper or to a radio code. I can tell you one thing, he said with a wink. I'll have a few stiff drinks before we take off. Not to celebrate, but because I'll be frightened. A very large number of our planes are being shot down. Comrade Chalb, said Leonard, I don't want a seat in the plane. I'd be ashamed to abandon men whom I myself have urged to fight to the bitter end. Chalb sat a little straighter in his chair. I have no right to attempt to dissuade you. Wanting to lighten the over-solemn atmosphere, Leonard asked, If it's possible, I'd be very grateful if you could help me return to my regiment. I've no car. There's nothing I can do, said Chalb. For the first time in my life, I'm quite powerless. The petrol's in the hands of that dog Schmidt. I can't get a single litre out of him. Do you understand? I'm powerless. His face had resumed the helpless expression that had made him unrecognizable when Leonard first came in. It was quite unlike him, or did it perhaps reveal his true self? 34. It got warmer towards evening, and a fresh snowfall covered the soot and dirt of the war. Bach was doing the rounds of the front-line fortifications. The white snow of Christmas glittered in the flashes of gunfire, turning pink or green in the light of the signal flares. The stone ridges, the caves, the mounds of brick, the fresh hair tracks that covered the ground where people ate, relieved themselves, went in search of shells and cartridges, carried away their wounded, buried their dead. All this looked very strange in the brief flashes of light, and at the same time it looked all too familiar. Bach reached a spot that was covered by the Russian guns installed in the ruins of a 3-story building. He could hear the sound of a harmonica and their slow, wailing singing. Through a gap in the wall he could see the Soviet front line, the silhouettes of factories and the frozen Volga. Bach called out to the sentry, but his answer was drowned by a sudden explosion, followed by the drumming of clods of frozen earth against the wall. A low-flying Russian plane, its engine cut out, had just dropped a bomb. Another lame Russian crow, said the sentry, pointing up at the dark winter sky. Bach squatted down, leaning his elbows on the familiar stone ledge, and looked round. A faint pink shadow trembled against the high wall. The Russians had lit their stove, and the chimney was now white hot. It seemed they had nothing to do all day except eat, 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 and slurp down huge mouthfuls of hot coffee. Further to the right, where the Russian and German trenches were closest together, he could hear the quiet, unhurried sound of metal striking frozen earth. Very slowly, without ever coming up to the surface, the Russians were bringing their trench forward. This slow movement through the frozen, stony earth bore witness to a fierce, obtuse passion. It was as though the earth itself were advancing. That afternoon, Sergeant Eisenhower had reported that a grenade from a Russian trench had smashed the chimney pipe of the company stove and filled the dugout with dirt. Later on, a Russian soldier wearing a white sheepskin and a new fur hat had leapt out from his trench, cursing and shaking his fist. Realizing instinctively that this was a spontaneous act, none of the Germans had opened fire. "Hey, chicken, eggs, Russian glug glug," the soldier had shouted. A German had then jumped up and, in a quiet voice that wouldn't be heard in the officer's trench, called out, "Hey, Russian, don't shoot. Must see mother again. You have my Tommy gun. I have your hat." The reply from the Russian trench had been curt and monosyllabic. Its sense had been unmistakable and had enraged the Germans. Still later, a hand grenade had exploded in the communication trench. But no one had been bothered by this. All this had been reported by Sergeant Eisenhower. Bach had said, "Let them shout if that's what they want," as long as no one deserts. Eisenhower, his breath stinking of raw beetroot, had gone on to report that Private Pettenkofer had somehow managed to do a deal with the enemy. Some Russian bread and lump sugar had been found in his knapsack. He had promised to exchange a friend's razor for a chunk of fat bacon and 2 packets of buckwheat. For this, he had demanded a commission of 150 grams of fat bacon. That's simple enough, Bach had replied. Order him to report to me at once. It had then emerged that Pettenkofer had been killed that morning while carrying out a dangerous mission. What do you expect me to do about it? Bach had said in exasperation. In any case, Russians and Germans have always been trading partners. Eisenhower, however, had been in no mood for pleasantries. He had been wounded in France in May 1940, and his wounds still hadn't healed. He had then served in a police battalion in South Germany. He had been flown to Stalingrad only 2 months before. Hungry, frozen, eaten up by lice and by fear, he had lost whatever sense of humour he might once have had. It was over there, where he could just make out the lacework of ruined buildings, that Bach had begun his life in Stalingrad. The black September sky and its huge stars, the turbid waves of the Volga, the huge walls that were still hot from the fire, and then the steppes of the southeast, the frontier of Asia. The buildings to the west were buried in darkness. He could only make out the outlines of a few snow-covered ruins. Why had he written that letter to his mother from hospital? She'd almost certainly have shown it to Hubert. Why had he had those conversations with Leonard? Why do people have memories? It would be easier to die. Anything to stop remembering. How could he have taken that moment of drunken folly for the deepest truth of his life? Why had he finally given in after holding back for all those long, difficult years? He had never killed a child. He had never arrested anyone. But he had broken the fragile dike that had protected the purity of his soul from the seething darkness around him. The blood of the camps and ghettos had gushed over him and carried him away. There was no longer any divide between him and the darkness. He himself was a part of the darkness. What had happened to him? Was it folly, chance, or was it the deepest law of his soul? 35. It was warm inside the bunker. A few of the soldiers were asleep, their bare yellow feet sticking out from under the overcoats they had pulled up over their heads. The rest were sprawled on the floor. "Do you remember?" asked one particularly thin soldier, pulling his shirt across his chest and examining the seam with the fierce look characteristic of soldiers the world over as they inspect their shirts and underclothes. "Do you remember that wonderful cellar where we were quartered in September?" A second soldier, lying on his back, said, "You were already here when I joined you." "That was a splendid cellar," several other voices confirmed. "You can take our word for it. It was a real home, with proper beds." Some of the fellows were beginning to despair when we were outside Moscow. And look what happened. We reached the Volga. Another soldier split a board with his bayonet and opened the door of the stove to throw in a few bits of wood. The flames lit up his large, grey, unshaven face, turning it a reddish copper. "And a lot of good that's done us," he said. "We've swapped a hole near Moscow for an even worse hole near the Volga." A gay voice rang out from the dark corner where the soldiers' packs were piled. "Horse meat! You couldn't think of a better Christmas dinner if you tried." The talk turned to food, and everyone grew more animated. First, they discussed the best way of getting rid of the smell of sweat in boiled horse meat. Some said you just needed to scoop the black scum off the top of the boiling water. Others said it was important to simmer the broth very gently. Still others said you should only use the meat from the hindquarters and put it straight into the boiling water while it was still frozen. "It's the scouts who really have a good time of it," said one young soldier. "They steal provisions from the Russians and then share them with their women in the cellars. And people wonder why the scouts always get off with the youngest and prettiest ones." "That's one thing I no longer think about," said the soldier stoking the stove. "I don't know whether it's just my mood or not having anything to eat. But what I would like is to see my children before I die, just for 1 hour. The officers think about it, though. I met the lieutenant himself in one of their cellars. He was quite at home, almost one of the family." "What were you doing there?" "I'd gone to get my washing done. You know, I was once a guard in a camp. I saw prisoners of war picking up bits of potato peel, fighting over a few rotten cabbage leaves. I said to myself, they're not human beings, they're beasts. And now we've become beasts ourselves." Suddenly the door was flung open. The mist swirled in, and a loud, ringing voice shouted, "On your feet! Attention!" These words of command sounded the same as ever, calm and unhurried. The men in the bunker made out the face of Lieutenant Bach through the mist. Then there was an unfamiliar squeak of boots, and they caught sight of the light blue greatcoat of the general in command of the division. He was screwing up his myopic eyes and wiping his monocle with a dirty piece of chamois. There was a gold wedding ring on his white hand. A voice accustomed to ringing out over vast parade grounds said, "Good evening, stand at ease." The soldiers answered in a ragged chorus. The general sat down on a crate. The yellow light from the stove flickered over the black iron cross on his chest. "I wish you a happy Christmas Eve," he said. The soldiers who were accompanying him dragged another crate up to the stove, prized open the lid with their bayonets, and began taking out tiny Christmas trees wrapped in cellophane. Each tree, only a few inches long, was decorated with gold tinsel, beads, and tiny fruit drops. The general watched as the soldiers unwrapped the cellophane, then beckoned the lieutenant towards him and mumbled a few words in his ear. The lieutenant announced in a loud voice, "The lieutenant general would like you to know that this Christmas present from Germany was flown in by a pilot who was mortally wounded over Stalingrad itself. The plane landed in Potomnik and he was found dead in the cabin." 36. The soldiers were holding the trees in the palms of their hands. As they warmed up, a fine dew appeared on the needles, and the bunker was filled with the smell of resin, the usual smell of the front line. A cross between that of a morgue and that of a blacksmith's was quite blotted out. To the soldiers, it was as if this smell of Christmas emanated from the grey-haired general sitting beside the stove. Bach felt the beauty and sadness of the moment. These men who defied the power of the Russian heavy artillery, these coarse, hardened soldiers who were dispirited by their lack of ammunition and tormented by vermin and hunger, had all understood at once that what they needed more than anything in the world was not bread, not bandages, not ammunition, but these tiny branches twined with useless tinsel, these orphanage toys. The soldiers sat in a circle round the old man on the crate. Only that summer he had led the vanguard of the motorized infantry to the Volga. Everywhere, all his life, this man had been an actor. He had played a role not only in front of the soldiers or during conversations with a superior officer, but also when he was at home, when he was with his wife, his daughter-in-law, or his grandson, when he went for a walk in the garden. He had played a role when he lay alone in bed at night, his general's uniform spread out on the chair beside him. And of course he had been playing a role when he had asked the soldiers about their mothers, when he had made coarse jokes about their affairs with women, when he had looked inside their cooking pots and tasted their soup with exaggerated seriousness, when he had bowed his head austerely before still uncovered graves, when he had given heartfelt, fatherly speeches to the new recruits. And all this hadn't been a pose. It had been a part of his inner nature, infused into all his thoughts. He was quite unconscious of it. It could no more be separated from him than salt can be filtered out of seawater. It had been there as he entered the bunker, as he flung open his greatcoat, as he sat down on the crate in front of the stove, as he looked calmly and sorrowfully at the soldiers and wished them a happy Christmas Eve. But now, for the first time in his life, he became conscious of this theatricality, and, just as salt crystallizes when water freezes, it deserted him, leaving him to his melancholy, to his sense of pity for these hungry, exhausted men. Now he was just a weak, helpless old man sitting with a group of other men who were equally helpless, equally unhappy. One soldier quietly began to sing, O Tannenbaum, wie grün sind deine Blätter. 2 or 3 more voices joined in. The scent of pine needles was enough to make you feel dizzy. The words of the children's song were like fanfares of heavenly trumpets. O Tannenbaum, O Tannenbaum. Out of the cold darkness of oblivion, as though from the depths of the sea, long dead thoughts and feelings rose slowly up to the surface. They brought no joy, no relief, but their strength was a human strength, the greatest strength in the world. One after another came the explosions of large-caliber Soviet shells. Ivan must have been annoyed about something. Perhaps he had guessed that the besieged soldiers were celebrating Christmas. None of these soldiers, however, paid the least attention to the plaster falling from the ceiling, or to the clouds of red sparks belched out by the stove. Then there was a burst of furious metallic hammering. The earth seemed to be screaming. That was Ivan playing with his beloved Katyushas. Then came a crackle of machine gun fire. The old man sat there with his head bowed. He looked like thousands of other men who have been exhausted by a long life. The footlights had faded. The actors had taken off their makeup and gone out into the grey light of day. Now they all looked the same. The legendary general, an insignificant corporal, even Private Schmidt, who had been suspected of harbouring dissident thoughts. Bach suddenly thought of Leonard. A man like him would never have surrendered to the charm of this moment. There was too much in him that was German, that was dedicated only to the state. Now it was too late for that to be made human. Bach looked up towards the door and caught sight of Leonard. 37. Stumpfy, once the finest soldier in the company, a man the new recruits had regarded with frightened admiration, was now unrecognizable. His large, blue-eyed face was thin and sunken. His uniform and greatcoat were just crumpled rags that barely kept out the wind and frost. He had lost his sharp intelligence, and his jokes no longer made anyone laugh. An enormous man, with a vast appetite, he suffered more acutely from hunger than anyone else in the company. His constant hunger drove him out foraging early in the morning. He dug about in the ruins, begged, gathered up crumbs, hung around outside the kitchen. Bach had grown used to his tense, watchful face. Stumpfy thought about food incessantly. He searched for it even when they were fighting. As he made his way back to the bunker, Bach caught sight of the huge back and shoulders of this eternally hungry soldier. He was digging in a patch of wasteland where the kitchens and supply depot had once stood. Here and there he found old cabbage leaves and tiny acorn-sized potatoes that had escaped the pot. Then an old woman appeared from behind a stone wall. She was very tall and was wearing a ragged man's coat, tied with a piece of string, and a pair of down-at-heel hobnailed boots. She walked towards the soldiers, staring down at the ground as she stirred around in the snow with a hook made from a thick piece of twisted wire. Their two shadows met on the snow, otherwise they would have been unaware of each other's presence. Finally, the vast German looked up at the old woman. Trustingly holding out a cabbage leaf that was stone-hard and full of holes, he said slowly and solemnly, "Good day, madam." The old woman pushed back the piece of rag that had fallen forward onto her forehead, looked at him with dark eyes that were full of kindness and intelligence, and said equally slowly and majestically, "Good day, sir." It was a summit meeting between the representatives of two great peoples. Bach was the only witness. The soldier and the old woman forgot the meeting immediately. As it grew warmer, big flakes of snow settled on the ground, on the red brick dust, on the crosses of graves, on the turrets of abandoned tanks, in the ears of dead men waiting to be buried. The snow filled the air with a soft grey-blue mist, softening the wind and gunfire, bringing the earth and sky together into one swaying blur. The snow fell on Bach's shoulders. It was as though flakes of silence were falling on the still Volga, on the dead city, on the skeletons of horses. It was snowing everywhere, on Earth and on the stars. The whole universe was full of snow. Everything was disappearing beneath it. Guns, the bodies of the dead, filthy dressings, rubble, scraps of twisted iron. This soft white snow settling over the carnage of the city was time itself. The present was turning into the past, and there was no future. 38. Bach was lying on a bunk behind a cotton curtain that screened off a small corner of the cellar. A woman was sleeping beside him, her head on his shoulder. Her face was very thin and looked somehow both childish and withered. Bach looked at her thin neck and at the outline of her breasts under her dirty grey blouse. Very gently, so as not to disturb her, he lifted an untidy tress of hair to his lips. It was springy and smelt of life and warmth. The woman opened her eyes. On the whole, she was a sensible, practical woman. At different moments she could be tender, sly, patient, calculating, submissive, quick-tempered. Sometimes she seemed morose and stupid, as though something had broken her. Sometimes she sang arias from Faust and Carmen in Russian. Bach had never tried to find out what she had done before the war. He had come to see her when he felt like sleeping with her. Otherwise, he had never given her a thought. He had never worried about whether she had enough to eat, whether she might have been killed by a Russian sniper. Once he had given her a biscuit he happened to find in his pocket. She had seemed grateful, and had then offered the biscuit to her elderly neighbour. At the time he had been touched, but he had seldom remembered to bring her anything to eat. She had a strange, very un-European name. Zina. Until the war, Zina seemed not to have known the woman who lived with her. She was an unpleasant old woman, amazingly hypocritical, full of insincere flattery, and obsessed with food. At this moment, with a wooden pestle and mortar, she was methodically grinding some mouldy grains of wheat that smelt of petrol. Until the encirclement, the Germans had quite ignored the Russian civilians. Now they visited their cellars frequently and got the old women to help with all kinds of tasks, washing clothes with cinders instead of soap, cooking up bits of garbage, darning uniforms. The most important people in the cellars were the old women, but the soldiers did call on the younger women as well. Bach had always thought that no one knew of his visits to this cellar. One day, however, he had been sitting on the bunk, holding Zina's hand between his own, when he had suddenly heard German being spoken behind the curtain. A voice that seemed familiar was saying, "No, no, don't go behind that curtain. That's the lieutenant's Fraulein." They lay there, side by side, without saying a word. His friends, his books, his romance with Maria, his childhood, his ties with his birthplace, his school, his university, the Russian campaign itself. His whole life had become insignificant. All that was simply the path he had followed on his way to this bunk, fashioned from the remains of a charred door. The thought that he might lose this woman was appalling. He had found her. He had come to her. Everything that had happened in Germany, in the whole of Europe, had been merely a prelude to this meeting. Until now he had failed to understand this. He had often forgotten her. He had enjoyed seeing her simply because he had thought there was nothing serious between them. But now she was all that remained of the world. Everything else lay buried under the snow. There was only this wonderful face, these slightly dilated nostrils, these strange eyes, the tired, helpless, childish look on her face that drove him so crazy. In October, she had visited him in hospital. She had found out where he was and had come all the way on foot, and he hadn't even got out of bed to see her. She knew he wasn't drunk, but he was on his knees kissing her hands, kissing her feet, pressing his forehead and cheeks against her knees. He was talking quickly, passionately, but she couldn't understand. He knew she couldn't understand. She didn't know that terrible language of his. Soon the wave which had carried him to this woman would tear him away from her, would separate them forever. Still on his knees, he threw his arms round her legs and looked into her eyes. She listened, trying to guess what he was saying, trying to understand what had happened to him. She had never seen such an expression on the face of a German. She had thought that only the eyes of a Russian could look so tender, so imploring, so mad, so full of suffering. He was telling her that here, in this cellar, as he kissed her feet, he had understood love for the first time, not just from other people's words, but in his heart, in his blood. She was dearer to him than all his past, dearer to him than his mother, than Germany, than his future with Maria. He had fallen in love with her. Great walls raised up by states, racist fury, the heavy artillery and its curtain of fire were all equally insignificant, equally powerless in the face of love. He gave thanks to fate for having allowed him to understand this before he died. She couldn't understand what he was saying. All she knew, all she had ever heard was halt, komm, bring, schneller, kaputt, brot, Zucker. But she could see how moved he was. She could guess what he was feeling. The German officer's hungry, frivolous mistress sensed his helplessness and felt both tender and indulgent. She knew fate would separate them, and she was reconciled to this. But now, seeing his despair, she sensed that their liaison was developing into something unexpectedly deep and powerful. She could hear it in his voice. She could see it in his eyes, in the way he kissed her. As she played dreamily with his hair, she felt a sudden fear that this obscure force might seize hold of her too, might cause her to stumble, might be her ruin. Her heart was throbbing. It didn't want to listen to the cynical voice of warning. 39. Yevgenia got to know a new circle of people. People from the prison queues. On seeing her, they would ask, "Well, any news yet?" By now, she had become quite experienced. Instead of listening to advice, she gave it to others. "Don't worry, maybe he's in hospital. The conditions in hospital are very good. Everyone in the cells dreams of being sent there." She had managed to find out that KRYMOV was in the LUBYANKA. None of her parcels had been accepted, but she hadn't lost hope. At Kuznetsky, they would often refuse a parcel the first time, even the second time, and then suddenly say, "Come on then, give us your parcel." Yevgenia went to KRYMOV'S flat. A neighbor said that the house manager had come round 2 months before with 2 soldiers. They had gone into KRYMOV'S room, taken a lot of books and papers, put a seal on the door, and left. Yevgenia looked at the wax seals and the bits of string. The neighbor, who was standing beside her, said, "But for the love of God, I never told you anything." Then, as she showed Yevgenia to the door, she plucked up courage and whispered, "What a fine man he was. He even volunteered to go to the front." Yevgenia didn't once write to Novikov. How confused she was. She felt pity, love, repentance, joy at the Russian victories, guilt about Novikov, anxiety on his behalf, fear that she would lose him forever, an aching feeling of having surrendered all her rights. Only a little while ago she had been living in Kuibyshev. She had been about to go to the front to visit Novikov. The bond between them seemed as necessary, as inevitable, as fate itself. Yevgenia had been horrified at the idea that she was bound to him forever, separated forever from KRYMOV. There had been moments when everything about Novikov had seemed alien to her. His hopes, his worries, his circle of friends had nothing whatsoever in common with hers. There was something absurd about the idea of her pouring out tea at his table, receiving his friends, talking to the wives of colonels and generals. She remembered Novikov's indifference towards Chekhov's The Bishop and A Boring Story. He preferred the tendentious novels of a Dreiser or a Feuchtwanger. But now that she knew her separation from Novikov was final, she felt a surge of tenderness. She thought many times of his obedient readiness to agree with everything she said. Then she felt overwhelmed by grief. Would his hands never again touch her shoulders? Would she really never see his face again? Never before had she met such an unusual combination of shy kindness and rough strength. She was so drawn to him. He was so free of harshness and fanaticism. There was such a special, wise peasant kindness in him. But as soon as she thought this, Yevgenia felt the presence of something dark and unclean. How had the NKVD found out what KRYMOV had said about Trotsky? Everything that tied her to KRYMOV was so desperately serious. It had been impossible to draw a line through their life together. She would follow KRYMOV. What did it matter if he didn't forgive her? She deserved his never-ending reproaches. She knew that he needed her, that in prison he thought of her all the time. Novikov would find the inner strength to get over their separation, but she had no idea what she needed for her own peace of mind. The knowledge that he no longer loved her, that he had calmly forgiven her, the knowledge that he was quite inconsolable, that he still loved her and would never forgive her. And was it easier to believe they had separated forever, or to trust that one day they would be reunited? What suffering she had caused everyone close to her. Could she really have done all this, not for other people, but for herself, to gratify her own whims? Was she just a neurotic intellectual? That evening, when they were all sitting at table, Yevgenia suddenly looked at her sister and asked, "Do you know what I am?" "You?" asked Lyudmila in surprise. "Yes, me," said Yevgenia. Then she explained, "I'm a small dog of female gender." "A bitch?" said Nadia gaily. "Precisely," said Yevgenia. They all burst out laughing, though they knew very well that Yevgenia was not joking. "You know," said Yevgenia, "an admirer of mine in Kuibyshev, Limonov, once gave me a definition of middle-aged love. He said it was a spiritual vitamin deficiency. A man lives for a long time with his wife and develops a kind of spiritual hunger. He's like a cow deprived of salt, or an Arctic explorer who's gone without vegetables for years on end. A man with a forceful, strong-willed wife begins to long for a meek, gentle soul, someone timid and submissive." "This Limonov of yours sounds a fool," said Lyudmila. "What if a man needs several different vitamins?" "A, B, C, and D?" asked Nadia. Later, as they were about to go to bed, Viktor said, "Genevieva, we often make fun of intellectuals for their doubts, their split personalities, their Hamlet-like indecisiveness. When I was young, I despised that side of myself. Now, though, I've changed my mind. Humanity owes many great books and great discoveries to people who were indecisive and full of doubts. They have achieved at least as much as the simpletons who never hesitate. And when it comes to the crunch, they too are prepared to go to the stake. They stand just as firm under fire as the people who are always strong-willed and resolute. Thank you, Vitenka, said Yevgenia. Are you thinking of the small female dog? Precisely, said Viktor. He wanted to say something that would please Yevgenia. I was looking again at your painting, Zhenechka. I like it because of the feeling in it. Avant-garde art is nothing but novelty and audacity. There's no God in any of it. You can say that again, said Lyudmila. Green men, blue huts, it's totally cut off from reality. Listen, Milka, said Yevgenia. Matisse once said, if I use green, that doesn't mean I'm about to paint some grass. If I use blue, that doesn't mean I'm painting a sky. Color is simply an expression of the inner world of the artist. Viktor had wanted to please Yevgenia, but he couldn't help adding mockingly. Eckermann, on the other hand, said, if Goethe were God, if he had created the world, he too would have made the grass green and the sky blue. Those words mean a lot to me. After all, I'm not entirely a stranger to the material God formed the world from. Though, of course, I also know that there are no paints or colors, only atoms and the void between them. Such conversations were rare, however. Usually they talked either about the war or about the public prosecutor. It was a difficult time. Yevgenia's leave was coming to an end. Soon she would have to return to Kuybyshev. She dreaded having to explain herself to her boss. She had gone off to Moscow without saying a word. Day after day she had hung around prisons and written petitions to the public prosecutor and the People's Commissar for Internal Affairs. Yevgenia had always been terrified of official institutions and of having to write official requests. Even the need to renew her passport had been enough to give her insomnia. Recently, though, her whole life seemed to have been made up of meetings with policemen, difficulties with passports and residence permits, statements and petitions addressed to the public prosecutor. There was a deathly calm in Lyudmila's house. Viktor no longer went out to work. He just sat in his room for hours on end. Lyudmila came back from the special store looking angry and upset. The other wives no longer even said hello to her. Yevgenia was very conscious of Viktor's nervousness. If the phone rang, he shuddered and rushed to pick up the receiver. While they were talking during meals, he often interrupted with a sudden, "Shh, shh, I think there's someone at the door." He would go out into the hall and come back again with an embarrassed smile. The two sisters were well aware of the reason for this constant anxiety. "That's how you develop persecution mania," said Lyudmila. "The psychiatric hospitals were full of people like that in 1937. In view of Viktor's constant apprehension, Yevgenia was particularly touched by the way he treated her. Once he even said, "Remember, Genevieva, I don't care in the least what anyone thinks of the fact that someone living in my house is trying to help a person who's been arrested. Do you understand? You must look on this as your own home." Yevgenia enjoyed talking to Nadia in the evenings. "You're too clever for your own good," she said once. "You don't sound a bit like a young girl. You sound more like a member of a society for former political prisoners." "Future political prisoners," said Viktor. "I suppose you talk politics with your lieutenant too?" "And what of it?" asked Nadia. "You should stick to kissing," said Yevgenia. "That's what I was going to say myself," said Viktor. "It's less dangerous." Nadia was drawn to dangerous subjects. One moment she'd suddenly ask about Bukharin. The next she'd ask whether it was true that Lenin had thought highly of Trotsky and hadn't wanted to see Stalin during the last months of his life. Had he really written a testament that Stalin had kept secret? When they were alone together, Yevgenia avoided asking Nadia about Lieutenant Lomov. Nevertheless, she soon knew more about him and Nadia's relationship with him than Lyudmila did. From listening to Nadia talk about politics, about the war, about conversations she'd had with her friends, about the poetry of Mandelstam and Akhmatova. Lomov was obviously sharp-witted and difficult. His attitude towards everything generally accepted was one of cynicism. He wrote poetry himself. It was from him that Nadia had learnt her indifference towards Sholokov and Nikolai Ostrovsky, and her contempt for Demyan Bayedny and Tvardovsky. And Nadia was obviously parroting him when she said with a shrug of the shoulders, "Revolutionaries are either stupid or dishonest. How can one sacrifice the life of a whole generation for some imaginary future happiness?" Once Nadia said to Yevgenia, "Why is it that the older generation always has to believe in something? Krymov believes in Lenin and communism, Papa believes in freedom, Grandmother believes in the people and the workers, but to us, to the younger generation, all that just seems stupid. It's stupid to believe in things. One should live without beliefs. The lieutenant's philosophy? Yevgenia interrupted. She was taken aback by Nadia's answer. In 3 weeks he'll be at the front. There's philosophy for you. Alive today, dead tomorrow. Talking to Nadia, Yevgenia often remembered Stalingrad. Vera had also talked to her. Vera had also fallen in love. But what a difference between the clear simplicity of Vera's feelings and the confusion of Nadia's, and how her own life had changed. What a difference between her view of the war then and her view of it now, in these days of victory. Nevertheless, the war went on, and what Nadia had said was still true. Alive today, dead tomorrow. What did the war care whether a lieutenant played the guitar and sang, whether he believed in the bright future of communism and volunteered for work on the great construction sites, or whether he read the poetry of Anensky and had no faith whatsoever in the imaginary happiness of future generations? Once Nadia showed Yevgenia a handwritten copy of a song written in one of the camps. It was about the freezing holds of the transport ships, the roar of the ocean, the way the Zeks, suffering from seasickness, embraced like blood brothers, and how Magadan, the capital of Kolyma, rose up out of the mist. When they first got back to Moscow, Viktor had lost his temper if Nadia so much as mentioned these subjects. Now, however, he had changed completely. Unable to restrain himself, he would complain in Nadia's presence how impossible it was to read these unctuous letters addressed to the great teacher, the best friend of all gymnasts, the wise father, the powerful Coryphaeus, the brilliant genius. A man who, in addition to all this, was kind, compassionate, and modest. It began to seem as though Stalin himself ploughed fields, forged metal, fed babies in their cradles, and handled a machine gun, while the workers, students, and scientists did nothing but pray to him. But for Stalin, a whole great nation would have perished long ago like helpless cattle. One day, Viktor counted 86 mentions of Stalin's name in one issue of Pravda. The following day, he counted 18 mentions in one editorial. He railed against the illegal arrests, the absence of freedom, and the way semi-literate party members had the right to give orders to scientists and writers, to correct them and tick them off. Something had indeed changed in Viktor. His growing horror at the destructive fury of the state, his increasing isolation and helplessness, his sense of doom. All this sometimes engendered fits of recklessness, a contempt for the dictates of prudence. One morning Viktor ran into Lyudmila's room. She felt quite taken aback by his unaccustomed look of excitement and joy. "Lyuda, Zhenya, I've just heard on the radio. We've set foot once more in the Ukraine." That afternoon, when Yevgenia came back from Kuznetsky Most, Viktor saw the expression on her face and asked, just as Lyudmila had asked him in the morning, "What's happened?" "They've taken my parcel. They've taken my parcel," said Yevgenia. Even Lyudmila could understand how much a parcel from Yevgenia would mean to Krymov. "A resurrection from the dead," she said, and added, "I think you really must still love him. I've never seen you with eyes like that before." "Probably I really am mad," Yevgenia whispered to her sister. "I'm happy first, because Nikolai will get my parcel, and secondly, because I've realized today that there's absolutely no question of Novikov having informed. Do you understand?" "You're not just mad," said Lyudmila angrily. "You're worse than mad." "Vitya, darling, do play us something on the piano," said Yevgenia. Viktor hadn't sat down at the piano for a long time, but now, instead of making excuses, he fetched some music, showed it to Yevgenia and asked, "Is that all right?" Lyudmila and Nadia both disliked music. They went out into the kitchen. Viktor began, and Yevgenia listened. He played for a long time. When he'd finished, he just sat there without saying a word or even looking at Yevgenia. Then he began another piece. There were moments when Yevgenia had the impression that Viktor was sobbing, but she couldn't see his face. Suddenly, Nadia flung open the door and shouted, "Turn on the radio, that's an order." The music stopped and was replaced by the metallic roar of Leviton's voice. At that moment, he was announcing, "The town was taken by storm, together with an important railway junction." Then he listed the generals and units which had distinguished themselves in combat, beginning with General Tolbukin. Suddenly he said in an exultant voice, "And also the tank corps commanded by Colonel Novikov." Yevgenia gave a quiet sigh. Then, as the announcer went on in his powerful, measured voice, Eternal glory to the heroes who have died for the freedom and independence of the motherland, she began to cry. 40. Yevgenia left. Now there was nothing to lighten the gloom in the house. Viktor just sat at his writing desk for hours on end. Often whole days went by without him even leaving the house. He was frightened. He felt sure he would meet people who had it in for him. He would be unable to avoid their merciless eyes. The telephone was now absolutely silent. If it did ring, once every 2 or 3 days, Lyudmila would say, "That's for Nadia," and she would be right. Viktor hadn't immediately understood the gravity of what had happened. At first he had even felt relieved to be sitting among his beloved books, in silence, far away from those morose, hostile faces. Soon, however, the silence at home began to oppress him. It made him feel anxious and gloomy. What was happening in the laboratory? How was the work going? What was Markov doing? He grew quite feverish at the thought that he was just sitting at home doing nothing at a time when he might be needed. But it was equally unbearable to imagine them getting on fine without him. Lyudmila bumped into a friend of hers on the street, Stoynikova, who had a secretarial job in the academy. She told Lyudmila every detail of the meeting of the scientific council. She had taken it down in shorthand from beginning to end. The most important thing was that Sokolov hadn't spoken. Shishakov had said, "We'd like to hear what you think, Pyotr Lavrentievich. You've been a colleague of STRUM's for a long time." Sokolov had answered that he had had heart trouble during the night and found it difficult to speak. Strangely, this news brought Viktor no joy whatsoever. Markov had spoken on behalf of the laboratory. He had been more measured than anyone else, avoiding political accusations and dwelling instead on STRUM's unpleasant personality. He even mentioned his talent. "He's a party member. He had to speak," said Viktor. "He's not to blame." Most of the speeches, however, were terrible. Kovchenko had called him a cheat and a rogue. "And now this STRUM hasn't even deigned to appear," he had said. "He really has gone too far now. We'll have to speak to him in a different language. He's asking for it after all." Grey-haired Prasilov, who used to compare Viktor's researches with those of Lebedev, had said, "Certain people have managed to draw a quite indecent amount of attention to STRUM's dubious theorizings." Dr. Gurevich had delivered a particularly unpleasant speech. After admitting his own grave mistake in overestimating STRUM's work, he had remarked on his racial intolerance and said that a man who goes astray in politics must also go astray in the realm of science. Svechin had spoken of the worthy STRUM and had quoted words of his to the effect that physics was a unity, that there was no German physics, American physics, or Soviet physics. "I did say something of the sort," said Viktor. "But to quote from a private conversation at that kind of meeting is a form of denunciation." Viktor was surprised that Pimenov had spoken. He wasn't directly connected with the institute and no one had compelled him to speak. He confessed to having attached excessive importance to STRUM's research and to overlooking its faults. It was quite extraordinary. Pimenov had once said that he bowed down before Viktor's work and that it was a joy to be able to assist in its realization. Shishakov had spoken only briefly. A resolution had been proposed by Ramskov, the secretary of the Institute Party Committee. It was a harsh one, asking the administration to amputate the decaying limbs from a healthy collective. What was most hurtful was that the resolution didn't so much as mention Viktor's scientific achievements. "So Sokolov behaved quite impeccably," said Lyudmila. "Where's Maria Ivanovna then? Surely he can't be that frightened." Viktor didn't answer. How peculiar it was. Although the Christian notion of forgiveness was quite alien to him, Viktor didn't feel in the least angry with Shishakov or Pimenov. Nor did he feel resentful towards Svechin, Gurevich or Kovchenko. But one person made him speechless with fury. As soon as he thought of him, he felt such an oppressive rage that he could hardly breathe. It was as though Sokolov were to blame for all the injustice, all the cruelty that Viktor had suffered. How could Pyotr Lavrentievich forbid his wife to visit the STRUM's? What base cowardice, what vile cruelty. What Viktor was unable to admit was that this fury stemmed as much from his own secret guilt concerning Sokolov as from Sokolov's behavior towards him. Lyudmila talked more and more about material matters, their excess living space, ration cards, salary attestations for the house management committee, the need to transfer to a different store, a ration book for the coming quarter, Viktor's out-of-date passport, The fact that he needed a certificate of employment in order to renew it. All these questions weighed on her day and night. How could they get enough money to live on? At first, Victor had pooh-poohed all this, saying, "I'll stay at home and concentrate on theory. I'll build my own laboratory hut." Now, though, it was no longer a laughing matter. The money Victor received as a corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences was barely enough to pay for the flat, the dacha, and the communal expenses. And he was weighed down by his sense of isolation. But they had to live. The idea that he could teach in an institute of higher education now seemed impossible. There was no question of a politically dubious individual having contact with the young. What could he do? His position as a well-known scientist made it difficult for him to obtain a more modest post. No personnel officer would be willing to appoint a doctor of science as a technical editor or a secondary school physics teacher. They would just gasp in astonishment. When the thought of the work he had lost, the humiliations he had undergone, and his state of dependency and need became quite unbearable, he thought, if only they'd arrest me right now. But then what about Lyudmila and Nadia? They would still need something to live on. As for selling strawberries from the dacha, they only had the dacha until May. Then the lease had to be renewed. The dacha went with his job, not with being a member of the academy. And out of pure negligence, he'd forgotten to pay the rent. He'd meant to settle his arrears at the same time as he paid for the first 6 months of the next year. But sums of money that had then seemed trivial now seemed horrifyingly vast. How could he get some money? Nadia needed a new coat. By borrowing? But one can't borrow unless one has some hope of repaying. By selling off their belongings? But who'd want to buy china or a piano in the middle of a war? And anyway, he didn't want to do that. Lyudmila loved her collection of porcelain. Even now, after Tolya's death, she sometimes took it out and admired it. He often thought of going to the military commissariat, renouncing the exemption he was entitled to as an academician, and volunteering to serve in the ranks. This thought somehow made him feel calmer. But then he would feel anxious and tormented again. How would Lyudmila and Nadia make a living without him? By teaching, by renting out a room. But that would immediately bring in the house management committee and the police. There'd be interrogations, fines, searches at night. How wise, how powerful, how threatening all these officials suddenly appeared. These house managers, district police inspectors, housing inspectors, secretaries of personnel departments. To a man with no place in the world, even a slip of a girl at a desk in a rations office seems endowed with a vast, unshakable power. A sense of fear, indecisiveness, and helplessness hung over Victor all day long. But this feeling was by no means unchanging and uniform. On the contrary, each part of the day had its own particular melancholy, its own particular terror. Early in the morning, after the warmth of his bed, when the windows were still veiled by a cold, opaque semi-darkness, he felt like a helpless child faced with some awesome power that was about to crush him. He wanted to burrow under the blankets, curl up, screw up his eyes, and keep absolutely still. Later on in the morning, he would think sadly about his work, longing to go into the institute again. He felt then that he was someone useless, stupid, and talentless. It was as though the state, in its fury, was able to take away not only his freedom and peace of mind, but even his intelligence, his talent, and his belief in himself. It had transformed him into a grey, stupid, miserable bourgeois. Before lunch, he would come to life for a while, and even feel quite cheerful. But immediately afterwards, his melancholy would return, as empty, thoughtless, and tedious as ever. The worst moments of terror came as twilight set in. Victor had become terrified of the dark, as terrified as Stone Age man caught at dusk in the middle of a forest. His terror grew as he sat there and mulled over his memories. Out there in the darkness beyond the window, a cruel and inevitable fate was watching. Any moment now he would hear a car in the street, a ring at the door, and then the scraping and squeaking of boots here in the room. There was nowhere he could escape to. And then suddenly, with a flash of joy and anger, Victor no longer cared. It was all very well for those nobles who criticized the Tsarist regime, he told Lyudmila. If one of them fell into disfavor, he just got into his carriage and left the capital for his estate in Penza. Everything was waiting for him. His neighbors, the park, all the joys of the country. He could go out hunting or sit down and write his memoirs. I wonder how those Voltaireans would have got on with 2 weeks' redundancy pay and a reference in a sealed envelope that wouldn't even get them a job as a janitor. Don't worry, Vitya, said Lyudmila. We'll survive. I'll work at home, I'll do embroidery and make painted scarves, or I might work as a laboratory assistant. I'll find a way of feeding you." Viktor kissed her hands. She couldn't understand why his face had taken on such a guilty, martyred expression, why a look of such pitiful entreaty should suddenly have come into his eyes. Viktor paced up and down the room, singing the words of an old romance under his breath. He lies forgotten, quite alone. When Nadia heard about Viktor's idea of volunteering for the front, she said, "There's one girl I know, Tonya Kogan, whose father volunteered. He was a specialist in ancient Greek. He ended up in a reserve regiment near Penza, cleaning latrines. He was very short-sighted. Once the captain came in and he swept some rubbish straight at him. The captain gave him a punch that burst his eardrum." "Very well," said Viktor. "I won't sweep rubbish at captains." These days, Viktor talked to Nadia as though she were an adult. Never before, it seemed, had he got on so well with her. She had taken to coming home straight after school. Viktor thought it was because she didn't want to cause him anxiety and felt very moved. When she talked to him now, she no longer had that mocking look in her eyes. Instead, they took on an expression of warmth and seriousness. One evening, Viktor got dressed and set off for the institute. He wanted to look in through the windows. Perhaps the lights would be on for the second shift. Perhaps Markov had already finished installing the new apparatus. Suddenly he felt afraid of meeting someone he knew and turned into a side street. It was dark and deserted. He felt strangely happy. The snow, the night sky, the cool fresh air, the trees and their dark branches, the narrow strip of light escaping through the blackout curtain of a one-story wooden house. Everything was so beautiful. He was breathing in the night air. He was walking down a quiet side street and no one was looking at him. He was alive. He was free. What more did he need? What more could he want? Then Viktor returned home, and his happiness evaporated. At first he had waited anxiously for Maria Ivanovna to get in touch. The days passed and she still didn't ring. Everything had been taken away from him. His work, his honor, his peace of mind, his belief in himself. Could they really have taken away the last refuge of all? Love. There were moments when he would sit there in despair, his head in his hands, thinking that it was impossible for him to go on living without her. Sometimes he would mutter, well then, or he would ask himself, does anyone need me? There was, however, one glimmer of brightness at the bottom of his despair. He and Maria Ivanovna had behaved honorably. They had suffered themselves, but they hadn't tormented anyone else. But Viktor knew very well that these thoughts, whether resentful, resigned, or philosophical, had very little to do with his deepest feelings. His anger with Maria Ivanovna, his self-mockery, his sorrowful acceptance of the inevitable, his thoughts about his conscience and his duty to Lyudmila. All these were simply a way of combating despair. When he remembered her eyes and her voice, he was overwhelmed by longing for her. Would he never see her again? When he could no longer bear his sense of loss, his sense of the finality of their separation, he turned to Lyudmila, feeling quite ashamed of himself as he did so, and said, "You know, I keep worrying about Madyarov. Do you think he's all right? Does anyone know what's happened to him? Maybe you ought to phone Maria Ivanovna after all. What do you think?" What was most surprising of all was that Viktor went on working. This didn't, however, diminish his anxiety, his grief, or his longing for Maria Ivanovna. His work didn't help him combat grief and terror. He didn't turn to it for relief from his gloom and despair. His work was more to him than just a psychological prop. He worked simply because he was unable not to. 41. Lyudmila told Viktor that she had met the house manager. He wanted Viktor to call on him in his office. They tried to guess what he might want. Was it about their excess living space, Viktor's out-of-date passport, or was it a checkup by the military commissariat? Or perhaps some informer had told them that Yevgenia had been living there without being registered. "You should have asked," said Viktor. "Then we wouldn't be sitting here racking our brains like this." "Of course I should," agreed Lyudmila, "but I was quite taken aback. All he said was, 'Ask your husband to come round. He can come in the morning now he no longer goes to work.' Heavens, they already know everything. Of course they do. They're all spying on us. The janitors, the lift attendants, the neighbors' daily helps. What's there to be surprised about?" "Yes, you're right. Do you remember the young man with a party membership card who came round before the war? The one who asked you to keep an eye open and tell him who visited the neighbors. I certainly do. I gave him such a dressing down that he was already out in the passage before he had time to say, but I thought you were socially conscious. Lyudmila had told this story hundreds of times. In the past, Viktor had always tried to hurry her on. Now, though, he kept asking her to tell him more details. You know what, said Lyudmila. It might be something to do with the 2 tablecloths I sold in the market. I don't think so, said Viktor. Then it would be you they wanted to see. Maybe there's something they want you to sign, said Lyudmila uncertainly. Viktor sank into the depths of depression. He kept remembering everything he had come out with during his conversations with Shishakov and Kochenko. Then he thought back to his student days, how he had talked. He had argued with Dmitri. He had argued, though he had also sometimes agreed, with Krymov, but he had never for even 1 minute been an enemy of the party, an enemy of Soviet power. Suddenly he remembered some particularly outspoken remark he had once made. He went quite cold at the mere thought of it. And then what about Krymov? He was as pure and dedicated a communist as anyone. He certainly hadn't had any doubts. He was a fanatic, yet even he had been arrested. And then there had been those terrible evenings with Karimov and Magyarov. How strange everything was. Usually, as twilight set in, Viktor was haunted by the thought that he was about to be arrested. His feeling of terror grew more and more oppressive, but when at last the end seemed quite inevitable, he would feel a sense of joy and relief. No, he couldn't make head or tail of it. And sometimes, thinking about the unjust reception his work had met with, he felt as though he were about to go out of his mind. But when the thought that he himself was stupid and talentless, and that his work was nothing more than an obtuse, colourless mockery of reality, when this thought ceased to be a mere thought and became instead a fact of life, then he would all of a sudden feel happy. He no longer even played with the idea of confessing his faults in public. He was a pitiful ignoramus, and even if he did repent, it wouldn't change anything. He was of no use to anyone. Whether he repented or not, he was of equally little significance to the furious state. How Lyudmila had changed over these last weeks. She no longer phoned up the house manager to say, "I need a locksmith at once." She no longer initiated a public inquiry on the staircase, demanding, "Who's emptied their rubbish on the floor again?" Even the way she dressed was somehow nervous. One day she put on an expensive fur coat just to go and buy some oil. Another day she wrapped herself up in an old grey dress and put on a coat she had meant to give to the lift attendant long before the war had even begun. Viktor looked at his wife, wondering what the 2 of them would be like in 10 or 15 years. Do you remember Chekhov's story, The Bishop? The mother used to take her cow out to graze and tell the other women how her son had once been a bishop. No one believed her. No, I don't remember, said Lyudmila. I read it when I was a little girl. Well, read it again, said Viktor irritably. He had always resented Lyudmila's indifference towards Chekhov. He suspected she hadn't even read most of his stories. How very strange. The weaker and more helpless he became, the nearer he seemed to a state of complete entropy. The more of a non-entity he felt he had become in the eyes of the caretaker and the girls in the rations office, in the eyes of passport inspectors, personnel managers, laboratory assistants, scientists and friends, even in the eyes of his family, perhaps even in the eyes of Chepizhin and Lyudmila. Then the more certain he felt that Masha loved and treasured him. They didn't see one another, but he knew this for sure. After each new humiliation, after each new blow of fate, he would say, "Can you see me, Masha?" And so there he was, sitting next to his wife, talking to her, and all the time thinking his own secret thoughts. The telephone rang. Its ringing now made Viktor as anxious as if it were the middle of the night, and a telegram had arrived with news of some tragedy. "I know what it is," said Lyudmila. "Someone promised to phone me about a job in a cooperative." She picked up the receiver. Raising her eyebrows, she said, "He's just coming." "It's for you," she said to Viktor. Viktor looked at her questioningly. She covered the receiver with the palm of her hand and said, "It's a voice I don't know. I can't think." He took the receiver from her. "Certainly," he said. "I'll hold on." Now it was Lyudmila's turn to look questioningly at him. He groped on the table for a pencil and scrawled a few letters on a scrap of paper. Very slowly, not knowing what she was doing, Lyudmila made the sign of the cross first over herself and then over Viktor. Neither of them said a word. This is a bulletin from all the radio services of the Soviet Union. A voice unbelievably similar to the voice that had addressed the nation, the army, the entire world on July 3rd, 1941, now addressed a solitary individual holding a telephone receiver. "Good day, Comrade STRUM." At that moment, everything came together in a jumble of half-formed thoughts and feelings. Triumph, a sense of weakness, fear that all this might just be some maniac playing a trick on him, pages of closely written manuscript, that endless questionnaire, the LUBYANKA. Viktor knew that his fate was now being settled. He also had a vague sense of loss, as though he had lost something peculiarly dear to him, something good and touching. "Good day, Iosif Vissarionovitch," he said, astonished to hear himself pronouncing such unimaginable words on the telephone. The conversation lasted 2 or 3 minutes. "I think you're working in a very interesting field," said Stalin. His voice was slow and guttural, and he placed a particularly heavy stress on certain syllables. It was so similar to the voice Viktor had heard on the radio that it sounded almost like an impersonation. It was like Viktor's imitation of Stalin when he was playing the fool at home. It was just as everyone who had ever heard Stalin speak, at a conference or during a private interview, had always described it. Perhaps it really was a hoax after all. "I believe in my work," said Viktor. Stalin was silent for a moment. He seemed to be thinking over what Viktor had said. "Has the war made it difficult for you to obtain foreign research reports?" asked Stalin. "And do you have all the necessary laboratory equipment?" With a sincerity that he himself found astonishing, Viktor said, "Thank you very much, Iosif Vissarionovitch. My working conditions are perfectly satisfactory." Lyudmila was still standing up, as though Stalin could see her. Viktor motioned to her to sit down. Stalin was silent again, thinking over what Viktor had said. "Goodbye, Comrade STRUM. I wish you success in your work." "Goodbye, Comrade Stalin." He put down the phone. There they both were, still sitting opposite each other. Just as when they had been talking a few minutes before, about the tablecloths Lyudmila had sold at the Tishinsky market. "I wish you success in your work," said Viktor with a strong Georgian accent. There was something extraordinary about the way nothing in the room had changed. The sideboard, the piano, the chairs, the 2 unwashed plates on the table were exactly the same as when Viktor and Lyudmila had been talking about the house manager. It was enough to drive one insane. Hadn't their whole lives been turned upside down? Wasn't a new destiny now awaiting them? "What did he say to you?" "Nothing special. He just asked if I was having difficulty in obtaining foreign research literature," said Viktor, trying to sound calm and unconcerned. For a moment he felt almost embarrassed at his sudden feeling of happiness. Lyuda, he said, "just think. I didn't repent. I didn't bow down. I didn't write to him. He phoned me himself." The impossible had happened. Its significance was incalculable. Was this really the same Viktor Pavlovitch who had tossed about in bed and been unable to sleep, who had lost his head over some questionnaire, who had scratched himself as he wondered anxiously what had been said about him at the scientific council, who had gone over his sins one by one, who had repented, at least in thought, and begged for forgiveness, who had expected to be arrested or to live the rest of his life in poverty, who had trembled at the thought of talking to a girl at the passport office or the rations desk. My God, said Lyudmila, and to think that Tolya will never know." She went to Tolya's room and opened the door. Viktor picked up the telephone receiver and put it down again. "But what if the whole thing was a hoax?" he said, going over to the window. The street was deserted. A woman went by, dressed in a quilted coat. He returned to the telephone and drummed on the receiver with his finger. "How did my voice sound?" "You spoke very slowly. You know, I've no idea what made me suddenly stand up like that." "Stalin himself." "Perhaps it really was just a hoax." "No one would dare. You'd get 10 years for a joke like that." It was only an hour since Viktor had been pacing up and down the room, humming the old romance by Golenishtchev-Kutuzov. He lies forgotten, quite alone. Stalin and his telephone calls. Rumours would go round Moscow once or twice every year. Stalin's phoned Dovzhenko, the film director. Stalin's phoned Ilya Ehrenberg. There was no need for Stalin to give direct orders, to ask that a prize be awarded to X, a flat be allocated to Y, or an institute be set up for Z. Stalin was above such matters. They were dealt with by subordinates who divined Stalin's will through his tone of voice and the look in his eyes. If Stalin gave a man a quick smile, his life would be transformed overnight. He would suddenly rise up out of the outer darkness to be greeted with power, fame, and showers of honors. Dozens of notables would bow down before him. Stalin had smiled at him. Stalin had joked with him on the phone. People repeated these conversations to one another in detail. Every word of Stalin's seemed astonishing, and the more banal his words, the more astonishing they seemed. It was as if Stalin was incapable of saying anything ordinary. Apparently, he had phoned a famous sculptor and said, laughing, "Hello, you old drunkard." He had rung a famous writer, a very decent man, and asked about a comrade of his who had been arrested. Taken aback, the writer had mumbled something quite inaudible in reply. Stalin had then said, "You don't know how to defend your friends." He had phoned up a newspaper for the young. The deputy editor had said, "Lubyanka speaking." "And who is Lubyanka?" Stalin had asked. "You should know," Lubyanka had answered. He had then slammed down the receiver. Stalin had called back and said, "Comrade Lubyanka, this is Stalin speaking. Please explain who you are." After this, Lubyanka had apparently spent 2 weeks in hospital recovering from shock. One word of his could annihilate thousands, tens of thousands of people. A marshal, a people's commissar, a member of the Central Committee, a secretary of an obcom, people who had been in command of armies and fronts, who had held sway over vast factories, entire regions, whole republics, could be reduced to nothing by one angry word. They would become labor camp dust, rattling their tin bowls as they waited outside the kitchen for their ration of gruel. One night, Stalin and Beria had visited an old Bolshevik from Georgia who had recently been released from the Lubyanka. They had stayed till morning. The other tenants hadn't dared use the toilet and hadn't even gone out to work in the morning. The door had been opened by a midwife, the senior tenant. She was wearing a nightdress and holding a pug dog in her arms. She was very angry that the visitors hadn't rung the bell the correct number of times, as she put it herself. I opened the door and saw a portrait. Then the portrait started walking towards me. Apparently, Stalin had gone out into the corridor and looked for a long time at the sheet of paper by the phone, where the tenants noted how many calls they had made. It was the very banality of all these incidents that people found so amusing and so unbelievable. Just imagine, Stalin himself had walked down the corridor of a communal flat. It was unbelievable. It needed only one word from Stalin for vast buildings to rise up, for columns of people to march out into the taiga and fell trees, for hundreds of thousands of men and women to dig canals, build towns and lay down roads in a land of permafrost and polar darkness. He was the embodiment of a great state, the son of the Stalinist constitution, the party of Stalin, Stalin's 5-year plans, Stalin's construction works, Stalin's strategy, Stalin's aviation. A great state was embodied in him, in his character, in his mannerisms. "I wish you success in your work," Viktor kept repeating. "You're working in a very interesting field." One thing was quite clear. Stalin knew about the importance attributed to nuclear physics in other countries. Viktor was aware of the strange tension that was beginning to surround this area of research. He could sense this tension between the lines of articles by English and American physicists. He could sense it in the odd hiatuses that sometimes interrupted their chains of reasoning. He had noticed that the names of certain frequently published researchers had disappeared from the pages of physics journals. Everyone studying the fission of heavy nuclei seemed to have vanished into thin air. No one even cited their work any longer. This silence, this tension, grew still more palpable when it came to anything relating to the fission of uranium nuclei. Chepygin, Sokolov, and Markov had discussed this more than once. Only the other day, Chepygin had talked about the short-sightedness of people who couldn't see the practical application of the reactions of heavy nuclei to bombardment by neutrons. He himself had chosen not to work in this field. The air was still full of the fire and smoke of battle, the rumble of tanks and the tramping of boots, but a new, still silent tension had appeared in the world. The most powerful of all hands had picked up a telephone receiver. A theoretical physicist had heard a slow voice say, "I wish you success in your work." A new shadow, still faint and mute, barely perceptible, now hung over the ravaged earth, over the heads of children and old men. No one knew of it yet. No one was aware of the birth of a power that belonged to the future. It was a long way from the desks of a few dozen physicists, from sheets of paper covered with alphas, betas, gammas, casis, and sigmas, from laboratories and library shelves to the cosmic and satanic force that was to become the scepter of state power. Nevertheless, the journey had been begun. The mute shadow was thickening, slowly turning into a darkness that could envelop both Moscow and New York. Viktor didn't think at this moment about the success of his work that had seemed abandoned forever in the drawer of his writing desk, but which would now once again see the light and be incorporated into lectures and scientific papers. Nor did he think about the triumph of scientific truth, nor about how he could once again help the progress of science, have his own students, be mentioned in the pages of textbooks and journals, wait anxiously to see whether his theory corresponded to the truth revealed by calculating machines and photographic emulsions. No, what Viktor felt was a sense of pride that he had been victorious over his persecutors. Not long ago, he had felt quite free of resentment. Even now, he had no desire to occasion these people harm to get his revenge, but he did take great joy in remembering their acts of dishonesty, cowardice, and cruelty. The worse someone had behaved, the sweeter it was to think of him now. When Nadia arrived back from school, Lyudmila shouted out, "Nadia, Stalin's just telephoned Papa." Nadia rushed into the room, her scarf trailing on the floor, her coat half on and half off. Seeing her reaction made it easier for Viktor to imagine everyone's consternation when, later today or tomorrow, they heard what had happened. They sat down to lunch. Viktor suddenly pushed his spoon away and said, "I really don't want anything to eat." "It's a complete rout for all your detractors and persecutors," said Lyudmila. "Just think what must be going on now in the institute and the academy." "Yes, yes. And the other women in the special store will say hello to you again, Mama, and smile at you," said Nadia. "That's right," replied Lyudmila with a little laugh. Viktor had always detested bootlickers. Still, it pleased him to think how obsequiously Shishikov would smile at him now. There was just one thing he didn't understand. Mixed with his joy and his feeling of triumph was a sadness that seemed to well up from somewhere deep underground, a sense of regret for something sacred and cherished that seemed to be slipping away from him. For some reason he felt guilty, but he had no idea what of or before whom. He sat there, eating his favorite buckwheat and potato soup, and remembering a spring night in Kiev when he was a child. He had watched the stars looking down at him between the chestnut blossoms and wept. The world had seemed splendid then, the future quite vast, full of goodness and radiant light. Today his fate had been decided. It was as though he was saying goodbye to that pure, childish, almost religious love of science and its magic, saying goodbye to what he had felt a few weeks before as he overcame his terror and refused to lie to himself. There was only one person he could have talked to about all this, but she wasn't there. There was one other strange thing. He felt impatient and greedy. He wanted the whole world to know what had happened. He wanted it to be known in the institute, in the auditoriums of the university, in the central committee, in the academy, in the house management office, in the dacha office, in the different scientific societies. But Viktor felt quite indifferent as to whether or not Sokolov knew, and deep down, quite unconsciously, he would have preferred Maria Ivanovna not to know. He had the feeling it was better for their love that he should be persecuted and unhappy. He told Nadia and Lyudmila a story they had all known even before the war. One night, Stalin appeared in the metro, slightly drunk, sat down beside a young woman and asked, "What can I do for you?" "I'd love to look round the Kremlin," the woman replied. Stalin thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I can certainly arrange that for you." "See?" exclaimed Nadia. "You're such a great man now that Mama let you finish the story without interrupting. She's already heard it 110 times. Once again, for the 111th time, they all laughed at the simple-minded woman in the metro. "Vitya," said Lyudmila, "maybe we should have something to drink to celebrate the occasion." She went to fetch a box of sweets that had been set aside for Nadia's birthday. "There," she said. "But calm down, Nadia. There's no need to throw yourself on them like a starving wolf." "Papa," said Nadia, "what right have we got to laugh at the woman in the metro? After all, you could have asked Stalin about Krymov and Uncle Dmitri." "What do you mean? How could I?" "I think you could. Grandmother would have said something straight away, that's for sure. Maybe, said Viktor. Maybe. Don't be silly, said Lyudmila. We're not being silly, said Nadia. We're talking about the life of your own brother. Vitya, said Lyudmila, you must phone Shishakov. I don't think you've quite taken in what's happened, said Viktor. There's no need for me to phone anyone. You should phone Shishakov, said Lyudmila obstinately. Me phone Shishakov? When Stalin's wished me success in my work? Something had changed in Viktor. Until now, he had always felt indignant at the way Stalin was idolized, the way his name appeared again and again in every column of every newspaper. And then there were all the portraits, busts, statues, oratorios, poems, hymns, and the way he was called a genius, the father of the people. What had made Viktor particularly indignant was the way even Lenin's name had been eclipsed. Stalin's military genius was often contrasted with Lenin's more civic genius. There was a play of Alexei Tolstoy's where Lenin obligingly lit a match so Stalin could have a puff at his pipe. One artist had portrayed Stalin striding up the steps of the Smolny, with Lenin darting along behind him like a bantam cock. And if Lenin and Stalin were portrayed together in public, then the children and old people would be gazing tenderly at Lenin, while a procession of armed giants, workers and sailors festooned with machine gun belts, marched towards Stalin. Historians describing critical moments in the life of the Soviet state made it seem as though Lenin were constantly asking Stalin for advice. During the Kronstadt rebellion, during the defense of Tsaritsyn, even during the invasion of Poland, the strike at Baku, which Stalin had participated in, and the newspaper Budzola, which he had edited, seemed more important in the history of the party than the whole of the revolutionary movement that had gone before. Budzola? Budzola? Viktor had repeated angrily. What about Zhelyabov, Plekhanov and Kropotkin? What about the Decembrists? All we ever hear about now is Budzola. For 1,000 years, Russia had been governed by an absolute autocracy, by czars and their favorites, but never had anyone held such power as Stalin. Now, though, Viktor no longer felt angry or horrified. The greater Stalin's power, the more deafening the hymns and trumpets, the thicker the clouds of incense at the feet of the living idol, the happier Viktor felt. It was getting dark, and Viktor didn't feel afraid. Stalin had spoken to him. Stalin had said, "I wish you success in your work." When it was fully dark, Viktor went out for a walk. He no longer felt helpless and doomed. No, he felt calm. The people who counted already knew everything. He found it strange even to think about Krymov, Abarchuk and Dmitri, about Madyarov and Chetverikov. Their fate was not his fate. He felt sad for them, but he felt no empathy. Viktor was happy in his triumph. His intelligence, his moral strength had brought him victory. It didn't matter that this happiness was so different from what he had felt when he had been on trial, when he had felt his mother standing there beside him. He no longer cared whether Madyarov had been arrested or whether Krymov had informed on him. For the first time in his life, he was free of anxiety about his careless talk and seditious jokes. Late at night, when Lyudmila and Nadia were already in bed, the telephone rang. "Hello," said a quiet voice. Viktor felt an even greater excitement than he had earlier in the day. "Hello," he answered. "I need to hear your voice. Say something to me." "Masha, Mashenka," Viktor began, then he fell silent. "Viktor, darling," she said. "I can't lie to Pyotr Lavrentievich. I told him I love you. I promised never to see you." The following morning, Lyudmila came into the room, ruffled his hair, kissed him on the forehead and said, "Did you phone someone last night? I thought I heard you in my sleep." "No, you must have been dreaming," said Viktor, looking her straight in the eye. "Don't forget, you have to go and see the house manager." 42. The investigator's jacket looked strange to Krymov, accustomed as he was to a world of soldiers' tunics and military uniforms. His face, however, was quite ordinary. Krymov had seen any number of political officers whose faces had the same sallow color. The first questions were easy enough. It began to seem as though the whole thing would be as straightforward as his first name, patronymic, and surname. The prisoner answered the investigator's questions quickly, as though anxious to assist him. After all, the investigator didn't know anything about him. The official-looking table that stood between them in no way divided them. They had both paid their party membership dues, both watched the film Chapayev, and both listened to briefings by the Central Committee. They had both been sent to make speeches in the factories during the week before May Day. There were a number of preliminary questions, and Krymov began to feel more at ease. Soon they would get to the heart of the matter, and he would explain how he had led his men out of encirclement. Finally, it was established beyond doubt that the unshaven creature sitting at the desk in a soldier's open-collared tunic and a pair of trousers with the buttons torn off had a first name, patronymic and surname, had been born in the autumn, was of Russian nationality, had fought in 2 world wars and 1 civil war, had not been a member of any White Army bands, had not been involved in any court cases, had been a member of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolshevik, for 25 years, had been chosen as a delegate to a Comintern Congress and to the Pacific Ocean Trade Union Congress, and had not been awarded any orders or medals. Krymov's main anxiety was centered on his time in encirclement, on the men he had led across the bogs of Byelorussia and the fields of the Ukraine. Which of them had been arrested? Which of them had broken down under interrogation, had lost all sense of conscience? Krymov was taken aback by a sudden question concerning other, more distant years. Tell me, when did you first become acquainted with Fritz Hacken? After a long silence, he replied, if I'm not mistaken, it was at the Central Trade Union headquarters in Tomsky's office, in spring 1927, if I'm not mistaken. The investigator nodded, as though he had already known about this far-distant event. He sighed, opened a file inscribed to be kept in perpetuity, slowly loosened the white tapes, and began leafing through pages covered in writing. Krymov caught a glimpse of different colors of ink, single and double-spaced typescript, and occasional appended notes in red and blue crayon and ordinary pencil. The investigator turned the pages over slowly. He was like a prize-winning student glancing through a textbook, already certain he knows it from cover to cover. Sometimes he glanced at Krymov. At these moments, he was like an artist checking his sketch against the model. The physical characteristics, the moral characteristics, even the window of the soul. The eyes. But how evil he looked now, his very ordinary face. Since 1937, Krymov had seen many such faces in raycoms, obcoms, district police stations, libraries and publishing houses. Suddenly lost its ordinariness, he seemed to be made up of distinct cubes that had yet to be gathered into the unity of a human being. His eyes were on one cube, his slow hands on another, his mouth that kept opening to ask questions was on a third. Sometimes the cubes got mixed up and out of proportion. His mouth became vast, his eyes were set in his wrinkled forehead, and his forehead was in the place that should have been occupied by his chin. So that's what happened, said the investigator. His face became human again. He closed the file, but without tying up the curling tapes. Like a shoe with the laces undone, thought the creature with no buttons on his trousers. Very slowly and solemnly the investigator pronounced the words, the Communist International. Then, in his usual voice, Nikolai Krymov, Comintern official. And then, slowly, solemnly, the Third Communist International. After that, he remained silent for some time, apparently lost in thought. Then, with some Communist International. After that, he remained silent for some time, apparently lost in thought. Then, with sudden animation, in a frank, man-to-man voice, he said, that Muska Grinberg's a dangerous woman, isn't she? Krymov blushed, surprised and deeply embarrassed. Yes, but what a long time ago that had been, even if he was still embarrassed. He must have already been in love with Zhenya. He had dropped in on an old friend after work. It must have been to return some money he had borrowed to go on a journey. After that, he could remember everything clearly, without any must-haves. His friend Constantine had been out, but he had never really liked her. A woman with the hoarse voice of a chain-smoker, whose judgments were always sweeping and assured. She was the deputy party secretary in the Institute of Philosophy. She was admittedly beautiful, a fine figure of a woman. Yes, he had indeed poured Kostya's wife on the couch. They'd even met a couple of times afterwards. An hour before, he had thought that his investigator knew nothing about him, that he had recently been promoted from some village. But time passed, and the investigator kept on asking questions about the foreign communists who had been KRYMOV'S comrades. He knew the familiar forms of their forenames, their nicknames, the names of their wives and lovers. There was something sinister in the extent of his knowledge. Even if KRYMOV had been a very great man, whose every word was important to history, it would still not have been worth gathering so many trifles, so much junk into this great file. But nothing was considered trifling. Wherever he had been, he had left footprints behind him. A whole retinue had followed on his heels, committing his life to memory. A mocking remark he had made about one of his comrades, a word or two about a book he had read, a comic toast he had made on someone's birthday, a 3-minute telephone conversation, an angry note he had addressed to the platform at a conference. Everything had been gathered together into the file. A great state had busied itself over his affair with Muska Grinberg. Meaningless trifles and empty, careless words had become intertwined with his deepest convictions. His love for Yevgenia Nikolaevna didn't mean anything. What mattered were his most casual, shallow affairs. He himself could no longer distinguish between what was important and what was trivial. One disrespectful remark he had made about Stalin's knowledge of philosophy appeared to mean more than 10 years of ceaseless work on behalf of the party. Had he really, in 1932, in Lazovsky's office, told a visiting comrade from Germany that the Soviet trade union movement represented the state more than the proletariat? A visiting comrade who had informed on him, heavens, what a tissue of lies it all was, a cobweb that was gumming up his mouth and nostrils. Please understand, comrade investigator. Citizen investigator. Yes, of course. Citizen. Please. This is just a lie, a fabrication. I've been a party member for more than 25 years. I incited soldiers to mutiny in 1917. I was 4 years in China. I worked day and night. Hundreds of people know me. In the present war, I volunteered for the front. Even at the worst moments, people trusted me and followed me. Do you think you're here to receive a testimonial? Asked the investigator. Are you applying for a citation? He shook his head. And he even has the nerve to complain that his wife doesn't bring him any parcels. What a husband. That was something he had mentioned to Bogolev in their cell. Oh God. He remembered that Katzenellenbogen had once joked, a certain Greek once said, all things flow. We say, all people inform. Inside the file, his life had somehow lost its proportions, lost its true scale. The whole of his life had coagulated into grey, sticky vermicelli, and he no longer knew what mattered. His 4 exhausting years of underground work in the sultry heat of Shanghai, the river crossing at Stalingrad, his faith in the revolution, or a few exasperated words he had said at the Pines Sanatorium to a journalist he didn't know very well about the wretchedness of Soviet newspapers. And then, in a quiet, good-natured tone of voice, the investigator said, "And now tell me how the fascist Haken inveigled you into sabotage and espionage. You don't mean that seriously, do you? Don't play the fool, KRYMOV. You've already seen that we know every step of your life. But that's just why, cut it out, KRYMOV. You can't fool the security organs. But the whole thing's a lie. Listen, KRYMOV, we've got Haken's own confession. He repented of his crime and told us of his criminal association with you. You can show me 10 of Haken's confessions. They're all forgeries. It's madness. And if you have got this confession of Haken's, then why was I, a spy and a saboteur, trusted to act as a military commissar to lead people into battle? What were you doing then? Where were you looking? So you think you've been called here to teach us how to do our work, do you? You want to supervise the work of the organs? What's all that got to do with it? It's just a matter of logic. I know Haken. He couldn't have said he recruited me. It's not possible. Why not? He's a communist, a fighter for the revolution. Have you always been certain of that? Yes, answered KRYMOV. Always. Nodding his head, the investigator leafed through the file, repeating to himself in apparent confusion. Well, that does change things. Then he held out a sheet of paper to KRYMOV, covering part of it with the palm of his hand. Read through that. KRYMOV read what was written and shrugged his shoulders. It's pretty poor stuff, he said, raising his eyes from the page. Why? The man's neither brave enough to declare firmly that Haken's an honest communist, nor is he cowardly enough to level accusations against him. So he worms his way out of saying anything. The investigator took his hand away and showed KRYMOV his own signature next to the date, February 1938. They both fell silent. Then the investigator asked sternly, "Perhaps you were being beaten then, and that's why you gave such testimony?" "No, no one beat me." The investigator's face broke up into separate cubes. His eyes watched Krymov with exasperated contempt, while his mouth said, "And so, during the time you were encircled, you left your unit for 2 days. You were taken by air to the German Army HQ, where you handed over important information and received your new instructions." "Raving nonsense," muttered the creature in the soldier's tunic with the unbuttoned collar. The investigator carried on. Now Krymov no longer saw himself as a man of high principles, strong, clear-minded, ready to go to the scaffold for the sake of the revolution. Instead, he felt weak and indecisive. He had said things he shouldn't. He had allowed himself to mock the reverence of the Soviet people for Comrade Stalin. He had been undiscriminating in his associates. Many of his friends had been victims of repression. His theoretical views were totally confused. He had slept with his friend's wife. He had given cowardly, dishonest testimony about Haken. Was it really him sitting here? Was all this really happening to him? It was a dream, a midsummer nightmare. Before the war, you supplied an émigré Trotskyist center with information about the thinking of leading figures in the international revolutionary movement. You didn't have to be a scoundrel or an idiot to suspect such a filthy, pathetic creature of treachery. If Krymov had been in the investigator's shoes, he certainly wouldn't have trusted such a creature. He knew the new type of party official very well. Those who had replaced the old Bolsheviks, liquidated or dismissed from their posts in 1937. They were people of a very different stamp. They read new books, and they read them in a different way. They didn't read them, they mugged them up. They loved and valued material comforts. Revolutionary asceticism was alien to them, or at the very least not central to their character. They knew no foreign languages, were infatuated with their own Russianness, and spoke Russian ungrammatically. Some of them were by no means stupid, but their power seemed to lie not so much in their ideas or intelligence as in their practical competence and the bourgeois sobriety of all their opinions. Krymov could understand that both the new and the old cadres were bound together by a great common goal, that this gave rise to many similarities, and that it was unity that mattered, not differences. Nevertheless, he had always been conscious of his own superiority over these new people, the superiority that was his as an old Bolshevik. What he hadn't noticed was that it was no longer a matter of his own willingness to accept the investigator, to recognize him as a fellow party member. Now his longing to be one with his investigator was really a pathetic hope that the latter would accept him, would accept Nikolai Grigorovich Krymov, or would at least admit that not everything about him was wretched, dishonest, and insignificant. Krymov hadn't noticed how it had happened, but now it was his investigator's self-assurance that was the assurance of a true communist. If you are genuinely capable of sincere repentance, if you still feel any love at all for the party, then help the party with your confession. Suddenly, shaking off the terrible impotence that was eating into his cerebral cortex, Krymov shouted, "No, you won't get anything out of me. I'm not going to give false testimony. Do you hear? I won't sign, even if you torture me." "Think about it for a while," said the investigator. He began leafing through some papers. He didn't once look at Krymov. The minutes went by. He moved Krymov's file to one side and took a sheet of paper out of a drawer. He seemed to have forgotten about Krymov. He was writing calmly, unhurriedly, screwing up his eyes as he collected his thoughts. Then he read through what he had written, thought about it, took an envelope out of a drawer and started writing an address on it. It was possible that this wasn't an official letter at all. He read through the address and underlined the surname twice. He filled his fountain pen, spending a long time wiping off the drops of ink. He began sharpening pencils over an ashtray. The lead in one of the pencils kept breaking. Without showing the least sign of irritation, the investigator began sharpening it again. Then he tried the point on his finger. Meanwhile, the creature thought. It had a lot to think about. How can there have been so many informers? I must remember everything. I must work out who can have denounced me. But why bother? Muska Grinberg, the investigator will come to Zhenya in time. But it is strange that he hasn't asked about her at all, that he hasn't said a word. Surely Vasya didn't inform on me. But what? Just what am I supposed to confess? What's hidden will remain hidden, but here I am. Tell me what all this is for, party. Iosif, Koba, Soso. What can have made him kill so many fine, strong people? Katzenellenbogen's right. It's not the investigator's questions I should be afraid of, but his silences, the things he keeps silent about. Yes, soon he'll come to Zhenya. She must have been arrested too. Where had all this started? How had it begun? Can it really be me sitting here? How awful. What a lot of shit there is in my life. Forgive me, Comrade Stalin, just say one word to me, Iosif Vissarionovich. I'm guilty, I've been confused, I've said things I shouldn't, I've doubted, the party knows everything, the party sees everything. Why did I ever talk to that literary critic? What does it matter anyway? But how does my time in encirclement fit into all this? The whole thing's quite mad. It's a lie, a slander, a provocation. Why on earth didn't I say about Hakan? My brother, my friend, I have no doubt at all of your purity. Hakan had averted his unhappy eyes. Suddenly the investigator asked, "Well, have you remembered yet?" Krymov threw up his hands helplessly. "There isn't anything for me to remember." The telephone rang. "Hello?" The investigator glanced cursorily at Krymov. "Yes, you can get everything ready. It will soon be time." For a moment, Krymov thought the conversation was about him. The investigator put down the receiver and picked it up again. The ensuing conversation was extraordinary. It was as though the creature sitting next to the investigator were not a man, but some quadruped. He was obviously talking to his wife. First of all, they discussed household matters. "At the special store? Goose? That's fine, but they should have given it to you on your first coupon." Sergei's wife rang the department. She got a leg of lamb on her first coupon. "They've asked us, by the way, I got some cottage cheese in the canteen. 800 grams. No, it's not sour. How's the gas been today? And don't forget about the suit." After this, he said, "Well then, take care. Don't miss me too much. Did you dream about me? What did I look like? In my underpants again? Pity. Well, I'll teach you a thing or two when I get home. Now you be careful. Housework's all very well, but you mustn't lift anything heavy." There was something improbable about how very bourgeois and ordinary it all was. The more normal, the more human the conversation, the less the speaker seemed like a human being. There's something ghastly about a monkey imitating the ways of a man. At the same time, Krymov had a clear sense that he himself was no longer a human being. When had people ever had conversations like this in front of a third person? "Want a big fat kiss? No? Oh well." Of course, if Bogolev's theory was correct, if Krymov was a Persian cat, a frog, a goldfinch, or a beetle on a stick, then there wasn't anything in the least surprising about this conversation. Towards the end, the investigator said, "Something burning? Run then, run. So long." Then he took out a book and a writing pad and began to read. From time to time, he noted something down in pencil. He might be preparing for a meeting of some study group, or perhaps he was going to give a lecture. Suddenly, in extreme exasperation, he said, "Why do you keep tapping your feet like that? This isn't a gymnastics exhibition. I've got pins and needles, citizen investigator." But the investigator had already buried himself again in his book. After another 10 minutes, he asked absent-mindedly, "Well, have you remembered?" "Citizen investigator, I need to go to the lavatory." The investigator sighed, walked to the door, and gave a quiet call. His face was just like that of a dog owner whose dog asks to go out for a walk at the wrong time. A young soldier in battle dress walked in. Krymov looked him up and down with a practiced eye. Everything was in order. His belt was properly tucked in, his collar was clean, and his forage cap was tilted at the right angle. It was only his work that was not that of a soldier. Krymov got up. His feet were numb from sitting so long on the chair. At his first steps, they almost gave way under him. He thought hurriedly, both while he was in the lavatory with the soldier watching him, and on his way back. He had a lot to think about. When he got back, the investigator was no longer there. A young man was sitting in his place. He had a captain's blue epaulettes on his uniform, bordered with red braid. He looked sullenly at Krymov as though he had known and hated him all his life. "What are you standing up for?" he barked. "Go on, sit down, and sit up straight, you sod. You'll catch it in the guts if you keep on slouching like that. That'll straighten you out." So now we've introduced ourselves, thought Krymov. He felt terrified, more terrified than he had ever felt during the war. Now it's going to begin in earnest, he thought. The captain let out a cloud of tobacco smoke. Through the haze, his voice continued, "Here's a pen and some paper. Do you think I'm going to do your writing for you?" The captain obviously enjoyed insulting him. Or was he just doing his duty? Perhaps he was like an artillery officer ordered to keep on firing day and night simply to fray the enemy's nerves. Don't slouch like that. Do you think you're here to have a good sleep? A few minutes later, the captain shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? Have you gone deaf?" He went up to the window, raised the blackout blind, and switched off the light. A grey morning looked gloomily into KRYMOV'S eyes. It was the first time he had seen daylight since he had arrived in the Lubyanka. So we've whiled the whole night away, he thought. Had he ever known a worse morning? Had he really, only a few weeks ago, been lying in a bomb crater, happy and free, while friendly pieces of iron whistled over his head? Time had become confused. It was only very recently that he had left Stalingrad, yet he had been sitting here in this office for an interminable length of time. What a grey, stony light it was. The windows looked out onto the central pit of the inner prison. It wasn't light at all. It was just dirty water. Objects looked still more hostile, still more sullen and official than they had under the electric light. No, it wasn't that his boots were too small. It was simply that his feet had swollen. How had his past life and work become linked to the time he had been surrounded in 1941? Whose fingers had joined together things that could never be joined? And what was this for? Who needed all this? Why? His thoughts burned so fiercely that there were moments when he quite forgot the aching pain in his spine and the small of his back. He no longer even felt how his swollen legs were bursting open the tops of his boots. Fritz Hacken. How could he forget that in 1938 he had been sitting in a room just like this? Yes, but there was something very different in the way he had been sitting then. Inside his pocket he had had a pass. What was worst of all was the way he had been so anxious to please everyone. The official in charge of issuing passes, the janitors, the lift attendant in military uniform. The investigator had said, "Comrade KRYMOV, please assist us." No, there was something still more vile. His desire to be sincere. Yes, now he did remember. All that had been required of him was sincerity. And he had indeed been sincere. He had remembered Hacken's mistaken appraisal of the Spartakist movement, the ill will he had felt towards Talman, the way he had wanted royalties for his book, the way he had divorced Elsa when Elsa was pregnant. He had, of course, remembered good things as well. The investigator had noted down the sentence. On the basis of many years' acquaintance, I consider it improbable that he should have been involved in any direct sabotage against the party. Nevertheless, I am not able totally to exclude the possibility that he is a double agent. Yes, he had informed. Yes, and all the information about him in this file that was to be kept in perpetuity, had been gathered from comrades of his who had also no doubt wished to be sincere. Why had he wanted to be sincere? His duty towards the party? Nonsense. The really sincere thing to do would have been to bang his fist furiously on the table and shout, "Hacken's my brother, my friend, he's innocent." But instead he had fumbled about in odd corners of his memory, catching fleas, remembering all kinds of trifles, playing up to the man without whose signature his permit to leave the large grey building would remain invalid. He could remember very well his happy, greedy feeling when the investigator had said to him, "Just a minute, Comrade KRYMOV. Let me sign your pass for you." He himself had helped to pull the noose round Hacken's neck. And where had the seeker after truth gone when his exit pass had been signed and validated? Hadn't it been to see Muska Grinberg, the wife of his friend? But then everything he had said about Hacken was true. Maybe, but then so was everything that had been said about him. He really had told Fedya Yevsev that Stalin had an inferiority complex about his ignorance of philosophy. Even the mere list of people he had associated with was quite terrifying. Nikolai Ivanovich Bukharin, Grigory Yevsevich Zinoviev, Lomov, Shatskin, Pyatnitsky, Lominadze, Rutin, Shliapnikov with the red hair. He'd been to the institute to see Lev Borisovich Deborin in the academy, Lashevich, Yangamarnik, Lupol. He'd been to the institute to see Ryazanov when he was an old man. He'd twice stayed with his old friend Eka when he was in Siberia. And then in their day he'd seen Skripnik in Kiev, Stanislav Kosior in Kharkov, and Ruth Fisher. And yes, well, thank God the investigator hadn't mentioned the most important thing of all. Trotsky himself had thought well of him. He was rotten all the way through. Why, though? And were they any more guilty than he was? But he hadn't signed any confessions. Just wait, Nikolai, you will, just like they did. Probably the real horrors are kept till later. They keep you for 3 days without sleep and then start beating you up. None of this seems much like socialism, does it? Why does my party need to destroy me? We were the ones who made the revolution. Not Malenkov, Zhdanov, and Sherbakov. We were merciless towards the enemies of the revolution. Why has the revolution been so merciless towards us? Perhaps for that very reason. Or maybe it hasn't got anything to do with the revolution. What's this captain got to do with the revolution? He's just a thug, a member of the Black Hundreds. There he had been, just milling the wind, while time had been passing. He was exhausted. The pain in his back and legs was crushing him. All he wanted was to lie down on his bunk, stick his legs in the air, flex his bare toes, scratch his calves. "Stay awake!" shouted the captain, for all the world as though he were shouting out orders in battle. It was as though the front would break and the whole Soviet state collapse if Krymov were to close his eyes for one moment. Krymov had never in all his life heard so many swear words. His friends, his closest associates, his secretaries, the people he had had the most intimate conversations with, had gathered together his every word and action. He was appalled when he remembered. Ivan was the only person I told about that. That was when I was talking to Grishka. I've known him since 1920. That was when I was talking to Mashka Keltzer. Oh, Mashka. Suddenly he remembered the investigator saying that he shouldn't expect any parcels from Yevgenia Nikolaevna. That was a reference to a conversation in his cell with Bogolev. People had been adding to the Krymov collection as recently as that. In the afternoon, someone brought him some soup. His hand was trembling so badly that he had to bend forward and sip from the rim of the bowl, leaving the spoon tapping away by itself. "You eat like a pig," said the captain sadly. After that, one other thing happened. Krymov asked to go to the lavatory. This time he walked down the corridor without thinking anything at all, but he did have one thought as he stood over the lavatory pan. It was a good thing his buttons had been ripped off. His fingers were far too shaky to be able to cope with fly buttons. Time passed, slowly doing its work. The state, the captain and his epaulettes, was victorious. A dense grey fog filled Krymov's head. It was probably the same fog that filled the brain of a monkey. Past and future had disappeared. Even the file with its curling tapes had disappeared. There was only one thing left in the world: his need to take off his boots, have a good scratch, and go to sleep. The investigator came back. "Did you sleep?" asked the captain. "Your superior officer doesn't sleep," replied the investigator in a schoolmasterly tone of voice. "He takes a rest." This was a very old chestnut. "Of course," agreed the captain. The investigator was just like a worker coming on shift who looks over his bench and exchanges a few businesslike words with the man he is relieving. He glanced first at Krymov, then at his writing desk and said, "Very well, comrade captain." He looked at his watch, took the file out of his drawer and said in a voice full of animation, "Now then, Krymov, let's continue." They got down to work. Today, it was the war that most concerned the investigator. Once again, he turned out to have a vast fund of knowledge. He knew about Krymov's different postings. He knew the numbers of the regiments and armies concerned. He mentioned the names of people who had fought beside him. He quoted remarks Krymov had made at the political section, together with his comments on an illiterate memorandum of the generals. All Krymov's work at the front, the speeches he had made under fire, the faith he had been able to impart to his soldiers through the constant hardships of the retreat. All this had suddenly ceased to exist. He was a miserable chatterbox who had demoralized his comrades, destroying their faith and infecting them with a feeling of hopelessness. How could it be doubted that German intelligence had helped him to cross the lines in order to continue his work as a saboteur and spy? During the first few minutes of the new session, the investigator's lively enthusiasm communicated itself to Krymov too. "Say what you like," he said, "but I'll never admit to being a spy." The investigator glanced out through the window. It was getting dark. He could no longer clearly make out the papers on his desk. He turned on his desk lamp and let down the blue blackout blind. From outside the door came a sullen, animal-like howl. It broke off as suddenly as it had begun. "Now then, Krymov," he said as he sat down again at his desk. He asked Krymov if he knew why he had never been promoted. Krymov's answer was somewhat confused. You just stayed on as a battalion commissar when you should have been the member of the military Soviet for an army or even a front. For a moment, he just stared at Krymov in silence. It was perhaps the first time he had really gazed at him as an investigator should. Then, very solemnly, he announced, Trotsky himself said, "That's pure marble about one of your works. If that reptile had seized power, you'd be doing well for yourself." Pure marble indeed. Now he's playing trumps, thought Krymov. The ace itself. All right then, he'd described the whole incident. When and where it had taken place. But one could just as well put the same questions to Comrade Stalin himself. Krymov had never had the least connection with Trotskyism. He had always, without exception, voted against any Trotskyist resolutions. All he really wanted was to take off his boots, lie down, put up his bare feet, and scratch himself in his sleep. Quietly, almost affectionately, the investigator said, "Why won't you help us? Do you really think it's just a matter of whether or not you committed crimes before the war, whether or not you renewed contacts and agreed on rendezvous during the time you were surrounded? It's something more serious and deep-rooted than that. It's a matter of the new direction of the party. You must help the party in this new stage of its struggle. To do that, you must first renounce your past opinions. Only a Bolshevik is capable of such a task. That's why I'm talking to you now." "Very well," Krymov said slowly and sleepily. "I can allow that in spite of myself, I may have given expression to views hostile to the party. My own internationalism may have contradicted the policies of a sovereign socialist state. I may have been out of touch with the way things were going after 1937, out of touch with the new people. Yes, I can admit all this, but espionage, sabotage, why that but? Can't you see that you're already on the way towards realizing your hostility to the cause of the party? What does the mere form matter? Why that but, when you've already admitted what's most important? No, I deny that I'm a spy. So you don't want to help the party? Just when we get to the point, you try and hide. It's like that, is it? You're shit, real dog shit." Krymov jumped up, grabbed the investigator's tie, and banged his fist on the table. Something inside the telephone clicked and tinkled. "You son of a bitch, you swine," he cried out in a piercing howl. "Where were you when I led people into battle in the Ukraine and the Bryansk forests? Where were you during the winter I was fighting outside Voronezh? Were you ever in Stalingrad, you bastard? Who are you to say I never did anything for the party? I suppose you were defending our motherland here in the Lubyanka, you czarist gendarme, and you don't believe I fought for socialism in Stalingrad? Were you ever nearly executed in Shanghai? Were you shot in the left shoulder by one of Kolchak's soldiers in 1917? After that, he was beaten up. He wasn't just beaten up any old how. He wasn't just punched in the face like in the special section at the front. He was beaten up carefully, intelligently, by two young men in new uniforms who had an understanding of anatomy and physiology. As they beat him up, he shouted, "You swine, you should be sent to a penal detachment. You should be sent to face a tank attack with nothing but rifles. Deserters." They carried on with their work, quite without anger and leaving nothing to chance. They didn't seem to be hitting him at all hard, to be putting any force behind their punches. Nevertheless, there was something terrible about each blow, just as there is in a wounding remark delivered with icy calm. They hadn't once hit Krymov in the teeth, but blood was pouring out of his mouth. The blood hadn't come from his nose or his jaw. It wasn't that he had bitten his tongue like in Aktuba. This was blood from deep inside him, blood from his lungs. He could no longer remember where he was or what was happening to him. Then he caught sight of the investigator's face looming over him. He was pointing at the portrait of Gorky above the desk and asking, "What was it the great proletarian writer Maxim Gorky once said?" He answered his question himself, sounding like a schoolmaster again. If an enemy won't yield, he must be destroyed. After that, Krymov saw a light on the ceiling and a man with narrow epaulets. "Very well," said the investigator. "You don't need any more rest, thanks to medical science." Soon, Krymov was back at the desk, listening to the investigator's wise exhortations. "We can sit like this for a week, a month, a whole year. Let me put things very simply for you. You may not be guilty, but you can still sign what I tell you to. Then you won't be beaten up anymore. Is that clear? You may be sentenced by the Special Commission, but you won't be beaten up again. And that's quite something. Do you think I enjoy seeing you being beaten up, and will let you sleep? Do you understand?" Time passed, the interrogation dragged on. It seemed as though nothing would be able to shock Krymov out of his stupor now. Nevertheless, the investigator did once make him jerk back his head and gape at him in astonishment. "These are all things that happened a long time ago," said the investigator, pointing at KRYMOV'S file. "We can forget about them, but what we cannot forget is your base treachery towards the motherland during the Battle for Stalingrad. Our witnesses and documents all say the same thing. You tried to weaken the political consciousness of the soldiers in the surrounded House 6/1. You incited Grekov, a true patriot, to treachery. You tried to make him go over to the enemy. You betrayed the trust shown in you both by the party and by your commanding officers when they chose to send you to this house as a military commissar. How did you behave when you got there? Like an enemy agent." Krymov was beaten up again in the small hours. He seemed to be drowning in warm black milk. Once again the man with the narrow epaulets nodded as he wiped the needle of his syringe. Once again the investigator said, "Well then, thanks to medical science." They were sitting opposite one another again. Krymov looked at the investigator's tired face and felt surprised at his own lack of anger. Could he really have seized this same man by the tie and tried to strangle him? Now he was beginning to feel quite close to his investigator again. The desk no longer separated them from one another. They were two comrades, two disappointed men. Suddenly Krymov remembered how the man in blood-stained underwear who hadn't been shot properly had come back from the steppe at night, back to the front special section. "That's my fate too," he thought. "I've got nowhere to go. It's too late." Later he asked to go to the lavatory. The captain from the previous day appeared again. He raised the blind, turned out the light, and lit a cigarette. Once again Krymov saw the light of day, a sullen light that seemed to come not from the sun or even the sky, but from the grey brick of the inner prison. 43. The other bunks were all empty. His neighbours must have been transferred to another cell, or else they were being interrogated. He lay there, frayed. He was quite lost. His whole life had been smeared with filth. He had a terrible pain in the small of his back. They must have injured his kidneys. At this bitter moment, his whole life shattered. He understood the power of a woman's love, a wife. No one else could love a man who had been trampled on by iron feet. She would wash his feet after he had been spat on. She would comb his tangled hair. She would look into his embittered eyes. The more they lacerated his soul, the more revolting and contemptible he became to the world, the more she would love him. She would run after a truck. She would wait in the queues on Kuznetsky Most, or even by the camp boundary fence, desperate to hand over a few sweets or an onion. She would bake shortbread for him on an oil stove. She would give whole years of her life just to be able to see him for half an hour. Not every woman you sleep with can be called a wife. The despair that cut into him like a knife made him want to reduce someone else to despair. He composed several lines of a letter to her. "Doubtless you were glad to hear what has happened. Not because I have been crushed, but because you managed to run away from me in time. You must be blessing your rat's instinct that made you desert a sinking ship. I am alone." He glimpsed the telephone on the investigator's desk. A great lout was punching him in the side under his ribs. The captain was raising the blind, turning out the light. He could hear the rustling of the pages of his file. He was just falling asleep with that sound in his ears when someone drove a crooked, red-hot cobbler's awl into his skull. His brain seemed to smell of burning. Yevgenia Nikolaevna had denounced him. Marble, pure marble. The words spoken to him one morning in the Znamenka, in the office of the chairman of the Revolutionary War Soviet of the Republic. The man with the pointed beard and sparkling pince-nez had read through Krymov's article and talked to him in a quiet, friendly voice. He remembered it all. That night he had told Zhenya how the Central Committee had recalled him from the Comintern in order to edit booklets for Politizdat. Once he was a human being, he had said of Trotsky, as he described how the latter had read his article Revolution and Reform. China and India, how he had said, "That's pure marble." These words had been spoken tête-à-tête, and he had never repeated them to anyone except Zhenya. The investigator must have heard them from her lips. She had denounced him. He no longer even felt his 70 hours without sleep. He was already quite recovered. Perhaps she had been coerced. What if she had? "Comrades, Mikhail Sidorovich Mostovskoy, I am dead. I've been killed. Not by a bullet from a pistol, not by someone's fist, not even by being deprived of sleep. Zhenya has killed me. I'll testify and confess to anything, but on one condition. You must confirm that it was she who denounced me." He got out of bed and started to bang on the door with his fist. The sentry immediately looked in through the spy hole and Krymov shouted, "Take me to the investigator, I'll sign everything." The duty officer appeared and said, "Stop that noise, you can give your testimony when you're called." He couldn't just stay here alone. It was easier to be beaten up and lose consciousness. That was much better, thanks to medical science. He hobbled to his bed, just as it seemed he was unable to endure another moment of this torment, just as his brain seemed on the point of bursting open and sending out thousands of splinters into his heart, throat, and eyes. He understood. It was quite impossible that Janechka had denounced him. He coughed and began to shake. Forgive me. I wasn't destined to be happy with you. That's my fault, not yours." He was gripped by a wonderful feeling, the kind of feeling that had probably never been experienced by anyone in this building since Dzerzhinsky had first set foot in it. He woke up. Opposite him sat the vast bulk of Katzenellenbogen, crowned by his mop of dishevelled curls. Krymov smiled, and a frown appeared on his neighbour's low, fleshy forehead. Krymov understood that Katzenellenbogen had seen his smile as a symptom of madness. "I see they gave you a hard time," said Katzenellenbogen, pointing at Krymov's blood-stained shirt. "They did," Krymov grimaced. "What about you?" "I was having a rest in hospital. Our neighbours have left. The Special Commission has given Dreeling another 10 years, which makes 30 in all, and Bogolev's been transferred to another cell. Go on, say what you want to say. I think that under communism, the MGB will secretly gather together everything good about people, every kind word they ever say. Their agents will listen in on telephone cells, read through letters, get people to speak their minds. But only in order to elicit everything to do with faithfulness, honesty, and kindness. All this will be reported to the Lubyanka and gathered into a dossier, but only good things. This will be a place where faith in humanity is strengthened, not where it is destroyed. I've already laid the first stone, I believe. Yes, I have conquered in spite of every denunciation and lie. I believe. Katzenellenbogen listened to him absent-mindedly. That's all very true. That's how it will be. All you need add is that once this radiant dossier has been gathered together, you'll be brought here, to the big house, and beaten up the same as always. He looked searchingly at Krymov. He couldn't understand how a man with Krymov's yellow, sallow face, a man with hollow, sunken eyes and clots of black blood on his chin, could possibly be smiling so calmly and happily. 44. Paulus's adjutant, Colonel Adam, was standing in front of an open suitcase. His Batman, Ritter, was squatting on the floor and sorting through piles of underwear that had been spread out on newspapers. They had spent the night burning papers in the field marshal's office. They had even burnt Paulus's own large map, something Adam looked on as a sacred relic of the war. Paulus hadn't slept at all that night. He had refused his morning coffee and had watched Adam's comings and goings with complete indifference. From time to time he got up and walked about the room, picking his way through the files of papers awaiting cremation. The canvas-backed maps proved hard to burn. They choked up the grate and had to be cleared out with a poker. Each time Ritter opened the door of the stove, Paulus stretched out his hands to the fire. Adam had thrown a greatcoat over Paulus's shoulders, but he had shaken it off irritably. Adam had had to hang it up again on the peg. Did Paulus imagine he was already in Siberia, warming his hands at the fire together with all the other soldiers, wilderness ahead of him, wilderness behind? "I ordered Ritter to put plenty of warm underclothes in your suitcase," said Adam. "When we were children, and we tried to imagine the Last Judgment, we were wrong. It's got nothing to do with fire and blazing coals." General Schmidt had called round twice during the night. The cables had all been cut, and the telephones had fallen silent. From the moment they had first been encircled, Paulus had seen very clearly that his forces would be unable to fight. All the conditions, tactical, psychological, meteorological, and technical, that had determined his success during the summer were now absent. The pluses had turned into minuses. He had reported to Hitler that, in his opinion, the Sixth Army should break through the encircling forces to the southwest, in liaison with Manstein, and form a corridor for the evacuation of the troops. They would have to reconcile themselves to the loss of a large part of their heavy armaments. On December 24th, Yeremenko had defeated Manstein's forces near the Mishovka River. From that moment, it had been obvious to anyone that further resistance in Stalingrad was impossible. Only one man had disputed this. He had begun referring to the Sixth Army as the advance post of a front that stretched from the White Sea to the Terek. He had renamed it Fortress Stalingrad. Meanwhile, the staff at Army headquarters had begun referring to it as a camp for armed prisoners of war. Paulus had sent another coded message to the effect that there was still some possibility of a breakout. He had expected a terrible outburst of fury. No one had ever dared contradict the Supreme Commander twice. He had heard the story of how Hitler, in a rage, had once torn the Knight's Cross from Field Marshal Rundstedt's chest. Brauchitsch, who witnessed this scene, had apparently had a heart attack. The Führer was not someone to trifle with. On January 31st, Paulus had finally received an answer, the announcement of his promotion to the rank of Field Marshal. He had made one more attempt to prove his point, and been awarded the highest decoration of the Reich, the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. It gradually dawned on him that Hitler was treating him as a dead man. It had been a posthumous promotion, a posthumous award of the Knight's Cross. His existence now served only one purpose: to create a heroic image of the defender of Stalingrad. The official propaganda had made saints and martyrs of the hundreds of thousands of men under his command. They were alive, boiling their horse meat, hunting down the last Stalingrad dogs, catching magpies in the steppes, crushing lice, smoking cigarettes made from nothing but twists of paper. Meanwhile, the state radio stations played solemn funeral music in honor of these still living heroes. They were alive, blowing on their red fingers, wiping the snot from their noses, thinking about the chances of stealing something to eat, shamming illness, surrendering to the enemy, or warming themselves on a Russian woman in a cellar. Meanwhile, over the airwaves, choirs of little boys and girls were singing, "They died so that Germany could live." Only if the state should perish could these men be reborn to the sins and wonders of everyday life. Everything had happened precisely as Paulus had predicted. This sense of his own rightness, confirmed by the absolute destruction of his army, was painful to live with. At the same time, in spite of himself, it gave him a kind of tired satisfaction, a reinforced sense of his own worth. Thoughts he had suppressed during his days of glory now came back to him. Keitel and Jodl had called Hitler the divine Führer. Goebbels had declared that Hitler's tragedy was that the war offered him no opponent worthy of his own genius. Zeitzler, on the other hand, had told him how Hitler had once asked him to straighten the line of the front on the grounds that its curves offended his aesthetic sensibilities. And what about his mad, neurotic refusal to advance on Moscow? And the sudden failure of will that had led him to call a halt to the advance on Leningrad? It was only a fear of losing face that made him insist so fanatically on the defense of Stalingrad. Now everything was as clear as daylight. But clarity can be very terrifying. He could have refused to obey the order. Hitler would have had him executed, but he would have saved the lives of his men. Yes, he had seen many people look at him with reproach. He could have saved his army, but he was afraid of Hitler, afraid for his own skin. Chalb, the chief of the SD at headquarters, had flown to Berlin the other day. He had made some confused remark to the effect that the Führer had revealed himself to be too great even for the German people. Yes, of course. Demagogy, nothing but demagogy. Adam turned on the radio. The initial crackle of interference was succeeded by music. Germany was lamenting the dead of Stalingrad. The music had a strange power. Maybe the myth created by the Führer would mean more for the people and for battles to come than the lives of the lice-ridden, frost-bitten wrecks that had once been his men. Maybe the Führer's logic was not a logic that could be understood merely from reading orders, poring over maps and drawing up schedules. Perhaps the aura of martyrdom to which Hitler had condemned the Sixth Army would bestow a new existence on Paulus and his soldiers, allowing them to participate in the future of Germany. It wasn't a matter of pencils, calculating machines, and slide rules. This quartermaster general worked according to a different logic, different criteria. Adam, dear, faithful Adam, the purest souls are constantly and inevitably a prey to doubt. The world is always dominated by limited men, men with an unshakable conviction of their own rightness. The purest souls never take great decisions or hold sway over states. "They're coming!" shouted Adam. He ordered Ritter to put the open suitcase out of the way, and then straightened his uniform. There were holes in the heels of the socks Ritter had just thrown into the case. What troubled Ritter was not that a careless and anxious Paulus might wear these socks, but that the holes might be glimpsed by hostile Russian eyes. Adam adopted what he considered to be the correct pose for an adjutant to a field marshal. He stood quite still, his hands resting on the back of a chair, his back turned to the door that any moment now would be flung open, his eyes gazing calmly, attentively, and affectionately at Paulus himself. Paulus leant back, away from the table, compressing his lips. If the Führer wanted play acting, then he was ready to comply. Any minute now the door would open. This room in a dark cellar would be scrutinized by men who lived on the earth's surface. The pain and bitterness had passed. What remained was fear that the door would be opened, not by representatives of the Soviet High Command who had prepared their role in this solemn scene, but by wild, trigger-happy soldiers, and fear of the unknown. Once this final scene had been played out, life would begin again. But what kind of life and where? Siberia, a Moscow prison, a barrack hut in a labor camp? 45. That night, the people on the left bank had seen multicolored flares light up the sky over Stalingrad. The German army had surrendered. People had immediately begun crossing the Volga into the city itself. They had heard that the remaining inhabitants of Stalingrad had endured terrible hunger during these last weeks. The officers, soldiers, and sailors from the Volga fleet all carried little bundles of tinned food and loaves of bread. A few of them also brought some vodka or an accordion. These unarmed soldiers who entered Stalingrad during the night, who handed out bread and kissed and embraced the inhabitants, seemed almost sad. There was little singing or rejoicing. The morning of February 2nd, 1943, was very misty. The mist rose up from the holes pierced in the ice and from the few patches of unfrozen water. The sun rose, as harsh now in the winter winds as during the blazing heat of August. The dry snow drifted about over the level ground, forming milky spirals and columns, then suddenly lost its will and settled again. Everywhere you could see traces of the east wind, collars of snow round the stems of thorn bushes, congealed ripples on the slopes of the gullies, small mounds and patches of bare clay. From the Stalingrad bank, it looked as though the people crossing the Volga were being formed out of the mist itself, as though they had been sculpted by the wind and frost. They had no mission to accomplish in Stalingrad. The war here was over and no one had sent them. They came spontaneously of their own accord. Soldiers and road layers, drivers and gunners, army tailors, mechanics and electricians, together with old men wrapped in shawls, old women wearing soldiers' trousers and little boys and girls dragging sledges laden with bundles and blankets. They crossed the Volga and scrambled up the slopes of the right bank. Something very strange had happened to the city. You could hear the sound of car horns and tractor engines. People were playing harmonicas, soldiers were shouting and laughing, dancers were stamping down the snow with their felt boots. But for all this, the city felt dead. The normal life of Stalingrad had come to an end several months before. Schools, factories, women's dressmakers, amateur choirs and theatre groups, creches, cinemas, the city police had all ceased to function. A new city, wartime Stalingrad, had been born out of the flames. This city had its own layout of streets and squares, its own underground buildings and its own traffic laws, its own commerce, factories and artisans, its own cemeteries, concerts and drinking parties. Every epoch has its own capital city, a city that embodies its will and soul. For several months of the Second World War, this city was Stalingrad. The thoughts and passions of humanity were centered on Stalingrad. Factories and printing presses functioned for the sake of Stalingrad. Parliamentary leaders rose to their feet to speak of Stalingrad. But when thousands of people poured in from the steppes to fill the empty streets, when the first car engines started up, this world capital ceased to exist. On that day, newspapers all over the world reported the details of the German surrender. People in Europe, America, and India were able to read how Field Marshal Paulus had left his underground headquarters, how the German generals had undergone a preliminary interrogation at the headquarters of Shumilov's 64th Army, and about what General Schmidt, Paulus's chief of staff, had been wearing. By then, Hitler, Roosevelt, and Churchill were looking for new crisis points in the war. Stalin was tapping the table with his finger and asking the chief of the general staff if arrangements had been completed to transfer the troops from Stalingrad to other fronts. The capital of the World War, full as it was of generals, experts in street fighting, strategic maps, armaments, and well-kept communication trenches, had ceased to exist. Or rather, it had begun a new existence, similar to that of present-day Athens or Rome. Historians, museum guides, teachers, and eternally bored schoolchildren, though not yet visible, had become its new masters. At the same time, an everyday working city was coming into being, with schools, factories, maternity homes, police, an opera, and a prison. A light dusting of snow had fallen on the paths along which men had carried shells, loaves of bread, and pots of kasha to gun emplacements, along which they had dragged machine guns, along which snipers and artillery observers had crept to their stone hiding places. Snow had fallen on the paths along which messengers had run between companies and battalions, the paths leading from Batyuk's division to Bani Ovrag, to the slaughterhouse and the water towers. Snow had fallen on the paths where the inhabitants of the wartime city had gone for a smoke, to celebrate a comrade's name day with a few drinks, to have a wash in a cellar, to play a game of dominoes, to have a taste of a neighbour's sauerkraut. Snow had fallen on the paths leading to dear Manya and the beautiful Vera, to menders of watches and cigarette lighters, to tailors, accordion players, and storekeepers. A whole network of capricious, winding paths was being covered by snow. Not one fresh footprint could be seen on all these thousands of kilometres. This first snowfall was soon followed by a second. The paths blurred and faded. Meanwhile, thousands of people were making new paths, ordinary paths that didn't wind about in great loops or hug the walls of ruins. The old inhabitants of the city felt both happy and empty. After defending Stalingrad for so long, the soldiers felt strangely depressed. The whole city was suddenly empty, and everyone could feel it, from army commanders and commanders of infantry divisions to ordinary soldiers like Polyakov and Glushkov. This feeling was absurd. Why should a victorious end to the slaughter make one feel sad? The telephone on the commanding officer's desk was silent in its yellow case. A collar of snow had settled round the housing of the machine gun. Battery commanders' telescopes and embrasures had clouded over. Well-thumbed maps and plans were transferred from map cases to pouches, and sometimes to the kit bags and suitcases of commanders of platoons, companies, and battalions. At the same time, crowds of people were wandering among the dead houses, shouting loud hoorays and embracing one another. They looked at each other and thought, "What fine brave lads you are, just like us in your winter hats and your jackets. But what we've achieved doesn't even bear thinking about. We've lifted the heaviest burden in the world. We've raised up truth over lies. We've just accomplished what most people only read of in fairy tales." All these people belonged to the same city. Some of them came from Kuporosnaya Balka, others from Bani Ovrag, others from the water towers or from Red October, still others from Mamayev Kurgan. And the people who had lived in the centre, on the banks of the Tsaritsa, near the wharves, behind the oil tanks, came out to meet them. The soldiers were both hosts and guests. The wind roared as they showered one another with congratulations. From time to time they fired a few shots into the air or let off a hand grenade. They clapped each other on the back, threw their arms round each other, kissed with cold lips, and then broke into light-hearted curses. They had all risen up from under the earth. Metal workers, turners, ploughmen, carpenters, navvies. They had ploughed up stone, iron, and clay. Together they had fought off the enemy. A world capital is unique not only because it is linked with the fields and factories of the whole world. A world capital is unique because it has a soul. The soul of wartime Stalingrad was freedom. The capital of the war against the fascists was now no more than the icy ruins of what had once been a provincial industrial city and port. Here, 10 years later, was constructed a vast dam, one of the largest hydroelectric power stations in the world, the product of the forced labour of thousands of prisoners. 46. The German officer had only just woken up and hadn't yet heard the news of the surrender. He had fired a shot at Sergeant Zadnipruk and slightly wounded him. This had aroused the wrath of the Russians in charge of the operation. The German soldiers were filing out of their vast bunkers and throwing down their arms with a loud clatter onto the steadily growing pile of Tommy guns and rifles. The prisoners tried to look straight ahead, as a sign that even their gaze was now captive. Private Schmidt was the only exception. He had smiled as he came out into the daylight, and then looked up and down the Russian ranks as though he were sure of glimpsing a familiar face. Colonel Filimonov, who was slightly drunk after arriving from Moscow the day before, was standing beside his interpreter and watching General Wegler's division surrender their arms. His greatcoat, with its new gold epaulets, its red tabs and black edging, stood out among the filthy, scorched jackets and crumpled caps of the Russian officers, and the equally filthy, scorched, crumpled clothes of the German prisoners. He had said yesterday in the military Soviet canteen that the Central Commissariat in Moscow still contained supplies of gold braid that had been used for epaulets in pre-revolutionary days. It was the done thing among his circle of friends to have one's epaulets sewn from this fine old braid. When he heard the shot and Zadnypruk's wounded cry, Filimonov shouted, "What was that? Who's shooting?" "Some fool of a German," several voices answered. "They're bringing him along. He says he didn't know." "Didn't know?" shouted Filimonov. "Hasn't the swine spilt enough of our blood?" He turned to his interpreter, a tall Jewish political instructor. "Bring me that officer straight away. I'll make him pay for that shot with his life." Just then, Filimonov caught sight of Schmidt's large smiling face and shouted, "So it makes you laugh, does it, to know that another of our men's been crippled? I'll teach you, you swine." Schmidt was unable to understand why his well-meaning smile should have made this Russian officer scream at him with such fury. Then he heard a pistol shot, seemingly quite unconnected with these shouts. No longer understanding anything at all, he stumbled and fell beneath the feet of the soldiers behind. His body was dragged out of the way. It lay there on one side while the other soldiers marched past. After that, a group of young boys, who were certainly not afraid of a mere corpse, climbed down into the bunkers and began probing about under the plank beds. Colonel Filimonov, meanwhile, was inspecting the battalion commander's underground quarters and admiring their comfort and solidity. A soldier brought in a young German officer with calm, clear eyes. "Comrade Colonel," said the interpreter, "this is the man you asked to have brought to you. Lieutenant Leonard." "This one?" asked Filimonov in surprise. He liked the look of the officer's face, and he was upset at having been involved, for the first time in his life, in a murder. "Take him to the assembly point, and no mucking about. I want him alive, and I shall hold you responsible." The day of judgment was drawing to an end. It was already impossible to make out the smile on the face of the dead soldier. 47. Lieutenant Colonel Mikhailov, the chief interpreter of the 7th section of the political administration of the front, was accompanying Field Marshal Paulus to the headquarters of the 64th Army. Paulus had left his cellar without so much as glancing at the Soviet officers and soldiers. They had stared at him with greedy curiosity, admiring his grey rabbit fur hat and his field marshal's greatcoat with its band of green leather running from the shoulder to the waist. He had strode past towards the waiting jeep, head erect, not looking at the ruined city. Mikhailov had often attended diplomatic receptions before the war, and he felt confident and at ease with Paulus. He was never over-solicitous, but always cool and respectful. He was sitting beside Paulus, watching his face and waiting for him to break the silence. He had already been present at the preliminary interrogation of the other generals. They had behaved very differently. The Chief of Staff of the 6th Army had declared in a slow, lazy voice that it was the Italians and Romanians who were to blame for the catastrophe. The hook-nosed Lieutenant General Sixt von Armin, his medals tinkling gloomily, had added, "And it wasn't only Garibaldi and that 8th Army of his, it was the Russian cold, the lack of supplies and munitions." Schlemmer, the grey-haired commander of a tank corps, wearing a Knight's Cross together with a medal he had been awarded for having received 5 wounds, had interrupted this conversation to ask if they would look after his suitcase. After that, everyone had begun talking at once. General Rinaldo, a man with a gentle smile who was head of the medical service, Colonel Ludwig, the morose commander of a tank division, whose face had been hideously scarred by a saber cut. Colonel Adam, Paulus's adjutant, had made the worst fuss of all. He had lost his toilet case, and he kept throwing his hands up into the air and shaking his head in despair. The flaps of his leopard skin cap had flapped about like the ears of a pedigree dog just out of the water. These officers had indeed become human again, but not in the most admirable manner. The driver was wearing a smart white sheepskin coat. Mikhailov told him to drive more slowly. "Certainly, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel," he answered quietly. The driver was very much looking forward to telling his comrades about Paulus, to going home at the end of the war and saying, "Now, when I was driving Field Marshal Paulus, He was also determined to drive outstandingly well, to make Paulus say, "So that's what a Soviet driver's like, a true professional." It was hard for a soldier's eye to take in this spectacle, to get used to seeing Russians and Germans in such close proximity. Cheerful squads of infantrymen were searching through cellars, climbing down into the mouths of sewers, herding the Germans up to the frozen surface. On patches of wasteland and empty streets, with much prodding and shouting, these infantrymen then reformed the German army, throwing men from quite different arms of the service into the same column. The Germans trudged on, trying not to stumble, looking round now and again at the Russian soldiers and their guns. They were submissive not only because it would be so easy for the Russian soldiers to shoot them, they were submissive because of the hypnotic aura of power that surrounded them. The field marshal was being driven south. The columns of prisoners were being marched in the opposite direction. A powerful loudspeaker was roaring out a well-known song. "I left yesterday for distant lands. My love waved her handkerchief beside the gate." A wounded prisoner was being carried along by two comrades. His pale, dirty arms hung round their necks. The heads of his two bearers drew closer together, his deathly pale face and burning eyes between them. Another wounded prisoner was being dragged out of a bunker on a blanket. The snow was dotted with blue-grey stacks of weapons. They were like ricks of steel straw that had just been threshed. A Russian soldier was being lowered into his tomb to a salute of gunfire. A few yards away lay heaps of dead Germans who had just been hauled up from the hospital cellars. A crowd of Romanian soldiers went past, guffawing, waving their arms about, making fun of the Germans, both living and dead. Prisoners were being herded along from the nursery, from the Tsaritsa, from the house of specialists. They walked with a very particular gait, the gait adopted by humans and animals who have lost their freedom. The lightly wounded and frostbitten were leaning on sticks or pieces of charred planks. On they marched. It seemed that all of them had the same greyish face, the same eyes, the same expression of suffering. It was surprising how many of these men were very short, with large noses and low foreheads, with small hair-like mouths and bird-like heads. What a lot of Aryans there were whose dark skin was covered with freckles, boils, and pimples. They were weak, ugly men. None of them seemed to have strong chins, arrogant mouths, blonde hair, clear eyes, or granite chests. How extraordinarily similar they were to the equally weak, ugly, unfortunate men who, in the autumn of 1941, had been prodded and beaten by the Germans towards prisoner-of-war camps in the West. Now and then you could hear pistol shots in the cellars and bunkers. The crowds of prisoners, still drifting along towards the Volga, understood the meaning of these shots only too well. Lieutenant Colonel Mikhailov continued to glance now and then at the field marshal. Meanwhile, the driver studied his face in the mirror. Mikhailov could see a long, thin cheek. The driver could see his forehead, his eyes, and his tight, silent lips. They drove past guns with barrels pointing up at the sky, past tanks painted with swastikas, past trucks whose tarpaulin covers were flapping about in the wind, past armoured troop carriers and self-propelled guns. The iron body, the muscles of the Sixth Army were freezing solid, freezing into the ground. The men themselves were still marching slowly past. It seemed as if at any moment they too might come to a halt, might freeze into stillness. Mikhailov, the driver, and the armed guard were all waiting for Paulus to say something, to call out to someone, or at least to look round. But he remained silent. They had no idea where his eyes were looking, or what messages they were bringing him. Was he afraid of being seen by his soldiers? Or was that the very thing he wanted? Suddenly, Paulus turned to Mikhailov and asked, "Sagen Sie bitte, was ist es, Machorka?" This unexpected question did not help Mikhailov to understand Paulus's thoughts. In fact, he was wondering anxiously whether or not he would have soup every day, whether he would have somewhere warm to sleep, whether he would be able to obtain tobacco. 48. Some German prisoners were carrying out Russian corpses from the cellar of a 2-story building that had once been the headquarters of the Gestapo. In spite of the cold, a group of women, boys, and old men were standing beside the sentry and watching the Germans lay out the corpses on the frozen earth. Most of the prisoners wore an expression of complete indifference. They dragged their feet as they walked and breathed in the smell of death without flinching. There was just one, a young man in an officer's greatcoat, who had tied a handkerchief round his mouth and nose and was shaking his head convulsively like a horse stung by gadflies. The expression of torment in his eyes seemed close to madness. Sometimes the prisoners put a stretcher down on the ground and stood over it for a while. Some of the corpses were missing an arm or leg, and the prisoners were wondering which of the spare limbs belonged to which corpse. Most of the corpses were half naked or in their underclothes. A few were wearing trousers. One was quite naked. His mouth was wide open in a last cry. His stomach had sunk right into his backbone. He had reddish pubic hair and pitifully thin legs. It was impossible to imagine that these corpses with their sunken mouths and eye sockets had, until not long ago, been living beings with names and homes, that they had smoked cigarettes, longed for a mug of beer and said, "My darling, my beautiful, give me a kiss, and don't forget me." The officer with the handkerchief round his mouth seemed to be the only person able to imagine all this. But for some reason, he was the one who appeared to attract the anger of the women standing beside the entrance. They kept their eyes fixed on him and ignored the remaining prisoners, despite the fact that two of them had light patches on their overcoats where their SS insignia had once been. "So you're trying to look away, are you?" muttered a squat woman who was holding a little boy by the hand. The officer could sense the weight of emotion in the woman's slow, penetrating look. The air was full of a hatred that needed to be discharged. It was like the electrical energy in a storm cloud that strikes blindly and with consuming power at one of the trees in a forest. The officer's fellow worker was a short soldier with a thin towel round his neck and some sacking tied with telephone cable round his legs. The Russians standing in silence by the door looked so hostile that the prisoners felt relieved to go back down again into the dark cellar. They stayed there as long as they could, preferring the stench and darkness to the fresh air and daylight. The prisoners were on their way back to the cellar with empty stretchers when they heard the familiar sound of Russian swear words. They carried on at the same pace, sensing instinctively that one sudden movement would be enough to make the crowd turn on them. The officer suddenly let out a cry, and the guard said irritably, "Hey, you brat! What's the use of throwing stones? Are you going to take over if the Fritz comes a cropper?" Back down in the cellar, the prisoners had a few words together. For the time being, they've only got it in for the lieutenant. "Did you see the way that woman looked at him?" "You stay in the cellar this time, Lieutenant," said a voice out of the darkness. "If they start on you, then we'll be next." No, it's no good hiding," the officer murmured sleepily. "This is the day of judgment." He turned to his fellow worker. "Come on now, let's be off." This time their burden was lighter, and they walked faster than usual as they came out of the cellar. On the stretcher lay the corpse of an adolescent girl. Her body was shriveled and dried up. Only her blonde hair still kept its warm life and colour, falling in disorder round the terrible, blackened face of a dead bird. The crowd gave a quiet gasp. The squat woman let out a shrill cry. Her voice cut through the cold air like a blade. "My child! My child! My golden child!" The crowd was shaken by the way the woman had cried out for a child who wasn't even her own. The woman began tidying the girl's hair. It looked as though it had only recently been curled. She gazed at her face, at her forever twisted mouth, at her terrible features. In them she could see what only a mother could have seen. The adorable face of the baby who had once smiled at her out of its swaddling clothes. The woman got to her feet and strode towards the officer. Everyone was struck by the way she kept her eyes fixed on him, and yet at the same time managed to find a brick that wasn't part of a great frozen heap. A brick that even her poor hand could pick up. Her poor weak hand that had been deformed by years of labour, that had been scalded by boiling water, icy water, and lye. The guard sensed what was about to happen and knew there was nothing he could do to stop the woman. She was stronger than his Tommy gun. The prisoners couldn't take their eyes off her. The children watched her avidly and impatiently. The woman could no longer see anything at all except the face of the German with the handkerchief round his mouth. Not understanding what was happening to her, governed by a power she had just now seemed to control, she felt in the pocket of her jacket for a piece of bread that had been given to her the evening before by a soldier. She held it out to the German officer and said, "There, have something to eat." Afterwards, as she was unable to understand what had happened to her, why she had done this. Her life was to be full of moments of humiliation, helplessness, and anger, full of petty cruelties that made her lie awake at night, full of brooding resentment. There was the time she quarrelled with her neighbour who had accused her of stealing a bottle of oil. The time the chairman of the district Soviet, not interested in her complaints about life in a communal flat, had her thrown out of his office. The time when her son began maneuvering to get her out of the room they shared, when his pregnant wife called her an old whore. At one such moment, lying on her bed, full of bitterness, she was to remember that winter morning outside the cellar and think, I was a fool then, and I'm still a fool now. 49. Alarming reports were reaching Novikov's headquarters from his brigade commanders. Their scouts had located German tank and artillery units that hadn't yet taken part in the fighting. The enemy was evidently bringing up his reserves. Novikov found this information very disturbing. His forward units were advancing without securing their flanks. If the enemy should succeed in cutting the small number of passable roads, his tanks would be left with no infantry support and no fuel. Novikov discussed the situation with GETMANOV. He considered it essential to call a temporary halt to the tank's advance and allow the forces in the rear to catch up. GETMANOV was still obsessed by the idea that their corps must be the first to enter the Ukraine. In the end, they agreed that GETMANOV should bring up the rear, while Novikov investigated the situation to the west. Before setting off for the brigades, Novikov phoned Yeremenko's second-in-command and informed him of the situation. He knew in advance what answer he would receive. The second-in-command would never take the responsibility either of calling a halt to their advance or of ordering them to continue. The second-in-command said that he would alert Yeremenko and that he would request information from the intelligence service at Front HQ. Novikov then phoned Molokov, the commander of the infantry corps next door. Molokov was a difficult, bad-tempered man who constantly suspected his neighbors of making unfavorable reports about him to Yeremenko. He and Novikov ended up arguing and even exchanging curses, not, admittedly, directed at each other, but at the widening gap opening up between the tanks and the infantry. After that, Novikov phoned his neighbor on the left, the commander of an artillery division. He said he didn't intend to advance any further unless he received orders from front headquarters. Novikov could understand his point of view. He didn't want merely to play a supporting role to the tanks. As Novikov was hanging up, Neudobnov came in. Novikov had never seen him looking so flustered and anxious. "Comrade Colonel," he said, "I've just had a call from the Chief of Staff of the Air Army. They're about to transfer our support aircraft to the left flank." "What do you mean?" shouted Novikov. "They must be out of their minds." "There's no mystery about it," said Neudobnov. "Some people would prefer us not to be the first to enter the Ukraine. There are more than enough men who've got their eyes on the orders of Suvorov and Bogdan Khmelnytsky. Without air support, we have no choice but to call a halt. I'll phone Yeremenko straight away." Yeremenko, however, had left for Tolbukin's army. His second-in-command, whom Novikov had only just phoned, again preferred not to take any decision. He merely expressed surprise that Novikov hadn't yet moved up to his brigades. "Comrade Lieutenant General," said Novikov, "I fail to understand how you can possibly, without warning, remove all air cover from the corps that has advanced furthest towards the west. Your superiors are better placed than you to decide how best to make use of the support aircraft," came the angry reply. "Yours isn't the only corps taking part in this offensive." "What am I going to say to my soldiers when the Germans start pounding them?" demanded Novikov. "How am I going to cover them, with your instructions?" Instead of losing his temper, the second-in-command adopted a conciliatory tone. "I'll report the situation to the commander. You set off for your brigades." Then GETMANOV came in. He had already put on his cap and overcoat. When he saw Novikov, he threw up his hands in astonishment. "Pyotr Pavlovich, I thought you'd already left." His next words were more gentle. "You say the rear's lagging behind. Well, the officer responsible says we shouldn't be wasting trucks and precious petrol on wounded Germans." He gave Novikov a meaningful look. "After all, we're not a section of the Comintern. We're a fighting unit." "What on earth's the Comintern got to do with it?" "Comrade Colonel," said Neudobnov entreatingly, "it's time you left. Every moment's precious. I'll do everything in my power to sort things out with headquarters." Since his conversation with Derensky, Novikov had been watching Neudobnov constantly, following his every movement. "Not with that very hand. I can't believe it," he would think to himself as Neudobnov took hold of a spoon, speared a piece of pickled cucumber on a fork, or picked up the telephone. Now, though, Novikov had forgotten about all that. He had never seen Neudobnov so friendly, so concerned, so likable even. GETMANOV and Neudobnov were ready to sell their souls to the devil if only they could be the first to enter the Ukraine. If only the brigades could continue their advance without delay. But there was one risk they wouldn't run, that of taking responsibility themselves for an action that might lead to a setback. In spite of himself, Novikov had succumbed to this fever. He too wanted to be able to radio to HQ that his advance units had been the first to cross the frontier. In military terms, this meant very little and certainly would not occasion the enemy any particular harm. But Novikov wanted it nonetheless. For the glory of it, for the order of Suvorov, for the rank of general, it would certainly assure him. He wanted to be thanked by Yeremenko, to be praised by Vasilevsky, to hear his name over the radio on Stalin's order of the day. He even wanted his neighbors to be jealous of him. Such thoughts and feelings had never governed his acts before. It was perhaps for this very reason that they were now so intense. There was nothing reprehensible in this ambition of his. Everything was the same as in Stalingrad, and during 1941, the cold was just as pitiless. The soldiers were still half dead with exhaustion. Death was still as terrifying. And yet the whole spirit of the war was changing, and Novikov, who hadn't yet understood this, was surprised to find himself in agreement for once with GETMANOV and Neudobnov. He no longer felt irritated or resentful. He seemed quite naturally to want the same things as they did. If his tanks advanced faster, the invaders would indeed be driven out of a few Ukrainian villages a few hours sooner. It would make him happy to see the joy on the faces of the children and old men. Some old peasant woman would fling her arms round him as though he were her own son. His eyes would fill with tears, but at the same time, new passions were ripening. The spirit of the war was changing. What had been crucial in Stalingrad and during 1941 was coming to be of merely secondary importance. The first person to understand this change was the man who on June 3, 1941 had said, "My brothers and sisters, my friends." GETMANOV and Neudobnov were egging Novikov on. He shared their excitement, but for some strange reason kept putting off his departure. It was only as he got into his jeep that he realized it was because he was expecting Zhenya. It was over 3 weeks since he had heard from her. Each time he made his way back to HQ, he hoped to find Zhenya waiting for him on the steps. She had come to share in his life. She was with him when he talked to his brigade commanders, when he was called to the telephone by front headquarters, when he drove up to the front line and felt his tank trembling at the shell bursts like a young horse. Once, telling GETMANOV the story of his childhood, he had felt as though he were telling it to her. He would say to himself, "God, I really stink of vodka. Zhenya would notice in no time." Or, "Now, if only she could see that." He had wondered anxiously what she would think if she knew that he had sent a major before the military tribunal. Among the clouds of tobacco smoke and the voices of telephonists in an observation post on the front line, among the gunfire and the exploding bombs, he would be thinking of her. Sometimes he felt jealous of her past. Sometimes he dreamed of her. He would wake up and be unable to get back to sleep. At times he felt sure their love would last forever. At others he was afraid of being left on his own again. As he got into his jeep, he glanced round at the road leading back to the Volga. It was deserted. He suddenly thought angrily that she should have arrived long ago. Perhaps she had fallen ill. Once again he remembered the day in 1939 when he had heard the news of her marriage and almost shot himself. Why did he love her? He had had other women who were just as good. Was it a joy or a kind of sickness to think so obsessively about one person? It was a good thing he hadn't got involved with any of the girls on his staff. Yes, he had a clean slate, though there had been one night 3 weeks ago. What if she stopped on the way and spent the night in that hut? The young woman might start talking to Zhenya. She might describe him and say, "Yes, that colonel's a splendid fellow. What nonsense goes through one's head, what nonsense." 50. Novikov returned to his headquarters at noon on the following day. He was aching all over, in the small of his back, in his neck and spine, after being shaken about on icy, potholed roads that had been ploughed up by the treads of tanks. It was as though the soldiers had infected him with their own exhaustion, with the stupefaction they felt after so many days without sleep. As they drew up, he saw a group of people standing on the porch. There was Yevgenia Nikolaevna standing beside GETMANOV, watching the approaching jeep. He felt a flame burning into him. He gasped with a mad joy that was close to pain. He was about to leap out of the still-moving jeep when Vershkov, who was sitting behind him, said, "So the Commissar's taking the air with that doctor of his. We should take a photo of them. That would make his wife happy." Novikov went inside. He took the letter held out to him by Getmanov, turned it over, recognized Zhenya's handwriting, and stuffed it into his pocket. "All right," he said to Getmanov. "I'll tell you how I see the situation. But what about the letter? Don't you love her any longer?" "Thank you. That can wait." Neudobnov came in and Novikov began. "The only problem is with the men themselves. They're falling asleep in their tanks during combat. They're worn out. The brigade commanders included. Karpov's not too bad, but Bielov fell asleep while he was talking to me. He hasn't stopped for 5 days. The drivers and mechanics are falling asleep on the move. They're too exhausted even to eat." "But Pyotr Pavlovich," Getmanov broke in, "how do you see the general situation? There's no risk of a counter-offensive in our sector. The Germans have lost their nerve. They're taking to their heels as fast as they can." As he spoke, he could feel the envelope between his fingers. He let it go for a moment and then quickly grasped it again. He was afraid it might escape from his pocket. "Very well," said Getmanov. "That seems clear enough. Now listen to what I've got to say. The general and I have been right to the top. I spoke to Nikita Sergeyevich himself. He gave his word that we would not lose our air support." "But Khrushchev has no direct military authority," said Novikov. "Yes and no," said Getmanov. "The generals just received confirmation from Air Army headquarters. The aircraft are staying with us." "And the roads aren't bad at all," said Neudobnov hurriedly. "The forces in the rear will catch up with us in no time. The main thing, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, is that it's your own decision." "Now he's demoting me," thought Novikov. "He really must be worried." "Yes, gentlemen," said Getmanov. "It seems more and more as though we really will be the ones to begin the liberation of Mother Ukraine. I told Nikita Sergeyevich that our men are besieging their officers, that their greatest dream is to be called the Ukrainian Corps." Novikov felt irritated by this falsehood. "There's only one thing they're dreaming of," he said, "and that's having a few hours' sleep. Do you understand? They've been on the move for 5 days and 5 nights. "So it's been decided, has it?" said Getmanov. "We're pressing on, right?" Novikov half opened the envelope, stuck 2 fingers inside, and felt the letter itself. His whole body ached to look again at the familiar handwriting. "What I've decided," said Novikov, "is to call a halt for 10 hours. The men need to recover their strength. They need a rest." "10 hours," said Neudobnov. "We'll throw away everything if we lose 10 hours. "Wait a moment," said Getmanov. "Let's just think about it a little." His cheeks, his ears, even his neck were slowly turning red. "I already have thought about it," said Novikov with a slight laugh. Getmanov exploded. "To hell with them all. So what if they haven't had enough sleep? There'll be time enough for them to sleep. And you want to call a halt just because of that? You're dithering, Pyotr Pavlovich, and I protest. First you delay the beginning of the offensive. Now you want to put your men to bed. It's becoming quite a habit. I intend to report this to the military soviet. Do you think you're in charge of a kindergarten?" "Wait a moment," said Novikov. "Wasn't it you who kissed me for not sending in the tanks until I'd knocked out the enemy artillery? You should put that in your report too." "You say I kissed you for that?" said Getmanov in astonishment. "You must be mad. Let me be quite frank. As a communist, I feel disturbed that you, a man of the purest proletarian origin, should repeatedly allow yourself to be influenced by alien elements." "So it's like that, is it?" said Novikov, raising his voice. "Very well then." He got to his feet, threw back his shoulders, and shouted furiously, "I'm in command here, and what I say goes. As for you, Comrade Getmanov, for all I care, you can write reports, stories, and whole novels about me, and you can send them to whoever you please, even Comrade Stalin himself." He went through into the adjoining room. Novikov put down the letter he had just read and gave a whistle. He used to whistle like that when he was a little boy. He would stand under his friend's window and whistle to him to come out and play. It was probably a good 30 years since he had whistled like that. Then he looked out through the window. No, it was still light. In sudden, hysterical joy, he cried out, "Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything." For a moment, he thought he was about to fall down dead. He walked up and down the room. He looked again at the letter on his desk. It was like a white, sloughed-off skin that a viper had just crawled out of. He put his hands to his chest and his sides. The viper wasn't there. It must have crawled inside him already. It must be burning his heart with poison. He stood for a moment by the window. The drivers were laughing as they watched Marussia, the telephonist, walk past to the lavatory. The driver of the staff tank was carrying a bucket from the well. Sparrows were busying themselves in the straw beside the entrance to the cowshed. Zhenya had once said that sparrows were her favorite bird, and now he was on fire. Just like a house. The beams had given way. The ceiling was falling in. Cups and plates were crashing to the floor. Cupboards were toppling over. Books and pillows were tumbling about, flying through the smoke and the sparks like birds. I shall be grateful all my life for everything pure and noble that you have given me. But what can I do? The past is stronger than I am. I can't kill it. I can't forget it. Don't blame me. Not because I'm not guilty, but because neither of us know quite what I am guilty of. Forgive me. Forgive me. I'm crying for us both. So she was crying, was she? Novikov felt a sudden fury. The filthy bitch, the snake. He wanted to punch her on the jaw, in the eyes. He wanted to crack that whore's nose of hers with the butt of his revolver. Suddenly, unbearably suddenly, he felt helpless. There was nothing in the whole world that could help him, only Zhenya, and she had destroyed him. He looked in the direction she should have been coming from and said, "What have you done to me, Zhenechka? Can you hear me? Look at me, Zhenechka. Look what you've done to me." He stretched out his hands to her. Then he thought, all this is a waste of time. Yes, he had waited all those years, but now she had made up her mind. She wasn't a little girl. She had dragged it out for years, but now she had made up her mind. She had made up her mind. He must try to understand that. A few minutes later, he was again trying to find refuge in hatred. No, of course you didn't want me when I was an acting major in Nikolsk-Ussurisk. But it was another story when I was promoted. You wanted to be the wife of a general. Well, women are all the same. He soon realized what nonsense this was. She had left him for a man who was on his way to a camp to Kolyma. What would she get out of that? Russian Women, a poem by Nekrasov. She doesn't love me, she loves him. No, she doesn't love him, she pities him. It's just that she pities him. But doesn't she have any pity for me? No one in the Lubyanka, no one in the camps, no one in hospital with a missing arm or leg can be more unhappy than I am. Very well, I'll go to a camp myself. Which of us will you choose then? Him. You two are the same breed, but I'm a stranger. That's what you called me. A stranger. Yes. I'll always be a peasant, a miner. Even if I become a marshal, I'll still never be an intellectual. I'll still never be able to make head or tail of all that painting of yours. In a loud, hate-filled voice, he asked, "But why? Why?" He took his pistol out of his back pocket and weighed it in the palm of his hand. "I'm going to shoot myself, and not because I can't live without you, but to torment you with guilt. You whore." He put his pistol back in its place. "She'll have forgotten me in a week." No, he was the one who needed to forget. He mustn't look back. He mustn't give her another thought. He went up to the table and began to read the letter again. "My dearest, my poor darling." It wasn't the cruel words that hurt. It was the ones that were full of pity, full of affectionate, humiliating pity. He felt as though he could hardly breathe. He could see her breasts, her shoulders, her knees. There she was, on her way to that wretched Krymov. But what can I do? She was travelling in a crowded, airless wagon. Someone asked her a question and she answered, "To join my husband." She had the sad, docile eyes of a dog. And he had looked out of this very window to see if she was on her way to him. His shoulders shook. He sniffed and gave a kind of bark. He was choking back his terrible sobs. He remembered how he'd ordered some chocolate and nougat from the front commissariat. "Don't you dare touch them," he'd said to Vershkov, "or it'll be the end of you." Once again he muttered, "See what you've done to me, my Zhenechka, my little one. You might have some pity." He suddenly dragged his suitcase out from under the bed. He took out Zhenya's letters and photos, the ones he'd been carrying around for years, the one she'd sent in her last letter, and the very first cellophane-wrapped passport photo, and began tearing them to shreds with his large, powerful fingers. On tiny shreds of paper, he recognized words he had read hundreds of times, words that had made his head spin. He watched her face, her neck, her eyes, her lips, all slowly disappear. He was working as fast as he could. When it was done, he felt better. He felt as though he had eradicated her, as though he had stamped out the last trace of her, as though he had freed himself from a witch. He had lived without her before. He could get over it. In a year or so, he'd be able to walk straight past her without his heart so much as missing a beat. He needed her as much as a drunk needs a cork. But he understood all too quickly how vain these thoughts were. How can you tear something out of your heart? Your heart isn't made out of paper, and your life isn't written down in ink. You can't erase the imprint of years. He had allowed her to share in his thoughts, in his work, in his troubles. He had allowed her to witness his strengths and his weaknesses. And the torn-up letters hadn't disappeared. The words he had read hundreds of times were still in his memory. Her eyes were still gazing at him from the photographs. He opened the cupboard door and poured out a large glass of vodka. He drank it down and lit a cigarette. He lit it a second time, though it hadn't gone out. His head was full of clamoring grief. His insides were on fire. "Janeshka, my dearest, my little one, what have you done? What have you done? How could you?" He stuffed the torn shreds of paper back into the suitcase, put the bottle back in the cupboard and thought, well, that's a little better. Soon his tanks would reach the Donbass. He would visit the village where he had been born and the spot where his old people had been buried. His father would be proud of his Petya now. His mother would be full of pity for her unfortunate little son. When the war came to an end, he would go and live with his brother's family. His little niece would say, "Uncle Petya, why are you so quiet?" He suddenly remembered a moment from his childhood. The dog had gone off after a bitch on heat and had come back all chewed up. He had a torn ear, his mouth was crooked, one eye was half closed because of a swelling, and tufts of his long hair had been torn out. He had stood there by the porch, his tail between his legs. Petya's father had looked at him and said good-naturedly, "So, you were just the best man, were you?" Vershkov came in. "Are you having a rest, Comrade Colonel? Just for a few minutes." He looked at his watch and thought, "All brigades to halt until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, to be transmitted in code." "I'm going to visit the brigades again," he told Vershkov. A fast drive was a welcome distraction. They were going at 80 kilometers an hour on an appalling road. The jeep swayed wildly as it careered over the potholes. The driver kept looking at Novikov pathetically, begging to be allowed to drive more slowly. They reached the headquarters of the 1st Brigade. How everything had changed in only a few hours. How Makarov had changed. It was as though they hadn't seen each other for years. Quite forgetting the usual formalities, Makarov threw up his hands in bewilderment and said, "Comrade Colonel, GETMANOV has just transmitted an order direct from Yeremenko. Your own order has been rescinded and we're to press on with the offensive immediately." 51. 3 weeks later, Novikov's tank corps was withdrawn from the front line and placed in reserve. It was time to overhaul the tanks and bring the brigades up to their full strength. Both men and tanks were exhausted after covering 400 kilometers, fighting all the way. At the same time, Novikov received a summons from Moscow. He was to report to the General Staff and to the Central Administration for senior field ranks. It was uncertain whether or not he would be returning to his command. During his absence, General Neudobnov was to take over the command. A few days before this, Getmanov heard that the Central Committee had decided to retire him from active service. He was to be appointed Secretary of the Obkom in a newly liberated part of the Donbass. This was a post to which the Central Committee attached particular importance. Novikov's summons provoked considerable discussion both at front headquarters and at the Armored Forces Administration. Some people made out that it was of no great import that Novikov would soon resume his command. Others argued that it had to do with Novikov's delay at the beginning of the offensive and his unfortunate decision, at the very climax of the offensive, to call a 10-hour halt in order to rest his men. Still others claimed that it was the result of his failure to establish good relations with his commissar and his chief of staff, both of whom had excellent records. The secretary of the Front Military Soviet, a man who was usually well informed, said it had to do with compromising ties of a personal nature. At one time he too had thought that Novikov's misfortune stemmed from his disagreements with his commissar. But this was not the case. He had seen with his own eyes a letter of Getmanov's addressed to the very highest authorities. In this letter, GETMANOV protested strongly against Novikov's removal from the command. He said that Novikov was a commanding officer of outstanding abilities and a man who was both morally and politically above reproach. The strangest thing of all was that when he received this summons, Novikov had his first good night's sleep after weeks of painful insomnia. 52. Viktor felt as though he were being carried along at great speed by a roaring train. He found it difficult even to remember the quiet of his own house. Time had become quite dense, full of people, events and telephone calls. It already seemed 10 years since Shishakov had called round. He had been attentive and friendly, full of questions about Viktor's health and all kinds of explanations. He had hinted gently that the events of the past weeks were best forgotten. Viktor had imagined that the people who had tried to destroy him would now be too ashamed even to look at him. Instead, they greeted him joyfully on his return to the institute, looking him straight in the eye as they expressed their heartfelt goodwill. The most extraordinary thing of all was that these people were quite sincere. Now, they really did wish Viktor well. Once again, Viktor heard his work praised. Malenkov called him for an interview, looked straight at him with his quick black eyes, and talked to him for the best part of an hour. Viktor was surprised at how familiar Malenkov was with his work and how easily he handled technical terms. If this was surprising, Malenkov's last words were astonishing. "We would be deeply regretful if anything at all were to hinder you in your work. We understand very well that there can be no practice without theory." Viktor really hadn't expected that. He found it very strange on the following day to see the anxious, questioning look with which Shishakov greeted him, and at the same time remember the anger and humiliation he had felt when Shishakov had failed to invite him to the meeting held in his house. Markov was warm and friendly, Savostyanov as witty as ever. Gurevich came into the laboratory and embraced him, saying, "I am glad to see you. I really am. You must be Benjamin the Fortunate." Yes, Viktor was still on the train. He was asked whether he considered it necessary to expand his laboratory into an independent research institute. He was flown to the Urals by special plane, together with a deputy people's commissar. He was allocated a special car which Lyudmila used to go to the store, giving lifts to women who had previously pretended not to recognize her. Everything that had once seemed impossibly complicated and confusing now happened all by itself. Young Landesman was deeply moved. Kovchenko phoned him at home, and within an hour, Dubyonkov had arranged for him to be taken onto the staff of Viktor's laboratory. On her return from Kazan, Anna Naumovna Vice-Papier told Viktor that all her documentation had been arranged within 2 days, and that Kovchenko had even arranged for a car to meet her at the station in Moscow. Anna Stepanovna had been informed by Dubyonkov in writing that she had been reinstated in her former post, and that the deputy director had decided she should be paid in full for the weeks she was absent. The new employees were constantly being fed. They said jokingly that their work was simply a matter of letting themselves be ferried all day long from one special canteen to another. Needless to say, this was far from the truth. The new apparatus in Viktor's laboratory no longer seemed quite so perfect. He had the feeling that in a year's time it might seem slightly comic, like Stephenson's rocket. What had happened in Viktor's life seemed at once both natural and unnatural. His work really was interesting and important. Why shouldn't it be praised? Landesman had a talent for research. Why shouldn't he work in the institute? Anna Naumovna was indeed irreplaceable. Why should she have to hang around in Kazan? Still, Viktor knew very well that, but for Stalin's telephone call, his research, for all its excellence, would have been forgotten. And Landsman, for all his talent, would still be unemployed. But then Stalin's telephone call was no accident. It was no mere whim or caprice. Stalin was the embodiment of the state. And the state has no whims or caprices. Viktor had been afraid that all his time would be taken up with administrative matters. Plans, conferences, taking on new staff, placing orders for new equipment. But the cars he travelled in were fast. The meetings he attended began punctually and moved swiftly to a conclusion, and all his wishes were immediately granted. As a result, Viktor was able to spend the entire morning, the time when he did his best work, in perfect freedom in his laboratory. No one disturbed him. He was able to concentrate exclusively on his own interests. His work still belonged to him. It was all a far cry from what happened to the artist in Gogol's The Portrait. He had been even more afraid that other people might encroach on his own field. This fear also proved groundless. I really am absolutely free, he said to himself in surprise. He thought once of what Artelev had said in Kazan about military factories, how well provided they were with raw materials, energy, and machine tools, and how free from bureaucratic interference. Yes, thought Viktor, it is in its own absence that bureaucracy reveals itself most clearly. Whatever serves the principal aims of the state is rushed along at great speed. Bureaucracy can have two opposite effects. It can halt any movement, or it can speed it up to an incredible degree, as though freeing it from the constraints of gravity. Not that Viktor thought often about those long conversations in that small room in Kazan. He no longer thought of Madyarov as someone remarkably intelligent and altogether exceptional. He no longer felt a constant anxiety over his fate. He was no longer obsessed by the terrible mutual suspicions harbored by him and KRYMOV. Without his realizing it, everything that had happened to him began to seem quite normal, quite natural. His new life was the rule. He had begun to get used to it. It was his past life that had been the exception, and slowly he began to forget what it had been like. Was there really any truth in those reflections of Artelev's? In the past, Viktor had felt nervous and irritated as soon as he crossed the threshold of the personnel department, as soon as he felt Lubyankov even look at him. In fact, Lubyankov was very decent and obliging. When he phoned Viktor, he said, "Lubyankov speaking. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Viktor Pavlovich." Viktor had always regarded Kravchenko as a sinister and treacherous intriguer who would happily annihilate anyone who stood in his way. He had seemed to come from another world, a world of mysterious unwritten instructions, and to be profoundly indifferent to science itself. In fact, he was not like this at all. He came round to Viktor's laboratory every day. He was a true democrat, and he didn't stand on his dignity at all. He joked with Anna Naumovna, shook everyone by the hand, and chatted with the technicians and metalworkers. It turned out that he had operated a lathe himself in his youth. Shishakov was someone Viktor had disliked for years. Then one day he had lunch at his house and discovered that Shishakov was witty, hospitable, a gourmet, and a fine raconteur. He enjoyed good cognac and he collected engravings. And most important of all, he appreciated the importance of Viktor's theory. I've triumphed, thought Viktor. But he knew very well that it was not an absolute victory. If the people around him now treated him differently, if they now helped rather than hindered him, it certainly wasn't because he had won their hearts with his great charm, intelligence, and talent. Nevertheless, Viktor rejoiced. He had triumphed. There were special news bulletins on the radio nearly every evening. The Soviet offensive was still continuing. To Viktor, it seemed quite natural to link the course of his own life with that of the war, with the victory of the people and the army, the victory of the state. At the same time, he knew that it wasn't really quite so simple. He was quite capable of laughing at his childish habit of always wanting to see everything in black and white. Stalin's done this, Stalin's done that, glory to Stalin. He had thought that important administrators and party officials never talked about anything, even with their families, except the ideological purity of their cadres. He had thought they did nothing except sign papers in red pencil, read a short course in the history of the party out loud to their wives, and dream of temporary rulings and obligatory instructions. Now he had unexpectedly discovered that they had a human side too. Ramskov, the secretary of the Institute Party Committee, turned out to be a keen fisherman. Before the war, he had gone on a boating holiday in the Urals, together with his wife and his sons. "What more can one ask for, Viktor Pavlovich?" he would say. "You get up at dawn, everything's glittering with dew, and the sand on the banks still cold. Then you cast your lines. The water's black, it's not giving anything away, but it's full of promises. Wait till the war's over. Then you can become one of us yourself." Kravchenko once talked to Viktor about childhood illnesses. Viktor was surprised how much he knew about the different treatments for rickets and tonsillitis. He had 2 children of his own and had also adopted a little Spanish boy. This boy was always falling ill, and Kravchenko looked after him himself. Even dry old Svechin talked to him about his collection of cacti and how he'd managed to save them from the terrible frosts during the winter of 1941. They're really not such bad people after all, he thought. I suppose everyone has something human about them. Deep down, of course, Viktor understood that nothing had really changed. He was neither a fool nor a cynic. He could think for himself. He remembered a story of KRYMOV'S about an old comrade of his, Bagrianov, a senior investigator in the military prosecutor's office. Bagrianov had been arrested in 1937 and then, during the brief spell of liberalism under Beria in 1939, had been released from the camp and allowed to return to Moscow. KRYMOV had described how, one night, Bagrianov had turned up on his doorstep. He had come straight from the station and his trousers and shirt were in tatters. In his pocket was his certificate of release from the camp. That night, Bagrianov had been full of seditious speeches and sympathy for the other prisoners. He had intended to set up as a gardener and a beekeeper. But as he was allowed to return to his former life, his speeches gradually began to change. KRYMOV had laughed as he described the slow evolution of Bagrianov's ideology. First, he was given back his military uniform. At that time, his views were still liberal, but he was no longer a raging Danton. Then, in exchange for his certificate of release, he was given a passport allowing him to live in Moscow. He immediately began to take up the Hegelian position. All that is real is rational. Then he was given back his flat, and began making out that most of the prisoners in the camps really were enemies of the people. Then his medals were returned to him. Finally, he was reinstated in the party without loss of seniority. It was just then that KRYMOV's own difficulties had begun. Bagrianov stopped ringing him up. KRYMOV had met him by chance one day. He had 2 decorations on his tunic collar, and he was getting out of a special car by the entrance to the public prosecutor's office. This was only 8 months after the night when a man in a torn shirt, with a certificate from a labor camp in his pocket, had sat in KRYMOV's room holding forth about innocent victims and blind violence. I thought then that he was lost to the public prosecutor's office forever, KRYMOV had said with a wry smile. It wasn't for nothing that Viktor remembered this story and recounted it to Nadia and Lyudmila. Nothing had changed in his attitude towards the victims of 1937. He was still as appalled as ever at the cruelty of Stalin. He knew very well that life hadn't changed for other people simply because he was now Fortune's pet instead of her stepson. Nothing would ever bring back to life the victims of collectivization, or the people who had been shot in 1937. It made no difference to them whether or not prizes and medals were awarded to a certain STRUM, whether he was called to see Malenkov, or was pointedly not invited to a gathering at Shaposhnikov's. And yet something had changed, both in his understanding and in his actual memory of things. Often Viktor would make little speeches to his wife. What a lot of non-entities there are everywhere. How afraid people are to defend their honor, how easily they give in, what miserable compromises they make. On one occasion, he even attacked Chepizhin. His passion for traveling and mountaineering conceals an unconscious fear of the complexity of life, and his resignation from the Institute reveals a conscious fear of confronting the most important question of our time. Yes, something was changing in him. He could feel it, but he didn't know what it was. 53. On his return to work, Viktor found Sokolov absent from the laboratory. He had caught pneumonia 2 days before. Viktor learnt that before his illness, he and Shishakov had agreed that he should be transferred to a different post. In the end, he had been appointed director of another laboratory that was currently being reorganized. Evidently, he was doing well. Even the omniscient Markov was ignorant of the true reasons behind Sokolov's request to be transferred. Viktor felt no regret. He found it painful to think of meeting Sokolov, let alone working with him. Who knows what Sokolov would have read in Viktor's eyes? Certainly Viktor had no right to think as he did about the wife of his friend. He had no right to be longing for her. He had no right to meet her in secret. If he'd heard a similar story about someone else, he'd have felt quite indignant. Deceiving one's wife, deceiving a friend. But he did long for her. He did dream of meeting her. Lyudmila and Maria Ivanovna were now seeing each other again. They had had a long telephone conversation and then met. They had both cried, each accusing herself of meanness, suspiciousness, and lack of faith in their friendship. How complicated life was. Maria Ivanovna, pure honest Maria Ivanovna, had been insincere and deceitful with Lyudmila, but only because of her love for him. Viktor very seldom saw Maria Ivanovna now. Most of what he knew about her came from Lyudmila. He learnt that Sokolov had been proposed for a Stalin Prize on the strength of some papers he had published before the war, that he had received an enthusiastic letter from some young physicists in England, that he might be chosen as a corresponding member of the Academy at the next elections. All this was what Maria Ivanovna told Lyudmila. During his own brief meetings with her, he never so much as mentioned Pyotr Lavrentievich. His work in the laboratory, his journeys and meetings were never enough to take his mind off her. He wanted to see her the whole time. Lyudmila said several times, "You know, I just don't understand what Sokolov's got against you now. Even Masha can't explain it." The explanation, of course, was simple enough, but it was impossible for Maria Ivanovna to share it with Lyudmila. It was quite enough that she had told her husband of her feelings for Viktor. This confession had destroyed the friendship between Viktor and Sokolov forever. She had promised her husband not to go on seeing Viktor. If she were to say one word to Lyudmila, she would be cut off from Viktor completely. He wouldn't know where she was or what she was doing. They met so seldom as it was, and their meetings were so brief. They spoke very little, even when they did meet. They just walked down the street arm in arm, or sat in silence on a park bench. At the time of Viktor's troubles, she had understood his feelings with a quite extraordinary sensitivity. She had been able to guess what he would think and what he would do. She had seemed able to anticipate all that was about to happen to him. The gloomier he had felt, the more passionately he had longed to see her. This perfect understanding of hers had seemed to him to be his only happiness. He had felt that with her beside him he could easily bear all his sufferings. With her he could be happy. They had talked together one night in Kazan. They had gone for a walk in a Moscow park. They had sat together for a few moments in a square off Kaluga Street. And that was all. And then there was the present, a few telephone calls and a few brief meetings he hadn't told Lyudmila about. Viktor knew, however, that his sin and her sin couldn't be measured by the number of minutes they had sat together on a bench. His was no mean sin. He loved her. How had she come to occupy such an important place in his life? Every word he said to his wife was partly a lie. He couldn't help it. There was something deceitful in his every movement, in every look he gave her. With affected indifference, he would ask her, "Well, did your friend ring today? How is she? And is Pyotr Lavrentievich well?" He felt glad at Sokolov's successes, but not because he felt any goodwill towards him. No, it was because he felt it gave Maria Ivanovna the right not to feel guilty. He found it unbearable to hear about Sokolov and Maria Ivanovna only through Lyudmila. It was humiliating for Lyudmila, for Maria Ivanovna, and for himself. He was conscious of something false, even when he talked to Lyudmila about Nadia, Tolya, and Alexandra Vladimirovna. There were lies everywhere. Why was this? How had it happened? His love for Maria Ivanovna was the deepest truth of his soul. How could it have given birth to so many lies? It was only by renouncing his love that he could deliver himself, Lyudmila and Maria Ivanovna, from these lies. But when he realized this was what he had to do, he was dissuaded by a treacherous fear that clouded his judgment. This lie isn't so very terrible. What harm does it do anyone? Suffering is more terrible than lying. And when he felt he was strong and ruthless enough to break with Lyudmila and ruin Sokolov's life, this same treacherous fear egged him on with a contradictory argument. Nothing can be worse than deceit. It would be better to break with Lyudmila altogether than to go on lying to her all the time, and making Maria Ivanovna lie to her. Deceit is more terrible than suffering. Viktor wasn't aware that his intelligence was now merely the obedient servant of his emotions, and that there was only one way of escaping from this circle of confusion. By using the knife, by sacrificing himself rather than others. The more he thought about it all, the less he understood. How could he unravel this tangle? How could his love for Maria Ivanovna be the truth of his life, and at the same time be its greatest lie? Only last summer he had had an affair with the beautiful Nina, and they had done more than just walk round the square like schoolchildren who had fallen in love. But it was only now that he felt a sense of guilt and betrayal, a sense of having done wrong to his family. All this consumed an incalculable amount of emotional and intellectual energy, probably as much as Planck had expended in elaborating his quantum theory. He had once thought that his love had been born only of sorrow and tragedy, but now he was on the crest of the wave. And he needed Maria Ivanovna as much as ever. She was unlike everyone else. She wasn't attracted in the least by power, riches, and fame. She had wanted to share his grief, anxiety, and deprivation. Would she turn away from him now? He knew that Maria Ivanovna worshipped Pyotr Lavrentievich. Sometimes this drove him almost insane. Yevgenia was probably right. This second love, born after years of married life, must be the result of a vitamin deficiency of the soul. He was like a cow licking salt after searching for it for years in grass, hay, and the leaves of trees. This hunger of the soul grew very slowly, but in the end it was irresistible. Yes, that's what it was, a hunger of the soul. Maria Ivanovna was indeed startlingly different from Lyudmila. Was all this really so? Viktor didn't realize that these thoughts had nothing to do with his reason, that their truth or falsehood had nothing to do with how he acted. If he didn't see Maria Ivanovna, he was unhappy. If he knew he was going to see her, he was happy. And when he imagined a future in which they were inseparably together, he felt still more happy. Why didn't he feel a twinge of guilt about Sokolov? Why did he feel no shame? But what was there to be ashamed of? All they had done was walk through a park and sit down for a while on a bench. No, it wasn't just a matter of sitting on a bench. He was ready to break with Lyudmila. He was ready to tell Sokolov that he loved his wife and wanted to take her from him. He remembered everything that had gone wrong between him and Lyudmila. How badly she had treated his mother. How she had refused to let his cousin stay the night after his release from camp. How rude and callous, how cruel and obstinate she had sometimes been. All this made him feel callous himself, and that was what he needed to feel if he was to be ruthless. But Lyudmila had spent her life with him. She had shared all his troubles and difficulties. Her hair was going grey. She had suffered. Was there really nothing good in her? He had been proud of her in the past. He had loved her strength and honesty. Yes, he was simply nerving himself to be ruthless. As he was getting ready to go out in the morning, Viktor remembered Yevgenia's visit and thought, all the same, it's a good thing she's back in Kibyshev. Just then, as Viktor was feeling ashamed at being so mean, Lyudmila said, "So now Nikolai's been arrested as well. How many of our family does that make? At least Yevgenia's not in Moscow anymore." Viktor wanted to reproach her, but stopped himself in time. That would have been too dishonest. "Oh yes, Chepizhin phoned," said Lyudmila. Viktor looked at his watch. "I'll be back early this evening. I'll ring him then. By the way, I'm probably going to the Urals again." "Will you be there long?" "No, just 2 or 3 days." He was in a hurry. Today was an important day. His work was important, even to the state. But his private thoughts were mean, petty, and trivial. It was as though they were in inverse proportion. As she was leaving, Yevgenia had asked Lyudmila to go to Kuznetsky Most and hand over 200 rubles for Krymov. "Lyudmila," said Viktor, "don't forget the money Zhenya gave you. I think you've left it too late already." He didn't say this because he was worried on behalf of Krymov or Yevgenia. He said it because he was afraid that Lyudmila's negligence might bring Yevgenia back to Moscow again. Then she would start making telephone calls, sending off petitions and statements. In the end, his flat would be nothing but a center for agitation on behalf of political prisoners. Viktor knew he was being both petty and cowardly. Feeling ashamed of himself, he said hurriedly, "You must write to Zhenya, invite her to stay in my name. Maybe she needs to come to Moscow but feels awkward about asking. Yes, Lyuda, write to her straight away." He felt better after that, but then he knew it was only for his own peace of mind that he'd said it. How strange everything was. When he'd just sat in his room all day, a pariah afraid even of the house manager and the girl at the rations desk, his head had been full of thoughts about life, truth and freedom, thoughts about God. That was when no one had wanted him, when the telephone had been silent for weeks on end and people had ignored him if they passed him on the street. But now, when dozens of people waited on him, phoning him up and writing to him, when a ZIS 101 came to pick him up and hooted discreetly beneath the window, now he found it impossible to shed himself of petty anxieties, trivial irritations, and thoughts that were emptier than the husks of sunflower seeds. He'd said the wrong thing then. He'd laughed at the wrong moment there. Yes, he was obsessed by trivia. For a while after Stalin's telephone call, he had thought that he need never know fear again, but it was still there, only its outer trappings had changed. Now it was simply a more aristocratic fear, a fear that travelled by car and was allowed to use the Kremlin telephone switchboard. And what had once been unimaginable, An attitude of envious rivalry towards the achievements and theories of other scientists had begun to seem quite normal. He was like an athlete, afraid of being overtaken, afraid that someone might beat his record. He didn't really want to talk to Chepygin now. He didn't have the strength for what would be a long and difficult conversation. He and Chepygin had oversimplified when they talked about the dependence of science on the state. He himself was quite free. No one any longer thought of his theories as absurdities straight out of the Talmud. No one dared attack them now. The state needed theoretical physics. Badin and Shishakov understood that now. For Markov to show his true talent for setting up experiments, for Koshkarov to show his talent for seeing their practical applications, you needed a theoretician. Now, after Stalin's telephone call, that was generally understood. But how could he explain to Dmitry Petrovich that this telephone call had brought him freedom? Why had he suddenly become so intolerant of Lyudmila's failings? And why was he now so well disposed towards Shishakov? He had grown particularly fond of Markov, perhaps because he had now become genuinely interested in the personal lives of his bosses, in everything secret or half-secret, in every act of harmless cunning or outright treachery, in all the various humiliations arising from invitations or absence of invitations to the Presidium, in who figured on a special list or who merely heard the fateful words, "You're not on the list." Yes, he would much sooner spend a free evening chatting with Markov than be arguing with Madyarov at one of their Kazan gatherings. Markov had an extraordinarily sharp eye for people's absurdities. He could make fun of their weaknesses lethally, but without malice. His mind was very elegant, and he was a first-class scientist. He was possibly the most talented experimental physicist in the country. Viktor already had his coat on when Lyudmila said, "Maria Ivanovna phoned yesterday." "Yes?" said Viktor immediately. His face must have changed. "What's the matter?" asked Lyudmila. "Nothing. Nothing at all," he said, coming back into the room. "I didn't quite understand. Some unpleasantness at the institute. I think Kovchenko phoned them. Anyway, it's the usual story. She's worried about you. She's afraid you're going to put your foot in it again." "How?" asked Viktor impatiently. "I don't understand." "I don't understand myself. I've already told you. She evidently didn't want to go into it at length on the phone." "Tell me all that again," said Viktor. He unbuttoned his coat and sat down on a chair by the door. Lyudmila looked at him, shaking her head from side to side. He thought her eyes seemed sad and reproachful. As though to confirm this, Lyudmila said, Vitya, you didn't have time to phone Chepygin, but you're always ready to hear about dear Masha, aren't you? I thought you were late." Viktor gave her an odd, sideways look and said, "Yes, I am late." He went up to her, took her hand and kissed it. She patted him on the head and ruffled his hair. "You see how interesting and important Masha's become," said Lyudmila quietly. She gave a wry smile and added, "The same Masha who couldn't tell the difference between Balzac and Flaubert." Viktor looked at her. Her eyes were moist, her lips almost trembling. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly and walked out. In the doorway he turned round again. He felt quite shaken by the look on Lyudmila's face. It was a look of utter exhaustion, touching helplessness and shame, both on his behalf and on her own. On his way down the stairs, he thought that, if he were to break with Lyudmila and never see her again, he would remember that look until his dying day. He realized that something very important had just happened. His wife had informed him that she knew of his love for Maria Ivanovna, and he had confirmed it. All he knew for sure was that if he saw Masha, he felt happy, and if he promised himself never to see her again, he felt he could hardly breathe. As Viktor's car arrived at the institute, Shishakov's drew up alongside it. The two cars stopped by the door almost simultaneously. Viktor and Shishakov then walked side by side down the corridor. Shishakov took Viktor by the arm. "Are you going to the Urals, then?" "I think so." "Soon we'll be saying goodbye for good. You'll become an independent sovereign," said Shishakov with a smile. "What if I ask if he's ever been in love with someone else's wife?" thought Viktor suddenly. "Viktor Pavlovich," said Shishakov, "can you come round to my office about 2 o'clock? "Certainly, I'll be free by then." Viktor found it hard to concentrate on his work that morning. In the laboratory, Markov came up to him in his shirt sleeves and said excitedly, "If you'll allow me, Viktor Pavlovich, I'll come and see you a bit later. I've got something interesting to tell you." "I'm seeing Shishakov at 2, said Viktor. Come round after that. I've got something to tell you myself. You're seeing Alexei Alexeyevich, said Markov thoughtfully. I think I know what about. 54. Seeing Viktor come in, Shishakov said, I was just going to phone and remind you of our meeting. Viktor looked at his watch. I'm not late, am I? Shishakov looked quite enormous as he stood there in his grey suit, his huge head covered in silvery hair, but his eyes no longer seemed cold and arrogant. They were more like the eyes of a little boy brought up on Duma and Mayne Reid. My dear Viktor Pavlovich, I've got something important to discuss with you, said Shishakov with a smile. He took Viktor by the arm and led him towards an easy chair. It's something very serious and rather unpleasant. Well, said Viktor, looking mournfully round the office, let's get down to it then. What's happened, Shishakov began, is that a disgusting campaign's been started up abroad, mainly in England. In spite of the fact that we're bearing nearly the whole weight of the war on our own shoulders, certain English scientists, instead of demanding the immediate opening of a second front, have begun an extraordinary campaign with the aim of arousing hostility towards the Soviet Union. He looked Viktor straight in the eye. Viktor knew this open, frank look. It was characteristic of people who were doing something dishonest. I see, he said. But what exactly is this campaign? A campaign of slanders, said Shishakov. They've published a list of Soviet writers and scientists they allege to have been shot. They're making out that some quite fantastic number of people have been imprisoned for political reasons. With extraordinary and really very suspicious vehemence, they contest the verdict, established by due process of law, on Doctors Pletnyov and Levin, the assassins of Alexei Maximovich Gorky. All this has been published in a newspaper close to government circles. I see, said Viktor. And is that it? More or less. There's also something about the geneticist Chetverikov. A committee's been established for his defense. But my dear Alexei Alexeyevich, Chetverikov has been arrested. Shishakov shrugged his shoulders. As I'm sure you're aware, Viktor Pavlovich, I know nothing about the workings of the security organs. But if, as you say, he has been arrested, then it must be with good reason. You and I haven't been arrested, have we? Just then, Badin and Kovchenko came in. Shishakov was evidently expecting them. Viktor realized they must have arranged this beforehand. Without stopping to put them in the picture, Shishakov just said, Sit down, comrade, sit down, and turned back to Viktor. So, Viktor Pavlovich, these slanders have now reached America and been published in the pages of the New York Times. This, naturally, has aroused indignation among the Soviet intelligentsia. Of course, said Kovchenko. What else could one expect? He looked directly at Viktor. His own brown eyes seemed so warm and friendly that Viktor was unable to come out with the thought that had immediately occurred to him. How can the Soviet intelligentsia be so indignant if they've never once set eyes on the New York Times? He grunted and shrugged his shoulders. This, he was aware, could be taken as a sign of agreement. Naturally, Shishakov went on, a desire has arisen to refute these calumnies, and so we have drawn up a document. You haven't done anything of the sort, thought Viktor. You weren't even present when it was drawn up. This document is in the form of a letter. I've read it myself, added Badin in a quiet voice. It's just what's needed. We want to have it signed by a small number of our most important scientists, people who are known in Europe and America. Viktor had known right from the beginning what all this was leading up to. What he hadn't known was the precise form Shishakov's request would take, whether he'd be asked to write an article, to make a speech at the Scientific Council, to vote. Now it was clear. They wanted his signature at the foot of a letter. He began to feel sick. It was just like when they'd wanted him to make a public confession. He suddenly felt miserable, base, pathetic. Once again, millions of tons of granite were about to come down on his shoulders. Professor Pletnyov. Viktor remembered an article in Pravda, written by some hysterical woman, full of wild accusations against the old doctor. To begin with, as so often, he had believed it all. Gogol, Tolstoy, Chekhov, and Korolenko appeared to have instilled in Russians an almost religious reverence for the printed word. Finally, however, Viktor had realized that it was a calumny. Pletnyov had then been arrested, together with Levin, another famous doctor from the Kremlin hospital. The two of them confessed to having murdered Alexei Maximovich Gorky. The three men were all looking at Viktor. Their eyes were warm, friendly, and trusting. They accepted him as one of them. Shishakov looked on him as a brother. He understood the immense significance of Viktor's work. Kovchenko looked up to him. Badin's eyes said, "Yes, everything you did and said seemed alien to me. But I was wrong. I didn't understand. The party corrected me." Kovchenko opened a red file and handed Viktor a typewritten letter. "Let me say one thing, Viktor Pavlovich. This Anglo-American campaign plays straight into the hands of the fascists. It's probably the work of those swine in the fifth column." "There's no need to go on at Viktor Pavlovich," Badin interrupted. "He's as much a patriot as any of us. He's a Russian, a true Soviet citizen." "Precisely," said Shishakov. "No one's ever doubted it," said Kovchenko. I see, said Viktor. Only a little while ago these people had treated him with suspicion and contempt, but now these professions of trust and friendship came quite naturally to them. And Viktor, though he had not forgotten the past, accepted their friendship with the same ease and naturalness. He felt paralyzed by their trust and their kindness. He had no strength. If only they had shouted at him, kicked him, beaten him, then he would have got angry and recovered his strength. Stalin had spoken to him. They all knew this. But the letter they wanted him to sign was terrible. Nothing could make him believe that Dr. Levin and Professor Pletnyov had killed the great writer. His mother had seen Dr. Levin during one of her visits to Moscow. Lyudmila had been treated by him. He was a kind man, gentle and sensitive. Only a monster could slander these two doctors so appallingly. There was something medieval about these accusations. Assassin doctors, the murderers of a great writer, the last Russian classic. What was the purpose of such slanders? The Inquisition and its bonfires, the execution of heretics, witch trials, boiling pitch, the stench of smoke. What did all this have to do with Lenin, with the construction of socialism and the great war against fascism? Viktor began to read the first sheet. Shishakov asked whether he was comfortable and had enough light. Wouldn't he rather sit in the armchair? No, thank you. He was quite comfortable as he was. Viktor read very slowly. The characters pressed against his mind without penetrating it. They were like sand on the skin of an apple. Your defense of Pletnyov and Levin, degenerates who are a disgrace not only to medicine but to the human race as a whole, is grist to the mill of the anti-human ideology of fascism. The Soviet nation stands alone in its struggle against fascism, the ideology that has brought back medieval witch trials, pogroms, torture chambers, and the bonfires of the Inquisition. How could one read this and not go insane? The blood of our sons shed at Stalingrad marks a turning point in the war with Hitlerism, but you, in coming to the defense of these degenerates, have unwittingly, I see. Nowhere in the world do scientists enjoy the affection of the people and the protective care of the state to the same degree as in the Soviet Union. Viktor Pavlovich, will it disturb you if we go on talking? No, not at all, said Viktor. At the same time, he was thinking, some lucky people manage to get out of this kind of thing. They fall ill, or they're at their dachas, or... I've heard that Losif Vissarionovich knows about this letter, said Kovchenko. Apparently he approves of this initiative of our scientists. That's why the signature of Viktor Pavlovich, began Badin. Viktor felt overwhelmed by disgust at his own submissiveness. The great state was breathing on him tenderly. He didn't have the strength to cast himself out into the freezing darkness. He had no strength today, no strength at all. He was paralyzed, not by fear, but by something quite different. A strange, agonizing sense of his own passivity. How strange man is. Viktor had found the strength to renounce life itself. And now he seemed unable to refuse candies and cookies. But how can one just push off an omnipotent hand when it strokes your hair and pats you on the back? Nonsense. Why was he slandering himself like this? It was nothing to do with candies and cookies. He had always been indifferent to comfort and material well-being. His thoughts, his work, all that was most precious to him, had turned out to be necessary and valuable in the struggle against fascism. That was a true joy. What was all this anyway? The doctors had confessed during the preliminary investigation. They had confessed during the trial itself. How could he believe in their innocence when they themselves had confessed to having murdered a great writer? To refuse to sign the letter would be to show approval of the murder of Gorky. That was unthinkable. Did he doubt that their confessions were genuine? Had they been coerced into making them then? But there was only one way of forcing an honorable and intelligent man to confess to being a hired assassin, thereby making himself liable to an infamous execution. And that was torture, and it would be insane even to hint at that. But it was repugnant, quite repugnant, to think of signing this vile letter. All kinds of excuses came to mind, together with the inevitable answers. Comrades, I feel ill. I'm suffering cardiac spasms. Nonsense, you look fine. You're just making excuses. Why do you need my signature, comrades? I'm only known to a very narrow circle of specialists. Very few people outside this country know my name. Nonsense. How pleasant to hear that this was nonsense. People abroad do know your name. In any case, it's quite unthinkable to show this letter to Comrade Stalin without your signature on it. He might ask, but why hasn't STRUM signed? Comrades, let me say quite frankly, there are certain phrases that seem rather unfortunate. They almost bring into disrepute our whole scientific intelligentsia. Please, Viktor Pavlovich, give us your suggestions. We'll be only too delighted to alter any phrases that you consider unfortunate. Please understand, comrades, here it says, the writer Babel, an enemy of the people, the writer Pilniak, an enemy of the people, the director Meyerhold, an enemy of the people, academician Vavilov, an enemy of the people. I'm a theoretical physicist, a mathematician. Some people consider me schizophrenic, my field of studies so abstract. I'm really not competent to judge these other matters. It's best to leave people like me in peace. Nonsense, Viktor Pavlovich. You have a logical mind, and you understand politics extremely well. You know yourself how often you talk about politics and how apt your remarks always are. For the love of God, please understand that I have a conscience. I feel ill. I find all this very painful. I'm under no obligation. Why should I have to sign this letter? I'm exhausted. You must allow me the right to a clear conscience. But he couldn't get away from a sense of impotence, a sense that he had somehow been hypnotized. He was as obedient as a well-cared-for animal. And then there was fear. Fear of ruining his life once again. Fear of living in fear. Could he really oppose himself to the collective again, go back to his former solitude? It was time he took the world seriously. He had obtained things he had never even dreamed of. He could work in complete freedom. He was treated with solicitous attentiveness. And he hadn't had to beg for any of this. He hadn't repented. He had been victorious. What more could he ask for? Stalin had telephoned him. Comrades, this is a very serious matter. I need to think about it. Allow me to put off my decision until tomorrow. Viktor immediately imagined all the torment of a sleepless night. Doubts, indecision, sudden decisiveness followed by terror, more doubts, another decision. All that was so exhausting. It was worse than malaria. Did he really want to prolong such torture? No, he had no strength. It was better to get it over and done with. He took out his pen. As he did so, he saw a look of amazement on Shishkov's face. How docile this rebel had now become. Viktor did no work that day. There were no distractions, no telephone calls. He was simply unable to work. His work seemed dull, empty, pointless. Who else had signed the letter? Chepyzhin. Ioffa had, but Krylov and Mandelstam. He wanted to hide behind someone's back, but it had been impossible for him to refuse. It would have been suicide. Nonsense, he could easily have refused. No, he had done the right thing. But then, no one had threatened him. It would have been all right if he had signed out of a feeling of animal fear. But he hadn't signed out of fear. He had signed out of an obscure, almost nauseous feeling of submissiveness. Viktor called Anna Stepanovna to his office and asked her to develop a film for tomorrow. It was a control film of experiments carried out with the new apparatus. She finished noting everything down, but didn't move. Viktor looked at her questioningly. Viktor Pavlovich, she began, I once thought this was impossible to put into words, but I feel I have to say it. Do you realize how much you have done for me and for others? What you've done for us is more important than any great discovery. I feel better just knowing that you exist. Do you know what the mechanics, cleaners, and caretakers say about you? They say that you're an upright man. I often wanted to call it your home, but I was afraid. Do you understand? Even during the most difficult days, I had only to think of you, and everything seemed easier. Thank you for being the man you are. Before Victor had time to say anything, she had left the office. He wanted to run down the street and scream. Anything at all rather than this shame, this torment. But this was only the beginning. Late in the afternoon, his telephone rang. Do you know who it is? He did indeed. Even his cold fingers on the receiver seemed to recognize the voice. Once again, Maria Ivanovna had appeared at a critical moment. I'm speaking from a call box. I can hardly hear you, said Maria Ivanovna. Pyotr Lavrentievich is feeling better. I've got more time now. If you can, come to the square at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Suddenly, her voice changed. My love, my dearest, my light, I'm afraid for you. Someone came round about a letter. You know the one I mean? I'm sure it was you, your strength, that helped Pyotr Lavrentievich stand his ground. Anyway, it went all right. But I immediately began thinking how much harm you've probably done yourself. You're so awkward and angular. You always come out bleeding, while everyone else just gets a slight knock. Victor put down the receiver and buried his face in his hands. He now understood the position he was in. It wasn't his enemies who were going to punish him, but his friends, the people who loved him. It was their very faith in him that would wound him. As soon as he got home, he phoned Chepizhin. He didn't even take his coat off. As he dialed his number, he felt certain that he would be wounded yet again. By his dear friend, by his loving teacher. Lyudmila was standing right there, but he was in too much of a hurry even to tell her what he had done. God, how quickly she was going grey. That's right, have a go at someone when their hair turns grey. All right, I've just heard the bulletin on the radio, said Chepizhin, but I haven't got much to say about myself. Oh yes, I quarrelled yesterday with certain prominent officials. Have you heard about this letter yet? Victor's lips were quite dry. He licked them and said, Yes, vaguely. Yes, it's not something to talk about on the phone. We can discuss it when we next meet. After your trip, said Chepizhin. But all this was nothing. Soon Nadia would be back. Heavens, what had he done? 55. Victor didn't sleep that night. His heart ached. He felt weighed down by an unimaginable gloom. A conquering hero indeed. Even when he had been afraid of the woman in the house manager's office, he had felt stronger and freer than he did now. Now he no longer dared to take part in a discussion, to express the slightest doubt about anything. He had sacrificed his inner freedom. How could he look Chepizhin in the eye? Or perhaps he would find it no more difficult than all the people who had greeted him so brightly and warmly on his return to the institute. Everything he remembered only added to the torture. There was no peace anywhere. Everything he did, even his smiles and gestures, no longer seemed a part of him. They were alien, hostile. Nadia had looked at him that evening with an expression of pitying disgust. Only Lyudmila, who in the past had annoyed him and ticked him off more than anyone, had been of any comfort. She had simply said, Don't torture yourself, Victor. To me, you're the most intelligent and honourable man in the world. If that's what you did, then it's what you had to do. Why did he always want to approve of everything? Why had he become so accepting of things he had never been able to tolerate before? Why, whatever people were talking about, did he always have to be the optimist? The recent military victories had corresponded to a change in his own life. He could see the power of the army, the grandeur of the state. There was light at the end of the tunnel. Why had Madyarov's thoughts come to seem so banal? He had refused to repent when they threw him out of the institute. How happy, how full of light he had felt, and what joy he had felt then in the people he loved. Lyudmila, Nadia, Chepizhin, Zhenya. But what would he say now to Maria Ivanovna? He had always been so arrogant about Pyotr Lavrentievich and his timid submissiveness. And now, as for his mother, he was afraid even to think of her. He had sinned against her too. He was afraid even to touch that last letter of hers. He realized with sorrow and horror how incapable he was of protecting his own soul. The power that had reduced him to slavery lay inside him. How base he had been, throwing stones at pitiful, defenseless people who were already spattered with blood. All this was so painful. He could feel it in his heart, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. How could he have been so arrogant? who had given him the right to boast of his purity and courage, to set himself up as a merciless judge of the weaknesses of others. Good men and bad men alike are capable of weakness. The difference is simply that a bad man will be proud all his life of one good deed, while an honest man is hardly aware of his good acts but remembers a single sin for years on end. Victor had been so proud of his courage and uprightness. He had laughed at anyone who had shown signs of weakness or fear, and now he too had betrayed people. He was ashamed of himself. He despised himself. The house he lived in, its light and warmth, had crumbled away. Nothing was left but dry quicksand. His friendship with Chepushin, his affection for his daughter, his devotion to his wife, his hopeless love for Maria Ivanovna, his human sins and his human happiness, his work, his beloved science, his love for his mother, his grief for her. Everything had vanished. Why had he committed this terrible sin? Everything in the world was insignificant compared to what he had lost. Everything in the world is insignificant compared to the truth and purity of one small man. Even the empire stretching from the Black Sea to the Pacific Ocean, even science itself. Then he realized that it still wasn't too late. He still had the strength to lift up his head to remain his mother's son. And he wasn't going to try to console himself or justify what he had done. He wanted this mean, cowardly act to stand all his life as a reproach. Day and night it would be something to bring him back to himself. No, he didn't want to strive to be a hero and then preen himself over his courage. Every hour, every day, year in, year out, he must struggle to be a man, struggle for his right to be pure and kind. He must do this with humility, and if it came to it, he mustn't be afraid even of death. Even then he must remain a man. Well then, we'll see, he said to himself. Maybe I do have enough strength, your strength, mother. 56. Evenings in a hut near the Lubyanka. Krymov was lying on his bunk after being interrogated, groaning, thinking and talking to Katzenelnbogen. The amazing confessions of Bukharin and Rykov, of Kamenev and Zinoviev, the trials of the Trotskyists, of the right opposition and the left opposition, the fate of Bubnov, Muralov and Shliapnikov. All these things no longer seemed quite so hard to understand. The hide was being flayed off the still living body of the revolution, so that a new age could slip into it. As for the red, bloody meat, the steaming innards, they were being thrown onto the scrap heap. The new age needed only the hide of the revolution, and this was being flayed off people who were still alive. Those who then slipped into it spoke the language of the revolution and mimicked its gestures, but their brains, lungs, livers and eyes were utterly different. Stalin, the great Stalin. Perhaps this man with the iron will had less will than any of them. He was a slave of his time and circumstances, a dutiful, submissive servant of the present day, flinging open the doors before the new age. Yes, yes, yes. And those who didn't bow down before the new age were thrown on the scrap heap. He knew now how a man could be split apart. After you've been searched, after you've had your buttons ripped off and your spectacles confiscated, you look on yourself as a physical non-entity. And then, in the investigator's office, you realize that the role you played in the revolution and the civil war means nothing, that all your work and all your knowledge is just so much rubbish. You are indeed a non-entity, and not just physically. The unity of man's physical and spiritual being was the key to the investigator's almost uninterrupted run of successes. Soul and body are two complementary vessels. After crushing and destroying a man's physical defenses, the invading party nearly always succeeded in sending its mobile detachments into the breach in time to triumph over a man's soul, to force him into unconditional capitulation. He didn't have the strength to think about all this, neither did he have the strength not to think about it. Who had betrayed him? Who had informed on him? Who had slandered him? Somehow these questions no longer interested him. He had always been proud of his ability to subordinate his life to logic. But now it was different. Logic said that Yevgenia Nikolaevna had supplied the information about his conversation with Trotsky. But the whole of his present life, his struggle with the investigator, his ability to breathe and to remain himself, to remain Comrade Krymov, was founded on one thing: his faith that she could not have done this. He was astonished that he could have lost this certainty for even a few minutes. Nothing on earth could have made him lose faith in Genya. He believed in her, even though he knew very well that no one else had known of his conversation with Trotsky, that women are weak and treacherous, and that she had abandoned him at a critical period in his life. He described his interrogation to Katzenelnbogen, but without making any mention of this incident. Now Katzenelnbogen no longer clowned and made jokes. Krymov had been right about him. He was intelligent, but what he said was often both strange and terrible. Sometimes Krymov thought it quite just that the old Chekist should now himself be in a cell in the Lubyanka. He couldn't imagine it otherwise. Sometimes he thought Katzenelnbogen was mad. Katzenelnbogen was a poet, the laureate of the state security organs. He recounted with admiration how, during a break at the last party congress, Stalin had asked Yezhov why he had carried punitive measures to such extremes. Yezhov, confused, had replied that he had been obeying Stalin's own orders. Stalin had turned to the delegates around him and said, "And he's a party member." He talked about the horror Yagoda had felt. He reminisced about the great Chekists, connoisseurs of Voltaire, experts on Rabelais, admirers of Verlaine, who had once directed the work of this vast, sleepless building. He talked about a quiet, kind old Let who had worked for years as an executioner, how he always used to ask permission to give the clothes of the man he had just executed to an orphanage. The next moment he would start talking about another executioner who drank day and night and was miserable if he didn't have any work to do. After his dismissal, he began visiting state farms around Moscow and slaughtering pigs. He used to carry bottles of pig's blood around with him, saying it had been prescribed by a doctor as a cure for anemia. He told of how, in 1937, they had executed people sentenced without right of correspondence every night. The chimneys of the Moscow crematoria had sent up clouds of smoke into the night, and the members of the Communist Youth Organization enlisted to help with the executions, and subsequent disposal of the bodies had gone mad. He told Krymov about the interrogation of Bukharin, about how obstinate Kamenev had been. Once, when he was developing a theory of his, trying to generalize, the two of them talked all through the night. He began by telling Krymov about the extraordinary fate of Frankel, an engineer who had been a successful businessman during the NEP period. At the very beginning of NEP, he had built a car factory in Odessa. In the mid-20s, he had been arrested and sent to Solovki. From there, he had sent Stalin the outlines of a project that, in the words of the old Chekist, bore the mark of true genius. In considerable detail, with full economic and scientific substantiation, he had laid out the most efficient manner of exploiting the vast mass of prisoners in order to construct roads, dams, hydroelectric power stations, and artificial reservoirs. The imprisoned Nepman became a lieutenant general in the MGB. The boss appreciated the importance of his ideas. The 20th century finally intruded upon the sacred simplicity of penal servitude, the simplicity of spade, pick, axe, saw, and gangs of convicts. The world of the camps was now able to absorb progress. Electric locomotives, conveyor belts, bulldozers, electric saws, turbines, coal cutters, and a vast Karen tractor park were all drawn into its orbit. It was able to assimilate cargo and passenger aircraft, radio communications, machine tools, and the most up-to-date systems for dressing ores. The world of the camps planned and gave birth to mines, factories, reservoirs, and giant power stations. The headlong pace of its development made old-fashioned penal servitude seem as touching and absurd as the toy bricks of a child. Nevertheless, in Katzenelnbogen's view, the camp still lagged behind the world that fed it. There were still all too many scholars and scientists whose talents remained unexploited. The Gulag system had yet to find a use for world-famous historians, mathematicians, astronomers, literary critics, geographers, experts on world painting, linguists with a knowledge of Sanskrit and ancient Celtic dialects. The camp had not yet matured to the stage when it could make use of these people's specialized skills. They worked as manual laborers or as trustees in clerical jobs or in the culture and education section, or else they wasted away, unable to find any practical application for their vast knowledge. Knowledge that often would have been of value not only to Russia, but to the whole world. Krymov listened. To him, Katzenelnbogen was like a scholar talking about the most important task of his life. He wasn't merely glorifying the camps and singing their praises. He was a genuine researcher, constantly making comparisons, exposing shortcomings and contradictions, revealing similarities and contrasts. Of course, there were also shortcomings on the other side of the wire, although in an incomparably less gross form. There were many people. In universities, in publishing houses, in the research institutes of the academy, who were neither engaged in the tasks for which they were most suited, nor working to their full capacity. In the camps, Katzenellenbogen went on, the criminals wielded power over the political prisoners, unruly, ignorant, lazy, and corrupt, all too ready to engage in murderous fights and robberies. They were a hindrance both to the productivity of the camps and to their cultural development. But then, even on the other side of the wire, the work of scholars and important cultural figures was often supervised by people of poor education and limited vision. Life inside the camps could be seen as an exaggerated, magnified reflection of life outside. Far from being contradictory, these two realities were symmetrical. Now, Katzenellenbogen spoke not like a poet, not like a philosopher, but like a prophet. If one were to develop the system of camps boldly and systematically, eliminating all hindrances and shortcomings, the boundaries would finally be erased. The camp would merge with the world outside. And this fusion would signal the maturity and triumph of great principles. For all its inadequacies, the system of camps had one decisive point in its favor. Only there was the principle of personal freedom subordinated, clearly and absolutely, to the higher principle of reason. This principle would raise the camp to such a degree of perfection that finally it would be able to do away with itself and merge with the life of the surrounding towns and villages. Katzenellenbogen had himself supervised the work of a camp design office. He was convinced that, in the camps, scientists and engineers were capable of solving the most complicated problems of contemporary science or technology. All that was necessary was to provide intelligent supervision and decent living conditions. The old saying about there being no science without freedom was simply nonsense. When the levels become equal, he said, when we can place an equal sign between life on either side of the wire, repression will become unnecessary and we shall cease to issue arrest warrants. Prisons and solitary confinement blocks will be razed to the ground. Any anomalies will be handled by the culture and education section. Mohammed and the mountain will go to meet each other. The abolition of the camps will be a triumph of humanitarianism. But this will in no way mean the resurgence of the chaotic, primeval, caveman principle of personal freedom. On the contrary, that will have become completely redundant. After a long silence, he added that after hundreds of years this system might do away with itself too, and in doing so give birth to democracy and personal freedom. There is nothing eternal under the moon, he said, but I'd rather not be alive then myself. You're mad, said KRYMOV. That's not the heart of the revolution. That's not its soul. People say that if you work for a long time in a psychiatric clinic, you finally go mad yourself. Forgive me for saying this, but it's not for nothing you've been put inside. You, Comrade Katzenellenbogen, ascribe to the security organs all the attributes of the deity. It really was time you were replaced. Katzenellenbogen nodded good-humouredly. Yes, I believe in God. I'm an ignorant, credulous old man. Every age creates the deity in its own image. The security organs are wise and powerful. They are what holds sway over 20th century man. Once this power was held by earthquakes, forest fires, thunder and lightning. And they too were worshipped, and if I've been put inside, well, so have you. It was time to replace you too. Only the future will show which of us is right. Old Drayling's going back home today, back to his camp, said KRYMOV, knowing that his words would not be wasted. Sometimes that vile old man disturbs my faith, Katzenellenbogen replied. 57. KRYMOV heard a quiet voice saying, It's just been announced that we've routed the German forces at Stalingrad. I think Paulus has been captured, but I couldn't quite make it out. He let out a scream. He was struggling, kicking at the floor. He wanted to talk to that crowd of people in padded jackets and felt boots. The sound of their voices was drowning the quiet conversation that was going on beside him. He was in Stalingrad. Grekov was making his way towards him over piles of rubble. The doctor was holding him by the hand and saying, You must break off for a while, repeated injections of camphor. KRYMOV swallowed down a ball of salty saliva. No, I'm quite all right, thanks to the medicine. You can carry on, but you won't get me to sign anything. You will sign, in the end, said the investigator, with the good-natured assurance of a factory foreman. We've had people more difficult than you. This second interrogation session lasted 3 days. At the end of it, Krymov returned to his cell. The soldier on duty placed a parcel wrapped in white cloth beside him. "You must sign for this parcel, citizen prisoner." Krymov read through the list of contents. Onion, garlic, sugar, white rusks. The handwriting was familiar. At the end of the list was written, "YEVGENIA." Oh God, he began to cry. 58. On April 1st, 1943, Stepan Fyodorovich Spiridonov received an extract from the resolution passed by the College of the People's Commissariat of Power Stations. He was to leave Stalingrad and become the director of a small peat-burning power station in the Urals. It wasn't such a very terrible punishment. He could well have been put on trial. Spiridonov didn't say anything about this at home, preferring to wait till the Bureau of the Obkom had come to their decision. On April 4th, 1943, he received a severe reprimand from the Bureau of the Obkom for abandoning his post without leave at a critical time. This too was a lenient decision. He could well have been expelled from the party. But to Stepan Fyodorovich it seemed cruelly unjust. His colleagues in the Obkom knew very well that he had remained at his post until the last day of the defense of Stalingrad, that the Soviet offensive had already begun when he crossed to the left bank to see his daughter, who had just given birth in a barge. He had tried to protest during the meeting, but Pryakin had replied sternly, "You have the right to appeal against this decision to the Central Control Commission. For my part, I think that Comrade Shkiriatov will consider this decision over-lenient." "I am certain that the Commission will annul this decision," Stepan Fyodorovich had insisted, but he had heard stories about Shkiriatov. In the event, he preferred not to appeal. In any case, he was afraid that there were other reasons for Pryakin's severity. Pryakin knew of the family ties between Spiridonov, Yevgenia Nikolaevna Shaposhnikova and Krymov. He was hardly likely to be well disposed towards a man who knew that he himself was an old friend of Krymov's. Even if he had wanted to, it would have been quite impossible for Pryakin to support Spiridonov, if he had done, his enemies. And there are always more than enough of them around. A man in a position of power would have immediately informed the appropriate authorities that, out of sympathy for Krymov, an enemy of the people, Pryakin was supporting the cowardly deserter Spiridonov. It seemed, however, that Pryakin hadn't even wanted to support Spiridonov. He evidently knew that Krymov's mother-in-law was now living in Spiridonov's flat. He probably also knew that Yevgenia Nikolaevna was in correspondence with her, that she had recently sent her a copy of her letter to Stalin. After the meeting was over, Spiridonov had gone down to the buffet to buy some sausage and some soft cheese. There he had bumped into Voronin, the head of the Oblast MGB. Voronin had looked him up and down and said mockingly, "Doing your shopping just after you've incurred a severe reprimand. You are a good little housekeeper, Spiridonov." Spiridonov had given him a pathetic, guilty smile. "It's for the family. I'm a grandfather now." Voronin had smiled back and said, "And there was I, thinking you were preparing a food parcel." "Well, thank God I'm being sent to the Urals," Spiridonov had thought. "I wouldn't last long if I stayed here. But what's going to become of Vera and her little boy?" He had been driven back to the power station in the cab of a truck. He had sat there in silence, looking through the misted-over glass at the ruined city he would soon be leaving. He remembered how his wife had once gone to work along this pavement now covered in bricks. He thought how the new cables from Sverdlovsk would soon arrive at the station, and he himself would no longer be there. He thought about the pimples his grandson was getting on his hands and chest from malnutrition. He thought that a reprimand really wasn't as bad as all that. And then he thought that he wouldn't be awarded the medal for the defenders of Stalingrad. For some reason, this last thought upset him more than everything else. More than the imminent parting from the city he was tied to by his work, by his memories of Marussia, by his whole life. He started to swear out loud. "Who have you got it in for now, Stepan Fyodorovich?" asked the driver. "Or did you forget something at the Obkom?" Yes, said Stepan Fyodorovich, "but it hasn't forgotten me." Spiridonov's flat was cold and damp. The empty windows had been boarded over, and there were large areas where the plaster had fallen from the walls. The rooms were heated only by paraffin stoves made from tin. Water had to be carried in buckets right up to the third floor. One of the rooms had been closed off, and the kitchen was used as a storeroom for wood and potatoes. Stepan Fyodorovich, Vera and her baby, and Alexandra Vladimirovna all lived in the large room that had previously been the dining room. The small room next to the kitchen, formerly Vera's, was now occupied by Andreev. Spiridonov could easily have installed some brick stoves and had the ceilings and walls replastered. He had the necessary materials, and there were workmen at hand. He had always been a practical and energetic man. Now, though, he seemed uninterested in such matters. As for Vera and Alexandra Vladimirovna, they seemed almost to prefer living amid this destruction. Their lives had fallen apart. If they restored the flat, it would only remind them of all they had lost. Andreev's daughter-in-law, Natalia, arrived from Leninsk only a few days after Alexandra Vladimirovna had arrived from Kazan. Having quarrelled with the sister of her late mother-in-law in Leninsk, she had left her son with her and come to stay for a while with her father-in-law. Andreev lost his temper with her and said, "You didn't get on with my wife, and now you're not getting on with her sister. How could you leave little Volodya behind?" Her life in Leninsk must have been very difficult indeed. As she went into Andreev's room for the first time, she looked at the walls and ceiling and said, "Isn't this nice?" It was hard to see what was nice about the twisted stovepipe, the mound of plaster in the corner, and the debris hanging from the ceiling. The only light came through a small piece of glass set into the boards nailed over the window. This little porthole looked out onto a view that was far from cheerful. A buckled iron roof and some ruined inner walls that were painted blue and pink in alternate stories. Soon after her arrival, Alexandra Vladimirovna fell ill. Because of this, she had to postpone her visit to the city centre. She had intended to go and look at the ruins of her own house. To begin with, in spite of her illness, she tried to help Vera. She lit the stove, washed nappies, hung them up to dry, and carried some of the rubble out onto the landing. She even tried to bring up the water, but her illness kept getting worse. She shivered even when it was very hot, and would suddenly begin to sweat in the freezing kitchen. She was determined not to go to bed, and she didn't let on how bad she was feeling. And then one morning, going to get some wood from the kitchen, she fainted. She fell to the floor and cut her head. Vera and Spiridonov had to put her to bed. When she had recovered a little, she called Vera into the room. "You know, I found it harder to live with Lyudmila in Kazan than to live with you here. I came here for my own sake, not just to help you, but I'm afraid I'm going to cause you a lot of trouble before I'm back on my feet." "Grandma, I'm very happy to have you here," said Vera. But Vera's life really was very difficult. Wood, milk, water. Everything was difficult to obtain. It was mild outside, but the rooms themselves were cold and damp. They needed a lot of heating. Little Mitya had a constant stomachache and cried at night. He wasn't getting enough milk from his mother. Vera was busy all day, going out to get milk and bread, doing the laundry, washing the dishes, dragging up buckets of water. Her hands were red and her face was raw from the wind and covered in spots. She felt crushed by the constant work, by her constant feeling of exhaustion. She never did her hair or looked in the mirror, and she seldom washed. She was always longing to sleep. By evening she was aching all over. Her arms, legs and shoulders were all crying out for rest. She would lie down, and then Mitya would begin to cry. She would get up, change his nappies, feed him, and walk about the room with him for a while. An hour later, he would start crying again, and she would have to get up. At dawn, he would wake up for good, her head aching, still dazed with sleep. She would get up in the half-darkness, fetch some wood from the kitchen, light the fire, put some water on to boil for everyone's tea, and start doing the laundry. Surprisingly, she was no longer irritable. She had become meek and patient. Everything was much easier for her after Natalia arrived. Andreev had gone away for a few days soon after her arrival. He wanted to see his factory and his old home in the northern part of Stalingrad. Alternatively, he may have been angry with Natalia for leaving her son in Leninsk. Or perhaps he wanted to leave her his ration card so she wouldn't eat the Spiridonov's bread. Natalia had got down to work almost the minute she arrived. She put her heart into the work and everything came easily to her. Sacks of coal, heavy buckets of water, tubs of washing. All this was nothing to her. Now Vera was able to take Mitya outside for half an hour. She would sit down on a stone and gaze at the mist on the steppe, at the water sparkling in the spring sunshine. Everything was quiet, and the war was now hundreds of kilometers away. Somehow things had seemed easier when the air had been filled with the whine of German planes and the crash of shell bursts, when life had been full of flames, full of fear and hope. Vera looked at the oozing pimples on her son's face and felt overwhelmed with pity. She felt a similar pity for Viktorov. Poor Vanya. What a miserable, sickly, whining little son he had. Then she climbed up the 3 flights of stairs, still covered in litter and rubbish, and returned to work. Her melancholy dissolved in the soapy water, in the smoke from the stove, in the damp that streamed down the walls. Sometimes her grandmother would call her over and stroke her hair. Her usually calm, clear eyes would take on an expression of unbearable tenderness and sorrow. Vera never talked to anyone, her father, her grandmother, or even 5-month-old Mitya, about Viktor'S. After Natalia's arrival, the flat was transformed. She scraped the mold off the walls, whitewashed the dark corners, and scrubbed off the dirt that seemed by then to have become a part of the floorboards. She even got down to the immense task of cleaning the rubbish, flight by flight, from the staircase, a job that Vera had been putting off till it got warm. She spent half a day repairing the black, snake-like stovepipe. It was sagging horribly, and a thick, tarry liquid was oozing from the joints and collecting in puddles on the floor. She gave it a coat of whitewash, straightened it out, fastened it with wire, and hung empty jam jars under the dripping joints. She and Alexandra Vladimirovna became firm friends from the first day. Even though one might have expected the old woman to take a dislike to this brash young girl and her constant stream of risque anecdotes, Natalia also made friends with dozens of other people. The electrician, the mechanic from the turbine room, the lorry drivers. Once, when she came back from queuing for food, Alexandra Vladimirovna said to her, "Someone was asking for you just now." "A soldier." "A Georgian, I suppose?" said Natalia. "Send him packing if he shows his face here again. The fool's got it into his head he wants to marry me." "Already?" asked Alexandra Vladimirovna in astonishment. "They don't need long. He wants me to go to Georgia with him after the war. He probably thinks I washed the stairs just for him." That evening she said to Vera, "Let's go out tonight. There's a film on in town. Misha can take us in his truck. You and the boy can go in the cab, and I'll go in the back." Vera shook her head. "Go on," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "I'd go myself if only I were a bit stronger. No, it's the last thing I feel like. We've got to go on living, you know. Here we're all widows and widowers." "You sit at home all day," Natalia chided. "You never go out, and you don't even take proper care of your father. Yesterday I did his washing myself. His socks are all in holes." Vera picked up her baby and went out to the kitchen. Holding her son in her arms, she said, "Mityenka, your mama isn't a widow, is she?" Spiridonov was always very attentive towards Alexandra Vladimirovna. He helped Vera with the cupping glasses, and he twice brought a doctor from the city. Sometimes he pressed a candy into her hand, saying, "Now don't you go giving that to Vera. That's for you. She's already had one. They're from the canteen." Alexandra Vladimirovna knew very well that Spiridonov was in trouble. Sometimes she asked him if he'd heard from the obkom yet, but he always shook his head and began talking about something else. One evening, though, after he'd been told that his affair was about to be settled, he came home, sat down on the bed beside her and said, "What a mess I've got myself into. Marussia would be out of her mind if she knew." "What are they accusing you of?" "Everything." Then Natalia and Vera came in, and they broke off the conversation. Looking at Natalia, Alexandra Vladimirovna realized that there is a particular type of strong, stubborn beauty that no amount of hardship can injure. Everything about Natalia was beautiful. Her neck, her firm breasts, her legs, her slim arms that she bared almost up to the shoulder. A philosopher without philosophy, she thought to herself. She had noticed before how women used to a life of ease began to fade, to stop taking care of themselves as soon as they were confronted with hardship. This was what had happened to Vera. She admired women who worked as traffic controllers for the army, women who labored in factories or did seasonal work on the land, women who worked in filthy, dusty conditions, and still found time to look in the mirror, to curl their hair, to powder their peeling noses. Yes, she admired the obstinate birds who went on singing no matter how bad the weather. Spiridonov was also looking at Natalia. He suddenly took Vera by the hand and pulled her towards him, as though begging forgiveness for something. He kissed her. Apparently quite irrelevantly, Alexandra Vladimirovna said, "Come on, Stepan, we're neither of us going to die yet. I'm an old woman. And I'm going to get better. I'm good for a few more years." He glanced at her and smiled. Natalia filled a basin with warm water and placed it beside the bed. Kneeling down on the floor, she said, "Alexandra Vladimirovna, it's nice and warm in the room. I'm going to wash your feet for you. You idiot! You must be out of your mind. Get up at once, shouted Alexandra Vladimirovna. 59. During the afternoon, Andreev came back from the workers' settlement around the factory. First he went in to see Alexandra Vladimirovna. His sullen face broke into a smile. She had got up that day for the first time. There she was, sitting at the table, her spectacles on her nose, reading a book. He said it had taken him a long time to find the place where his house had once stood. The whole area was nothing but trenches, craters, and debris. Lots of workers had already gone back to the factory, and more were appearing every day. They even had policemen there. He hadn't been able to find out anything about the men who had served in the People's Militia. They were burying bodies every day, and they were still finding more in the trenches and cellars, and everywhere you looked there were pieces of twisted metal. Alexandra Vladimirovna kept on asking questions. She wanted to know where he'd spent the night, whether it had been a difficult journey, what he'd had to eat, how badly the open hearth furnaces were damaged, what the workers themselves were getting to eat, whether he'd seen the director. That very morning, Alexandra Vladimirovna had said to Vera, "You know I've always made fun of people's superstitions and premonitions, but for once in my life I feel quite certain of something. Pavel Andreevich is going to bring news from Seryozha." She was wrong, but what Andreev did have to say was still important. The workers had told him that they were getting nothing to eat, no wages, and that the dugouts and cellars they lived in were cold and damp. The director had become a different person. While the Germans were attacking, he had been everyone's best mate, but now he didn't so much as say hello to anyone, and he'd had a new house built for him, a new car delivered from Saratov. "No one could say things are easy at the power station," said Andreev, "but the workers haven't got it in for Stepan Fyodorovich. They know he's on their side." "That's a sad story," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "But what are you going to do yourself, Pavel Andreevich?" "I've come back to say goodbye. I'm going home. Even if I haven't got a home, I found myself a place in a cellar with some of the other workers." "You're doing the right thing," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "It may not be much of a life there, but it's all you have." "Here's something I dug up for you," he said, taking a rusty thimble out of his pocket and handing it to her. "I'll soon be going into town myself," she told him. "I want to see my own home on Gogol Street. I want to dig up bits of metal and glass too." "Are you sure you haven't got out of bed too soon? You look pale." "No, I'm just a bit upset by what you've told me. I'd like things on this earth of ours to be different." Andreev gave a little cough. "You remember Stalin's words the year before last? My brothers and sisters. But now that the Germans have been defeated, the director builds himself a villa, you can only speak to him with an appointment, and we brothers and sisters are still in our dugouts." "Yes," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "It's a sad story, and still no news of Seryozha. He's just vanished into thin air." In the evening, Spiridonov came back from Stalingrad. He'd gone out in the morning without telling anyone that his case was to be settled that day. "Is Andreev back yet?" he asked in a brusque, authoritative tone. "Any news of Seryozha?" Alexandra Vladimirovna shook her head. Vera could see at once that her father had had too much to drink. She could tell by the way he opened the door and took off his coat, by the way he put down the little presents of food he'd brought, by the tone of his questions, and the strange glitter in his unhappy eyes. He went up to Mitya, who was asleep in the laundry basket, and bent over him. "Don't you go breathing all over him," said Vera. "He'll be all right," said Spiridonov. "He'll get used to it. Sit down and have some supper. You've been drinking, and you haven't had a bite to eat with it. Do you know what? Grandmama's just got up for the first time." "Now that really is good news," said Spiridonov. He dropped his spoon into the plate and splashed soup all over his jacket. "Oh dear, you really have had a few too many," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "What's happened, Stepan? Have you been celebrating?" Spiridonov pushed away his plate of soup. "You eat that up," said Vera. "Well," said Spiridonov, "I've got some news for you all. I've incurred a severe reprimand from the party, and the commissariat are transferring me to a small peat-burning generating station in the Sverdlovsk Oblast. In a word, I'm a has-been. I get 2 months' salary in advance, and they provide me with somewhere to live. I begin handing over tomorrow. We'll be given enough ration cards for the journey." Alexandra Vladimirovna exchanged glances with Vera. "Well, that's certainly something to celebrate. You can have your own room." "The best room," said Spiridonov. "There will probably only be one room," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. Well, that will be yours, Mama. It was the first time in his life that Spiridonov had called her Mama. There were tears in his eyes. No doubt because he'd been drinking. Natalia came in and Spiridonov changed the subject. So what does the old man have to say about the factories? Pavel Andreevich was waiting for you, said Natalia, but he's just gone to sleep. She sat down at the table, resting her cheeks on her fists. He said the workers hardly have anything to eat at all. Just a few handfuls of seeds. Stepan Fyodorovich, she asked suddenly, is it true that you're leaving? Yes, he replied gaily. I've heard the news too. The workers are very sorry. They'll be all right. I was at college with Tishkabatrov. He'll make a splendid boss. But who will you find to darn your socks with such artistry? Asked Alexandra Vladimirovna. Vera will never manage. Now that really will be a problem, said Spiridonov. It looks like we'll have to send Natalia off to the Urals too, said Alexandra Vladimirovna. Sure, said Natalia. I'll go any time. They all laughed. Then there was a strained, uncomfortable silence. 60. Alexandra Vladimirovna decided to accompany Spiridonov and Vera as far as Kuibyshev. She was intending to stay for a while with Yevgenia Nikolaevna. The day before their departure, the new director lent her a car. She set off to visit the ruins of her old home. On the way, she kept asking the driver, "Now what's this? And what was here before?" "Before what?" asked the driver irritably. 3 different strata of life lay exposed in the ruins: life before the war, life during the fighting, and life today. One building had started out as a tailor's and dry cleaner's. Then the windows had been bricked up, leaving small loopholes where German machine guns had been mounted. Now women queued at these loopholes to receive their bread ration. Dugouts and bunkers had sprung up among the ruined houses. These had provided shelter for soldiers, radio operators, and command posts. Reports had been drawn up and machine guns had been reloaded, and now children were playing outside them. Washing was hanging up to dry. The smoke rising up from the chimneys had nothing to do with the war. The war had given way to peace. A poor, miserable peace that was hardly any easier than the war. Prisoners of war were clearing away heaps of rubble from the main streets. Queues of people with empty milk cans were waiting outside cellars that now housed food stores. Romanian prisoners were lazily digging dead bodies out of some ruins. There were groups of sailors here and there, but no soldiers at all. The driver explained that the Volga fleet was still sweeping for mines. In some places lay sacks of cement and heaps of new beams and planks. Here and there the roads had been newly asphalted. In one empty square, she saw a woman harnessed to a 2-wheeled cart loaded with bundles. 2 children were helping, pulling on ropes tied to the shafts. Everybody wanted to go back into Stalingrad, back to their homes, but Alexandra Vladimirovna was about to leave. "Are you sorry that Spiridonov's leaving?" she asked the driver. "What does it matter to me? Spiridonov worked me hard, and so will the new man. They just sign their instructions." And off I go. "What's this?" she asked, pointing to a thick, blackened wall with gaping windows. "Just various offices. What they should do is let people live here." "And what was it before?" "This was the headquarters of Paulus himself. It was here he was taken prisoner." "And before that?" "The department store. Don't you recognize it?" The wartime city seemed to have overshadowed the old Stalingrad. It was all too easy to imagine the German officers coming up from the cellars, to see the German field marshal walking past this blackened wall, while the sentries all stood to attention. But was it really here that she had bought a length of material for a coat or a watch as a birthday present for Marussia? Had she really come here with Seryozha and got him a pair of skates in the sports department on the 1st floor? People who visit Verdun, the battlefield of Borodino, or Malakoff-Kurgan at Sebastopol must find it equally strange to find children playing, women doing their washing, carts full of hay and old men carrying rakes. Columns of French soldiers and trucks covered in tarpaulins once passed over fields that are now full of vines. Now there is only a hut, a few apple trees and some kolkhoz sheep where Murat's cavalry advanced, where Kutuzov sat in his armchair and ordered the Russian infantry to counterattack with a wave of his tired hand. Nakimov stood on a mound where now there are only chickens and a few goats searching for blades of grass between the stones. This is where the flash bombs described by Tolstoy were launched, where English bullets whistled and wounded soldiers screamed.
Alexandra Vladimirovna found something equally incongruous in these queues of women.
These small huts, these old men unloading planks, these shirts hanging up to dry, these patched sheets, these stockings twirling about like snakes, these notices pasted over lifeless facades. She had realized how flat everything now seemed to Spiridonov when he had talked about the arguments in the district committee over the allocation of cement, planks, and manpower. She had sensed how bored he was by the endless articles in Stalingradskaya Pravda about the clearing away of rubble, the cleaning up of streets, the construction of new public baths and workers' canteens. He had only come to life when he talked about the bombing, the fires, the visits of General Shumilov, the German tanks advancing from the hilltops, the counterfire of the Soviet artillery. It was on these streets that the war had been decided. The outcome of this battle was to determine the map of the post-war world, to determine the greatness of Stalin or the terrible power of Adolf Hitler. For 90 days, one word had filled both the Kremlin and Berchtesgaden: Stalingrad. Stalingrad was to determine future social systems and philosophies of history. The shadow of all this had blinded people to the provincial city that had once led a commonplace, ordered life. Alexandra Vladimirovna asked the driver to stop, then got out of the car and picked her way with some difficulty through the debris that still littered the deserted street. She stared at the ruins, half recognizing the remains of houses. When she came to her own home, she found that the wall facing the street was still there. Through the gaping windows, her far-sighted eyes could make out the light blue and green walls of her flat. But the rooms had no floors or ceilings, and there was nothing left of the staircase. The bricks had been darkened by flames. Here and there they had been scarred by splinters. With a terrible clarity, she was aware of all that life had been for her: her daughters, her unfortunate son, Seryozha, her many irrevocable losses, her present homelessness. There she was, looking at the ruins of her home. An old sick woman in an old coat and trodden-down shoes. What was in store for her? Although she was 70 years old, she had no idea. What was in store for the people she loved? Again, she had no idea. Through the empty windows of her house, she could see the spring sky looking down at her. The lives of those close to her were unsettled, confused, full of doubts and mistakes, full of grief. What would happen to Lyudmila? What would be the outcome of her family troubles? Where was Seryozha? Was he even alive? How hard things were for Viktor STRUM. What would happen to Vera and Stepan Fyodorovich? Would Stepan be able to rebuild his life again and find peace? What path would Nadia follow? That clever little girl who was so difficult and so kind-hearted. And Vera? Would she be broken by the hardships and loneliness she had to endure? And Zhenya? Would she follow KRYMOV to Siberia? Would she end up in a camp herself and die the same death as Dmitri? Would Seryozha forgive the state for the deaths of his innocent mother and father? Why were their destinies so confused, so obscure? As for those who had been killed or executed, they were still alive in her memory. She could remember their smiles, their jokes, their laughter, their sad lost eyes, their hopes and despairs. Mitya had embraced her and said, "It doesn't matter, Mama. Please don't worry yourself about me. There are good people even in camp." And there was young Sonia Levinton, with her dark hair and the down over her upper lip. She was declaiming poems with a fierce gaiety. There was Anya STRUM, as pale and sad as ever, as intelligent and full of mockery, and young Tolya stuffing down his macaroni cheese. She had got quite annoyed with him for eating so noisily and for never helping Lyudmila. "Is it too much to ask for a glass of water?" All right, but why ask me? Why don't you ask Nadia?" And Marussia, Zhenya always made fun of your preaching, and you tried so hard to make Stepan into a good, right-thinking communist. And then you drowned in the Volga with little Slava Bierozkin and old Varvara Alexandrovna and Mostovskoy. Please explain to me, Mikhail Sidorovitch. Heavens, what could he explain now? All of them had been unsettled. All of them had doubts and secret griefs. All of them had hoped for happiness. Some of them had come to visit her, and others had just written letters. And all the time, in spite of the closeness of her large family, she had had a deep sense of her own isolation. And here she was, an old woman now, living and hoping, keeping faith, afraid of evil, full of anxiety for the living and an equal concern for the dead. Here she was, looking at the ruins of her home, admiring the spring sky without knowing that she was admiring it, wondering why the future of those she loved was so obscure and the past so full of mistakes, not realizing that this very obscurity and unhappiness concealed a strange hope and clarity, not realizing that in the depths of her soul she already knew the meaning of both her own life and the lives of her nearest and dearest, not realizing that even though neither she herself nor any of them could tell what was in store, even though they all knew only too well that at times like these, no man can forge his own happiness, and that fate alone has the power to pardon and chastise, to raise up to glory and to plunge into need, to reduce a man to labor camp dust. Nevertheless, neither fate nor history, nor the anger of the state, nor the glory or infamy of battle has any power to affect those who call themselves human beings. No, whatever life holds in store, hard-won glory, poverty and despair, or death in a labor camp, they will live as human beings and die as human beings, the same as those who have already perished, and in this alone lies man's eternal and bitter victory over all the grandiose and inhuman forces that ever have been or will be. Vera and Alexandra Vladimirovna were in a state of feverish anxiety during the whole of the last day. As for Spiridonov, he had been drinking since early in the morning. Workers were continually coming round and demanding to see him, but he was always out. He was sorting out his remaining affairs, calling at the Raycom, ringing up friends, having his papers stamped at the military commissariat, talking and joking as he walked round the workshops. Once, when he found himself alone for a moment in the turbine room, he pressed his cheek against a cold flywheel and closed his eyes in exhaustion. Meanwhile, Vera was packing up belongings, drying nappies over the stove, preparing bottles of boiled milk for Mitya, and stuffing bread into a bag. She was about to part forever with both Viktor'S and her mother. They would remain forever alone. No one here would ask after them or spare them so much as a thought. She was steadied by the thought that she was now the oldest in her family. She was calmer now, more reconciled to hardship than anyone else. Looking at her granddaughter's tired, inflamed eyelids, Alexandra Vladimirovna said, "That's the way things are, Vera. There's nothing more difficult than saying goodbye to a house where you've suffered." Natalia had promised to bake some pies for the journey. She had gone off that morning, laden with wood and provisions, to a woman she knew who still possessed a proper Russian stove. There she began preparing the filling and rolling out the dough. Her face turned bright red as she stood over the oven. It looked young and extremely beautiful. She glanced at herself in the mirror, laughed, and began to powder her nose and cheeks with flour. But when her friend went out of the room, she wept into the dough. In the end, her friend noticed her tears. "What's the matter, Natalia? Why are you crying?" "I've grown used to them. She's a splendid old woman, and I feel sorry for Vera and her little boy." Her friend listened attentively and said, "Nonsense, you're not crying because of the old woman." "I am," said Natalia. The new director promised to release Andreev, but he wanted him to stay on for another 5 days. Natalia announced that she'd stay till then, and then go back to her son in Leninsk. "And then," she said, "we'll see how things go." "What will you see?" asked Andreev. She didn't answer. Most likely, she had been crying because she couldn't see anything at all. Andreev didn't like his daughter-in-law to show too much concern over him. She had the feeling that he still hadn't forgiven her for the quarrels she'd had with his wife. Spiridonov came back towards lunchtime. He told them all how the workers in the machine room had said goodbye to him. "Well, there's been a real pilgrimage here," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "At least 5 or 6 people have come to see you." "Well, is everything ready then? The truck will be here at 5 sharp." He gave a little smile. "We can thank Batrov for that." His affairs were all in order and his belongings were packed, but Spiridonov still felt a sense of nervous, drunken excitement. He began redoing the bundles, moving the suitcases from one place to another. It was as though he couldn't wait to be off. Then Andreev came in from the office and asked, "How are things? Has there been a telegram from Moscow yet about the cables?" "There haven't been any telegrams at all." "The swine! They're sabotaging the whole thing. We could have had the first installations ready for May Day." Andreev turned to Alexandra Vladimirovna and said, "You really are foolish, setting off on a journey like this at your age." "Don't you worry yourself, I've got 9 lives. Anyway, what else can I do? Go back to my flat on Gogol Street. And the painters have already been round here. They're about to start the repairs for the new director. The lout! He could have waited one more day, said Vera. Why is he a lout? Asked Alexandra Vladimirovna. Life has to go on. Well, is lunch ready? What are we waiting for? Asked Spiridonov. We're waiting for Natalia and her pies. We're going to miss the train waiting for those pies, he grumbled. He didn't feel like eating, but he'd put some vodka aside for their final meal, and he did feel like a good drink. He also very much wanted just to go and sit in his office for a few minutes, but it would have been too awkward. Batrov was having a meeting with the heads of the different shops. The bitterness he felt made him still more desperate for a drink. He kept shaking his head and saying, "We're going to be late, we're going to be late." There was something agreeable about this fear of being late, this anxious waiting for Natalia. He didn't realize that it was because it reminded him of times before the war when he'd gone to the theatre with his wife. Then, too, he had looked constantly at his watch and repeated anxiously, "We're going to be late." He very much wanted to hear something nice about himself. This need made him still more depressed. "Why should anyone pity me?" he moaned. "I'm a coward and a deserter. Who knows? I might even have had the cheek to expect a medal for the defenders of Stalingrad." "All right then, let's have lunch," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. She could see that Spiridonov was in a bad way. Vera brought in a saucepan of soup, and Spiridonov got out the bottle of vodka. Alexandra Vladimirovna and Vera both said they didn't want any. "So only the men are drinking," said Spiridonov, "but maybe we should wait for Natalia." At that moment, Natalia came in with a large bag and began spreading her pies out on the table. Spiridonov poured out full glasses for Andreev and himself, and half a glass for Natalia. "Last summer," said Andreev, "we were all eating pies at Alexandra Vladimirovna's home on Gogol Street." "Well, I'm sure these will be every bit as delicious," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "What a lot of us there were on that day," said Vera. "And now there's just you, Grandmama, and me and Papa." "We certainly routed the Germans," said Andreev. "It was a great victory." "But we paid a price for it," said Alexandra Vladimirovna. "Have some more soup. We'll be eating nothing but dry food on the journey. It will be days before we see anything hot." "No, it's not an easy journey," said Andreev, "and it will be difficult getting on the train. It's a train from the Caucasus that stops here on its way to Balashov. It's always crammed with soldiers, but they will have brought some white bread with them." "The Germans bore down on us like a storm cloud," said Spiridonov. "But where are they now? Soviet Russia has vanquished them." He remembered how not long ago they could hear German tanks from the power station. And now those tanks were hundreds of kilometers away. Now the main fighting was around Belgorod, Chuguyev, and Kuban. But he was unable to forget his wound for more than a moment. "All right, so I'm a deserter," he muttered. "But what about the men who reprimanded me? Who are they? I demand to be judged by the soldiers of Stalingrad. I'm ready to confess all my faults before them. And MOSTOVSKOY was sitting right next to you, Pavel Andreevich." But Spiridonov wouldn't be diverted. His resentment welled up again. He turned to his daughter and said, "I phoned the first secretary of the obkom to say goodbye. After all, I am the only director who stayed on the right bank through the whole of the battle." But his assistant, Barulin, just said, "Comrade Pryakin's unable to speak to you. He's engaged." As though she hadn't even heard her father, Vera said, "And there was a young lieutenant, a comrade of Tolya's, sitting next to Seryozha. I wonder where he is now." She wanted so much to hear someone say, "Who knows? Maybe he's alive and well, still at the front." Even that would have consoled her a little, but Stepan Fyodorovitch just went on with his own thoughts. "So I said to him, 'I'm leaving today. You know that very well.'" "All right then," he said. "You can address him in writing. To hell with them all. Let's have another drink. We'll never sit at this table again." He turned to Andreev and raised his glass. "Don't think badly of me when I'm gone." "What do you mean, Stepan Fyodorovitch? We workers are on your side." Spiridonov downed his vodka, sat quite still for a moment, as though he'd just surfaced from under the sea, and then attacked his soup. It was very quiet. The only sound was Spiridonov munching his pie and tapping away with his spoon. Then little Mitya started screaming. Vera got to her feet, walked over to him and took him in her arms. "You must eat your pie, Alexandra Vladimirovna," said Natalia in a very quiet voice, as though it were a matter of life and death. "Certainly," said Alexandra Vladimirovna.
With drunken, joyous solemnity, Spiridonov announced, "Natalia, let me say this in everyone's presence. There's absolutely nothing to keep you here. Go back to Leninsk for your son. And then come and join us in the Urals. It's not good to be on one's own." He tried to catch her eyes, but she lowered her head. All he could see was her forehead and her dark, handsome eyebrows. "And you too, Pavel Andreevich. Things will be easier for us if we stick together." "What do you mean? Do you think I'm going to begin a new life at my age?" Spiridonov glanced at Vera. She was standing by the table with Mitya in her arms, crying. For the first time that day, he saw the walls of the room he was about to leave. Everything else became suddenly of no importance. The pain of dismissal, the loss of the work he loved, his loss of standing, the burning shame and resentment that had prevented him from sharing in the joy of victory. The old woman sitting next to him, the mother of the wife he had loved and now lost forever, kissed him on the head and said, "It doesn't matter, Stepan, my dear. It doesn't matter. It's life." 61. The stove had been lit the previous evening and the hut had felt stuffy all night. The tenant and her husband, a wounded soldier who'd only just come out of hospital, didn't go to sleep until it was nearly morning. They were talking in whispers, so as not to wake up the old landlady or the little girl who was sleeping on top of a trunk. The old woman was unable to sleep. She was annoyed by all this whispering. She couldn't help but listen. She couldn't help but try to link together the odd phrases she overheard. If only they'd talk normally. Then she'd just listen to them for a little while and fall fast asleep. She wanted to bang on the wall and say, "What's all this whispering about? Do you really think what you're saying is that interesting?" She kept making out odd phrases here and there. "I came straight from hospital. I couldn't get you any candies. It would have been another story if I'd been at the front. And all I had to give you was potatoes fried in oil." Then the whispering became inaudible again. Probably the woman was crying. Then she heard the words, "It's my love that kept you alive." "I bet he's a real breaker of hearts," thought the old woman. She dozed off for a few minutes. She must have been snoring. When she woke up, the voices were louder. "Pivovarov wrote to me in hospital. I'd only just been made a lieutenant colonel, and now they're putting me forward for promotion again. It's the general's doing. He put me in command of a division, and I've been awarded the Order of Lenin, and all for that day when I was buried under the ground, when I had lost touch with my battalions and all I could do was sing stupid songs. I keep feeling as though I'm an imposter. I can't tell you how awkward I feel." Then they began whispering again. They must have noticed that the old woman was no longer snoring. The old woman lived on her own. Her husband had died before the war, and her one daughter lived in Sverdlovsk. She didn't have anyone at the front herself, and she couldn't understand why she had been so upset by this soldier's arrival. She didn't much like her tenant. She thought of her as a stupid, empty woman who couldn't cope on her own. She always got up late, and she didn't look after her daughter. The girl went around in torn clothes and never ate proper meals. Most of the time, her tenant seemed just to sit at the table, looking out of the window and not saying a word. Now and then, when the mood took her, she did get down to work. And then it turned out she could do everything. She sewed, washed the floors, and made excellent soup. She knew how to milk a cow. Even though she was from the city, something was obviously wrong in her life. As for the girl, she was a strange little brat. She loved messing about with grasshoppers, cockroaches, and beetles, and she didn't play with them like ordinary children. She was always kissing them and telling them stories. Then she would let them go and start crying, calling for them to come back. Last autumn, the old woman had brought her a hedgehog from the forest. The girl had followed him wherever he went. He only had to give a little grunt and she was beside herself with joy. And if he went under the chest of drawers, she'd just sit there on the floor and wait for him. She'd say to her mother, "Shh, can't you see he's asleep?" Then the hedgehog had gone back to the forest, and the little girl hadn't eaten for 2 whole days. The old woman had lived in constant fear that her tenant was going to hang herself, and that she'd be left with the little girl. The last thing she wanted at her age were new anxieties. "I don't owe anyone anything," she would say. She couldn't rid herself of this anxiety. One morning she was going to wake up and find the woman hanging there from the ceiling. What on earth would she do with the little girl? She'd been quite certain that the tenant's husband had abandoned her. Probably he'd found another, younger woman at the front. That was why her tenant was always so sad. She got very few letters from him, and those she did get didn't seem to make her any happier. And she was a real clam. It was impossible to get a word out of her. Even the neighbors had noticed how peculiar she was. The old woman had had a hard time with her husband. He was a drunkard, and a very quarrelsome one at that. And instead of just beating her like anyone else, he used to go for her with a stick or a poker. He used to beat their daughter too. And he wasn't much joy even when he was sober. He was always fussing, poking his nose into her saucepans, complaining about this and that. Everything she did was wrong. The way she milked the cow, the way she made the bed, the way she cooked. It was impossible for her to put a foot right. He was a miser too. And he cursed and swore the whole time. In the end, she'd become just as bad herself. She even swore at her beloved cow. She hadn't shed one tear over her husband when he died. He hadn't left her alone, even when he was an old man. And he was quite impossible when he was drunk. He might at least have tried to behave in front of his own daughter. She felt ashamed to think of it, and how he'd snored. That had been even worse when he was drunk. And as for that cow of hers, the obstinate beast was always running away from the herd. How could an old woman ever keep up with her? She listened to the whispering behind the partition and remembered her own difficult life with her husband. She felt pity as well as resentment. He had worked hard and earned little. They'd never have got by without the cow, and it was the dust from his mind that had killed him. But she hadn't died. She was still going strong. Once he'd brought her some beads from Yekaterinburg. She'd passed them on to her daughter. Early next morning, before the little girl had woken up, the tenant and her husband set off for the next village. There they'd be able to buy some white bread with his army ration card. They walked along hand in hand without saying a word. They had to go 1.5 kilometers through the forest, climb down the slope, and then walk along the shore of the lake. The snow here hadn't thawed. Its large, rough crystals were filled with the blue of the lake water. But on the sunny side of the hill, the snow was just beginning to melt. The ditch beside the path was full of gurgling water. The glitter of the snow, the water, and the ice on the puddles was quite blinding. There was so much light, it was so intense, that they seemed almost to have to force their way through it. It disturbed them and got in their way. When they stepped on the thin film of ice over the puddles, it seemed to be light that was crunching under their feet, breaking up into thin, splinter-like rays. And it was light that was flowing down the ditch beside the path. Where the path was blocked by stones, the light swelled up, foaming and gurgling. The spring sun seemed to be closer to the earth than ever. The air was cool and warm at the same time. The officer felt as though his throat, which had been scorched by frost and vodka, which had been blackened by tobacco, dust, fumes, and swear words, had suddenly been rinsed clean by this blue light. Then they went into the forest, into the shade of the young pine trees. Here the snow hadn't melted at all. There were squirrels hard at work in the branches above. The icy surface of the snow was littered with gnawed fir cones and flakes of wood. The forest seemed silent. The many layers of branches kept off the light. Instead of tinkling and gurgling, it was like a soft cloak swathed round the earth. They walked on in silence. They were together, and that was enough to make everything round about seem beautiful. And it was spring. Still, without saying anything, they came to a stop. 2 fat bullfinches were sitting on the branch of a fir tree. Their red breasts seemed like flowers that had suddenly blossomed on enchanted snow. The silence was very strange. This silence contained the memory of last year's leaves and rains, of abandoned nests, of childhood, of the joyless labor of ants, of the treachery of foxes and kites, of the war of all against all, of good and evil born together in one heart and dying with this heart, of storms and thunderbolts that had set young hairs and huge tree trunks trembling. It was the past that slept under the snow, beneath this cool half-light. The joy of lovers' meetings, the hesitant chatter of April birds, people's first meetings with neighbors who had seemed strange at first, and then become a part of their lives. Everyone was asleep. The strong and the weak, the brave and the timid, the happy and the unhappy. This was a last parting, in an empty and abandoned house, with the dead who had now left it forever. Somehow you could sense spring more vividly in this cool forest than on the sunlit plain. And there was a deeper sadness in this silence than in the silence of autumn. In it you could hear both a lament for the dead and the furious joy of life itself. It was still cold and dark, but soon the doors and shutters would be flung open. Soon the house would be filled with the tears and laughter of children. with the hurried steps of a loved woman and the measured gait of the master of the house. They stood there, holding their bags, in silence. 1960.